I yearn for 500 billion. Congratulations, master. Your wish has come true. I desire a luxurious villa. Congratulations. I wish to possess 7 extravagant supercars, changing one each day, ensuring a different model every week. Congratulations. I aspire to have a musical talent of unparalleled excellence. Congratulations. I hope my money multiplies with every expenditure. Congratulations. I wish that tomorrow morning there are no eggs in any of the pancakes throughout the city. What? Chapter 1. The golden finger descends from the heavens. Yi Feng, I say, it has nearly been a year since your university graduation, yet how have you ended up in such a dismal state in Donghai City? You can't even secure a stable job, nor do you have a girlfriend. How can you even dare to return home for the new year? Do you think you deserve the sacrifices your parents made to send you to school? Look at Xiao Peng. He graduated from junior high and has now become a successful entrepreneur, purchasing a house and a car in Donghai City, and even marrying a city girl who is as lovely as a blooming flower. Do not compare Yi Feng to Xiao Peng. They're not on the same level. In my opinion, Yi Feng is even inferior to Fu Chang. Fu Chang may appear naive, but he is quite resourceful. After working for several years as a laborer in an electronics factory in the Donghai Development Zone, he has now been promoted to factory manager. Upon returning home for the Spring Festival, Yi Feng is subjected to the biting mockery of his neighbors at the Grand Village Feast. His face flushed with embarrassment. He wished a fissure would open in the ground so he could disappear without a trace. There exists in this world an undeniable affliction known as downfall. Yi Feng now finds himself in the depths of despair, lacking even the pretense of success to maintain appearances. His savings in the bank amount to a mere 500 yuan. Graduating from a subpar university, he faces relentless rejection in his job search. Yet Yi Feng chooses to share only good news with his parents back home, deceitfully claiming he has secured a position in a foreign enterprise with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. This is not born of vanity, but rather a desire to spare his parents from worry. However, upon returning home, his ruse is quickly unveiled, proving impossible to conceal. His parents are well aware of the truth, but refrain from reproach. Yi Feng, I suggest that after the new year, you come to Donghai City to work with me. My restaurant is in need of a security guard. Dressed in designer attire and sporting a prominent belly, Xiao Peng exudes confidence as he claps Yi Feng on the shoulder and chuckles with ill intent. There's a hint of amusement in his smile. Ha ha. Fu Chang can no longer contain his laughter, sarcastically remarking, a university graduate as a security guard? Xiao Peng, what do you take Yi Feng for? A watchdog, perhaps? He is a university graduate, a child of destiny, reduced to being a security guard? What a waste of talent. Haha, a university student faring worse than a junior high graduate. Does this not exemplify the phenomenon of high scores and low abilities? Xiao Peng finally lets loose. Haha, Xiao Peng, you're absolutely right. The last remnants of Yi Feng's dignity are utterly crushed. To hell with you. Yi Feng, unable to contain his frustration any longer, delivers a punch to Fu Chang's nose. Foolish Chang howled in agony, blood streaming from his nose. Yi Feng, aside from having the audacity to strike Chang, what other talents do you possess? Little Fatty chided, while offering a tissue to staunch Chang's bleeding. I dare to strike you as well, Yi Feng declared, seizing a cucumber dish from the table and slapping it forcefully against Little Fatty's face. Yi Feng, I will utterly annihilate you. Little Fatty roared in fury. The crowd hastily intervened, bringing the skirmish to a halt. Uncle and Aunt, your son Yi Feng is still single, isn't he? If so, I could introduce him to my younger sister, Little Fatty suggested, unwilling to let the matter rest as time passed. Brother-in-law, please spare me the disgust. He is utterly unworthy of me, the beautiful woman beside Little Fatty's wife blurted out. Brother-in-law, please do not humiliate him. Yi Feng is a penniless wretch, unworthy of her. Foolish Chang avenged the earlier blow, extending his fingers in a flamboyant manner, mimicking Little Fatty's sister-in-law's gestures and tone, which immediately provoked a chorus of laughter. Ha ha! The jarring laughter pierced through Yi Feng like a sharp arrow, striking the softest recesses of his heart, causing him profound pain. I apologize. Could you please not sit at the same table as us? I seem to have lost my appetite. Little Fatty's sister-in-law delivered a cruel jab. Her eyes brimmed with disdain. That is also what I wish to convey to you, Yi Feng retorted. With all eyes upon him, He resolutely stood up and departed. From behind, little Fatty's voice echoed. In truth, I consider Yifeng unfit to work as a security guard at my restaurant. Haha, that inadequate college student has finally lost face and left. The crowd erupted in laughter. With a heart laden with frustration, he arrived home. Bang! Yifeng slammed his fist against the wall, enunciating each word with conviction. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Ding dong. At that moment, an object descended from above, landing squarely at Yifeng's feet. Yifeng looked down to find a bottle the size of a fist. It was a brilliant sky blue, round and delightfully charming, with a golden glow emanating from its opening. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up from the ground. As his fingertip brushed the bottle's mouth, he felt a sharp pain in his fingertip, a drop of blood falling into the bottle, vanishing without a trace. Then, a voice emerged. It was sweet and endearing, reminiscent of a character from an animated series, infused with an abundance of sugary charm. Blood binds the master. Success. Chapter 2. Wishes come true. Upon hearing these words, Yifeng's pupils dilated in sheer terror. This peculiar bottle could actually speak. Unbelievable. In the next moment, he instinctively hurled the bottle away. However, to his astonishment, the bottle not only remained intact but also returned to his hand, emitting a pitiful wail. Woo-woo, master. Please don't abandon me. Yifeng, warily scrutinizing the cerulean, rounded bottle, inquired, What on earth are you? Master, I am not a ghost. I am a wish-granting bottle. As long as you make a wish directed at the bottle's mouth, it shall come to fruition. A wish-granting bottle? So, whatever I desire, you can help me achieve it? After a moment of realization, Yifeng asked excitedly, At present, my level is insufficient. You may only wish for desires grounded in reality. It is impossible for you to wish for superpowers or to traverse back into the past. All right, I understand. Then I wish for 5 million in my bank account. Congratulations. Master, your wish has been granted. 500 billion has successfully been credited to your bank account. 500 billion? Yifeng nearly shouted. It is poverty that has limited your imagination, master. 5 million is too modest. Thus, the bottle has granted you 500 billion. Is that even possible? But, is it real? Haven T received a notification from the bank. As if on cue, a text message arrived. It was a notification from the agricultural bank. Your account ending in 9075 received an income of 5,000,000,000,000,000 on February 10th at 12:38. Those lengthy Arabic numerals, Yifeng counted, and indeed, it was precisely 500 billion. A surge of excitement and exhilaration washed over him, leaving him feeling as if he were in another realm. It felt almost surreal. Could this be a beautiful dream? Yifeng promptly pinched his arm. Ouch, not a dream. In the next instant, Yifeng leapt up, dancing with unbridled joy, his exuberance bordering on madness as he grabbed a broom from the yard, strumming it like a guitar and singing at the top of his lungs. Today is a splendid day. All my heart's desires are coming true. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Suddenly endowed with 500 billion, anyone would exhibit an extraordinary reaction. Wait a minute, with such a sudden influx of money in my bank account, will I be investigated by the authorities? Yifeng realized a serious concern. Do not worry, master. It will not happen. The bottle reassured him. The bottle can fulfill 2 wishes for you each day. Please proceed with your second wish. Yifeng pondered briefly before declaring, I wish to own a large entertainment media group in Donghai City, with myself as the chairman and holding 100% of the shares. Wasn't little Fatty running a restaurant in Donghai City? Then I shall compete with him. Congratulations, master. Your wish has come true. The Dihao Entertainment Media Group in Donghai City is now under your ownership. The Dihao Entertainment Media Group is a comprehensive private entertainment conglomerate, involved in the investment and operation of films, television dramas, artist management, music production, and entertainment marketing. As the chairman of Dihao Entertainment Group, the bottle will also bestow upon you a luxurious supercar befitting your status. Please wait a moment. In 1 hour, the senior executives of Dihao Entertainment Group will visit you. Considering that you do not yet know how to drive, your assistant will personally deliver the luxury supercar. This is utterly insane. Does logic not apply here anymore? After listening to the bottle's introduction, Yifeng was left dumbfounded. However, more than anything, he was exhilarated. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. The era of Yifeng possessing a wish-granting bottle had arrived. What a treasure! I must safeguard it. Yifeng carefully concealed the wish bottle in his room, just as he heard the voices of his parents from the yard. Fenger, do not be disheartened. Your mother and I do not seek riches for you, merely your safety. Having witnessed their son being ridiculed at the village banquet, Yifeng's parents felt a pang of sorrow, fearing he might be despondent. So they came to offer words of comfort. With a spring in his step, Yifeng emerged from his room. Dad, Mom, I'm not upset. After all, I'm not truly destitute. To tell you the truth, I have established a large entertainment media group in Donghai City. Is that so? Have you been driven to madness by little fatty and the others? Are you now speaking nonsense? Yifeng's mother instinctively touched his forehead. Chapter 3, Dad. I'll transfer you $1 million. Fenger, your boasting is rather excessive, I assent it. You've only graduated for a year. How could you possibly achieve such success? Yifeng's father chastised him sternly. One must be honest. Yifeng felt somewhat helpless. However, he did not wish to show his parents the bank notification message, fearing it might shock them. 500 billion. If their mental fortitude were lacking, it could be overwhelming. The wish bottle had mentioned that in 1 hour, executives from Dihao Entertainment Media Group would personally visit, and an assistant would arrive in a luxury car. Rather than rush, it would be wiser to patiently await this moment of glory and let the facts speak for themselves. Fenger, come join us at the table. Your peers have been envious of you since your university admission. Now that they see you struggling, they naturally wish to vent their frustrations. How childish. Yifeng's mother remarked. 5 minutes later, Yifeng returned to the village banquet with his parents, preparing to dine at the same table as his elders. Little Fatty adopted an air of superiority, beckoning Yifeng over with a flourish, exclaiming, Yifeng, come here. Let me tell you about my job as a security guard at my restaurant. I'll pay you 2,500 a month. So make sure you do a good job, or I'll fire you. Little Fatty, I work as a foreman at a factory, and my total monthly salary is nearly 10,000. 2,500 is hardly worth mentioning to a college graduate. Silly Chong, despite his clumsy exterior, was quite astute within. His seemingly caring words masked a veiled taunt. Yifeng scoffed. 2,500? I truly do not regard it. Even if you placed 100,000 in front of me, I would not bat an eye. You're boasting. Little Fatty retorted defiantly. I'll lend you 100,000 right now and write you a check. I want to see how you can brush it off. Wow. Little Fatty truly is a wealthy individual, slapping the college student with his financial prowess. Such audacity. Little Fatty was undoubtedly the most successful among the youth. Yifeng scoffed. Don't lend me money. I'm not interested. Yifeng, given your current situation, please drop the pretense of superiority. Little Fatty is willing to help you. Why not show some gratitude? You, my child, when you were admitted to university, I warned you that even if you went to college, what of it? Finding a suitable job is not easy. Look, I told you so. An esteemed elder in the village reproached him, laced with a hint of mockery. At that moment, Little Fatty had prepared the check. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slapped the $10,000 check boldly onto the table, declaring grandly, Yifeng, this 10,000 is an advance on your salary. You can work as a security guard at my restaurant for 2,500 a month. In a year, that totals 30,000. Just work for me for over 3 years. Yifeng, Little Fatty is showing you kindness. Hurry and come to take the check and thank him. Silly Chong urged, amusement dancing in his eyes. Yifeng, it's better to be a security guard than to be unemployed. Besides, Little Fatty is even advancing your salary. The onlookers chimed in with a mix of sarcasm and concern. Yifeng comprehended clearly. This was nothing short of blatant mockery. Rising from his seat, he strode towards the dining table occupied by the rotund figure known as Xiaopeng. Just a moment ago, he had spoken with such lofty disdain. Yet now, upon beholding the 100,000 yuan check my brother-in-law had presented, he immediately capitulated, approaching like a submissive puppy. The current crop of university students is indeed disheartening. A source of true disgust. Xiaopeng's beautiful sister-in-law stifled a laugh, remarking, those high-scoring, low-ability students forsake their dignity for money. Yifeng approached Xiaopeng. Standing resolutely before him, Xiaopeng remained seated, adopting an air of superiority as he boomed. You needn't feel overly grateful. Just take the check. Before he could finish his sentence, Yifeng seized the check and, in front of all, tore it to shreds. Moreover, he scattered the confetti of paper across Xiaopeng's face. Do I look like I covet your paltry 100,000? A profound silence fell over the room, swiftly followed by a wave of commotion. Yifeng, have you lost your mind? You just shredded Xiaopeng's check. Can you afford to compensate for that? Questioned the fool named Chong. Truly, high scores paired with low intelligence, acting without a shred of thought. Xiaopeng's sister-in-law chimed in gleefully. Is it not you who lack foresight? A check is not cash. Tearing it up incurs no loss for the pig. Yifeng shot back, locking eyes with Xiaopeng's sister-in-law, who fell silent. Dad, take out your phone. I will transfer you 1 million. Yifeng declared, eager to slap these narrow-minded individuals in the face. Cut the bravado. I doubt you could amass that much in a lifetime. Xiaopeng's sister-in-law retorted impatiently, her thoughts laced with disdain. Must you always boast? It's embarrassing. Let's handle this at home. Yifeng's father arrived, his expression stern as he admonished his son. He could hardly believe that Yifeng possessed such wealth. 1 million yuan was an astronomical figure. Chapter 4. Mr. Yi, here are your car keys. Dad, please trust me. I will transfer you 1 million right now through online banking. Yi Feng asserted earnestly. Understanding one's child is a parent's gift. Upon seeing the sincerity in his son's eyes, Yi Feng's father began to waver, retrieving his phone. Child, what has come over you? Have you begun to speak nonsense again? Yet, Yi Feng's mother was filled with worry, her voice trembling with concern. Too much reading has turned him into a bookworm, lamented the esteemed elder. Xiaopeng fixed his gaze on Yi Feng. I'm waiting. Hurry up and transfer the money to your dad. 1 million, do you even possess it? If you can produce 1,000 now, I'll call you grandpa. Watch closely, I will transfer it this instant. Yi Feng retorted, opening the online banking app on his phone to commence the transaction. What a pretentious display, trying to act as if it's all very serious. Xiaopeng's sister-in-law interjected incessantly. If Yi Feng can afford to compensate, Chong, will call him grandpa. Indeed, Xiaopeng concurred with Chong's assertion. Moments later, the transaction was successful. Here, this is the transaction record. I have transferred 1 million. Due to the large sum, it will not be reflected instantaneously. Yi Feng presented his phone to Xiaopeng to display the transfer record. The crowd encircled him, collectively gasping in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? Yi Feng actually managed to transfer 1 million. Isn't he just a high-scoring, low-ability student who can't even secure stable employment? How could he possess such wealth? Inconceivable. This money must come from dubious sources. Xiaopeng muttered. My brother-in-law was right. There's no way you earned that much. Xiaopeng's beautiful sister-in-law scrutinized Yi Feng. Speak up. What illegal activities have you been involved in? Yi Feng, growing impatient, replied, I am being supported by a wealthy woman. Is that so hard to believe? You? Supported by a wealthy woman? Even I wouldn't look at you. Spare the rich lady your disgust. Xiaopeng's sister-in-law examined Yi Feng with a critical eye, taking in his unremarkable physique and attire, which screamed of mediocrity, resembling a seasoned loser. At that moment, a striking Koenigsegg 1 luxury supercar rolled slowly into view from the village entrance. Xiaopeng and Chong, both car enthusiasts, were instantly captivated, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they exclaimed in unison, My goodness, that's a limited edition Koenigsegg 1 worth 100 million. Rumor has it there are only 5 in the world. Who could the owner be to come to our humble village? Sister-in-law, this is far more impressive than your Audi. She chimed in, her eyes wide with admiration. If the owner is male, I certainly. My Audi cannot even compare. It's worlds apart. Xiaopeng felt a flush of embarrassment. Could it be my assistant delivering my vehicle? Yi Feng whispered. Before the gaze of the crowd, the supercar came to a halt. A stunningly beautiful fashionista, with a figure to envy and skin as fair as porcelain, emerged from the vehicle, exuding an air of elegance and grace. She looked like a celestial being, and anyone who were to marry her would surely be blessed by fortune. As the crowd murmured, Xiaopeng and Chong hurried over, adopting a servile demeanor. Greetings, beautiful and affluent lady. Your presence graces our humble village. The beauty smiled gently, introducing herself. I am Diana, Mr. Yi's assistant. May I inquire as to his whereabouts? Many here share the surname Yi. May I ask which Mr. Yi you are referring to? Chong suddenly enlightened, staring at Xiaopeng in shock, exclaiming, Could it be that Mr. Yi is you, Xiaopeng? Xiaopeng merely chuckled, offering no further explanation. Indeed, it is you. Chong exclaimed in excitement. Not him. Diana replied politely with a smile. The moment of pretension had failed, leaving Xiaopeng visibly embarrassed. Hello, beautiful. May I ask who your Mr. Yi is? Xiaopeng's beautiful sister-in-law approached Diana with keen interest, her mind racing with the revelation that their little village harbored a hidden tycoon of great wealth. At this juncture, Yi Feng approached Diana. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by Xiaopeng's sister-in-law. What brings you here? Don't tell me you're being supported by this beauty. Do you think you're worthy? Suddenly realizing her faux pas, she hastily apologized to Diana. I beg your pardon. I misspoke. Diana replied with a radiant smile. No worries. It's I who am unworthy of Mr. Yi. What did you say? Xiaopeng, his sister-in-law, and Chong were momentarily taken aback, perhaps instinctively believing that Yi Feng could not possibly be the Mr. Yi to whom she referred. The next moment, under the gaze of all, Diana bowed deeply to Yi Feng, offering a 90-degree bow as she respectfully stated, Mr. Yi, I have brought the supercar for you. Here are your keys. Chapter 5. Yi Feng, a moment of vindication. This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the crowd, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Almost simultaneously, every neighbor at the village banquet rose in unison, their incredulous eyes fixed on Yi Feng. Is it Yi Feng? Yi Feng's father and mother exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with shock. Mouths agape in disbelief. The esteemed elder of the village felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Having ridiculed Yi Feng moments ago, he was now faced with a stark reality. Xiao Pang and Chong stumbled backward in shock, both crashing to the ground. Chong, quickly tell me this isn't real. This cannot be true. How could Yifeng possibly be Mr. Yi? Moreover, he purchased a luxurious supercar valued at a staggering 100 million. Oh dear. The rotund little boss, seeing that Yifeng was able to successfully transfer 1 million to his father, couldn't he help but lament that there was nothing beyond reach for such a fool. That 1 million was of dubious origin, as the little fatty's sister-in-law deceitfully claimed. Yet, at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret, wishing she had not underestimated him. Had she agreed to be Yifeng's girlfriend from the outset, things might have been different. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Yifeng gazed at the luxurious supercar that the little fatty, the fool Chong, and others had longed for, and surprisingly shook his head in discontent. This car does not appeal to me, Diana. I shall gift it to you. The beautiful sister-in-law of the little fatty fainted at this declaration. Diana, striving to maintain her composure, replied with a smile, Mr. Yi, please do not jest. Yifeng, with utmost seriousness, leaned closer to Diana and whispered, of course, it is a jest. I noticed your admiration for it, so I thought you might enjoy driving it for a few days. In truth, he did not know how to drive. Mr. Yi, actually Diana clenched her delicate fist. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she publicly kissed Yifeng, proclaiming, Mr. Yi, I wish to be your girlfriend. The crowd erupted in excitement. Mr. Yi's girlfriend is simply celestial, far surpassing the beauty of the little fatty's sister-in-law. As they drove home for the new year, she stated, once the holiday has passed, you shall come and fetch me to Donghai City. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yifeng instructed his assistant Diana. As for the girlfriend matter, I shall contemplate it. Very well, Mr. Yi, shall I take my leave then? Yes, safe travels, and do be cautious on the road. After bidding farewell, Diana drove off into the distance. This child, I have always said, is destined for greatness. The little fatty and the fool Chong are simply incomparable, remarked a venerable elder from the village with a sycophantic smile. The little fatty and the fool Chong helped each other rise from the ground. Bro-in-law, shouldn't you both address Mr. Yi as grandpa? Who was it that said if Mr. Yi could successfully transfer 1 million, you would call him grandpa? The sister-in-law, awakened from her stupor, began to flatter Yifeng. Humph. The little fatty cast a glance at her. Is that even necessary? He must be called grandpa. Greetings, Master Feng. From now on, I shall follow you, with unwavering loyalty. The fool Chong kneeled before Yifeng, proudly declaring to the little fatty, Pudgy, I spoke first, humph. The little fatty, unwilling to be outdone, knelt and flattered, Master Feng. I am willing to follow you, serving you faithfully. And I too, Master Feng. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Biding, currently single. My brother-in-law suggested I become your girlfriend, and I am more than willing. The little fatty's sister-in-law also knelt down. Yifeng, observing the three kneeling before him, suddenly raised his hand and slapped each of them across the face. Master Feng, you strike well, lamented the fool Chong. Master Feng, do not dirty your hands. Allow me. The little fatty's flattery was impeccable. Fenger, you must tell me. What on earth is happening? Why does that woman refer to you as Mr. Yi? Is that car truly yours? You've only just graduated, regardless of your abilities. You cannot possibly own a company, let alone afford a supercar worth 100 million. This defies logic. Yifeng's father was anxious, fearing his son was engaging in illicit activities. Fenger, do not frighten your mother. At that moment, Yifeng's mother, her blood pressure rising, appeared pale and nearly fainted. Worrying for his mother, Yifeng had no choice but to fabricate a story. Mom, rest assured, I have not engaged in any illegal activities. That woman is my boss. She was once threatened by villains, and by a fortunate turn of events, I saved her. Hence, she was willing to cooperate with me in this charade and even gifted me 1 million as a token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, the kneeling little fatty and the others instantly stood up, their postures instantly more upright, as if a burden had been lifted. How shameless, pretending to be affluent. It is quite disgusting. Zhang Biding, relieved, shot Yifeng a disdainful glare. I wondered why you handed the car keys to that beauty. Claiming not to be interested in the luxury supercar, it turns out it was never yours. The fool Chong suddenly realized. You bookworm. Truly a case of high scores, but low intelligence. There is no hope for you. Zhang Biding's eyes were filled with disdain. In the next moment, something unexpected occurred. Chapter 6, like an emperor selecting a consort. For at that instant, a procession of private cars slowly entered the village. Rolls-Royces, Cadillacs, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and an array of other dazzling supercars amassed in the village, enough to dazzle the onlookers. The spectacle was grand and magnificent, akin to the arrival of a significant figure. The neighbors stood in stunned silence, utterly captivated. What is happening here? Witnessing this scene, the little fatty, the fool Chong, and Zhang Biding all turned their gazes towards Yifeng in unison. Cut it out. Please don't tell us these people are here for you. Yifeng chuckled to himself, thinking, surely, the higher-ups from the Dihao Entertainment Media Group have arrived. It seems even my attempts at modesty have been in vain. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and, with a resigned tone, declared, all right, I'll come clean. My previous words were a ruse. My true identity is Mr. Yi, the chairman of Dihao Entertainment Media, possessing 100% of the shares. Fearing that his parents might be further distressed, Yifeng quietly explained to them, Dad, Mom, I actually won a lottery of 100 million and then established a company. This was the only plausible explanation Yifeng could think of to put his parents at ease. Yifeng's father and mother exchanged glances, finally relieved. Winning the lottery is not illegal. Huh, you, who never speaks a word of truth, do you think we would still believe you? You claim to be the chairman of Dihao Entertainment Media? Surely you jest. Scoffed Zhang Biting. I could claim to be the queen mother of the West. Before she could finish, the owners of the supercars began to alight from their vehicles, accompanied by their respective assistants, striding purposefully towards Yifeng. Their attire and demeanor made it evident they were not ordinary individuals, prompting the villagers to respectfully make way. These elegantly dressed, uninvited guests soon stood before Yifeng. In full view of the crowd, they simultaneously bowed and exclaimed in unison, Mr. Yi, we come to wish you a happy new year. They're booming. Harmonious voices resonated throughout the village feast, stirring waves of astonishment. Smack, smack, smack. Zhang Biting was on the verge of collapse, regretting her previous words, and began to slap her own face in remorse. The little fatty and the fool Chong followed suit, mimicking her actions. Happy New Year. What brings you here? Yifeng feigned ignorance. We have come to pay our respects to Mr. Yi. They replied in unison. Mr. Yi, it is the New Year, and we have brought some small gifts for the villagers. Please accept them, said a dashing middle-aged man with a smile. Subsequently, several assistants retrieved numerous elegantly packaged boxes from the trunks of the supercars, appearing to be high-end smartphones. The middle-aged man continued, these are unreleased brand smartphones, acquired through our connections. We hope Mr. Yi and your fellow villagers will graciously accept them. 10 minutes later, the villagers at the feast were each holding valuable high-end smartphones, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Yifeng. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You are exceedingly generous. Mr. Yi truly exemplifies a wealthy benefactor. The little fatty is merely a nouveau riche, incomparable to Mr. Yi. As for the fool Chong, he was even less worthy of comparison. Old Yi, your family's Yifeng is quite impressive indeed. Just a year after graduation, he has already established his own company, and with such humility, his future is immeasurable. Master Feng, we were wrong. We should not have looked down upon you. Please accept our humble apologies. Xiao Pang and the fool Chong, with sorrowful expressions, knelt once more. Master Feng, I too. Zhang Biting, overwhelmed with shame, threw caution to the wind and knelt before Yifeng as well. Yifeng, disinterested in their antics, addressed the high-ranking visitors who had come to pay their New Year's respects. There are many of you, and our village is small, so I will not keep you. After the New Year, I will visit each of your companies in turn. Mr. Yi, you are too courteous. Our vehicles are all gifts from you. We have come to wish you a happy New Year and express our gratitude. Well then, Mr. Yi, we shall take our leave and see you on the 8th. After the executives departed, Xiao Pang and the others remained kneeling. If Master Feng does not forgive us, we shall not rise. Very well, then continue to kneel. The village banquet was in full swing. Everyone proactively toasted Yifeng, their words filled with respect, even tinged with humility. Yifeng's parents also garnered significant attention, receiving great respect and warmth from the villagers. After the banquet, Yifeng and his parents returned home. Before nightfall, a matchmaker arrived, accompanied by a dozen carefully selected young women from nearby towns, resplendent in their attire, as if an emperor were selecting his consort. Mr. Yi, which one do you fancy? These ladies are all university graduates, working as white-collar professionals in big cities. The matchmaker's eyes sparkled with delight. To Yifeng's surprise, his friend Xiaopang's sister, Zhang Biting, was among them. Mr. Yi, choose me. I work in Donghai City, and after the New Year, you will be heading there too. Let us not endure a long-distance relationship. Zhang Biting desperately sought his attention. However, Yifeng dismissed her entirely, opting not to select anyone else. He desired love, not mere attraction. Moreover, these women were only interested because they had learned of his true identity. If he had nothing to his name, it is likely that none would wish to associate with him. Everyone, please return home. I am currently focused on my career and am not interested in romance. I have no time for it. Yifeng gently declined. Mr. Yi, I can cook, and I make a mean dish. Mr. Yi, I graduated from Waseda University in Japan and currently serve as a department manager at a large multinational corporation. Mr. Yi, I am gentle and understanding. Mr. Yi, rather than leaving, they persisted in promoting their attributes as if in an interview. Mr. Yi, I will cook for you right now. Fearing that her golden opportunity might be seized, Zhang Biding hastily slipped into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Mr. Yi, I will wash your clothes. One young lady recklessly began to remove Yi Feng's garments. Hey, stop that. This is unacceptable. Yi Feng erupted. Everyone return. As for whom I choose, it will depend on your performance. My girlfriend must be obedient. Go home. The stalling tactic proved effective. Zhang Biding led the exodus, casting a lingering, affectionate glance back as she coyly said, "Understood, darling." She was as compliant as a newlywed bride. Yi Feng felt utterly exasperated. Watching them depart, he thought to himself, I shall choose none of them, for he already had someone in his heart. After the new year, upon returning to Donghai City, he would surely confess his feelings to the woman he adored. The next morning, while Yi Feng was still lost in slumber, he was awakened by the wish bottle. Good morning, master. I am here to announce the time. It's exactly 8 o'clock. Today, you have 2 wishes awaiting your command. Rousing from his dreams, Yi Feng sat up, bleary-eyed, and focused on the wish bottle that had rolled to his side. After a moment's contemplation, he began to make his wishes. For my first wish today, I hope my parents enjoy good health and a peaceful, prosperous life in their later years. Congratulations, master. Your wish has been granted. Your father's smoking addiction has vanished, eliminating the risk of lung cancer. Your mother's blood pressure and blood sugar levels have returned to normal, as you wished. They shall enjoy good health and peace in their later years. At that moment, he overheard his parents conversing in the courtyard. Every morning, I have the habit of smoking a cigarette, but today, for some reason, I find cigarettes repulsive and nauseating. I never want to smoke again. His father said, every morning, my blood pressure has been a bit high, causing dizziness and pain, but today, remarkably, I am pain-free, and my blood pressure and blood sugar seem to have dropped. His mother replied. Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled with relief. For my second wish, I hope to enhance my physique and features, to amplify my charisma and masculine allure. Congratulations. Master, your wish has been granted. Go take a look in the mirror. The wish bottle encouraged. Yi Feng climbed out of bed and stood before the dressing mirror to inspect his transformation. He had grown taller. His physique was perfectly balanced, embodying the ideal standard. His eyebrows were more defined, forming a striking, heroic arch. His eyes appeared deeper, radiating determination. His nose was more prominent, his lips red and teeth white. His entire face was sharply contoured. In summary, he had become an upgraded version of Yi Feng, a handsome man. The aura of a loser had completely dissipated, replaced by an air of nobility and an enigmatic masculine charm. Gazing at his reflection, Yi Feng felt elated. It was not vanity. He truly looked remarkable. At breakfast, his parents nearly mistook him for a stranger, though they could still see traces of their son in his visage. Thankfully, his voice had not changed. It was indeed Yi Feng. After breakfast, he returned to his room and inquired of the wish bottle. Do I have to make wishes every day? If I cannot think of any wishes at the moment, can I refrain from wishing? Of course, master. All right, then for the next few days, I shall refrain from wishing and wait until after the new year to make my wishes upon returning to Donghai City. In these spirited days, time flew by as if it had sprouted wings, and before long, it was the 7th day of the new year. His assistant, Diana, a business prodigy and stunning mixed-race beauty, arrived in a luxury sports car worth a fortune to take Yi Feng back to Donghai City. This very car had been a casual gift from Yi Feng to her. Diana was immensely grateful, and after a few days apart, she found Yi Feng even more striking, causing her heart to flutter with unspoken affection, though she felt unworthy and concealed her feelings, embarking on a secret crush. If those wealthy second-generation suitors, who had pursued Diana in vain, were to learn of this, what a painful revelation it would be. Upon arriving in Donghai City, Diana suggested that Yi Feng attend a meeting at the group first. Yi Feng replied, since you are my assistant, I shall entrust you with the management. You proceed with the meeting, and I will join you as soon as I finish my errands. Diana was deeply appreciative. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Yi. After parting ways with Diana, Yi Feng headed to the Huanyuan Garden community within the 5th Ring Road. He arrived at their shared accommodation to find Air Pong, the vixen, and the little money grubber enjoying a sumptuous hot pot feast in the living room, the aroma wafting enticingly. Yi Feng, having been out of work and somewhat downcast, had been taken in by Air Pong, sharing a bedroom with him, while the vixen and the little money grubber each had their own rooms. Yi Feng, you're back? I can't believe you've become even more handsome in just a week. By the way, the new year has passed. You really need to hurry up and find a job. Although we are classmates, we are not wealthy either, and we can't keep letting you live off us indefinitely. The vixen, with her enchanting face, was unwilling to remain single, as marrying into wealth was her greatest aspiration. In truth, she looked down on Yi Feng from the depths of her being, as she despised his rural origins and often covertly referred to him as a country bumpkin. The fox spirit, what are you saying? Yi Feng is my closest friend. Both Xiao Caima and I have stable jobs. And you have also found a satisfactory position at the Emperor Entertainment Media Group. Now, it is only Yi Feng with whom we share our academic camaraderie, and we must support one another. Though Peng may be a bit foolish, he is quite loyal. The Emperor Entertainment Media Group? Isn't that my company? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng smiled faintly to himself. Yi Feng, come, let us feast on hot pot. And remember to give me 20 yuan afterward. Xiao Caima said with a gleam in his sharp eyes, grinning cheerfully. I paid for all these ingredients. Xiao Caima, why are you calling him? If he remains unemployed, I will certainly drive him away, that wretched country bumpkin. The fox spirit whispered. Yi Feng heard her clearly. You all eat. I've had a bumpy ride and am quite tired. I shall retire to the bedroom for a moment. As Yi Feng entered Peng's room, he faintly heard the fox spirit's disdainful remark. That country bumpkin annoys me just by being here. Yi Feng closed the door and took out the wishing bottle from his backpack. He began to make a wish. I hope to possess a luxurious villa in Donghai City, complete with an outdoor swimming pool, a golf course, and a garden. It should have a butler, servants, and security personnel. The butler must be Qian Rahai, the richest man in Donghai City, and among the servants, there should be celebrities, while the head of security must be a master of martial arts, renowned within the Huaxiao martial arts community. Congratulations, master. Your wish has been granted. The Jingdi Villa in the suburbs of Donghai is now under your name, and the property deed is in your backpack. The Jingdi Villa is the most prestigious standalone villa in Donghai City and throughout Huaxia, epitomizing luxury. Yi Feng rummaged through his backpack and indeed found the property deed for the Jingdi Villa, just as he placed the wishing bottle and the deed back into his bag. The bedroom door swung open. Yi Feng, I simply cannot hold back any longer. I must speak my mind. You need to move out today? The landlord just called, and the rent has increased again. I can no longer allow you to live here for free. The fox spirit stood at the door, arms crossed, impatiently gazing at Yi Feng. Chapter 8. Confrontation with the fox spirit. In the past, when Yi Feng was down on his luck, he would brush off the fox spirit's disdain with a smile. Now that he has found success, why should he endure her contempt any longer? Silence. I will leave. Yi Feng retorted impatiently. Oh, you country bumpkin, we have allowed you to live here for free, and you dare to speak to me in such a tone? Leave. Hurry and go. Even if you end up sleeping on the streets, we will not take you back, ungrateful wretch. The fox spirit exclaimed angrily. Peng and Xiao Caima rushed over to mediate, but the flames of conflict could not be extinguished. Living here for free? How shameless can you be? Although I have not paid rent, did I not purchase the ingredients for our meals every night? And when you have your monthly visitor, do I not fetch you sanitary supplies? Get lost, you filthy country bumpkin. The fox spirit's face turned crimson with embarrassment and anger. She snatched the backpack from Yi Feng's hands and hurled it out of the bedroom. The zipper was not fully secured, and the villa's property deed tumbled out. Oh dear. Fox spirit, at least Yi Feng is our classmate. Are you not being excessive? Peng hurried to retrieve the backpack for Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Xiao Caima picked up the property deed, opened it, and gasped in shock. Yi Feng, you bought a house, and it's a villa? What did you say? The fox spirit, disbelieving, leaned in for a closer look. Then she scoffed. This property deed looks so authentic. Yet, he is just a country bumpkin without a stable job. In Donghai City, where land is as precious as gold, he cannot afford a villa, not even a bathroom. It's not that I look down on him. He will never afford it. Yi Feng, why would you forge a property deed? Peng inquired. Haha. The fox spirit laughed heartily. He must have made a fake property deed to show off back home during the new year. What a vain country bumpkin. Yi Feng, with utmost seriousness, declared. It is not fake. Get out quickly and stop disgusting me. The fox spirit pointed toward the door, issuing an eviction order. Yi Feng reached for the backpack from Peng and the property deed from Xiao Caima, fixing his gaze on the fox spirit and deliberately asked, What position did you secure at the Emperor Entertainment Media Group? You'll be shocked. I am the chairman's secretary. The fox spirit said proudly. I start work tomorrow, and I hear the new chairman is a young and capable handsome man. Fox spirit, does that not place you in an advantageous position? Yi Feng replied with a cold smile. Marrying into a wealthy family has always been your dream. Only Xiao Caima truly understood the fox spirit. Huffed. Yi Feng, you think you are someone significant? You think your words carry weight? Hurry and leave. The fox spirit scoffed. Very well then, let us see tomorrow. Yi Feng secured the property deed in his backpack, zipped it up, and suggested to Peng and Xiao Caima. Would you like to visit my villa? Peng was bemused. Yi Feng, have you lost your mind? Xiao Caima reprimanded. We are classmates. Stop pretending in front of us and inflating your ego. Yi Feng sighed. If you do not believe me, so be it. I shall take my leave. He picked up his backpack and turned to exit. Yi Feng, you haven't found a job yet, and surely you are in need of money? Do you wish for me to witness my best friend living on the streets? Peng tried to dissuade him from leaving. Yi Feng walked away without looking back, yet his heart was warmed. Peng was indeed a true friend. Seeing Yi Feng resolute in his departure, Peng reluctantly pulled out his wallet and withdrew a stack of 100 yuan bills, rushing after him. Take this money. Peng, why are you giving money to that country bumpkin? Come back. The fox spirit interjected. Peng, thank you, but I truly do not need money. Yi Feng declined. Flashing a smile at Peng, we will always be good brothers. Farewell. Sigh. Peng felt a pang of melancholy. Upon leaving the Huanyuan community, Yi Feng initially intended to call Diana to have her drive him to the villa, but reconsidered, realizing that she was currently representing him in a meeting with the senior executives of the company. Thus, he abandoned the idea. Instead, Yi Feng hailed a taxi. Driver. To Jingdi Villa. Yi Feng settled into the front passenger seat. The driver queried, Jingdi Villa is in the affluent district. Are you sure you want to go there? Before Yi Feng could respond, the driver suddenly realized. Oh, I see. You must be one of the workers there? I am the owner of the villa. Yi Feng replied earnestly. The driver burst into laughter. Young man, you have quite the sense of humor. An hour later, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the standalone villa, a grand mansion. A guard station stood at the entrance, where a security guard was on duty. To Yi Feng's surprise, the head of security was none other than Wu Didao, a master of martial arts, accompanied by his elite disciples. After paying the fare, Yi Feng turned to the driver. Why not come in for a visit? The driver, still chuckling, replied, Young man, although you may be poor, I admire your optimistic and humorous spirit. As they spoke, the martial arts master, leading a group of security personnel, approached the taxi, all bearing expressions of reverence. The master personally opened the car door for Yi Feng, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Mr. Yi. You have finally returned home. Qian Ruhai, the richest man in Donghai, is now your butler, and he has gathered the entire household staff to await your arrival, including several celebrities among the servants. Chapter 9, A Royal Welcome. The taxi driver was left astounded, his mouth agape. Though incredulous, he found it hard to dismiss the truth, for he was a martial arts enthusiast and recognized the martial arts master. Little did he expect that the esteemed master, renowned for his numerous disciples, would serve as the head of security in this young man's opulent residence. In the next moment, the driver hurriedly exited the vehicle. Mr. Yi, overwhelmed with anxiety, stammered an apology to the driver. It's all right. You haven't said anything. Yi Feng replied with a nonchalant smile. Thank you for your forgiveness, Mr. Yi. The driver glanced at the security captain, Wu Didao, and then asked Yi Feng, Mr. Yi, I am an enthusiast of martial arts and hold Master Wu in high regard. May I take a photo with him? The esteemed Master Wu respectfully inquired. Is that permissible, Mr. Yi? Yi Feng nodded in assent. Once granted permission, Wu Didao began posing for a photograph with the driver. Master Wu, as a martial arts grandmaster with extraordinary skills, what brings you to work as a security captain? The driver asked, bewildered during the photo session. Wu Didao chuckled ruefully, recalling the strange events of that morning, which sent a chill down his spine. As if harboring unspoken troubles, he evasively replied, Mr. Yi is a magnate. I willingly accept the role of security captain in his opulent residence. Meanwhile, in a corner of the luxurious and spacious Jingdi Villa, the butler, Qian Ruhai, one of the wealthiest individuals in Donghai, awaited Yi Feng's return with numerous servants. As Yi Feng delayed his arrival, Qian Ruhai could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of several star-studded servants. You are all prominent celebrities. Why have you chosen to work as servants in Mr. Ye's mansion? The group exchanged glances, reminiscing about their own chilling encounters, their faces paling at the thought of this unspeakable secret, which they dared not voice. Speaking out would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Thus, they maintained their composure and replied with smiles. Mr. Yi is our esteemed magnate. We are honored to serve as maids in his abode, willingly. Qian Ruhai wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering, could it be that they, like me, have encountered bizarre occurrences? This unutterable secret must remain buried within. We must show utmost respect to Mr. Yi. At that moment, a powerful voice resounded. Mr. Yi has arrived. It was the voice of the esteemed martial arts master, Wu Didao. Everyone turned their gaze to see a strikingly handsome young man, exuding charisma, surrounded by a cadre of security personnel, making his entrance. As Yi Feng had only recently arrived in Donghai, he had yet to procure any fine garments, and thus appeared in the attire of his previous, more humbled days, creating a dissonance. The butler, Qian Ruhai, along with all the servants, greeted Mr. Yi with deep respect, stating, from this day forward, we shall dedicate 4 hours daily amidst our busy schedules to serve you in the villa, without any expectation of remuneration. The group bowed respectfully. Though they were each tinged with apprehension, having all experienced unsettling events that remained unspoken, they dared not express a hint of discontent, each regarding Yi Feng with a mixture of respect and trepidation. Noticing 4 stars among them, Yi Feng maintained a calm demeanor, appearing unfazed. Please rise. Yifeng commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The group responded, rising to their feet. Yifeng waved his hand. Everyone, please return to your tasks. The villa is vast. Those responsible for cleaning should tend to the upkeep. The cooks should prepare the ingredients in the kitchen. Those caring for the plants should head to the garden to tend to the weeds and pests, and those in charge of security should patrol. Yes, Mr. Yi, they affirmed, dispersing to their respective duties. Finally, Yifeng was left with 4 stunning star maidens. What are your responsibilities? Yifeng inquired, feigning nonchalance. We are here to attend to your every need, Mr. Yi. What would you like to do now? The 4 maidens asked with bright smiles. I feel a bit tired and wish to rest. Understood, Mr. Yi. 10 minutes later, on the edge of the outdoor swimming pool, Yifeng reclined on a bamboo lounge chair, surrounded by a flurry of activity. Some were massaging his legs, others were tending to his feet, while one fed him fruits, and yet another cracked open sunflower seeds, all while singing to amuse him. If this scene were to be witnessed by their devoted fans, it would be nothing short of spectacular. The sensation of being a magnate was delightful. After an hour of indulgence, the voice of the butler, Qian Rahai, crackled through the maid's intercom. Lunch is ready. Please escort Mr. Yi to dine. However, Yifeng was too comfortable to move. The star maidens had no choice but to use the intercom to call the security captain, Wu Didao. Master Wu, Mr. Yi is by the poolside. It's lunchtime. Could you send a few security personnel over? 5 minutes later, several security team members arrived, lifting the bamboo lounge chair to transport Yifeng to the designated dining hall. The villa boasted 3 dining areas, each designated for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The lunchroom was opulently adorned, laden with an array of delightful dishes. Yifeng remained reclined in his chair, only moving his mouth to partake in the feast. The 4-star maidens attended to him, each wielding a pair of chopsticks. A slice of 5-spice beef, please. Upon his request, Maida promptly served him a piece of beef. 1 crayfish, please. Maid meticulously peeled the crayfish before presenting it to him. Yifeng savored every bite, declaring it the most extravagant meal he had ever experienced, akin to the treatment of an emperor. At that moment, the intercom buzzed again. Mr. Yi, we have a serious situation. Wu Didao's voice, as the security captain, echoed through the device. Yifeng remained undisturbed, reclining comfortably. Maid C held the intercom to his lips. What is the matter? He inquired. Mr. Yi, the fans of the 4-star maidens have arrived. They are blocking the villa entrance, clamoring to get in. They appear utterly frantic, nearly losing their composure. Yifeng could faintly hear the chaotic voices of the star maidens' male fans through the intercom. Baba, I love you. Why are you here? This isn't your home. Are you in a relationship? Woe is me. Let me in. I need to find my goddess Zizi. What have you done to her? Why is she here? Has she been taken in by the magnate? Tong Tong, could you come out for a moment? Please tell us why you are in this mansion. Who owns this extravagant residence? Is wealth truly all that matters? Enough. Take the intercom away. Yifeng said coolly. Maid C retracted the intercom from his lips. Yifeng glanced at Maid D. Nana, it seems your fans are rather composed. Mr. Yi, mine are all anti-fans. I naturally attract negativity, Maid D replied, her eyes reddening. What should we do if they refuse to leave? The intercom crackled with urgency. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. You 4 should go and resolve this matter. But remember, the fans are quite fervent and may act irrationally. Ensure that the villa's security protects you. Yifeng instructed the 4-star maidens. Yes, Mr. Yi, they responded, bowing deeply before exchanging glances and departing. Half an hour later, they returned. They explained to the fans that the mansion belonged to a female friend outside of the industry, and they had come to celebrate her birthday. After clarifying, they took a photo with the fans to pacify their emotions. Upon hearing this, Yifeng cautioned, in the future, should you return to the villa, it is imperative that you disguise yourselves to avoid recognition. It could lead to complications. Understood, Mr. Yi. After lunch, Yifeng instructed them to take a break while he retired to his bedroom to rest. The 4-star maidens, each as beautiful as a flower, had fans aplenty, including wealthy heirs and successful individuals. Yet those fans could never fathom that their beloved stars also held the title of servants within his household. Thus, a day in the life of a magnate came to a close. The following morning, Yifeng contemplated new aspirations and began to summon the wishing bottle. Bottle, please come out. Chapter 11, the luxurious Bugatti supercar. At that moment, the wishing bottle floated before him. Master, it is currently 8:23 in the morning. Good morning. Do you have a wish for today? Indeed. Very well. Please begin with your first wish. I wish to possess a Bugatti La Voiture Noire luxury supercar worth 100 million RMB. Congratulations, Master, your wish has been granted. The car keys are on your bedside table, and the supercar has appeared in the villa's underground garage, complete with all necessary documentation and license plates. Please proceed to inspect it. I'll go in a moment. Let me make my second wish first. Of course, master, please continue. I wish to know how to drive, to have the ability to operate the Bugatti, and to possess a driver's license. Yifeng declared. Congratulations, master, your wish has been fulfilled. As soon as the wishing bottle finished speaking, a driver's license materialized in Yifeng's hand. Oh yeah, Yifeng exclaimed with satisfaction, you've worked hard, bottle. You can take a rest now. All right, master. After enjoying breakfast prepared by the maid, Yifeng proceeded to the villa's underground garage to retrieve his car. A magnificent, sleek black luxury supercar caught his eye. The design of the vehicle exuded grandeur and opulence, embodying a regal demeanor that commanded respect. With just a glance, Yifeng was enamored. He took out the car key. Beep beep. The taillights illuminated. 5 minutes later, Yifeng drove out of the garage. Today, he was headed to the company. As he drove towards the Dihao Entertainment Media Group, vehicles on either side dared not approach Yifeng's Bugatti, maintaining a respectful distance. Fearful of any potential mishaps, they couldn't afford to take risks. The cars behind the Bugatti were equally cautious, terrified of a rear-end collision. Undoubtedly, Yifeng's Bugatti had become the king among cars, dominating the road. Who was this wealthy god, driving a luxury supercar worth 100 million? Incredible. A businessman worth only a few tens of millions, can only look on in awe. An owner of a Ferrari F8 remarked with envy. I wonder who the owner of the Bugatti is and what they look like, a wealthy young woman driving a Lamborghini Urus thought, hastening her speed in an attempt to catch up with Yifeng. However, in the end, she was left trailing several streets behind Yifeng's Bugatti. This is insane. My driving skills are astonishingly proficient, even seasoned. This is all thanks to my wishes. Amazing. The feeling of cruising the urban streets in a luxury car is simply exhilarating. A red light appeared ahead. Just as Yifeng came to a stop, the wealthy young woman in the Lamborghini Urus rushed over. She approached the driver's side of the Bugatti, bending down to peer through the glass at Yifeng. Shocked, she had presumed that the driver of a 100 million yuan luxury car would be a middle-aged man, yet instead, she found a dashing young man, exuding charm and charisma, handsome beyond measure. The wealthy young woman blushed, hesitating to greet him, feeling unworthy of this strikingly affluent young man. Regrettably, the green light illuminated. Yifeng drove away in a cloud of dust. A half-hour later, he arrived at the plaza of the Dihao Entertainment Media Building, while a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Today marked the first day the enchanting beauty arrived at Dihao Entertainment, and she was astonished to see a luxury supercar in the plaza. The enchanting beauty's greatest dream was to marry into wealth. Thus, she was well-versed in luxury goods, including supercars, and naturally recognized the Bugatti. Who could the owner be? As long as he was male, regardless of looks or age, she would approach him. The enchanting beauty pulled out a small mirror from her bag to check her makeup, ensuring she looked alluring. Next, she adjusted her attire, striving for an even more voluptuous appearance. Finally, with a flutter of excitement, she donned her high heels and dashed towards the Bugatti. Chapter 12, My Husband's New Bugatti. Thud. In her excitement and eagerness to engage, the enchanting beauty accidentally twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. Ouch! She cried out, wincing in pain, as she struggled to rise. Yifeng had already exited the vehicle and was walking towards the entrance of the Dihao Media Group. The enchanting beauty's eyes were solely fixated on the luxury car, oblivious to Yifeng's presence. Yifeng, however, noticed her but chose to ignore her. Although they were classmates, they had since fallen out. The enchanting beauty limped towards the Bugatti, only to find the owner had already departed, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Yet her spirits lifted as she pulled out her phone to snap a photo with the Bugatti, subsequently posting it on social media to satiate her vanity. My husband just bought this Bugatti, worth 100 million. Almost immediately, several friends commented, wow, you finally got your wish and married into wealth. Your husband must be incredibly wealthy. So envious. Her friend, a financial enthusiast, quipped with a sharp tongue, adding, don't believe her, she's still single. While reading the comments, the enchanting beauty made her way toward the Dihao Entertainment Media Group building. 3 minutes later, in the elevator lobby, she spotted Yifeng. Oh, what a coincidence to see you, you country bumpkin. What? Did you sleep on the streets after I sent you away yesterday? The enchanting beauty asked gleefully. I didn't sleep on the streets. Yifeng replied, unperturbed, smiling as he teased, I slept in the park. The enchanting beauty crossed her arms, standing with an air of superiority, disdainfully glancing at Yifeng. How pathetic. Sleeping in a park is nothing to boast about. Men like you are the ones I disdain the most. I feel the same about you. Is that Bugatti your husband's? Do you even have a husband? Earlier, Yifeng had seen the enchanting beauty's post on social media. Her face flushed with indignation as she retorted, that Bugatti in the plaza belongs to my husband. He drove it to bring me to work. Besides, whether I have a husband or not is none of your business. Go away, you annoy me. That Bugatti is mine, Yifeng stated plainly. How shameless can you be? Boasting without any merit. You should find a job before you start bragging. The enchanting beauty suddenly realized. Oh, I get it. You're here for an interview. Yi Feng decided to tease her. Indeed, I'm here for an interview. The enchanting beauty, brimming with pride, replied, I've successfully applied for the position of secretary to the chairman. Today is my first day at work. The chairman's secretary has influence. You should leave. Our Dihao Entertainment Group won't hire someone like you, fearing it may tarnish our image. As she spoke, the elevator doors slowly opened, and she hurried inside. Preventing Yi Feng from joining her. Hurry and leave. Don't share the elevator with me. Yi Feng maintained an inscrutable smile. Sharing the elevator with you would be beneath my dignity. Because, as the chairman of the group, Yi Feng had his own private elevator. The exclusive elevator operated on a card system. Without the elevator card, one could not access it. Yi Feng's private elevator led directly to the chairman's office on the 8th floor of the building. Dihao Entertainment Media Group, 8th floor, chairman's office. Yi Feng pushed the door open. His eyes brightened. Spacious, grand, prestigious, and well-lit. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows afforded a panoramic view of the vibrant CBD of Donghai City. Yi Feng shut the door and leisurely spun around in his executive chair. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Come in. The chairperson's assistant. The astute and affluent beauty of the business world, Diana, entered the room. Upon seeing Yi Feng, her heart raced. Mr. Yi, you have finally arrived. The new secretary for the chairman is currently reporting to the HR department. She will be here shortly. She is quite a beauty with an impressive figure. And I have assessed her capabilities. She is not merely a pretty face. Diana made a valiant effort to maintain her composure. Please inform her to leave. Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Excuse me? Ask her to leave? Why? Diana inquired, perplexed. Without further elaboration, Yi Feng reiterated, just relay my exact words to her. She is to leave. His tone rose in intensity. All right, Mr. Yi. Diana cautiously exited the chairman's office, only to encounter the new secretary, an alluring figure, approaching with a bright smile. Hello, Anna. The enchanting secretary greeted politely. Diana offered a faint smile, her expression tinged with regret as she said, I'm sorry, but our chairman has requested that you leave. What did you just say? The secretary's smile faltered, her expression freezing in disbelief. Our chairman does not wish to employ you. I sincerely apologize. But you must seek other opportunities. Diana clarified. But why? The secretary lamented, her face a mask of confusion. She had finally secured a position as the chairman's secretary. And she had heard rumors of the chairman's youth and capability. She had envisioned herself ascending to the role of the chairman's spouse. Yet now, she had not even had the chance to meet him before being dismissed. The secretary clenched her fists in frustration and declared, I am going to confront the chairman for an explanation. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the office door and pushed it open. Please, do not act impulsively. The chairman is an individual of immense stature, a billionaire, and a young prodigy. Do you truly wish to question him? Diana cautioned, attempting to temper the secretary's fervor. I cannot accept this. The secretary's eyes brimmed with tears of indignation. Did you offend the chairman in some way? Diana inquired. The secretary, incredulous, replied, I have never even met the chairman. How could I have offended him? Diana sighed. The mindset of the wealthy is as inscrutable as divine will. As she spoke, the secretary, disheartened, departed, while Diana entered the chairman's office. Mr. Yi, currently only the upper echelons of the Empire Entertainment Media Group are aware of your status as chairman. But the lower-tier staff remain oblivious. Perhaps you should convene a meeting with the grassroots employees to introduce yourself? Yi Feng reclined lazily in his chair, adopting a relaxed posture. No need. As long as the senior leaders are informed, that suffices. If too many people know, it becomes troublesome. I do not wish for the group's white-collar workers to greet me with incessant calls of Chairman Yi. How bothersome. Understood, Mr. Yi. Diana responded with a smile. Very well. I entrust the entire group to your management. I am off to enjoy life. Yi Feng declared, rising from his seat. With a magical bottle that could grant any wish. He had no desire to toil away like an emperor, ultimately succumbing to overwork. Enjoying life was the true imperative. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I shall not betray your trust. Diana asserted earnestly. Yi Feng replied dismissively as he exited the office. Yi Feng spent a day reveling in the outskirts, driving his Bugatti. It was only in the sparsely populated countryside that he could experience the exhilarating freedom of racing a supercar without constraint. During his escapades, several affluent young women driving luxury sports cars attempted to engage him, but he remained aloof and indifferent, causing them to leave in disappointment. As evening approached, Yi Feng drove to the Happy Garden community. Having reached the pinnacle of his life, he sought to bring good fortune to his close friend, Pong, who had supported him during his more challenging times. What brings you here? Upon Yifeng's entrance into the shared living room of Peng and his companions, the sulking secretary shot him a disparaging glare. You aren't planning to mooch off us again, are you? Hurry and leave. I don't want to see you. Earlier that day, the secretary had inexplicably lost her position as the chairman's secretary, leaving her in a state of discontent. Secretary, do not be so unreasonable. Yifeng is my friend. Peng interjected from his seat, engrossed in a mobile game. Yifeng, how is your job search going? The small-time money enthusiast inquired as he stood and patted Yifeng on the shoulder with a shrewd grin. Do you need me to help you submit resumes online? But you must compensate me, haha. By the way, I assume you must have faced setbacks during your interview at Empire Entertainment Media today? The secretary speculated with a hint of schadenfreude. Yifeng casually responded, I did not secure the position. Now that he had everything he desired, Yifeng wished to toy with the vanity of this ambitious secretary who longed to marry into wealth, deliberately leading her to believe he was unsuccessful. Once the time was right, he would reveal his true identity, and he anticipated her reaction would be quite amusing. Such a game was far too entertaining. Haha, I knew you wouldn't land the job. Empire Entertainment Media is such a large conglomerate with formidable strength and stringent requirements. There was no way you could succeed. Yifeng, if it doesn't work out, I can speak to my department head and see if they need anyone. Peng offered, eager to assist. Peng, no need. I do not wish to work. Yifeng replied lazily. Then you might as well just sit around and wait to die. How pathetic. The secretary scoffed. Peng, you should quit your job and come work with me. I will offer you a monthly salary of 100,000, along with a house and a car. Yifeng suddenly suggested, casting a glance at Peng, who was engrossed in his game. Get lost. The secretary sprang to her feet, a look of shock on her face. You are becoming increasingly insufferable. How can you boast when you haven't even found a job yourself? Truly hopeless. Yifeng, are you unwell? Why do you keep spouting nonsense lately? Peng questioned. Indeed, he seems quite ill. The money enthusiast replied, shaking his head with a sigh. At that moment, a tenor voice resonated from downstairs. Jingjing, I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? The secretary's real name was Hu Lijing. That guy downstairs in the Audi A8 is a scion of a wealthy family. Don't you wish to marry into wealth? Why not accept his proposal? The money enthusiast inquired. Is that really a wealthy family? He is merely a nouveau riche. I have no interest. The secretary scoffed. Then I shall send him away. Peng declared as he suddenly stood up and rushed out of the room. Despite being so engrossed in his game, he was particularly attentive when it came to matters concerning the secretary. Yifeng could discern that Peng harbored feelings for her. Thus, Yifeng followed Peng out of the room. Descending the stairs and exiting the building, they found the young man with roses, impeccably dressed, leaning against Yifeng's Bugatti, seemingly flaunting the exorbitant supercar as if it were his own to passers-by. Yifeng found it amusing. The Audi parked nearby was actually his. At that moment, the Audi boy leaned against the Bugatti and shouted up to the building, Jingjing, I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? Enough shouting. The secretary would never be interested in you. Peng approached the Audi boy with a challenging gaze. If she doesn't like me, does she fancy you? Aren't you just Jingjing's roommate? Are you really going to compete with me for a girlfriend, you impoverished fool? Mocked the Audi driver, sneering at Peng. Hey, that's a bit excessive, don't you think? Yifeng interjected as he stepped forward. Oh look, another pauper has arrived. Two broke losers. Behold, this luxurious Bugatti is mine. Do you even know how much this car is worth? The Audi driver boasted with an air of affluence. Peng seethed. Does having money make you special? The Audi driver retorted, well, it's certainly better than being you two, who can't even afford a car. Do you dare to repeat that this Bugatti is yours? Yifeng fixed his gaze on the Audi driver. This is unequivocally mine. The Audi driver declared confidently. Is that so? Then allow me to shatter your pretentious facade. Yifeng pointed at him, enunciating each word. Listen closely, this Bugatti is unequivocally mine. Yifeng, what on earth are you saying? Peng was at a loss, having noticed that Yifeng had changed, becoming increasingly boastful during their brief time apart over the new year. Haha, is that really yours? Even your friend doesn't believe you. How could you possibly afford a Bugatti? I'm not underestimating you. But you can't even buy an electric car? The Audi driver laughed heartily, his mockery unrestrained. Yifeng reached into his pocket and felt the Bugatti car keys. Chapter 14, The Upgrade of the Wish Bottle. Bayo. The Bugatti's taillights flickered to life. Yifeng raised the keys with a smile, staring at the astonished Audi driver. Is it mine? Gulp. The Audi driver swallowed hard, his face flushed with embarrassment, his cheeks twitching, as a sense of humility washed over him, erasing the earlier bravado. He fumbled with trembling hands to pull out a tissue, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Beside him, Peng stood in stunned silence, his expression a mix of disbelief. This must be a dream. How could Yifeng be this wealthy? He comes from a rural background and has never held a stable job since graduation. Why are you still leaning against my car? If you damage it, Can you afford to pay for it? Yifeng reminded him. In the next moment, the Audi driver recoiled as if electrocuted. If you want to pursue a vixen, wait until you can afford a hypercar worth 100 million before you come back. Yifeng glared at the Audi driver. The Audi driver nearly collapsed. Despair etched on his face. Brother god of wealth. I fear I will never be able to afford it. I concede. With that, he turned and hurried to his Audi, driving away in disgrace. Erping, stop dawdling. Let us go. I'll take you for a spin. Yifeng clapped Erping on the shoulder. Erping finally snapped back to reality. Yifeng, is this car truly yours? Indeed. Yifeng beamed. But that's impossible. Erping still struggled to believe it. It is very much possible. To be honest, I won the lottery and hit 200 million. Yifeng stated nonchalantly. 200 million? Erping exclaimed. Let us keep this under wraps for now. Especially from the vixen and the little money grubber. Yifeng suddenly became serious. Oh, I understand. Erping looked at Yifeng with newfound admiration. Now that you've struck it rich, I'm sticking with you from now on. Absolutely. Tomorrow you should resign and follow me. I'll gift you a house and a car, and then I'll set you up with a 5-star restaurant for you to manage. Yifeng declared generously. After all, these things could be obtained through wishes, and Erping was his best friend, deserving of elevation. Brother Feng, I willingly pledge my loyalty to you. Seeing Yifeng's generosity, Erping knelt down. Get up. Yifeng laughed, playfully scolding. Don't stand on ceremony with me. We are the best of friends. Erping stood up, grinning. Of course. Let us go for a drive. Later, Yifeng drove Erping around for a while before they headed home. Upon returning to their shared apartment, Erping found the vixen and the little money grubber watching TV in the living room. Thank goodness you didn't bring that country bumpkin Yifeng to stay with us. Otherwise, I would have been furious. The vixen remarked. Is Yifeng homeless? Sleeping in a park? Erping's expression turned serious as he looked at the vixen. You can look down on anyone, but never underestimate Yifeng. You must remember my words. Are you out of your mind? Yifeng is just a country bumpkin. What is wrong with me looking down on him? I simply do. The vixen replied defiantly. Around 10 o'clock that night, the so-called country bumpkin Yifeng was reclining in a luxurious villa, reveling in life. 4 stunning starlet maids catered to him, massaging his shoulders, back, and legs with meticulous attention. Yifeng blissfully drifted into slumber before he even realized it. The night passed without incident. The next morning, upon waking, the starlet maids had departed. Yifeng called for the wish bottle. Bottle, where are you? Good morning, master. It is currently 8:10 in the morning. Do you have any wishes to make today? The cute, azure, round bottle floated before Yifeng. I do. Wonderful. Please begin with your first wish. I wish to possess 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. One for Erping and one for the maid responsible for purchasing goods for the villa, Ame. Congratulations, master. Your wish has come true. 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms have successfully appeared in your villa garage, and all relevant paperwork has been completed. Okay. Now I wish to own a 5-star Chinese restaurant and a 120 square meter apartment within the 3rd Ring Road, also gifted to Erping. Congratulations, master, your wish has been successfully granted. As the wish bottle finished speaking, Erping's restaurant business license and property deed materialized on the bedside table. Due to the master's generosity in uplifting his friends and treating the maids with utmost kindness, the bottle absorbed the positive energy from its owner and subsequently upgraded. Starting tomorrow, the master can wish for talents in various fields, though still grounded in reality. For instance, the master can wish to acquire athletic prowess, academic excellence, artistic skills, singing abilities, and so forth, the wish bottle reminded. Yifeng was elated. That is fantastic. Thank you, bottle. You've worked hard. Now you can take a break. Of course, master. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The wish bottle vanished into thin air. After breakfast, Yifeng handed the keys to the Rolls-Royce Phantom to Ame, the maid responsible for the villa's procurement. Ame was not a starlet maid, but an ordinary maid who graduated from Harvard University and currently managed the villa's purchasing. I've bought you a Rolls-Royce Phantom for your convenience while shopping. Yifeng smiled. Ame received the keys with excitement, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You're simply too generous. Isn't the price of a Rolls-Royce Phantom around 8 or 9 million? Yifeng casually replied, 9.2 million. It's no big deal. Use it to buy groceries. Yes. Ame nodded vigorously. Mr. Yi, I'm concerned that the vegetables from the market might not be safe for you to consume. So I've arranged to order some from a rural area 200 kilometers away from Donghai City. Today, I plan to drive the Rolls-Royce Phantom. You gifted me to pick them up. That is perfectly fine. The car is yours now. Feel free to use it as you wish. Nearby, the butler, Qian Ruhai, listened with a frown, pondering the absurdity of using a Rolls-Royce Phantom for vegetable procurement. As the wealthiest person in Donghai City, Qian Ruhai himself drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, which he cherished dearly, regarding it as a prized possession. Yet now, even Yifeng's maid drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and worse still, It was being used as a procurement vehicle to fetch vegetables from the countryside. This leaves the wealthiest individual in Donghai City, Qian Rahai, in a state of despair. At that moment, Yifeng's phone rang. It was a call from Erping. Hello, Erping. Brother Feng, there's a class reunion tonight, initiated by that vixen. You should come. It's been over a year since we graduated. It's time to catch up with our classmates. Erping chuckled. Not interested, I'll pass. Brother Feng, Lu Xian will be attending too. All right, I'll go. Yifeng replied without a moment's hesitation. Lu Xian was Yifeng's closest friend from university, and their relationship was somewhat ambiguous. Yifeng harbored feelings for her, but had never confessed. He preferred to remain silent. In the realm of love, the one who speaks first is the one who loses. He intended to wait for Lu Xian to confess her feelings first, at which point he would feign indifference and decline her advances. A classic case of wanting to lure her in deeper. When the time was ripe, he would then accept her. He chuckled to himself. Chapter 15. Low-key pretentiousness. An hour later, at the Huanyuan community, Erpeng, holding the property deed and car keys, gazed at the brand-new Rolls-Royce Phantom before him, stuttering with excitement. Brother Feng. You are truly my brother. Yifeng smiled nonchalantly. Let me be frank. I treat you well, so I expect your loyalty. Betrayal will lead to dire consequences. Erping solemnly vowed. I would never betray you, Brother Feng. I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for you. Just say the word. And I would charge in like a moth to the flame. Good. Since there's a class reunion tonight, I want to drive my Bugatti there. It's too ostentatious. And I don't wish to show off in front of my classmates. Yifeng maintained a low profile. I'll take your Rolls-Royce Phantom. Now, Yifeng was a wealthy tycoon, lacking nothing but love. He hoped to meet a girl who liked him purely for who he was, devoid of any materialistic considerations. If he found such a girl, he would traverse the heavens and seas for her. This was, indeed, Yifeng's true motive for attending the class reunion. He wondered if Lu Xian was the one for whom he would traverse the heavens and seas. By the way, drive me to buy some clothes. Look at me. Still dressed in cheap attire. Tonight's reunion. With Lu Xian attending, I must dress to impress. Yifeng laughed. Of course, Brother Feng. Erping stood straight, respectfully saluting Yifeng. Half an hour later, Erping parked the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of a clothing store. This store catered to high-end, cultured individuals seeking understated elegance, featuring luxurious yet understated brands. These garments were costly but appeared ordinary, known only to those in the know, while the general public remained oblivious. The store specialized in Italian Prada. Upon spotting the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside, the store manager's eyes lit up, and they greeted warmly. Welcome, esteemed guest. How may we assist you today? Bring forth your most expensive garments. Erping, knowing Yifeng had no financial constraints, began his performance of pretentiousness. He deliberately dangled the car keys to the Phantom, causing the manager to understand that he was the owner, while his friend, dressed in ordinary attire, was possibly just an acquaintance. Nevertheless, the manager continued to greet Yifeng with a smile, recognizing that a friend of a Rolls-Royce owner must not be ordinary. After all, in the valuable landscape of Donghai City, one must not judge a book by its cover. A seemingly humble individual might very well be a millionaire. Yifeng accompanied Erping into the store, where the manager personally attended to them, introducing the most expensive clothing. Several beautiful saleswomen regarded the seemingly ordinary Erping with smiles, each with their own thoughts. The owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom looks quite dashing. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Yifeng, with his hands in his pockets, stood beside Erping, but the saleswomen's attention was entirely on Erping. Yifeng observed silently, amused. Excuse me, could you step aside? We'd like to take a few photos of that handsome gentleman for our album. A slightly plump saleswoman requested of Yifeng. Oh, of course. Yifeng stepped away, positioning himself at the entrance, quietly watching them. Click, click. The slightly plump saleswoman snapped several photos, visibly delighted. Her colleagues began to tease her. My dear sister, have you taken a liking to that tall, rich, and handsome fellow? He drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom. He surely has a girlfriend. And one who is far beyond your reach. I think the one standing at the door, dressed in ordinary attire, might be easier to pursue. He seems to be the sidekick of the Rolls-Royce owner, but that is not too shabby. The slightly plump saleswoman instinctively glanced at Yifeng. Truth be told, he was the true handsome one, not only strikingly attractive, but also exuding an aura of charisma. However, good looks alone do not pay the bills. Contemplating this, she pouted her lips. Brother Feng, why are you just standing at the door? Are you here to buy clothes? Erping, who had been listening to the manager's clothing introductions, suddenly turned to Yifeng. You're not hesitant about the prices, are you? You're so wealthy that even my Rolls-Royce Phantom was a gift from you. Do you really care about the cost of clothes? Chapter 16. Magnanimous Clothing Purchases. As soon as he said this, all eyes in the store converged on Yifeng. The slightly plump saleswoman was left speechless. The The manager incredulously asked Erping, "Sir, did you really receive that Rolls-Royce Phantom from him? That's incredible." Erping replied earnestly, "Absolutely. Even my new house and restaurant were gifts from Brother Foam. Don't be deceived by his humble attire. He is the true, wealthy one. And I am merely his follower. My sincerest apologies. We were remiss in our hospitality earlier. Please forgive us." The slightly plump saleswoman, along with her astonished colleagues, began to bow and apologize to Yi Feng, some even adopting a subservient demeanor. Yi Feng, with his hands still tucked in his pockets, casually remarked, "No need for that." He then surveyed the array of brands displayed in the store and inquired, "Manager, how much for all the clothing in your store?" The manager momentarily lost his bearings. "I'll take it all. Please pack up everything in the store and deliver it to Jingdi Villa," Yi Feng declared grandly. His villa's wardrobe was still empty, and this would serve as perfect decoration. The manager and her staff were nearly ecstatic, realizing they had encountered a true tycoon. They exchanged glances filled with mutual understanding, casting respectful glances toward Yi Feng. "Certainly, sir. I will tally the total amount with my staff," the manager beamed, then instructed the slightly plump saleswoman. "Quickly take this gentleman to the VIP room for a rest. Serve him the finest Westlake Longjing tea." "Oh yes." The slightly plump saleswoman nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at rice. "No need." Yi Feng pulled out his bank card, stating, "I'll prepay a deposit of 200,000. The remaining balance will be settled once the clothes are delivered to my villa." "Very well." The manager received Yi Feng's bank card with both hands, leading him to the cashier to finalize the transaction. After Yi Feng paid the deposit, the sales manager seized the opportunity. "Sir, may I add you on WeChat? We can send you the specific location when we deliver the clothes." Yi Feng replied impassively, "No need. Jingdi Villa is a standalone property. There's only one in Donghai City, and it's easy to locate on the map. The most expensive and luxurious Jingdi Villa in Donghai City? I heard it was purchased by a tycoon. It turns out that tycoon is you." The store manager suddenly came to a realization, smiling apologetically. Yi Feng glanced at her and added, "It is imperative that it arrives before 3 o'clock this afternoon, as I have matters to attend to in the evening. I am looking forward to wearing something from your store." "Certainly, sir." The manager hurriedly replied. "Peng, let us go," Yi Feng said, with his hands tucked into his pockets, leading Peng out of the clothing boutique. The manager, accompanied by all the staff, bowed deeply to Yi Feng's retreating figure, collectively expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Sir, please take care. We look forward to your next visit." Without turning back, Yi Feng reminded, "Remember, it must arrive by 3 o'clock this afternoon." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Feng successfully received the garments delivered by the boutique. The total expenditure exceeded 10 million. These clothes were from the pinnacle of high-end luxury brands, yet they exuded an understated elegance and charm, boasting exceptional quality that was both comfortable and stylish, without being ostentatious. Such brands of subtle luxury are not easily recognizable to the uninitiated. Without online research, one might mistake them for ordinary attire. At 4 o'clock, prior to attending the class reunion, in the shared living room of the Joy Garden complex, Yi Feng appeared before Peng, the vixen, and the little money grubber, clad in his new attire. "What brings you here?" The vixen shot Yi Feng a disdainful glance. "I came to join you for the class reunion." Yi Feng replied with a cheerful smile. "I initiated this reunion, and I did not notify you. It would be best if you didn't attend." The vixen retorted, displeased. "What brand are you wearing? I've never seen it before. It must be some counterfeit, cheap knockoff, right?" Yi Feng merely smiled in silence. "A knockoff? You truly have poor eyesight. Did you know? Our classmate Peng is a super wealthy second-generation heir. That Rolls-Royce Phantom downstairs belongs to him, and he has also purchased a property within the 3rd Ring Road. Not to mention, he runs a 5-star restaurant." The little money grubber exclaimed excitedly. "From now on, I'm sticking with him. Did you hear that? Peng is a rich heir, someone you, a country bumpkin, could never aspire to befriend. Yi Feng, I advise you to refrain from seeking out Peng. You are unworthy of being his friend." The vixen warned. Peng, unable to bear the slander any longer, decided to reveal the truth to the vixen. "Vixen, stop talking. I'll tell you right now." Chapter 17. The tycoon takes the bus, unwillingly displaying wealth. Yi Feng cleared his throat twice, signaling for Peng to refrain from divulging the truth. Thus, on the verge of speaking, Peng hesitated. It was still too early for the vixen to learn of his affluent status, and Yi Feng resolved to deliver a resounding slap to her face at the class reunion. That would be truly satisfying, as the larger crowd would amplify the effect. "Peng, what exactly do you want to say?" the vixen inquired. "Nothing." Peng dismissed her, casting a glance at Yi Feng. He had to heed Yi Feng's words, as everything he possessed was granted by Yi Feng. In his eyes, Yi Feng was his pillar of support, deserving of unwavering loyalty and respect. "Vixen, Attending the reunion as Air Peng's girlfriend will undoubtedly evoke envy among those female classmates. With a house, a car, and a career, I suggest you agree to be his genuine girlfriend. The little money grubber suggested. The vixen, however, remained proud. Impossible. I'm merely pretending to be his girlfriend for the reunion. It's all a facade. Alas, here I am, still struggling to find a billionaire boyfriend. I must rely on Air Peng for a lifeline. True, he is wealthy now, but he is rather ordinary looking, not handsome at all. The little money grubber glanced at Yi Feng and remarked, Yi Feng is handsome, yet he is poor. If he were wealthy, he would truly be the epitome of a high-class gentleman, and you would undoubtedly be drawn to him. There are no ifs. The vixen shot Yi Feng a disdainful look. I'm not underestimating him. He never earned significant wealth in his lifetime. Yi Feng chuckled coldly. It's nearly 5 o'clock. Shouldn't we be leaving? Air Peng, let us go. Drive your Rolls-Royce Phantom and take us to the class reunion. The vixen instinctively linked her arm with Air Peng's. Air Peng, smitten by the goddess's gesture, felt his heart flutter. Air Peng, I warn you, do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Our relationship is fictitious and temporary. Only valid at the class reunion. The vixen cautioned. Hee, even if it's temporary, I'm quite enjoying it. Air Peng grinned mischievously. The vixen playfully pinched him. Let us go? Suddenly, she turned her gaze to Yi Feng, expressing her disdain. Air Peng will drive me and the little money grubber, while you can take the bus or subway. If you can't even afford the fare, then there's no need for you to join us. At that moment, Yi Feng felt an intense dislike for the vixen and was disinclined to share Air Peng's luxurious car. However, when he approached Air Peng, he hadn't driven his own Bugatti, worth a staggering 100 million, as he wished to avoid flaunting his wealth at the reunion. Thus, Yi Feng opted to take the bus. 10 minutes later, the vixen sat in the passenger seat of Air Peng's Rolls-Royce Phantom, witnessing Yi Feng board a bus. She scoffed, muttering, a man without ambition is destined to ride the bus for life. Vixen, don't be excessive. Yi Feng is our classmate and my friend. Please show him some respect. Air Peng retorted as he drove away. Respect? Please. I simply look down on him. Just a country bumpkin. The vixen shot back at Air Peng. From the back seat, the little money grubber remarked. Actually, Yi Feng is quite handsome, especially after the new year. He seems transformed, exuding charm and charisma without a hint of being a country bumpkin. At that moment, Yi Feng, whom the vixen disparagingly referred to as a country bumpkin, sat on the slowly moving bus, in a window seat, gazing at the urban landscape outside. Beside him sat a portly man with a buzz cut, adorned with a gleaming gold chain around his neck, seemingly genuine. This is my first time on a bus. I didn't expect it to move so slowly. If it weren't for my bends being restricted, I wouldn't bother with the bus. The buzzcut man complained. Yi Feng smiled in silence. Hey, brother. Don't you find it exhausting to squeeze onto the bus every day like you working class folks? The portly man asked Yi Feng with an air of superiority. It's bearable, Yi Feng replied modestly. Bearable? You must be easily satisfied. Do you know why you still can't afford a car? It's because you're too content, lacking the drive to strive for more. The buzzcut man continued, feigning kindness while lecturing Yi Feng. Yi Feng remained silent. As it was rush hour, the bus progressed slowly, stopping at each station. Ironically, the traffic jam occurred at the entrance of the city ring road. However, the ring road was clear, allowing for a swift journey. Had Yi Feng driven there, he would have reached the reunion venue in no time. Realizing this, Yi Feng decided to send a WeChat message to his assistant, Diana, instructing her to fetch his 100 million Bugatti from his villa. Diana quickly replied, Understood, Mr. Yi. After sending the message, Yi Feng closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the buzzcut man was unable to sit still and resumed chatting with Yi Feng. Brother, for someone like you who can't afford a car, I suggest you return to your hometown. You're really suffering. The allure of big cities is great, but life in a metropolis can be quite unforgiving. Yi Feng, disinterested in engaging with such a nouveau riche, remained silent. Half an hour later, while the bus remained stuck in traffic, Diana had already arrived at the entrance of the city ring road, driving Yi Feng's 100 million Bugatti. Alas, a Bugatti La Voiture Noire valued at a staggering 100 million. A luxurious supercar. Whose opulent vehicle might this be? How imposing it is. The gaugehead on the bus, peering through the glass window, caught a glimpse of Yi Feng's sports car. Simultaneously, Diana happened to emerge from the vehicle, holding the Bugatti key. My apologies, it's mine, Yi Feng remarked nonchalantly, effortlessly sliding open the bus window to wave at Diana. My friend, while boasting may not be a crime, do refrain from such grand claims. The gaugehead was utterly unconvinced. Mr. Yi, I can see you. I've brought your Bugatti. Here are the keys. Diana stood outside the bus window, extending the keys to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, a Bugatti sports car? These two significant pieces of information surged into the ears of all the passengers within the bus. Chapter 18. Who says that is just street merchandise? In an instant, All eyes in the bus were fixated on Yi Feng, their expressions brimming with incredulity. The gaugehead stared at Yi Feng in astonishment, embarrassment flooding his face, wishing to find a crevice in the ground to vanish into. He lamented his lack of discernment, having arrogantly assumed that the affluent individual was merely an ordinary office worker unable to afford such a vehicle. How laughable! Who would have thought this dashing young man, so youthful, was already a company executive and, moreover, possessed a luxurious Bugatti worth $100 million? Truly, the disparity between individuals can be infuriating. Yet, that young man was indeed rather exasperating, choosing to squeeze onto a bus like us common folk, competing for public resources. How infuriating! Indeed, why would a wealthy person ride the bus? Even if there were vehicle restrictions, surely they have assistance for such matters? In a fervor of envy, jealousy, and disdain, the passengers began to murmur among themselves. Under the watchful gaze of all, Yi Feng approached the bus driver, requesting him to open the door. Once the door swung open, Yi Feng disembarked, striding towards his Bugatti. At that moment, the gazes of the bus passengers followed Yi Feng until he vanished from sight in a cloud of dust. At the Kempinski five-star hotel, on the third-floor banquet hall, a class reunion was underway, featuring high-end Western cuisine. The instigator of this gathering was none other than the vixen, yet the one footing the bill was someone else entirely. Prior to the meal, a sophisticated cocktail party commenced, underscoring that the one paying was indeed a spirited, wealthy individual. The upscale cocktail party proceeded with classmates, dressed to the nines, eager to showcase their prosperity. Those who fared well sought to let the world know, while those less fortunate would go to great lengths to maintain appearances. Groups formed around cocktail tables, elegantly savoring their preferred beverages, engaging in lively conversation. The vixen, impressively, had become the girlfriend of Heir Pong. Yet it was even more surprising that Heir Pong was a wealthy heir, arriving in a Rolls-Royce Phantom for the reunion. Vixen, your dream of marrying into a wealthy family has come true. Heir Pong is indeed your ticket to affluence. How enviable for us girls. The vixen, holding a glass of red wine, stood gracefully among her classmates, radiating elegance. She smiled silently. Heir Pong, I shall align myself with you henceforth. Today, some arrived by car for the reunion, but I must confess, some rented their vehicles, and others drove second-hand cars. Only yours is truly magnificent. By the way, Heir Pong, where is Yi Feng? Aren't you two the best of friends? Why hasn't he shown up? A classmate inquired. Oh, he has probably stuck in traffic on the bus. The vixen took a sip of her red wine, chuckling lightly. It seems Yi Feng hasn't secured a job yet. So, Yi Feng is struggling, it appears. Although we've all found employment within a year of graduation, the most successful among us is the vixen herself, who has become the secretary to the chairman. The vixen did indeed secure the position of secretary to the chairman, but she was dismissed by Yi Feng, a fact of which she remained blissfully unaware. Yet today, in her quest for vanity at the reunion, she boasted of her role at the Dihao Entertainment Media Group, claiming to be the chairman's secretary. Vixen, why hasn't Yi Feng arrived yet? Should I drive to fetch him? Heir Pong waved the keys to his Rolls-Royce Phantom publicly, hinting at ostentation. Don't go. I suspect Yi Feng feels embarrassed about his current situation and wouldn't show his face. The vixen scoffed. Who says that? Am I not here? The grand doors of the banquet hall swung open, revealing Yi Feng, hands casually tucked into his pockets, entering the gaze of everyone. He wore a luxurious, understated brand, impeccably comfortable, yet to the untrained eye, appeared quite ordinary. Only those with a discerning eye could appreciate the subtlety of his attire. Having just graduated, his classmates were predominantly office workers, and even the fashion-savvy vixen failed to recognize the quality of his clothing. At the reunion, while all others dressed to impress, she couldn't help but criticize his humble attire, which she deemed akin to mere street merchandise. If he couldn't afford decent clothing, couldn't he borrow something from Heir Pong? Such a lack of ambition is truly disheartening. The vixen showed no mercy towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng, haven't you found a job yet? No worries, take your time. If all else fails, our company is in need of a janitor. A few boys couldn't suppress their laughter, while the girls stifled giggles. As the secretary to the chairman, I could easily arrange a position for you at the Dihao Media Group, but you must kneel before me to plead. The vixen proclaimed loftily while savoring her red wine. Yi Feng, kneel. The vixen is the secretary to the chairman. Arranging a position for you is but a trifle. Kneel. A real man knows when to bend. Someone teased. Vixen, you shouldn't be so excessive. Heir Pong could hardly bear to watch. He harbored feelings for the vixen and worried about her offending Yi Feng, fearing dire consequences. Furthermore, he wished to shield his friend from ridicule. What is excessive about it? We classmates have finally gathered. He, however, shows up in such shabby attire. Since he chooses to lament his financial woes, I shall lend him a hand. If he kneels before me, I'll grant him a position. The vixen persisted obstinately. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Yi Feng, this is where you falter. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. When attending a gathering, should you not invest in decent attire? At the very least, it reflects your respect for the occasion. Yet, you chose to don such street merchandise. If you lack funds, here, I'll lend you some. Would 200 be sufficient? Who dares to say this is mere street merchandise? Yi Feng was clad in a brand embodying understated luxury and depth. Hailing from the esteemed Italian house of Prada, each piece costs no less than 20,000. You ignorant fools truly possess no discernment. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed from the entrance of the banquet hall. Chapter 19. What capital do you have to be so arrogant? Yi Feng and the others turned their gazes to see a goddess of unparalleled beauty and figure, accompanied by an unfamiliar gentleman, whose attire reeked of opulence. It was Lu Xian, radiant as ever, exuding an ethereal charm, elegant and poised. How enviable. The little gold digger couldn't help but exclaim, "Humph, I find her rather unremarkable." The vixen's jealousy flared. The arrival of Lu Xian rendered the other girls present utterly overshadowed. Even the alluring and enchanting fox spirits were no exception. The male attendees were so captivated by Lu Xian that their eyes widened in astonishment. She was the campus belle of yesteryears, now the esteemed president of the Lu Group, hailed by media as the most beautiful woman of Huaxia. "Xian, it's been ages. You look even more stunning. Xian, how have you been? It's truly delightful to see you." "Lu, the campus belle, you remain as radiant as ever." The single men, like eager pups, jostled to engage Lu Xian in conversation. Yet, her gaze was solely fixed on Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, it's been over a year since graduation. Why haven't you reached out? I've missed you so much." The goddess adored by all the men at the scene suddenly spread her arms and leaped into Yi Feng, embracing him tightly. "Lu Xian, please maintain some decorum. We are not in a romantic relationship." Yi Feng coldly pushed her away. During their university days, Yi Feng and Lu Xian shared a bond that transcended mere friendship, yet had not blossomed into a romantic affair. Their relationship was akin to that of friends with unspoken affections. Witnessing this scene, a handsome stranger accompanying Lu Xian furrowed his brow. He stepped forward and forcefully shoved Yi Feng, nearly causing him to stumble. If it weren't for Peng's timely support, Yi Feng would have surely fallen. "How could someone like you, a mere pauper, dare to approach my girlfriend?" Qian Wuyo sneered, pointing at Yi Feng, his expression venomous. "What did you just say?" Peng stepped forward, gripping Qian Wuyo's collar, his eyes wide with indignation. "Stop right there. Do you even know who he is? He is the son of Qian Ruhai, the richest man in Donghai. Don't offend him over a country bumpkin." The fox spirit interjected, pulling Peng back. "If I recall correctly, the richest man in Donghai is my villa steward." Yi Feng mused to himself, hands casually tucked in his pockets. However, at that moment, Qian Wuyo struck first, delivering a swift kick to Peng's abdomen, sending him sprawling backward. Peng. The fox spirit rushed to assist Peng while apologizing to Qian Wuyo. "I'm sorry, Qian Xiao. Please do not be angry." Yi Feng frowned, seizing a bottle of champagne from the cocktail table, preparing to hurl it at Qian Wuyo. "You wish to strike me? Come, throw it at me." Qian Wuyo taunted, leaning closer. "My father is the wealthiest man in Donghai. My master is a martial arts grandmaster. If you don't wish to remain in Donghai, then go ahead and throw it." Qian Wuyo was exceedingly arrogant. Yi Feng quickly put down the champagne and apologized to Qian Xiao. "You cannot afford to offend him." The fox spirit ordered angrily, pointing at Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, listen to me, apologize." Lu Xian, aware of Qian Wuyo's ruthless nature, recognized that Yi Feng, with no connections or background, could not afford to offend him. Lu Xian's relationship with Qian Wuyo was merely a commercial union. Both the Qian and Lu families had their own agendas, which she alone could not control. Yi Feng put down the champagne and apologized to Qian Xiao quickly. The fox spirit insisted, "Today, our gathering's food and drinks are all courtesy of Qian Xiao. Such an upscale affair must have cost him dearly. A mere apology would be a small price to pay. Indeed, what leverage do you possess against Qian Xiao, who is immensely wealthy? You, who haven't even secured a job, stand no chance." Some classmates began to curry favor with Qian Wuyo, deriding Yi Feng. Yi Feng put down the champagne. Lu Xian attempted to take the champagne from Yi Feng's grasp, whispering, "Qian Wuyo is a spoiled rich kid, ruthless and trained in martial arts. We truly cannot afford to offend him." Lu Xian wished to protect Yi Feng, still believing him to be the same innocent Yi Feng of the past, despite his newfound handsomeness. Seeing that most of the attendees regarded him with trepidation, Qian Wuyo laughed triumphantly, pointing at Yi Feng menacingly. "Haha, I am not someone you can afford to offend. You have two choices, kneel and apologize, or crawl through my legs." With a sudden motion, Yi Feng seized the champagne from Lu Xian's hand and swung it toward Qian Wuyo's head. "Your father, the richest man, is my villa steward. treating me with utmost respect. Your martial arts master is the security chief of my villa, obeying my every command. What clout do you possess to act so arrogantly before me? The classmates were left speechless, bewildered by Yi Feng's audacity to confront Qian Wuyo. Moreover, what did Yi Feng mean by that? Had he purchased a villa? How could that possibly be? Was he boasting? The champagne bottle, of good quality, did not shatter upon impact, merely resulting in a thud as a large bump formed on Qian Wuyo's forehead. Accustomed to wielding his family's wealth and having dabbled in martial arts, Qian Wuyo was typically feared. Yet today, a pauper dared to humiliate him before an audience, leaving him utterly mortified. Clutching his forehead, Qian Wuyo furiously pointed at Yi Feng, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? My father could never be your steward, and my master is certainly not your villa's security chief. I heard from your classmates that you are merely a jobless pauper. Who gave you the audacity to oppose me? You worthless wretch? I'll make sure you regret it." Qian Wuyo's face twisted with rage as he lunged toward Yi Feng. "Qian Wuyo, if you so much as touch Yi Feng today, I will never forgive you." Lu Xian pulled Yi Feng behind her, arms outstretched, her delicate features radiating determination as she glared at Qian Wuyo. Qian Wuyo felt a surge of jealousy. "You are my girlfriend, and now you side with someone else during our conflict?" Yi Feng was not just anyone. He was the one Lu Xian cherished. As Lu Xian's cheeks flushed, she thought to herself, "He is the one I care for. Very well, I shall refrain from violence today." Qian Wuyo, genuinely fond of Lu Xian, did not wish to upset her. Perhaps, that which is unattainable is the most precious. Officially, Lu Xian and Qian Wuyo were in a romantic relationship, a result of a business alliance between the two families. However, in truth, Lu Xian wouldn't even allow Qian Wuyo to hold her hand. "Kid, for my girlfriend's sake, I'll spare you today, but mark my words, should I encounter you again, I will break your legs." Qian Wuyo threatened Yi Feng. The fox spirit seized the opportunity to flatter Qian Wuyo, advising, "Qian Xiao, please do not lower yourself to the level of this country bumpkin. He simply enjoys boasting about how your father is his villa's steward, and your master is his villa's security chief. It's all nonsense. He is just a fool without any substance." Surprisingly, the fox spirit, who usually had a keen eye for fashion and luxury brands, misjudged Yi Feng. To clarify, Yi Feng's attire was worth no less than 20,000, being from an Italian low-luxury brand, as Lu Xian stated. 20,000. The money-obsessed classmate exclaimed. "How could that be? How could Yi Feng possibly afford such things?" "Huh, I fear it may be nothing but a counterfeit," scoffed the vixen, unimpressed. "Yi Feng hasn't even secured a job. He spent the latter half of last year living off air pong, feasting and lodging for free. How could he possibly afford such expensive garments?" At that moment, the store manager, accompanied by several sales associates, approached from the banquet hall's entrance. "Good day, Mr. Yi," they greeted, bowing respectfully. "Are you not from the clothing store? What brings you here?" Yi Feng inquired. "Ah, Mr. Yi, your extravagant purchase of over 10 million on our men's apparel has significantly boosted our store's performance, prompting us to gather here for a celebratory event. Coincidentally, our banquet hall is adjacent to yours, and I happened to catch sight of you." The manager continued, presenting a VIP membership card. "As a token of our appreciation, may I offer you this card, entitling you to a 20% discount on all future purchases at our store?" Yi Feng accepted the card, casually slipping it into his pocket. "Well then, we shall be on our way," the manager said, bowing once more before departing with his team. The atmosphere in the banquet hall had turned eerily silent, as if everyone could hear each other's thoughts. Yi Feng actually spent over 10 million on high-end, low-luxury brands? What is going on here? Didn't the vixen claim he couldn't even find a job? Who would have thought Yi Feng is just like air pong? A rich second generation masquerading as a simpleton? From now on, we shall associate with you. I suddenly found Yi Feng remarkably handsome. I couldn't help but wonder if he had a girlfriend. The vixen, in disbelief, crossed her arms and approached Yi Feng, adopting a condescending demeanor. "Tell me, was that 10 million worth of clothing bought by Air Peng? Why would that concern you?" Yi Feng shot her a cold glance. "Air Peng is my boyfriend now. How can it not matter when you're spending my boyfriend's money?" The vixen's anger intensified. "Wow, Air Peng is so loyal, spending over 10 million on Yi Feng's clothes. Now that's what I call a true brother." Someone interjected. "But honestly, Yi Feng should be ashamed, spending someone else's money without a second thought. Why feel ashamed? From now on, Yi Feng will simply be a lapdog at Air Peng's side, biting whoever Air Peng commands. Just a moment ago, everyone witnessed me kick Air Peng while Yi Feng protected him like a dog," Qian Wuyo remarked venomously, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Nearby, Air Peng, though momentarily pleased by his own vanity, felt more frustrated. He thought, "You narrow-minded fools, Brother Feng is the true wealthy magnate. My house, car, and restaurant were all given to me by him." Clenching his fists and with eyes ablaze, he finally shouted, Do not belittle others. Let me be clear. I am not a rich second generation. Everything I possess, my house, my car, my restaurant, was gifted to me by Brother Feng. Chapter 21. The goddess confesses to Yi Feng. Peng, have you lost your mind? Who would believe such nonsense? The vixen chided, pinching Peng playfully. Peng, you're too loyal. Yi Feng is fortunate to have a friend like you. A money-loving classmate praised him, giving a thumbs up. Peng, we may not have been acquainted under normal circumstances, but the banquet is nearing its end, and dinner is about to commence. Let us take our seats. Qian Wuyo, seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom keys in Peng's hand, recognized his wealth and sought to befriend him, knowing that associating with affluent individuals could only be advantageous. Thank you, Qian Xiao, for recognizing my Peng. Let us go sit together. The vixen smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Feng, let us join them. Peng called to Yi Feng, only to be pulled away by the vixen. Why are you calling him? You are now a rich second generation, while Yi Feng is merely a country bumpkin. Your friendship ends here. From today onward, your real friend is Qian Xiao. Qian Wuyo laughed heartily. The vixen is right. How could rich second generations like us befriend a pauper? Brother Peng, I shall befriend you instead. Since dinner is about to begin, let us hurry. The vixen linked her arm with Peng's, following Qian Wuyo to the dining table. The dining table was an exceptionally long rectangular affair, with the attendees seated on either side as the meal commenced. Yi Feng, hands in his pockets, approached the table. At that moment, Qian Wuyo remarked enviously, "There's a Bugatti worth $1 billion parked in the hotel lot. I wonder whose it is. I bet the owner is a true tycoon, even wealthier than my father. My father and brother Peng both drive Rolls-Royce Phantoms, but compared to that Bugatti, they seem trivial. That's my Bugatti," Yi Feng thought to himself, but he refrained from voicing it, knowing no one would believe him. They would only accept the truth upon witnessing him with the car keys, unlocking the Bugatti. There remained but one empty seat at the table, positioned next to the vixen. As Yi Feng attempted to sit down, the vixen wrinkled her nose in distaste, exclaiming, "Don't sit next to me. You reek of country bumpkin." Haha, Qian Wuyo laughed. Yi Feng, today's gathering is on me, which makes me the host. You're unwelcome here. Haven't you noticed that no one wishes to sit with you? Seizing the opportunity, Qian Wuyo retaliated, verbally assaulting Yi Feng. Yi Feng, sit here, beckoned Lu Xian, who was seated to Qian Wuyo's right. However, Yi Feng declined, saying, "It's too cramped over there. Get up and sit next to the vixen. Let Yi Feng have your spot." Lu Xian urged Qian Wuyo. "What did you say? Are you trying to chase away your boyfriend?" Qian Wuyo's eyes turned red with anger, nearly choking on his rage. "If you refuse, then I shall ignore you from now on," Lu Xian declared seriously, clearly upset. "Fine, I'll go." Qian Wuyo felt frustrated, but had no choice. He stood up and moved to the empty seat beside the vixen, while Yi Feng took his place next to Lu Xian. Dinner commenced with the second course being vegetable soup. Yi Feng opened wide. Lu Xian slightly turned her body, holding her bowl of vegetable soup, and, in front of everyone, fed Yi Feng personally, her eyes sparkling with delight. Qian Wuyo watched, fists clenched in frustration. The other male attendees fixed their gazes on Yi Feng. Had looks been lethal, he would have been obliterated. "Drink on your own." Yi Feng coldly rejected Lu Xian's flirtation. "No, I want to feed you." Lu Xian pouted playfully, exhibiting a charming stubbornness. Who exactly is Lu's boyfriend? How dare she flirt with Yi Feng in front of Qian Wuyo? I found myself perplexed. While Yi Feng had undeniably become more handsome over the past year, he remained a country bumpkin without a job. What could possibly attract Lu Xian to him? The classmates buzzed with speculation, while Qian Wuyo, feeling humiliated, began to verbally attack Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, I advise you to find a job quickly. Looks alone one tea put food on the table. If you lack wealth, which girl would want to be with you? However, speaking of which, someone like you, a country bumpkin, is unlikely to find a job in your lifetime. Take my advice and return home to farm. Yet, you are a university student. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to go back to till the land? Who says no girl is willing to be with Yi Feng?" Lu Xian stood up abruptly. A hush fell over the crowd. "Yi Feng, up until now, countless suitors have pursued me, Lu Xian, but I have found none worthy, including Qian Wuyo. The only reason I have maintained a relationship with him is purely for the sake of a family business alliance." Yi Feng shrugged and nonchalantly responded. "Why are you telling me this? I'm not interested. Because I like you." Lu Xian clenched her delicate fists and finally confessed to Yi Feng. "As long as you reciprocate my feelings and agree to be my boyfriend, I will immediately break up with Qian Wuyo, wholly disregarding my family's opposition." Lu Xian, have you lost your mind? Qian Wuyo is handsome, wealthy. And what does the country bumpkin Yi Feng have to offer? He's just a poor guy. What do you see in him? The vixen was utterly perplexed. "I seek nothing but the pure love I hold for him. Is that not permissible? He may be poor, but I am affluent. I am a white, rich, and beautiful woman, and I can support him. Lu Xiuyan's heart softened. Yi Feng is the only boy I have genuinely liked from the bottom of my heart. Not only do I like him, but I also love him. The declaration from the campus goddess momentarily turned Yi Feng into the target of envy among the boys. Especially Qian Wuyo, who was so furious that he spat blood. Yet Yi Feng calmly stated, Xiuyan, you are drunk. He tactfully declined the confession from the campus beauty. Lu Xiuyan, with tears streaming down her face, was heartbroken and began to drink heavily. Between sobs, she cried, Yi Feng, I like you, I love you. I cannot live without you, sob. I love you, willing to oppose the world for you. Sobbing. The boys present were green with jealousy. What charm does Yi Feng possess that has Lu, the campus beauty, so infatuated that she would confess her feelings in front of her boyfriend, Qian Wuyo? If Lu, the campus beauty, were to confess to me, I would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. I would cherish her for a lifetime. Chapter 22. Defeating the Rich Second Generation. After several rounds of drinks and a plethora of dishes, the class reunion was nearing its conclusion. The campus goddess Lu Xiuyan, having faced rejection from Yi Feng, was utterly devastated and wept uncontrollably, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. Qian Wuyo harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Feng, wishing nothing more than to eliminate him. He instructed the vixen to take care of Lu Xiuyan and escort her home. However, lacking a vehicle, she requested Erping to drive them. As the group exited the five-star Kempinski Hotel, Qian Wuyo watched as Erping drove away with the vixen, Lu Xiuyan, and the little money grubber, then leaned closer to Yi Feng, whispering, if you have the guts, come challenge me. I'll make sure to ruin you, you poor loser. Yi Feng let out a cold laugh. I'm always up for it. Although aware that Qian Wuyo possessed some martial prowess and that he might not be his match, Yi Feng felt no fear whatsoever. All right, follow me to the parking lot. I'll bring out my Ferrari 812 and take you to a secluded place for a duel. No holds barred. Qian Wuyo resolved to incapacitate Yi Feng that day. 2 minutes later, Yi Feng and Qian Wuyo arrived at the parking lot, standing before a Ferrari 812. Qian Wuyo gleefully pointed at his red sports car and taunted Yi Feng, saying, someone like you, a poor country bumpkin, will probably never be able to afford such a fine vehicle in your lifetime. Yi Feng, with his hands in his pockets, merely smirked in silence. Coincidentally, his Bugatti, worth 100 million, was parked right next to Qian Wuyo's Ferrari. What are you laughing at? Is it a bitter laugh? Laughing at your own poverty, right? I'm not looking down on you, but you, a poor wretch, are simply not in my league. Just then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly glided into the parking lot and came to a stop behind Yi Feng and Qian Wuyo. Upon seeing the Rolls-Royce, Qian Wuyo's eyes lit up. He had always desired one, but his father had never bought it for him. The price of Qian Wuyo's Ferrari paled in comparison to the Rolls-Royce, which was several million apart in value. The door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and a maid named Ame, from Yi Feng's villa, stepped out of the driver's seat. Ame, a Harvard graduate, was currently responsible for procurement at Yi Feng's villa. The Rolls-Royce was a gift from Yi Feng for her to use as a procurement vehicle. Wow, turns out she's a wealthy beauty. Qian Wuyo was about to greet her when Ame, with utmost respect, bowed 90 degrees and greeted Yi Feng. Hello, Mr. Yi. Qian Wuyo was momentarily taken aback. Do you know each other? Ame smiled and replied, I am a maid at Mr. Yi's villa. This Rolls-Royce Phantom was given to me by Mr. Yi to use for procurement. The vegetables in the market aren't safe. So I went to the countryside to procure some, and upon discovering Mr. Yi here, I came to say hello. As Ame finished speaking, Qian Wuyo's scalp tingled, and he nearly stumbled backward, almost falling to the ground. Several critical pieces of information flooded his mind. Yi Feng's villa. Yi Feng's maid driving a car worth several million more than his, and crucially, the maid using that vehicle for procurement. Wasn't he that a wasteful extravagance? Even his Ferrari was treated like a treasured possession. Qian Wuyo's face turned crimson, his cheeks twitching as he recalled the words he had just spoken to Yi Feng. Feeling utterly humiliated, this was the feeling of being slapped in the face. Mr. Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Ame smiled. Go ahead. Yi Feng replied with a casual smile. The maid Ame turned and entered the Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was filled with vegetables, and drove off swiftly. Young Master Qian, what is wrong with you? Yi Feng, with his hands in his pockets, grinned as he watched Qian Wuyo's rich tapestry of emotions play out on his face. Qian Wuyo's expression was a mixture of disbelief, shock, humility, embarrassment, shame, and helplessness. Of course, there was also a hint of unwillingness. I'm fine. Qian Wuyo desperately tried to maintain his composure, unwillingly asking, is that woman really your villa's maid? You actually have a villa? And you gifted her a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth several million more than my Ferrari? Is that not permissible? Yi Feng asked nonchalantly. Could it be that the woman is cooperating with you to put on a show for me? In reality, you are a penniless loser, right? Qian Wuyo attempted to make one last stand, wondering if he might be right. Bayo. Yi Feng, in front of Qian Wuyo, pulled out his car key and pressed the unlock button, causing the Bugatti's tail lights to illuminate. Huh. Qian Wuyo was rendered speechless, feeling as though his throat had been choked by something, unable to utter a single coherent word. The next second, Qian Wuyo gazed at Yi Feng in utter shock, his heart racing as he pointed at the 100 million Bugatti, stammering, Is that yours? Yi Feng did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze on the dejected and defeated Qian Wuyo, saying something profoundly meaningful. You were absolutely right. We are not in the same league. Even the car driven by Yi Feng's maid was worth several million more than Qian Wuyo's. So they were indeed not on the same level. Subsequently, amidst Qian Wuyo's astonished gaze, Yi Feng entered the sports car and drove away swiftly, leaving behind Qian Wuyo with a deeply despairing look in his eyes. In that moment, the classmates who had just finished attending the gathering and were preparing to take the bus or subway also witnessed the scene. What was happening? Yi Feng was driving a Bugatti worth 100 million. Wasn't he unemployed? It appeared that everyone began to realize something, and their hearts sank with regret. Now, they had lost even the opportunity to curry favor with him. As Yi Feng navigated the bustling streets of the city in his Bugatti, he suddenly recalled that during his period of hardship, he had owed his landlord 2 months' rent. At that time, Yi Feng had just graduated from university, living on a tight budget, renting a small room in an urban village. Fortunately, the landlord was quite understanding, even though Yi Feng had fallen behind on rent. He never mentioned it. However, Yi Feng felt too embarrassed to continue living there, and as he left, he told the landlord that he would come back to settle the rent once he had the means. He vividly remembered being mocked by the landlord's beautiful daughter, who said, When you have money, the sun will rise in the west. You owe us 2 months' rent, and you still dare to leave? If it weren't for the landlord scolding his daughter to be quiet, Yi Feng might have been unable to leave due to his debt. As he drove toward the urban village, reminiscing about the past, Yi Feng felt a twinge of sentimentality. Just last year, he was a destitute graduate, and now he found himself unexpectedly fortunate. Yi Feng parked the Bugatti beside the entrance of the apartment building, exited the vehicle, locked the door, and made his way toward the very apartment he once rented. After just a few steps, he heard a loud crash behind him. Chapter 23, The Landlord's Daughter. Turning around, he saw the landlord's stunning daughter, who had collided with the Bugatti while riding a shared bicycle. Initially flustered, she dismounted and instinctively looked around, seemingly unaware of the car's owner, and contemplated making a discreet escape. Infuriatingly, her tongue was as sharp as ever. Which unfortunate soul parked this car at my apartment's entrance? I'll definitely charge them a parking fee. Noticing her attempt to flee, Yi Feng called out to her, Hey, you crashed into someone else's car and expect to just walk away? The landlord's daughter squinted at Yi Feng, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to place him. She retorted indignantly, Which of your eyes saw me hit that sports car? Besides, what does it have to do with you? The car isn't yours. Impudent girl. Why are you causing such a ruckus at the apartment entrance? At that moment, the landlord emerged from the duty room. Uncle, do you remember me? Yi Feng smiled at the landlord. Who are you? The landlord strained to recall, as he had seen too many tenants to remember specifics. I'm the one who owed you 2 months' rent. Yi Feng chuckled. Yi Feng, you're the one who owes us 2 months' rent. Oh, I remember you now. I recognize you anywhere. I can't believe how handsome you've become since we last met. The landlord's daughter exclaimed. Yes, it's Yi Feng. The landlord was quite warm and welcoming. Come on, let us sit inside. What's sitting? He still owes us 2 months' rent. Let us settle that first. The landlord's daughter was blunt, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Yi Feng. You're not here to rent from us again, are you? I warn you. We absolutely won't rent to you this time. We're scared you won't be able to pay the rent again, and we'll just leave. Impudent girl. Close your mouth. You laze around at home all day, neither looking for a job nor a boyfriend. Do you expect your father to support you for life? The landlord reproached his daughter, exasperated. My future boyfriend must be rich and handsome. I don't need a job. The landlord's daughter giggled. Then go find a rich and handsome boyfriend. The landlord replied. But I haven't met the right one yet. She shrugged, smiling mischievously, and suddenly recalled something. Dad, this sports car is parked at our apartment entrance, and the owner isn't around. What should we do? You crashed into someone else's car. Yi Feng interjected. What? The landlord's daughter exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Did you really hit someone else's car? The landlord's expression grew serious as he glanced at the expensive vehicle parked at the entrance. That car looks very expensive. You impudent girl. You wouldn't be able to pay for it even if you sold yourself. Dad, why are you worrying? The owner isn't here, and no one saw it. Besides, it's not like I caused any damage. She dismissed the concern. I saw it. Yi Feng asserted. Even if you saw it, don't say anything. Don't forget. You still owe us 2 months' rent. If you dare to speak up, you'll have to pay it immediately. The landlord's daughter threatened Yi Feng. Uncle, I actually came to pay the rent today. Yifeng looked at the landlord and said, "You found a job?" The landlord asked with a smile. "What job? Working as a laborer in a factory or as a security guard in a community? Do you even earn 3,000 a month?" The landlord's daughter regarded Yifeng with disdain. Being a local of Donghai City, she held a sense of superiority, despite her family's average circumstances. Facing her derisive inquiries, Yifeng maintained a smile as he pulled out his wallet, withdrew 1,600 yuan, and handed it to the landlord. "Uncle, this is for the 2 months' rent I owe you." "Good. I always said Yifeng is a man of his word." The landlord accepted the money, grinning. "Are you here to rent again? I must inform you, the rent has increased. It's now 1,300 a month, not including internet and utilities. Can you afford it?" The landlord's daughter chimed in. "Impudent girl, how could you talk like that? You've scared away all our tenants." The landlord chuckled, exasperated. "Uncle, I'm not here to rent." Yifeng replied with a calm smile. "Are you saying it's too expensive and you can't afford it?" The landlord's daughter, fearing Yifeng might repeat his past mistakes, spoke with sharpness, clearly unwilling to rent to him again. "Indeed, I can't afford it." Yifeng smiled. "Then just leave," the landlord's daughter said lazily, swinging her long legs. "Leave? I haven't even settled accounts with you yet," Yifeng retorted. The landlord's daughter had crashed into Yifeng's Bugatti, a vehicle worth 100 million. Although the car was unharmed, Yifeng felt compelled to teach this disrespectful girl a lesson. "Settle accounts? What do I owe you?" The landlord's daughter looked bewildered. "You crashed into someone's car." Yifeng hadn't finished speaking when she interrupted. "It's not even your car. What does it have to do with you?" Chapter 24. Apologizing to Yifeng. Yifeng didn't wish to flaunt his wealth in front of the landlord, so he refrained from admitting the Bugatti was his. However, he soon found that attempting to remain low-key was futile. "Mr. Yi, what are you doing here? Did you come specifically to wait for me?" A tenant named Zhang Biding emerged from the apartment building, instantly spotting Yifeng. Zhang Biding, the younger sister of his childhood friend, had once mocked Yifeng at a village feast. However, upon learning of his true identity, she began to pursue him, with her name fitting her beauty. She was indeed quite lovely. "Mr. Yi?" Both the landlord and his daughter stared at Yifeng in shock, unable to reconcile the image of the broke tenant who once couldn't pay rent with the successful businessman he had become. "Indeed, uncle. He is the chairman of the Dihao Entertainment Media Group," Zhang Biding proclaimed proudly. "What?" The landlord was left speechless, utterly astonished. "That Bugatti parked at the entrance, is it yours?" The landlord's daughter stammered, sensing an ominous turn of events. Since Yifeng is the chairman, it is evident that he must have driven here, and with only one sports car parked at the entrance of the apartment, one could easily surmise that it undoubtedly belongs to him. "Well, indeed it is mine." Yifeng shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. He merely intended to quietly return the rent. He had no desire to flaunt his wealth, yet even his efforts to maintain a low profile were thwarted. Upon hearing this, the landlord's daughter turned pale, her face drawn with distress as she asked, "Why, you're not going to make me pay, are you?" Yifeng stood there, hands in his pockets, silent. The landlord, catching on to the situation, commanded his daughter, "You foolish girl, why aren't you apologizing to Mr. Yi?" Oh. The landlord's daughter nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, approaching Yifeng and bowing repeatedly. "Chairman Yi, I am sincerely sorry. Please forgive me." "Forget it," Yifeng replied nonchalantly. "My car is unscathed. I shan't hold it against you." "Thank you, Chairman Yi." The landlord's daughter's tone turned somewhat subservient. Her previous sense of superiority completely vanished. "Well, I shall take my leave." Yifeng bid farewell to the landlord. "Yifeng, no, Chairman Yi, do visit my home sometime." With Yifeng now transformed into a distinguished and affluent figure, the landlord's daughter was eager not to miss this golden opportunity. Zhang Biding, observing this exchange, swiftly linked her arm with Yifeng's, casting a challenging glance at the landlord's daughter. "I am his girlfriend. You are unworthy." Yifeng responded coldly, "Release me." Shaking off Zhang Biding, he produced his car keys. Bayo. The tail lights of the Bugatti illuminated. Just as he was about to enter the vehicle, Zhang Biding rushed towards him, pleading, "Chairman Yi, I know I am not worthy to be your girlfriend, but could you allow me to sign a contract with your company to become an artist? I possess an excellent figure and appearance. I believe that with your guidance and professional training, I could become a superstar. Your company is, after all, invested in film and television." Yifeng pondered for a moment. "All right, I shall grant you this opportunity. Tomorrow, go to Dihao Entertainment Media and ask for my assistant, Diana. Just mention that I referred you." "Thank you, Chairman Yi, for this chance. If I become a superstar, I will repay your kindness 100-fold." Zhang Biding exclaimed, tears of gratitude in her eyes, profusely thanking him. "You truly thought I was joking? How could I possibly offer you an opportunity? People like you are not welcome in my company, so be gone." In the face of Zhang Biding's bewildered gaze, Yifeng drove away in his Bugatti, arriving at his Jingdi villa around 9 o'clock in the evening. Yifeng took a hot shower and drifted into a peaceful slumber, with nothing of note occurring throughout the night. The following morning, the wish bottle awakened him. Good morning, Master. I, ever so considerate, am here to inform you that the time is 8:32 a.m. Would you like to make a wish today? Noticing the absence of the wish bottle's presence, Yifeng inquired, Why can't I see you? Master, I have upgraded. The upgraded version of me can now turn invisible. Moreover, you can make wishes for certain talents, such as athletic prowess, academic excellence, artistic skills, singing abilities, and more. Okay, let me make my first wish for today. I wish to possess extraordinary martial arts skills, surpassing even that of the security captain at my villa, Master Wu Dideo. Congratulations, Master. Your wish has been granted. Your meridians have been unblocked, and you have become a grand master among martial artists, with unparalleled skills. As the words fell, Yifeng felt an influx of martial knowledge and skills flooding his mind. Simultaneously, he sensed a gentle warmth coursing through his body, filled with explosive potential. The spirit of a martial artist enveloping him. Let me test just how formidable my skills are. After rising, Yifeng ventured to a corner of the villa's courtyard to begin demonstrating his abilities. Ha 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 ha. With every punch and kick, every move executed with precision, he appeared quite professional. Huh, such pitiful skills, and you dare to practice them? How shameful. A mocking voice suddenly called out from behind him. Chapter 25. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from him. He ceased his practice and turned to face none other than Qian Wuyo. What brings you to my villa? Yifeng asked, unwelcomingly. Qian Wuyo was nearly on the verge of tears, filled with jealousy as he exclaimed. What do you think I'm here for? My proud father, the richest man, is the steward of your villa. My esteemed martial arts master is the captain of your security team. How can I bear such humiliation? What's even more infuriating is that the goddess I adore, Lu Xian, actually confessed to you at yesterday's class reunion. Yifeng, just because you have money, do you think you're impressive? As the son of the richest man in Donghai City, Qian Wuyo had always boasted about his father's wealth. Little did he expect that yesterday, in Yifeng's presence, he had become a pitiful figure. After all this, what exactly do you want? Yifeng queried impatiently. I want to challenge you. I know you are wealthy, wealthier than my father. In terms of money, I cannot compete. But in martial arts, I will surely bring you to your knees. Qian Wuyo stubbornly declared, pointing at Yifeng. With your meager skills, to compete with me would be a disgrace. Yifeng scoffed. Do you not recognize who truly possesses pitiful skills? You cannot fool me. You have never practiced martial arts. The few pathetic moves you just demonstrated are laughably weak, clearly stolen. Qian Wuyo taunted. Get out of my villa now. I have no desire to engage in banter with you. Yifeng issued an eviction notice. Haha, are you afraid? Afraid of losing to me? I have been training under a martial arts master since childhood. Defeating you will be a piece of cake. Come now, I will use one hand to demonstrate. And I shall even let you have some advantages. Having lost to Yifeng both financially and romantically, Qian Wuyo was determined to reclaim his honor through martial arts while seeking to teach Yifeng a lesson to vent his frustrations. Yet, Yifeng was reluctant to engage in a physical confrontation, for he deemed Qian Wuyo unworthy. You would be wise to leave. With that, Yifeng turned his back, even too disinterested to glance at Qian Wuyo again. However, the winds of fate were relentless. Clenching his fists, Qian Wuyo lunged at Yifeng from behind, launching a surprise attack. Yifeng sidestepped, ready to retaliate when suddenly, Qian Wuyo's master, Wu Dideo, appeared out of nowhere, delivering a kick that sent Qian Wuyo flying. Ah! Qian Wuyo cried out, scrambling to his feet, a look of defiance etched across his face. Master, why did you strike me? This brat has stolen my girlfriend. I must cripple him today. Mr. Yi, I apologize. As the security captain of your villa, I failed to protect you adequately. I am truly ashamed. Wu Dideo bowed deeply to Yifeng. Yifeng frowned. Now do you understand just how formidable my skills are, Yi? Qian Wuyo boasted, filled with arrogance. Mr. Yi, may I assist you back to your room for some rest? Wu Dideo suggested respectfully. If you wish to leave, then you are nothing but a coward. I will not rest until I have crippled Yifeng. Qian Wuyo declared, unyielding. What do you intend to do? Yifeng fixed his gaze on Qian Wuyo. Come over here. Allow me to render you incapacitated, and then I shall spare you. Qian Wuyo taunted boldly. Very well, if it is humiliation you seek, then I shall oblige. Yifeng advanced toward Qian Wuyo, standing face to face, and soon it would be revealed who would be left crippled. Qian Wuyo, brimming with confidence, laughed. Of course, I will be the one to cripple you. Did you not just witness my skills? You are but an ant in my grasp. Unworthy. Get back home now. Mr. Yi is not a martial artist, and as long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on him. Wu Dideo scolded this unfilial disciple, filled with frustration. Master, what has happened to you? You are a venerable martial arts master, respected and esteemed, with countless disciples. How could you willingly serve as a security chief at someone else's villa? I feel embarrassed for you. Qian Wuyo expressed his frustration. Silence. The master, Wuda Dao, replied. A martial arts master bears unspeakable burdens. If he does not take this path, his fate would be dire. This is a secret too grave to utter. Master, today I shall teach this brat a lesson, Qian Wuyo declared, clenching his fists and shaking them in front of Yi Feng. Do you believe that I could strike you down with a single punch? What does your wealth amount to? In my hands, you are but an ant. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, a chilling aura enveloping him. This time, he was determined to cripple Qian Wuyo and quell his arrogance. Qian Wuyo, make your move. I'll strike. Qian Wuyo bellowed, swinging his massive fist towards Yi Feng's cheek with the force of a battering ram. The wind from his punch rushed forward, unstoppable. However, before the blow could land, Yi Feng moved. His speed was like a tempest, as swift as lightning. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Qian Wuyo's body flew backward. Ah! He belatedly cried out, his voice akin to that of a wolf caught in a trap, as he crashed to the ground. Mr. Yi actually knows martial arts? The revered master was stunned, incredulously pondering. How could this be? As far as I know, he has never trained in martial arts. Meanwhile, the fallen Qian Wuyo was bewildered. His previous arrogance and pride vanishing, replaced by a flicker of fear in his eyes. Yet he stubbornly murmured to himself, this must be a dream. I cannot possibly lose to Yi Feng, absolutely not. With a surge of effort, Qian Wuyo sprang from the ground, desperate for a final stand. Bang! Yi Feng stood with his hands behind his back, abruptly lifting his right leg to deliver a fierce kick to Qian Wuyo's abdomen, sending him crashing back to the ground. This kick was even more vicious, causing Qian Wuyo to spew blood, unable to rise again. Yi Feng, with his hands in his pockets, approached the fallen Qian Wuyo with cold indifference. I have offered you a chance, which you squandered. Today, I shall cripple you. No, please. Fear spread through Qian Wuyo like a contagion, and he trembled with terror. Yet Yi Feng was resolute. With a decisive kick, crack. Ah! Qian Wuyo screamed. His right leg shattered, collapsing into unconsciousness. Only when he heard his disciple's anguished cry did Wuda Dao finally react. Wuyo. But it was too late. Qian Wuyo's leg was rendered useless. At that moment, Wuda Dao's disciples arrived, having come to the villa as security alongside their master. Master, what is happening? What has befallen young Master Qian? They inquired, alarmed. Wuda Dao did not respond to their questions, but glared at Yi Feng with resentment. Mr. Yi, young Master Qian is my disciple. Surely, you could show some mercy? Yi Feng replied lightly. To oppose me, to challenge my limits. How could I possibly spare him? Crippling him is already a concession for your sake. Hurry and take your disciple to the hospital. Wuda Dao immediately commanded 2 of his disciples to drive his sports car and take Qian Wuyo to the hospital. After Qian Wuyo was taken away, Yi Feng turned to Wuda Dao and his disciples, saying, You may disperse now. Wait. Wuda Dao clenched his fists, fixing a steely gaze on Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, you injure my disciple, and you think it will end here? What do you suggest? Yi Feng retorted, hands still in his pockets. I see that you possess some skill. Mr. Yi, I dare to challenge you to a duel. Wuda Dao stated deliberately. He sought to avenge Qian Wuyo. Yi Feng scoffed. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. I fear I might render you incapacitated. Mr. Yi, do not take me lightly. How can one simply brush aside an injury? Wuda Dao insisted vehemently. Mr. Yi, are you afraid to spar with our master? One of Wuda Dao's disciples pressed, their tone laced with indignation. Yi Feng chuckled coldly. Indeed. I fear for your master's life. Should I strike him down? Master, he is far too arrogant. Let us teach this presumptuous fellow a lesson. To be honest, we do not wish to serve as his security. We are martial artists with our own pride. How can we lower ourselves? Yes, master. After we teach him a lesson, we shall all leave and no longer serve as his security. Is wealth truly everything? Master, please, let us avenge young Master Qian. The disciples urged in unison. Mr. Yi, it seems we have no choice but to fight. Wuda Dao shed his security uniform, rolling up his sleeves, eager for the confrontation. Yi Feng stood with indifference, declaring, If you seek humiliation, then I shall oblige. Master, cripple him. Master, finish him. Wuda Dao took the initiative, closing in with deadly intent, each strike filled with malice. As a martial arts master, his skills were formidable. His disciples applauded. Master is magnificent. His skills are unrivaled. Yi Feng is no match for him. Yet Yi Feng merely sneered in disdain. A mere amateur. Allow me to show you what true martial prowess looks like. Thus, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Before the gathered crowd, Yi Feng casually raised his left hand behind his back, engaging Wuda Dao with only his right hand. With a single move, he struck with a powerful punch aimed at Wuda Dao's incoming fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided with tremendous force, followed by a sickening crack as Wuda Dao's right arm dislocated, hanging limply. Yi Feng transformed his fist into a palm, driving it into Wuda Dao's abdomen. delivering a crushing blow. Consequently, Wu Dao's body hurtled backward, crashing against a large tree, blood spewing from his mouth. Ultimately, he slid down the tree trunk, exhausted and powerless. The scene fell into a profound silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the air. What just transpired? The opponent defeated our martial arts master with merely 2 moves? Surely, we are not dreaming? Not only is Mr. Yi a wealthy magnate, but his martial skills are also extraordinary. Even our master appears as insignificant as an ant before him. It is not that our master lacked skill, but rather that Mr. Yi's prowess is unfathomable. As the disciples murmured amongst themselves, one suddenly shouted, "Let us all join forces and avenge our master." Instantly, they surrounded Yi Feng. Though they encircled him, none dared to act recklessly. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened, surveying the crowd. The onlookers recoiled in fear, intimidated by Yi Feng's commanding presence. "Cease this at once." Wu Dao struggled to rise, leaning against the tree. "Stop. If blame is to be laid, it falls upon my inadequate teachings. I concede defeat to Mr. Yi with full acceptance." At that moment, Wu Dao was devoid of resentment. Admiration for Yi Feng overwhelming him entirely. "Mr. Yi, I humbly wish to become your disciple." Wu Dao's gaze was imbued with sincerity. "I am afraid I do not take on apprentices." Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of regal elegance. His demeanor as frigid as ice, emanating an aura that commanded reverence. "Mr. Yi, please accept me." The martial arts master, accompanied by his disciples, knelt before Yi Feng, their postures perfectly aligned. "Mr. Yi, please accept our master." The chorus of the disciples resonated throughout the villa, lingering in the air. "I have stated that I do not take on apprentices. Disperse." Yi Feng, hands still behind his back, strode toward the dining room, his stomach unfulfilled, likely anticipating a breakfast prepared by the maid. The garden was the only path to the dining area, and as he passed through, he noticed the vibrant blooms of the wax plums, irresistibly drawn to admire their beauty. Just as he stepped among the blossoms, a voice interrupted from behind. "Hey, what are you doing?" It carried a hint of impatience. Turning around, Yi Feng beheld a tall, slender young man of similar age, approaching him. "Who are you?" Yi Feng inquired, noticing the unfamiliar face. "You don't know who I am? You must be the new gardener, right?" Gao Mingyang, the boyfriend of the maid Ame, scrutinized Yi Feng with an air of pretentiousness. "Gardener?" Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Pray tell, who exactly are you?" He was eager to uncover the identity of the fool attempting to act superior in front of him, the master of the villa. "Who am I? Listen closely. I am the owner of this villa," Gao Mingyang declared, albeit with a hint of trepidation, convinced that Yi Feng was merely the gardener, emboldening his bravado. Though Yi Feng's attire was opulent, it projected an aura of understated simplicity and modesty. "You are the owner of the villa? Then who am I?" Yi Feng's anger flared at this impudent claim to his identity, and he resolved to teach him a lesson. "Whoever you are, you must work diligently while employed at my villa. Do not even think of shirking your duties." Gao Mingyang suddenly pointed at Yi Feng, his voice stern. "Stand up straight." Instead of complying, Yi Feng merely shoved his hands deeper into his pockets, silently observing him. "Look at you, with that slouching demeanor. It's clear you are nothing but a little hoodlum. We are of similar age. Don't you feel ashamed standing before me? I am a wealthy magnate, the owner of this villa, while you are but a lowly worker." Gao Mingyang reveled in his self-importance. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and delivered a swift kick to Gao Mingyang's abdomen. With a yelp, Gao Mingyang was sent sprawling to the ground, his expression contorted in agony. In the next moment, he painfully scrambled to his feet and fled in haste. Just then, Gao Mingyang received a WeChat message from his girlfriend Ame. "Mr. Yi is about to have breakfast. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hurry over, and I will introduce you." Ame, a maid at Yi Feng's villa responsible for procurement, had been gifted a Rolls-Royce Phantom by Yi Feng for her shopping expeditions. Upon learning this, Gao Mingyang aimed to flaunt the luxury car. But Ame cautioned him that it was designated for villa procurement, and he needed Mr. Yi's permission to use it. Thus, Gao Mingyang visited the villa seeking Ame to meet her distinguished employer, Yi Feng. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng sat in the dining room, indulging in a lavish breakfast, surrounded by several servants, including Ame, who quietly observed him. Once Yi Feng had finished his meal, she cautiously inquired, "Mr. Yi, may I lend the Rolls-Royce Phantom you gifted me to my boyfriend?" "Of course, it is yours. You may let whomever you choose use it." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Yi." Ame responded respectfully. "My boyfriend has arrived. He wishes to meet you. Is that acceptable?" "Certainly, let him in." Chapter 28. My insecurities in front of Mr. Yi. Upon receiving Yi Feng's approval, Ame swiftly sent a message to her boyfriend Gao Mingyang. "Have you arrived at the dining area where Mr. Yi is having his meal? I have already obtained his consent for you to meet him." "Soon," Gao Mingyang replied. "Ame, Mr. Yi is a formidable magnate. I feel so inferior in his presence that I doubt I could utter a word upon meeting him. After careful consideration, I think I shall forego the encounter. Ame, frustrated by his lack of ambition, replied, look at your lack of resolve. Regardless, Mr. Yi has already consented to let you use the Rolls-Royce Phantom he gifted me. Go to the maid's quarters at the villa, find my room, and retrieve the car keys. After sending the message, Ame apologized to Yi Feng. I am sorry, Mr. Yi. My boyfriend is rather timid. He is afraid to meet you, claiming he feels inferior. Yi Feng smiled gently. It's quite all right. As they conversed, Yi Feng received a call from Peng. Brother Feng, let us go fishing at Dongming Lake this morning. Additionally, I have a rather important request to make of you. Finding himself somewhat bored, Yi Feng agreed. The shores of Dongming Lake were adorned with vibrant flowers and lush willows, a picturesque locale cherished by many fishing enthusiasts. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng departed the villa in his luxurious Bugatti, racing toward Dongming Lake. Shortly after he left, Gao Mingyang, driving Ame's Rolls-Royce Phantom, also sped toward the lake. His intention was not fishing, but rather to show off. As Yi Feng cruised along the beautiful lakeside in his dazzling Bugatti, onlookers parted to make way for him, whispering in awe and admiration. Surely, one who could afford such a luxury vehicle must possess an extraordinary status. 10 minutes later, having parked, Yi Feng exited the parking lot and called Peng to inquire about his specific location. At that moment, a series of honks erupted from behind. Engrossed in his phone call, Yi Feng remained oblivious to what was occurring behind him. However, Gao Mingyang, driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom, grew impatient, honking incessantly while leaning out of the window, shouting, "You idiot, can't you see to get out of the way? You'll pay for damaging my luxury car." Hearing the insults, Yi Feng hung up and turned around to find Gao Mingyang had parked in the middle of the road, stepping out of the vehicle. "It's you, the gardener from my villa? Why aren't you working diligently at my villa? What brings you to Dongming Lake?" Gao Mingyang crossed his arms, looking down from his perceived pedestal. At that moment, he had no inkling that the man before him was the esteemed Mr. Yi, the magnate his girlfriend Ame had spoken of. Yet, Yi Feng recognized the license plate of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wasn't he the car he had gifted to Ame? Could he be Ame's boyfriend? Yi Feng pondered. What are you staring at on my license plate? You couldn't possibly afford it. The Rolls-Royce Phantom costs over 9 million. You could never earn that much in 10 lifetimes. Hurry back to my villa and do your job, or I shall have you dismissed. And about that incident where you struck me, I have yet to settle the score with you. At that moment, many onlookers at Dongming Lake paused to witness the commotion, and Gao Mingyang felt a surge of excitement. His act was working splendidly, and now everyone knew he was a wealthy man. Are you certain that Rolls-Royce Phantom belongs to you? Do you wish to provoke me? Yi Feng questioned, hands still in his pockets. Gao Mingyang, feeling insecure, retorted, it's not mine, is it yours? You are merely a lowly gardener in my villa. How dare you question me? Have you lost your mind? Go to hell. It seems you have yet to be reprimanded. With a swift motion, Yi Feng lunged forward, delivering a punch that struck Gao Mingyang squarely on the nose. The impact caused Gao's eyes to water, and blood gushed forth as he fell unceremoniously to the ground. At that moment, the vixen appeared before Yi Feng. She had come to fish alongside Peng. Noticing Gao Mingyang's handsome features and the fact that he was the owner of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, she immediately concluded that he must be a wealthy tycoon. Yi Feng, you ought to apologize to him at once, the vixen exclaimed, without seeking any context, and began to admonish Yi Feng. How dare you strike someone? How old are you, anyway? What business is it of yours? Yi Feng cast a cold glance at the vixen. A country bumpkin like you has quite the temper. As your university classmate, I find this utterly embarrassing. With that, the vixen shifted her gaze to Gao Mingyang, deliberately flicking her flowing hair and smiling sweetly. I apologize, sir. He is my classmate and has offended you. I beg for your forgiveness. Gao Mingyang, captivated by the vixen's beauty, sought to leverage his girlfriend Ame's Rolls-Royce Phantom to charm her. Yi Feng could see that the vixen was clearly smitten with Gao Mingyang's looks and wealth. To be frank, the Rolls-Royce you drive was a gift from me to your girlfriend Ame, he stated. Shut your mouth and stop boasting. Peng is fishing just up ahead. You should hurry to find him. The vixen replied impatiently. Yi Feng, with his hands in his pockets, brushed past her to seek out Peng, who was fishing by the shore. After Yi Feng departed, the vixen turned to Gao Mingyang with a gentle smile. I apologize on behalf of my classmate for any offense he may have caused you. Haha, no problem at all. May I ask your name, beautiful? Would you do me the honor of joining me for fishing? Gao Mingyang inquired. I would gladly accompany a gentleman like you. The vixen replied with a radiant smile. Before her stood a man who was both handsome and wealthy, aligning perfectly with her ideals for a partner. Today, she was determined to win him over. Peng, the vixen is not suited for you. You should find someone else. Yi Feng advised as he took a seat beside Peng by the water's edge. But, Brother Feng, I genuinely like her. Peng protested, unwilling to relent. Yi Feng sighed. She has repeatedly offended you and spoken disrespectfully. For my sake, please do not hold it against her. I truly have feelings for her. Peng pleaded. Feng remained silent. Peng then knelt before Feng. I implore you. I sincerely like the vixen. Very well. Who am I to deny you after all the help you've given me during my tough times? I, Feng, am not ungrateful. Feng acquiesced. Thank you, Brother Feng. I have one more request. Could you help the vixen secure a position at your Dihao Entertainment Group? Feng contemplated for a moment. Since you've asked, how could I refuse? He promptly retrieved his phone and sent a message to his assistant, Diana, instructing her to arrange for the vixen to start working. In truth, Feng had his own motives. Since the vixen did not trust him, once she joined Dihao Media, he would show her. Feng would appear as the chairman and assign her the role of a janitor, specifically tasked with cleaning the restrooms. Just after sending the message, the vixen approached with Gao Mingyang in tow. Gardner, I shall let you off this time out of respect for being the vixen's classmate. But do not think I will let this slide, Gao Mingyang declared, taking a seat beside Feng with his fishing rod. Country bumpkin, move aside. The vixen kicked Feng, urging him to rise so she could sit beside Gao Mingyang. In response, Feng playfully shoved the vixen into the water. Ah, help. I can't swim, she shrieked, gulping down several mouthfuls of lake water. Without hesitation, Peng leapt into the water, using all his strength to rescue her. The vixen cried, accusing Feng of pushing her, but Peng, naturally, did not believe her. Please do not wrong Brother Feng. At that moment, Feng was busy messaging the maid Mei at the villa. Your boyfriend Gao Mingyang is out here with another woman by the East Ming Lake in the Rolls-Royce I gifted you. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for the heads up. I'm on my way. Mei replied. Chapter 29, A Humbling Encounter. Although the vixen's clothes were drenched, she was unwilling to miss the opportunity to court Gao Mingyang and stay to fish with him. Seeing the beloved vixen perched beside a stranger, Peng was consumed by jealousy. He lost all desire to fish and handed his rod to Feng. Brother Feng, you take over. Feng accepted the fishing rod and began to cast. Meanwhile, Peng discreetly observed the vixen's every move, and when he saw her leaning affectionately against Gao Mingyang's shoulder, he could no longer contain himself. Vixen, please maintain some decorum. The vixen shot him a glare. I will do as I please. What concern is it of yours? Peng forced a smile. Despite having a house, car, and career thanks to Feng's assistance, it mattered little if the vixen did not find him attractive. She desired a man who was not only wealthy, but also handsome. Noticing Peng's sorrow, Feng decided to lend a hand. Vixen, I advise you to keep your distance from that man. He is not as affluent as you believe. Gao Mingyang, overhearing, grew displeased. I am wealthier than you. You are merely a gardener in my villa. What waves are you attempting to make? I hereby inform you that you are fired, and you shall receive not a single cent. Feng chuckled coldly. I'll give you one last chance. Leave here at once, or you will face dire consequences. Are you threatening me? Are you envious of the wealthy, deliberately opposing me? You think you can fish? The fish disdain you. They won't bite because you are a pauper. Even if you fish all day, you won't catch a single thing. Gao Mingyang exploded in anger. With a swift motion, Feng reeled in his fishing line, and a large, silvery fish leapt out of the water, caught on his hook. Peng quickly removed the fish from the hook and tossed it into a nearby bucket. Feng turned to Gao Mingyang, who said I couldn't catch fish. How does it feel to be proven wrong? Gao Mingyang's face flushed with embarrassment. Mr. Gao, do not pay him any mind. He is just a lucky bumpkin. If he catches another fish within a minute, I will jump into the water myself. The vixen consoled Gao Mingyang. A minute was too brief. The fish could not be caught so quickly, and the vixen believed from the depths of her being that Feng was incapable. However, in the next instant, with a swift motion, Feng landed an even larger fish, pulling it from the water. The vixen's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, how is this possible? This defies logic. Feng smiled slyly at her. You mentioned jumping into the water. Go ahead, I won't stop you. You. The vixen stammered, her cheeks ablaze. What? Jump. If you do not, I shall take your words as mere bluster. Feng teased. Jump? You think I will? You filthy country bumpkin, get lost. The vixen retorted angrily. As they bantered, Feng caught yet another fish. Brother Feng, how are you catching them so quickly? One after another. This is so unreasonable. Peng remarked, utterly bewildered. Feng too felt a hint of confusion. I do not know. Perhaps it is just my lucky day? Vixen, let us abandon fishing. Come. I will take you for a ride in my Rolls-Royce Phantom. Gao Mingyang announced as he packed up his fishing rod and stood. The vixen rose to her feet and affectionately hooked her arm through his. Just then, a graceful figure appeared. Slap. A sharp sound echoed as Mei, having hurried over, delivered a stinging slap to the vixen's face. The vixen, holding her reddened cheek in shock, exclaimed, Who are you? Are you insane? Mei felt a pang of guilt as she confronted Gao Mingyang, who was at a loss for words. With reddened eyes, she expressed her devastation. You took my car and secretly went on a date with another woman. You scoundrel. From this moment forth, I, Ame, am ending our relationship. The vixen finally grasped the situation, realizing that she had unwittingly come close to becoming a mistress. Enraged, she slapped Gao Mingyang across the face. Just then, her phone rang. It was the Human Resources Department of Dihao Media Entertainment Group, summoning her to complete her onboarding as the secretary to the chairman. Overjoyed, she had not anticipated that she would ultimately secure the position of the chairman's secretary. Erpeng, standing nearby, shared in her happiness, casting a grateful glance towards Yifeng, who had swiftly arranged the job for her. Erpeng vowed to remain loyal and obedient to Yifeng from that day forward. Erpeng, hurry. Drive me to Dihao Media to finalize my employment, Ame exclaimed, pulling him along with excitement. After their departure, Gao Mingyang vented his frustration at Yifeng. Gardener, did you tip Ame off? Gardener? Ame paused for a moment, then let out a cold laugh, pointing at Gao Mingyang. Open your eyes and see, Mr. Yi is nothing like a gardener. Mr. Yi? Gao Mingyang's scalp prickled as he sensed something amiss. Indeed, it is Mr. Yi, the owner of the Jingdi Villa. Ame solemnly introduced Yifeng to her boyfriend. Gao Mingyang gasped, collapsing onto the ground, trembling with embarrassment. His face was a mixture of mortification and fear. Realizing he had shamelessly flaunted a car gifted by Mr. Yi to his girlfriend while pretending to be the villa's owner, a ludicrous situation indeed. He felt like a clown, engaging in childish antics only to be humiliated. What shocked him further was that the owner of the villa, Mr. Yi, was surprisingly young. He had always assumed Mr. Yi was a middle-aged man. Mr. Yi, I am truly sorry for my lack of discernment. Please forgive my ignorance, Gao Mingyang pleaded as he rose, feeling utterly inferior in Mr. Ye's presence. How audacious of you, pretending to be the master of my villa while driving the car I gifted to your girlfriend, trying to impress women in front of me. With that, Yifeng kicked him to the ground. Woo, Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Gao Mingyang's earlier bravado evaporated as he fell to the ground, clutching Yifeng's pant leg in desperation. Mr. Yi, do as you wish with him. I have severed all ties, Ame declared, leaving without a backward glance. Gao Mingyang, with a sorrowful expression, found himself at the mercy of Yifeng's kicks, leaving him bruised and battered. Yet, he felt too humiliated to retaliate. Get lost, and don't let me see you again, Yifeng warned, glaring at the wretched Gao Mingyang. Woo, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Gao Mingyang scrambled away in disgrace. Meanwhile, Yifeng resumed his fishing, experiencing an unusual stroke of luck as he caught fish one after another, attracting envy from fellow anglers. However, Yifeng seemed to sense something amiss. He called out to the expansive Dongming Lake, "Come out." With a splash, numerous heads emerged from the water, creating a spectacular scene as around 100 proficient swimmers surfaced. The sight left Yifeng and the anglers on the shore utterly astonished. Suddenly, another figure broke the surface. It was Master Wu Didao, a martial arts grandmaster, who swam toward the shore, hair dripping, laughing as he looked at Yifeng. Master Wu, what are you all doing? Yifeng inquired, feigning ignorance. Mr. Yi, are you not finding today's fishing particularly fruitful? Master Wu replied cryptically. Most of the fish you caught were hooked by our master as he submerged, one by one. Wu Didao's disciples chimed in. At this revelation, the anglers and onlookers turned their incredulous gazes toward Yifeng. Whispers spread like wildfire. Who was this seemingly dashing young man that could command the respect and admiration of a martial arts master and his disciples? It was utterly astonishing. Master Wu, known for his high principles, rarely bowed to anyone, so why was he deigning to flatter a younger person? This was out of character for him. Hearing the murmurs, Yifeng asked Master Wu, as a renowned martial arts grandmaster, why go to such lengths? With a pleading tone, Master Wu confessed, Mr. Yi, I once believed my skills were unparalleled until I sparred with you this morning and realized how limited my perspective was. You are the true master. I merely seek your favor and hope to become your disciple. This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Master Wu had lost to the young fisherman? It was simply unbelievable. His martial prowess was exceptional. Thus, the depth of skill possessed by the young angler must be unfathomable. Yifeng instantly became the center of attention, and several young women gazed at him with admiration and affection. What a handsome young man, and his skills are impressive. I would feel safe with him. I think I saw him in the parking lot. That billion-dollar Bugatti was his. Wow, so he is a young, handsome, and skilled millionaire. He is perfect. My heart races. As the chatter continued, some young women found themselves gravitating toward Yifeng. Handsome, can we exchange WeChat? Young man, let us take a picture together. Oh, you must be the owner of that billion-dollar Bugatti in the parking lot. Yifeng, feeling overwhelmed, realized he could no longer maintain a low profile. Master Wu, please bring your disciples out of the water. I agree to take you as my student. He declined the advances of the young women. gathering his fishing gear as he prepared to leave. "Thank you, Master." Master Wu exclaimed joyfully from the water, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Master." His disciples echoed in unison, their voices ringing out harmoniously. With the crowd's respectful gazes upon him, Yifeng departed swiftly from Dongming Lake. Half an hour later, he drove away. Yifeng arrived at the entrance of the villa, where the butler, Qian Ruhai, the wealthiest man in Donghai City, had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Yifeng drive in, Qian Ruhai boldly stood in the middle of the road, forcing him to stop. "Butler Qian, what exactly do you want?" Yifeng parked the car and stepped out, facing Qian Ruhai. "Mr. Yi, what are your intentions? My son, Qian Wuyo, has been hospitalized due to your actions. His right leg is fractured and currently encased in steel plates. He is my only son. All of this is the result of Qian Wuyo's own provocation. This morning, he came to confront me, and despite my repeated attempts to accommodate him, he was aggressive and unyielding. I offered him a chance, which he squandered. I cannot be held accountable for his choices." Yifeng replied coldly. "You." Qian Ruhai's face turned ashen. "That does not excuse you from crippling him. Mr. Yi, if my son's leg heals, then all is well. However, should it not, I will ensure you pay a heavy price. I, Qian Ruhai, am not one to be trifled with in Donghai City. Today, I am here to inform you that I can no longer serve as your butler. As a man of my stature, I cannot demean myself to serve others." With that, Qian Ruhai stormed off, his mind seething with resentment. "Yifeng, I have investigated you. You were once merely a rustic from the countryside, and how you suddenly amassed wealth remains a mystery to me. However, today you have crippled my son, and you have now made yourself my target. Prepare for a business rivalry that will leave you utterly defeated and destitute." Watching Qian Ruhai's retreating figure, Yifeng shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Yet, since Qian Ruhai had chosen to sever ties, he felt no obligation to show mercy towards Qian Wuyo. After parking in the underground garage, Yifeng ascended to his bedroom. Bottle, I still have a wish to make today. Come forth." "At your command, Master." The wish bottle floated before Yifeng. "Qian Ruhai, not only will I ensure your son is hospitalized, but I will also compel both of you to come and apologize and provide me with compensation." Yifeng had concocted a brilliant plan to deal with the Qian father-son duo. This ingenious scheme required a wish to materialize. What wish does the master wish to convey? Please share it quickly. The bottle is quite curious. The azure, plump wish bottle fluttered around Yifeng, resembling a charming little girl. Yifeng began to articulate his wish. "I hope to obtain a video of Qian Wuyo sneaking into my villa to steal my antique blue and white porcelain." Though Qian Wuyo had not stolen anything, Yifeng intended to frame him. "Congratulations, Master. Your wish has been granted. The video has appeared on your phone. Thank you, bottle, for your hard work. You may now take your leave." A sly grin adorned Yifeng's face. "All right, if there's nothing else, then I'll be off." The wish bottle vanished into thin air. Yifeng opened his phone and indeed discovered a video of Qian Wuyo intruding into his villa to commit theft. Now, Yifeng's next step was to confront the Qian father-son duo at the hospital. Donghai City Second People's Hospital, Ward 206. Qian Wuyo lay in bed, his right leg suspended and encased in plaster, supported by steel plates. At that moment, he was tearfully recounting his grievances. "Dad, I fear I may become disabled. All of this is thanks to Yifeng. Please, take action on my behalf." Qian Ruhai stood at his son's bedside, his expression grave. "Yifeng, I, Qian Ruhai, swear to bring about your downfall and ensure your complete ruin. Is that so? I am more than willing to engage." Yifeng suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Yifeng, Qian Wuyo's face turned pale with fear, mixed with a hint of resentment and hatred. What are you doing here?" he stammered. "You stole my girlfriend and then crippled me. This is sheer tyranny. Mr. Yi, are you here to gloat?" Qian Ruhai glared at Yifeng, his eyes filled with animosity. "No, I am here to inform you that I intend to report this incident to the authorities." Yifeng interjected, his hands tucked into his pockets, revealing a mischievous grin. "Report what? You have crippled me, and I have yet to report you. Yet you wish to report me?" Qian Wuyo exclaimed, his frustration evident. "Indeed. We have not reported anything. What grounds do you have to report?" Qian Ruhai inquired. "Your lack of a report signifies your intention to take matters into your own hands, seeking revenge through private means. Furthermore, while you lack evidence, I possess proof." Yifeng remarked cryptically. "What proof do you have? Your words are quite peculiar." Qian Wuyo said, puzzled. "I have evidence of you sneaking into my villa to steal my antique blue and white porcelain." At Yifeng's declaration, Qian Wuyo erupted. "You lie. When did I steal your antique porcelain?" Terrified that his father would doubt him, he turned to Qian Ruhai, desperately defending himself. "Dad, you must believe me. I did not steal anything. My son, though you may lack martial skills and may act foolishly at times, you are not a thief. The money I provide you is sufficient." Qian Ruhai retorted. "Mr. Yi, I advise you to cease your unfounded accusations, or I will sue you for defamation. Qian Rahai's anger was palpable. Look for yourself. This is footage I extracted from the villa surveillance. Yifeng presented the video on his phone for Qian Rahai to view. What? How is this possible? Qian Rahai was taken aback. Come, Qian Wuyo, take a look as well. Yifeng urged, showing the video to Qian Wuyo. How could this be? Am I seeing ghosts? Qian Wuyo felt more aggrieved than ever. Dad, you must trust me. I truly did not steal his antiques. In a fit of rage, Qian Rahai lunged forward and slapped his son hard across the face. How could you be so ungrateful? The money I give you should suffice. Why must you resort to thievery? Qian Rahai's face flushed with anger. The video clearly shows you. The evidence is irrefutable, yet you still deny it. Qian Wuyo, on the verge of tears, pleaded, Dad, you must believe me. It was Yifeng who framed me. I only believe in the facts. Qian Rahai's disappointment in his son was palpable. Now that you have watched the video, I shall report this to the police. Stealing another's property results in imprisonment, you know. Yifeng declared, turning to leave. Mr. Yi. Qian Rahai's demeanor shifted immediately as he approached with a smile. Let's discuss this calmly. We can resolve this amicably. Yifeng regarded Qian Rahai with a piercing gaze. What do you propose? Your son stole the antique from your esteemed household. How much is it worth? I will compensate you for it, Qian Rahai offered. How much is it worth? That blue and white porcelain, on the surface, is valued at around 500,000. However, it was a gift from my wealthy grandfather for my birthday last year, a treasure in my eyes, and in my heart. It is priceless, Yifeng fabricated. Then I shall compensate you with 1 million, Qian Rahai suggested. Forget it, I will report it to the authorities. Yifeng replied, dissatisfied, and continued on his way. Then, what amount would suffice? Qian Rahai was nearly in tears, desperate not to see his only son imprisoned, as he needed him to inherit the family business. 5 million, Yifeng demanded, his expectations audacious, intending to convey that opposing him would yield dire consequences for the Qian family. Qian Wuyo seethed with rage in his hospital bed. 5 million. Why don't you just rob a bank? Yifeng narrowed his eyes. 8 million. Qian Wuyo expressed his frustration. No, 7 million. Yifeng countered. No, 9 million. Panic enveloped Qian Wuyo, his thoughts in disarray, and without a moment's deliberation, he blurted, no, 10 million. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction. Deal. Qian Rahai, seething with anger, pointed at his son in reproach, utterly foolish. Realizing his folly, Qian Wuyo slapped his own mouth repeatedly. Smack. 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 Pay up. Yifeng turned his gaze towards Qian Rahai. To spare his beloved son from incarceration, Qian Rahai immediately issued a check for 10 million to Yifeng. Here you go. He handed the check to Yifeng, harboring deep resentment. Wait. Yifeng casually noticed Qian Rahai's wristwatch, a Louis Monet Martian limited edition, worth over 30 million. Seeing Yifeng hesitate to accept the check, Qian Wuyo bitterly insisted, take it. It's a substantial amount. What watch? Do you dare to look down on me? Do you think I would covet your father's watch? Yifeng feigned indignation. Qian Wuyo, feeling utterly wronged, retorted, I didn't mention a watch. When did I say anything about a watch? Qian Rahai understood all too well. This cunning Yifeng was after the watch. Sighing, he decided to sacrifice it for his son's sake. Thus, he removed the limited edition watch and handed it, along with the 10 million check, to Yifeng. Are you satisfied now? Yifeng accepted the check, pocketing it, and donned the Louis Monet Martian limited edition watch on his left wrist. Mr. Qian, may I delete the video from your phone now? He asked earnestly. Qian Rahai fixed his gaze on Yifeng, his expression serious. All right, I am a man of my word, Yifeng declared, deleting the video in front of Qian Rahai. Feeling a sense of relief, Qian Rahai's demeanor shifted abruptly. Yifeng, don't get too cocky. Today, you have completely offended me, Qian Rahai. I can assure you, within a month, you will be left destitute, utterly impoverished. Yifeng ignored Qian Rahai's threats, lowering his head to fiddle with his phone, then suddenly feigned helplessness. My apologies, old Qian. But it seems the video wasn't completely deleted. I accidentally restored it. What should I do now? He played the video for Qian Rahai to see. Qian Rahai's blood pressure soared, a feeling of suffocation swelling within him as he suppressed his rage. What more do you want, Wuyo? Qian Wuyo exclaimed in despair. Yifeng disregarded Qian Wuyo's outburst, instead focusing on Qian Rahai. Old Qian, your son has stolen my antique. I am quite furious and wish to discipline him. May I? The subtext was clear. After I teach your son a lesson, I will delete the video for good. Qian Rahai, a clever man, though pained for his son, recognized his disadvantage today and chose to endure. Very well. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng charged towards the hospital bed. He seized Qian Wuyo's collar with his left hand and unleashed a flurry of slaps with his right. The sound of the slaps resonated rhythmically, almost like a simple Brutal melody. When it's time to act, one must act decisively. Qian Ruhai, watching, felt his heart bleed, his face twitching in despair, yet he was powerless to intervene. After a dozen slaps, Qian Wuyo's face had transformed into a swollen mess, howling in agony. Old Qian, I've disciplined your son for you. Don't you want to thank me? After delivering the slaps, Yifeng grinned at Qian Ruhai. Qian Ruhai, filled with 100 curses, forced a smile. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for disciplining my son. Oh, just a small favor. By the way, your outfit is quite nice. Brand name, I presume? Where did you purchase it? Yifeng scrutinized Qian Ruhai. 10 minutes later, in Qian Wuyo's hospital room, Qian Ruhai found himself stripped of his clothes, left in nothing but a pair of shorts. He huddled in a corner, seething with rage, cursing Yifeng under his breath. What a young, overachieving tycoon. He's nothing but a bandit. Meanwhile, Yifeng exited the hospital building, casually tossing Qian Ruhai's brand name clothes into a trash bin. He proceeded to the hospital parking lot, climbed into his Bugatti, and left. The journey back to the villa was smooth, with many vehicles clearing a path for the expensive Bugatti, as if recognizing they could not provoke it. However, upon reaching the bustling city streets, a figure suddenly darted across the road. Are you out of your mind? Yifeng slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding the person. Yet, the individual, seemingly unfazed, dramatically threw themselves against the car. A con artist. Yifeng stepped out to find a crowd of onlookers gathered. The would-be con artist was none other than Gao Mingyang, the ex-boyfriend of the villa's maid, Ame. At that moment, Gao Mingyang lay on the ground, feigning injury, groaning pathetically. Earlier that morning, he had taken Ame's sports car to show off and ended up getting dumped by her. Now, having lost everything, he blamed Yifeng and intended to extort money from him. Oh, my head, my leg, my stomach, everything hurts. I feel like I'm dying. Gao Mingyang began his shameless performance for the gathered crowd. You have one chance, and it's your last. Get up and crawl away, or face the consequences. Yifeng said, hands in his pockets, glaring at the deceitful Gao Mingyang. Is being wealthy so impressive? You hit someone and still act so arrogant? Among the onlookers were those who resented the affluent. Wow, who would have thought that the one driving a Bugatti is such a young and handsome fellow? So young yet so financially capable. I'm smitten. Young women cast admiring glances at Yifeng. Still not getting up? Yifeng asked impatiently, staring down at Gao Mingyang. You hit me hard. I really can't get up. Oh no, I feel like I'm dying. Gao Mingyang continued his charade. Despite having a dashcam, Yifeng was not inclined to use it to prove his innocence against such a scoundrel. Fine, if you won't take the path to heaven, you'll come crashing down into hell. With that, Yifeng hopped back into his car and began to reverse, covering a distance of about 100 meters. Everyone look. He hit someone and now wants to flee. Is there anyone kind-hearted enough to help me catch him? Gao Mingyang remained sprawled on the ground, pretending to be weak. A few spirited young men took off in pursuit of Yifeng's car. The next second, Yifeng slammed on the gas, the Bugatti hurtling towards the motionless Gao Mingyang. How arrogant. Does he want to run him over? The guy's already down, he can't get up. What a scoundrel. The crowd was indignant. In the midst of the outrage, Yifeng showed no signs of stopping. Panicking, Gao Mingyang realized that if he continued this charade, he might lose his life. It wasn't worth it. Crazy. Gao Mingyang cursed with a forlorn face, and in full view of the crowd, he scrambled to his feet and fled. The onlookers suddenly realized that despicable con artist. Yet Yifeng was relentless, pursuing Gao Mingyang in his car. Did you want to con me? Today, I'll make sure you get your fill. As Gao Mingyang ran, he cried out in terror, help, help. Chapter 33, you will be beaten into a pig's head. Seeing Gao Mingyang fleeing in a panic, Yifeng finally relented. A wicked smile creeping onto his lips. He quickly adopted a serious demeanor once more. Today, I have irrefutably offended the Qin family. Throughout the vast expanse of Donghai City, the Qin clan wields formidable power, dominating half of the commercial empire. Among the top 10 wealthy individuals in Donghai City, 5 belong to the Qin family. Being the siblings of Qian Ruhai, it is likely that in the near future, Qian Ruhai will employ business tactics against me, while the despicable Qian Wuyo will resort to more direct acts of violence for retribution. I welcome all challenges. I have grown fond of this cat-and-mouse game. However, like a game of chess, every move must be calculated. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. Later that evening, Erpin called, inviting me to his new home for a hot pot dinner. This new residence was also a gift from me to him. Today, Erpin, along with the alluring fox and the money-obsessed friend, officially moved out of their shared apartment into this new place. Moreover, the fox is set to start her new job at the Dihao Media and Entertainment Group tomorrow, thus a celebration was in order. Naturally, Erpin would not forget about me in this gathering. An hour later, I arrived at Erpin's new residence. To my surprise, Lu Xian, the school beauty who confessed to me during our class reunion, was also present. Yefeng, you're here? Upon seeing me, Lu Xian's eyes sparkled. and she hurriedly stood to greet me. She is the epitome of beauty, standing gracefully before me, exuding a fragrance that is utterly enchanting. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled. I, with my hands in my pockets, maintained a facade of indifference. Lu Xian, feeling a bit awkward, urged, "Come, sit." I took a seat beside her, joining Erping, the fox, and the money-obsessed friend for the hot pot feast. Yeffing, eat more. Lu Xian personally served me various ingredients, squid rings, shrimp, fish balls, and more. Hey, Xian, as a wealthy and beautiful president of the Lu Group, how could your taste be so poor? Choosing a rustic fellow who hasn't even found a job yet? The fox lamented. Come now, Yeffing has transformed remarkably. He's quite handsome now. Just look at his demeanor. He hardly resembles a rustic at all. You should not harbor prejudice against him. The money-obsessed friend chimed in. In my eyes, without wealth, even the most handsome face is merely that of a rustic. The fox retorted proudly. I cast a glance at the fox and scoffed. Aren't you the one who aspires to marry into a wealthy family? Why are you still single? Is there no one interested in you? The fox rolled her eyes at me. Shut up. Let me tell you the truth. It's not that no one wants me, but rather that my standards are high. I seek a tycoon, do you understand? Tomorrow, I'll officially start my job as the secretary to the chairman at Dihao Entertainment. I've heard the chairman is a young and accomplished tycoon, and he is quite handsome too. I intend to win him over. Little did she know, I am the chairman of Dihao Entertainment, and her aspirations would be in vain, for not only do I have no interest in her, but I also harbor a dislike. If it weren't for Erping, she would have faced dire consequences long ago. Congratulations on your imminent success, Lu Xian said with a bright smile. Absolutely. The fox replied with confidence. Come, brother Feng. Erping raised a glass of beer to toast with me. Among all the guys, you are the most loyal, he declared. Despite having a house, a car, and a career, he still remembered his impoverished brother Yeffing, addressing me with respect. That's not loyalty, that's foolishness. The fox scoffed. Erping has always been a fool. He even got into fights for Yeffing back in school. Indeed, in contrast, Yeffing rarely fought at school, the money-obsessed friend added. Is he capable of fighting? He looks good, but is utterly useless. The fox sneered at me. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and over 10 bare-handed men stormed in. The girls screamed in fright. The money-obsessed friend clung to the fox, trembling, while Lu Xian rushed into my embrace. Erping sprang to his feet, grabbing a beer bottle and pointing at the intruders, demanding, Who are you? What do you want in my house? The leader, a yellow-haired thug, wasted no time and kicked Erping to the ground. I could tell he had some fighting skills. Erping, are you all right? The fox helped him up. Fox, take Xian and the money-obsessed friend into the back room. I'll handle this. I commanded. Handle this? You think you're a martial arts master? Back in school, it was always Erping protecting you. Do you really think we don't know your capabilities? The fox was clearly irritated by my bravado. Yeffing, these people do not come with good intentions. Do not act recklessly. Lu Xian whispered in concern. I'm fine. You all hurry to the back. I urged again. Brother Feng, you're not cut out for fighting, especially against skilled opponents. Just take them to the back and let me handle this. Erping insisted, ready to sacrifice himself. Yeffing, you can't fight. What a joke. Even martial arts masters are my disciples now. I thought to myself, Erping, don't be foolish. You can't take on so many alone. The fox scolded as she helped Erping. Hey, are you done talking? The yellow-haired thug, chewing gum lazily, asked. If you have a problem, come at me. It has nothing to do with my friends. I only enjoy taking down pretentious fools. Fine, I'll target you. The yellow-haired thug said confidently. I can't bear to listen to this any longer. You're boasting about taking me on. I bet you'll be a mess in under a minute. The fox interjected incessantly. Be quiet. I glared at her. You talk too much. If you don't want to get hurt, hurry and hide in the back. The fox, now angered, retorted. Erping, let us listen to him and go to the back. I want to see how he deals with these thugs. Acting tough comes at a cost. With that, she forcefully guided Erping into the master bedroom. Yeffing, good luck. The money-obsessed friend shouted as he hurried after the fox. I'm facing this with you. Lu Xian bit her lip, her fists clenched tightly. What are you facing? Get back. I rebuked coldly. No, I'm worried you'll get hurt. We share our fortunes and misfortunes. Lu Xian insisted stubbornly. Are you trying to become my sworn brother? Get back. I raised my voice, startling her. With her eyes glistening, Lu Xian said, Then promise me you won't get hurt. Why are you dragging this out? Suddenly, I hoisted Lu Xian onto my shoulder and swiftly tossed her into the master bedroom. As I was about to step out to confront the uninvited guests, Erping grabbed my arm. Brother Feng, let me handle it. Let him have his way. I'm looking forward to seeing him turned into a pig's head. The fox chimed in with a hint of schadenfreude. With a mysterious smile, I stepped out of the master bedroom, closing the door behind me. Because the door was shut, the fox and the others inside could not see the unfolding situation outside. What should I do? There are so many of them. Yi Feng is bound to suffer. Lu Xian paced restlessly in her bedroom, her mind in turmoil. It is entirely his own fault. He, a mere bear, insists on pretending to be a hero. Who can he blame? The vixen scoffed. Chapter 34. With the poise of a master, he shocks the crowd. Soon, the sounds of a brawl echoed from the living room. I reckon that country bumpkin is being badly beaten right now. The vixen smugly deduced. Before that group arrived, I mentioned he was no match for a fight. It must have been his pride that led him to act recklessly, trying to save face. No, I must go out to help Brother Feng. Erpeng was about to pull open the door when the vixen seized his arm. Do you wish to be beaten into a pulp as well? That country bumpkin deserves to be turned into a pig's head for acting tough. What help can you provide? Are you out of your mind? Lu Xian was displeased. Vixen. After all, Yi Feng is our classmate. What do you mean by saying such things? If you want tea help, I will. With that, Lu Xian forcefully swung open the bedroom door. Everyone immediately turned their gaze, their eyes widening in disbelief. Their mouths agape, they stood in astonishment. In the living room, a grand display of heroism was unfolding, with 3 individuals already on the ground, writhing in pain and howling like banshees. The remaining 7 youths formed a semicircle, eager to attack Yi Feng. Yi Feng remained calm and unafraid. Proudly, he stood with his left hand behind his back, engaging his assailants with only his right hand. Bang! 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 Each person who dared to strike him was swiftly defeated by a single blow. A punch sent one flying. A palm overturned another. A kick dispatched yet another. In the blink of an eye, only the yellow-haired, punk-styled individual and his 2 companions remained standing. The 3 exchanged glances, then charged together. With a spinning kick, Yi Feng leapt into the air, executing a graceful maneuver that made his cool hairstyle sway. Bang! 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 The 3 punks fell to the ground simultaneously, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. 1 against 10, and he did it with one hand. Astonishment. Shock. Witnessing Yi Feng, embodying the demeanor of a martial arts master, effortlessly vanquishing 10 skilled fighters, the onlookers at the master bedroom door were left in awe. The scene resembled a thrilling martial arts film, with Yi Feng as the protagonist. Facing 10 opponents, each strike resonating with power and emotion. Lu Xian was mesmerized, never imagining that Yi Feng possessed such hidden talents. The vixen stood there, mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to close it. Just moments ago, Yi Feng was truly striking and imposing, radiating a sense of security. For a fleeting second, a ripple stirred in her heart, causing her to feel a twinge of affection, but it quickly subsided into calmness. Erpeng and the little money grubber were entranced, having witnessed a heart-stopping battle. Yi Feng's movements appeared remarkably skilled and commanding. Who sent you here? What do you want? Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind him, cruelly stepping on the punk's face as he inquired. Yes, Brother Hu. Who is Brother Hu? Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Brother Hu is the big boss of the nightclub scene. Half of Donghai City's nightclubs belong to him. KTVs, bars, dance halls, nightclubs, most of them are his. And he has a crew of thugs. The punk confessed. We have no acquaintance with him. Why would he trouble us? Yi Feng pressed on. We don't know that. At least you're honest, scram. Yi Feng coldly retorted. Yes. The punk and his companions scrambled to their feet, helping each other as they prepared to leave. Hey, it seems you misunderstood my instructions. I meant for you to roll out, not to simply walk away. Yi Feng's eyes glinted fiercely. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle, not daring to refuse, as they nodded obediently. Oh. They lay back down, rolling their bodies as they exited. Reaching the door, they finally stood up, escaping in a disheveled manner. Brother Feng, you are truly extraordinary. Please allow me to pay my respects. Erpeng expressed his admiration, bowing deeply. Yi Feng, where did you learn your martial arts? After 4 years as classmates, I had no idea you possessed such skills. That was incredibly impressive. The little money grubber grinned, suggesting, how about I take you to the streets to perform, and we split the earnings 50-50? What does it matter if you have skills? A man without money or a career is ultimately a failure. Can martial arts feed you? Can they be turned into cash? The vixen maintained her sharp tongue. Yi Feng, to be honest, you've given me a new perspective today. Are you free tomorrow? How about coming to my house to meet my parents? Lu Xian suggested. Her cheeks flushed. Aren't your family engaged to the Qian family? If I were to visit, your parents would surely chase me away. Then we'll elope. Lu Xian declared earnestly. Although I am in a relationship with Qian Wuyo, I keep my integrity intact. I haven't even let him hold my hand. Yi Feng replied coldly. I have no interest in your affairs. I have important matters tomorrow and will not meet your parents. Let us continue enjoying hot pot. Lu Xian's heart sank. After a year since graduation, encountering Yi Feng again, she felt he had changed. He had become more handsome, yet more distant, radiating an irresistible charm that captivated her. She once seriously contemplated that if Yi Feng confessed his feelings for her, she would defy her family's opposition, even if it meant confronting the world to be with him. Yi Feng, I love you. even if it means going against the world. While they enjoyed hot pot, Lu Xian suddenly spoke with deep emotion. Brother Feng, I'm so envious of you. If only the vixen would say that to me, I would gladly accept death. Peng expressed, touched. Yi Feng, what are you pretending for? Lu Xian is a wealthy beauty. Does she not deserve this country bumpkin? The vixen questioned. Yi Feng, tell me, do you like me? Lu Xian gazed at him earnestly, awaiting his response. Like. The little money grubber answered cheerfully on Yi Feng's behalf. Stop joking. Let Yi Feng speak. The vixen shot a glare at the little money grubber. Yi Feng remained silent, suddenly standing up. I'm full. I'll be heading back now. He turned and walked away without looking back. Lu Xian's eyes reddened as she began to drink in solitude, tears streaming down her face. Yi Feng, I love you. Even if it means going against the world. Is your heart made of wood? If this scene were witnessed by the numerous suitors who had pursued Lu Xian desperately, how would they feel? The goddess they longed for, now heartbroken over another. That country bumpkin, who does he think he is? The vixen, indignant on Lu Xian's behalf, stood up and descended the stairs to pursue Yi Feng. Just as she reached the ground floor, she suddenly spotted a luxurious Bugatti sports car, parked not far away. A billion-yuan car? This is the second time I've seen such a vehicle. This time, I must not miss out. The vixen quickly forgot about Lu Xian, deciding to see who the owner might be. Chapter 35, The Chairman's Exclusive Elevator. Yi Feng noticed the vixen approaching in his rearview mirror. I must not let her discover my wealth. Otherwise, she might shamelessly pursue me. Peng has feelings for the vixen, and I cannot let this affect our friendship. With that thought, Yi Feng sped away in his car. Don't go. Wait for me. The enchanting vixen's face was marked by a fleeting sense of melancholy, quickly followed by a wave of acceptance. After all, she was set to commence her role as the chairman's secretary at the Dihao Entertainment Media Group tomorrow. It was said that the chairman was a young and dashing tycoon, and she envisioned herself winning his favor through her own allure. Perhaps soon to be known as the chairman's lady. With this thought, endless aspirations gleamed in the vixen's eyes. Yi Feng returned home around 10 o'clock that night. He hurriedly took a warm shower and went to bed, the night passing in silence. The next morning, the wish bottle awakened him. Good morning, master. I, your considerate companion, am here to inform you that it is now precisely 8 o'clock. Do you have any wishes to make today? Yi Feng began to voice his first wish. I wish for the wish bottle to upgrade swiftly. I regret to inform you, master, that your wish cannot be fulfilled. You cannot wish for anything related to the bottle. Your first wish is void. Please proceed with your second wish. All right, Yi Feng replied, somewhat disheartened, and continued with his second wish. I hope to possess a limited edition VIP Super Black card from Huamei Bank. Congratulations, master. Your wish has been granted. The black card has now appeared in your wallet. The limited edition VIP Super Black card from Huamei Bank is one of only 5 in the world. It symbolizes the status of a true tycoon, and you are deserving of it. Hearing this, Yi Feng opened his wallet and indeed found a black card, exuding an understated yet luxurious radiance. Is there a limit on it? Yi Feng inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. The limit is infinite. No matter how much you spend, you shall never overdraft. Please rest assured. Okay, thank you. You may leave now. Yi Feng smiled contentedly. Understood, master. Until we meet again tomorrow. After having breakfast, Yi Feng decided to visit the company to review the financial reports for the month. Although he was wealthy, he did not wish for any mismanagement within the company. At 9 in the morning, Yi Feng arrived at the elevator lobby on the first floor of Dihao Entertainment Media Group. During the peak hours, the elevator lobby was packed with white-collar workers, numbering around 100. The building had 7 elevators, 6 for public use and 1 designated for the chairman. The 6 elevators were thronged with office workers, while the 7th, the chairman's private elevator, stood unoccupied. To reach the chairman's elevator, Yi Feng would need to navigate through the throngs of people. His identity was known only to the upper management, and the white-collar workers were unaware of it. As Yi Feng maneuvered through the crowd towards the chairman's elevator, he inadvertently stepped on the foot of a female employee. I'm sorry. Yi Feng politely apologized. It's fine, you must be new here? The female employee, noticing his unfamiliarity but handsome appearance, couldn't help but feel a spark of interest. Oh, I'm a newcomer. Yi Feng replied with a modest smile. Which department are you in? She asked with genuine curiosity. Truthfully, Yi Feng was unfamiliar with the company's departments and, spotting 2 security guards also waiting for the elevator, he said, the security department. A flicker of unease crossed the female employee's face, as though she began to regret striking up a conversation with him. The security department was the most basic level of the company, akin to custodial work. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, others stifled laughter, remarking, is the security department even a department? How amusing. It's merely doorkeeping, devoid of any technical merit, a male employee bluntly stated, envious of the attention the female employee had shown to Yi Feng. Hello everyone, I'm the new chairman's secretary, My name is Hu Lijing, but those who know me affectionately call me the Vixen, for my figure and looks are extraordinary. The Vixen, waiting for the elevator, eagerly introduced herself as the chairman's secretary. Her words carried weight. All eyes turned to her. Indeed, she lived up to her name, with her oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and a figure that was nothing short of stunning. Greetings, Secretary Hu. The crowd chimed in, eager to curry favor. Hello. It's an honor to become colleagues with all of you. As the chairman's secretary, I will hold myself to high standards. She paused mid-sentence, having spotted Yi Feng. You. Come here. She pointed directly at him, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. Yi Feng, however, feigned ignorance. I'm not interested. I'm calling you, come here. The Vixen raised her voice. What do you want? Yi Feng replied impatiently. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This security guard has some nerve, daring to speak to the new chairman's secretary in such a manner. They murmured. Why are you here at Dihao Entertainment? Are you an employee here? The Vixen crossed her arms, questioning Yi Feng through the throng. Do I need to inform you of my business here? Who do you think you are? Yi Feng frowned, dismissing her completely. At that moment, he arrived at the 7th elevator. What do you think you're doing? That's the chairman's private elevator. Without an elevator card, you cannot enter. Some white-collar workers exclaimed. He, of course, did not possess an elevator card. Security, throw him out. Our company is not a marketplace. Not just anyone can waltz in. The Vixen, eager to assert her authority, immediately issued the order. However, at that very moment, in full view of everyone, Yi Feng produced a elevator card. The card for the chairman's private elevator. Chapter 36, The Vixen's Days. The two security guards, following the new chairman's secretary's command, advanced towards Yi Feng, intending to eject him from the building. Yet they were taken aback to see the elevator card in Yi Feng's hand. This card was reserved exclusively for the chairman. There was only one in the entire group. The guards stood frozen. Incredulity etched across their faces as they gazed at the youthful Yi Feng. Could it be that he was the chairman? Simultaneously, everyone present, including the Vixen, was left speechless. A common question echoed in their minds. Was this handsome young man truly the chairman? For a brief moment, the Vixen nearly believed Yi Feng's claim to be the chairman, for the card in his hand spoke volumes. However, a thought struck her. Did she not know Yi Feng? He was her university classmate, hailing from the countryside, currently unemployed. How could he possibly be the chairman? He must have stolen the chairman's elevator card and was merely putting on a show. With that thought, the Vixen furiously shouted, Security, apprehend him. He stole the card. I am the chairman's secretary. How could I not know if he is the chairman? I will tell everyone the truth. He is my university classmate and is still unemployed. The crowd gasped collectively, realizing he was not the chairman, but a thief. What a despicable thief, flaunting the chairman's elevator card. How ridiculous. The white-collar workers clamored, some even filled with righteous indignation. With so many supporters, the security guards felt emboldened and surged towards Yi Feng, ready to take action. Stop. Yi Feng fixed his gaze on the two guards, his eyes sharp as daggers. The two security guards were visibly intimidated by Yi Feng's piercing gaze, retreating step by step. I am your chairman. Yi Feng's declaration left the guards momentarily speechless. If you are the chairman, I shall promptly vacate the premises of Dihao Entertainment Media Group. One guard retorted, his disbelief palpable. The Vixen shot Yi Feng a disdainful glance before redirecting her focus to the guards. Do not be swayed by his deceit. He is not the chairman, unequivocally not. She asserted with conviction. Guards, why do you hesitate? Seize him at once. The chairman's secretary has declared he is not your chairman. Thus he certainly is not, urged several white-collar workers, who inherently believed that, given the Vixen's position as secretary, she must have encountered the elusive chairman, a figure shrouded in mystery and yet to make an appearance. However, even if Yi Feng wasn't the chairman, the guards found themselves paralyzed, for his gaze was utterly terrifying, as if he were poised to strip them of their very souls. At that moment, the sharp sound of high heels striking the floor echoed continuously. Yi Feng's assistant, Diana, hurried onto the scene. The crowd instinctively greeted her and parted to grant her passage. Sister Anna, when will the chairman arrive? The Vixen inquired deferentially. The rank of the chairman's assistant far surpassed that of the chairman's secretary. To illustrate, if the chairman were akin to an emperor, the assistant would be a minister at the emperor's side, while the secretary would be like a maidservant, serving tea and water. Without a word, Diana swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the Vixen's face, the sound crisp and shocking. Gasps filled the room. This newly appointed chairman's secretary was audacious indeed, daring to stir trouble in such a lofty domain. The Vixen, holding her reddened cheek, was utterly bewildered. Sister Anna, what have I done wrong? She stammered, her confusion evident. Do you know why I struck you? Diana challenged. The Vixen shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. I told you, if you do not court disaster, you shall not meet it. Yi Feng interjected. Silence. You have no right to speak here. The vixen unleashed her pin-up grievances upon Yifeng. She stormed towards him, raising her hand to strike him. Yifeng seized her wrist with a firm grip. You may leave now. Dihao Entertainment Media Group has no need for employees like you. Nor does the chairman require a secretary of your ilk. He declared coldly and resolutely. Let go of me. The vixen cried, wrenching her arm free and fuming with indignation. Who do you think you are? You have stolen the chairman's exclusive elevator card. I have yet to settle that score with you. Just wait until the chairman arrives. The chairman is already here, Diana remarked, casting a glance at Yifeng. Where? Where? The vixen instinctively searched the vicinity, her gaze inadvertently overlooking Yifeng. She could never have imagined that Yifeng was the chairman. Deep down, she regarded him as a mere country bumpkin. Sister Anna, where's the chairman? She suddenly pointed at Yifeng and exclaimed, This person has stolen the chairman's elevator access card. Please handle this matter with him. The chairman, distant yet near, stood before them. Yifeng, hands casually tucked into his pockets, fixed his gaze on the vixen. Are you suggesting that you are the chairman? Have you no shame? What gives you such confidence? You, who are clearly a rural simpleton without a job, if you were the chairman, I, the vixen, would immediately vacate Dihao Entertainment Media Group. However, scarcely had the words left her lips when Diana respectfully bowed to Yifeng. Mr. Yi, how would you like to handle the vixen? Mr. Yi? The crowd was struck dumb, suddenly comprehending the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the vixen collapsed in disbelief. Her face turned ashen as she stared incredulously at Yifeng, murmuring to herself, How can he be the chairman? Isn't he from a rural background, still seeking employment? I must be dreaming. The vixen instinctively pinched her arm, the painful sensation confirming her reality. Do you grasp why I struck you earlier? It was because you offended Mr. Yi, Diana stated, her gaze unwavering. I offended the chairman? The vixen's mind spiraled into chaos. It took her a full minute to accept the reality of Yifeng's identity. Without hesitation, she crawled towards him, grasping at his pant leg. Mr. Yi, I was blind to your worth. I beg your forgiveness. For the sake of our past as classmates, please do not terminate my employment. I truly cherish this job. The position of the chairman's secretary held immense power within the company, second only to the chairman. And the vixen was indeed fond of it. Yifeng looked down at her desperate pleas with an air of cold indifference. Do you know why I have tolerated you for so long? 1. Out of respect for Air Peng. 2. Because we were once classmates. However, you have squandered both considerations. What right do you have to plead with me now? One word, leave. No, Mr. Yi, I implore you to show mercy, to overlook my transgressions. I beg you. I truly love this job. The vixen was relentless. Remove her from my sight. Yifeng commanded the 2 security guards. Yes, Mr. Yi. The guards, keenly aware of their need to redeem themselves, swiftly grasped the vixen and began escorting her out of the building. Begone, you harlot. You nearly brought ruin upon us both. They hurled her from the Dihao building. With a thud, the vixen landed on the ground, her hair disheveled, her appearance a mess. Such a woman deserved her fate. Unable to recognize the chairman, yet claiming to be the chairman's secretary, now her downfall was upon her. On her very first day of work, she was dismissed. A first in the company's history. How utterly embarrassing. The vixen lay on the ground, listening to the crowd's whispers, her face flushed with shame. Yet, it was too late to reverse her actions. Regret was futile. Better to maintain some dignity. In the next instant, she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she rose from the ground, standing at the entrance of the building. Pointing an accusatory finger at Yifeng, she enunciated with venom, I despise you. One day, I, the vixen, shall laugh while you weep. Yifeng, we shall see. With that, she turned on her heel and strode away without looking back. An hour later, the vixen found herself at Air Peng's new residence. Wah. Air Peng, Yifeng has harassed me. She intended to sow discord between Air Peng and Yifeng. If you truly care for me, if you are a real man, then confront Yifeng. The alluring vixen exclaimed, What are you talking about? Yifeng is not that kind of person. Air Peng, seated on the living room sofa, paused his mobile gaming. How wonderful. You share such a deep brotherly bond, do you? Then what are we? The vixen seethed, Don't you like me? If you confront Yifeng right now, I will be your girlfriend. What has gotten into you today, vixen? You seem rather uncharacteristic. Air Peng inquired with concern. The vixen suddenly lashed out. Air Peng, did you know all along that Yifeng is wealthy? You knew? Very well, I'll be honest with you. I am not a rich second generation. All my house, car, and grand restaurant were provided by Brother Feng. He won 200 million in the lottery, which is why he is so affluent, Air Peng confessed candidly. Today, I embarrassed myself at Yifeng's company and faced tremendous injustice. Why didn't you tell me about Yifeng's true identity sooner? The vixen interrogated Air Peng with exasperation. I was instructed by Brother Feng not to disclose. Air Peng explained. You are nothing but a dog by Yifeng's side. The vixen prodded. Tell me, Air Peng, Would you dare to confront Yi Feng for the woman you love? With swift resolve, Peng slapped the vixen across the face. Though I may not be handsome or wealthy, I understand the value of gratitude and loyalty. I will not betray friendship or brotherhood for your false affection. Peng knew well that the vixen did not genuinely care for him. Her love was indeed a facade, driven solely by a desire for revenge against Yi Feng. Very well, I, the vixen, hereby vow to sever all ties with Peng, she proclaimed, her laughter tinged with fury. As for Yi Feng, he merely won a lottery. What is there to boast about? In all of Donghai, there are countless who are far wealthier. With that, she stormed into her bedroom, frantically packing her belongings in preparation to leave. Vixen, where are you going? Peng approached her bedroom, expressing his concern. To find a wealthier and more powerful boyfriend than Yi Feng, someone who can take him down, the vixen declared resolutely. At the top conference room of Dihao Entertainment Media Group, all employees gathered for a meeting. Yi Feng stood on stage, exuding charisma and authority, surveying the crowd with a commanding gaze. Below, Diana and the staff formed an orderly line, listening intently to the chairman's address. Excited whispers rippled through some female employees. Who would have thought our chairman is so young and handsome? I wonder if he has a girlfriend? My heart races just thinking about it. When I first saw him in the elevator, I sensed he was extraordinary. He must be our chairman. How fortunate I am to have exchanged a few words with him. He even claimed to be from the security department. As the murmurs subsided, Yi Feng began his speech. Good morning, colleagues of Dihao Entertainment Media Group. I am your chairman, Yi Feng. I hope everyone works diligently to create brilliance for our company. I solemnly announce that starting next month, the finance director will increase your salaries by 30%. At his proclamation, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Our chairman is brilliant. Long live the chairman. Several male employees shouted enthusiastically, prompting the entire assembly to join in. Long live our chairman. Stop. Yi Feng gestured for silence, and the room fell quiet. Dihao Entertainment Media Group is not merely my own, it belongs to all of us. I hope each of you feels a sense of collective honor, so that our group's future may shine even brighter. Applause resounded once more. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Yi Feng waved his hand. Get back to work. After the meeting, Yi Feng returned to his office, requesting the finance director to deliver the financial report from the previous quarter. Indeed, Diana, the assistant to the chairman, proved to be a business prodigy under her management. Revenue had doubled. Yi Feng was quite pleased. As night fell, Yi Feng headed to the Golden Voice KTV, seeking to confront the notorious nightclub mogul, Northeast Tiger. This was prompted by an incident at Peng's home, where a group had barged in, seeking trouble. Yi Feng had subdued them and learned they were sent by Tiger. Unfamiliar with Northeast Tiger, Yi Feng was intent on uncovering the reason behind the conflict, particularly as it involved his dear friend and the woman he admired. Golden Voice KTV was the largest nightclub in Donghai City. Its owner, Northeast Tiger, was renowned for owning multiple establishments and ranked 10th on the Donghai Rich list, boasting a fortune of 20 billion. Isn't that Yi Feng? A familiar voice resonated as he approached the entrance. Turning around, he was greeted by none other than his first love from freshman year, Zhou Guo. Yi Feng still vividly recalled her bizarre reason for their breakup. You live in the boys' dorm, and I live in the girls' dorm. I dislike long-distance relationships. In truth, she had merely deemed him a poor student. After their separation, Zhou Guo'er quickly found herself in a relationship with a wealthy heir, who ranked 15th on the Donghai Rich list, worth 100 billion. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Su Mu, ranked 15th on the Donghai Rich list, with a fortune of 100 billion. Zhou Guo'er proudly linked her arm with the bespectacled man, eager to flaunt her new partner. Yi Feng smirked. Setting aside his own 500 billion in assets, including the recently acquired limited edition VIP black card from Huamei Bank, which offered unlimited credit, he felt no need to engage in comparison. Yi Feng, you need not force a smile. I understand how people can be envious. I apologize if my boyfriend has hurt your pride. Zhou Guo'er feigned concern, her words laced with condescension. With a discerning eye, Yi Feng observed Zhou Guo'er and Su Mu's entourage of 3 men and 3 women, all prominent figures on the Donghai Rich list, ranked 16th, 17th, and 18th, accompanied by their respective partners. Yi Feng, don't you want to shake hands with my boyfriend? He is ranked 15th on the rich list. You might just catch some of his fortune, Zhou Guo'er urged. Yi Feng remained silent, displaying no intention of shaking hands. Hello, Mr. Yi. Su Mu extended his hand, initiating the greeting. Hello. Yi Feng finally reciprocated, shaking his hand. Where do you work, Mr. Yi? Su Mu inquired with a smile. I am currently unemployed, Yi Feng replied. Equally cheerful. Darling, Yi Feng has yet to find a job. Would you kindly lend a hand? Zhou Guo'er smiled. Of course, if the opportunity arises, I shall assist. Mr. Yi, why not join us at KTV? We can discuss matters inside. Su Mu responded politely. Since Yifeng was already intent on confronting the Northeast Tiger, he nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Sumu was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been engaging in small talk, never expecting Yifeng to take it seriously. Did he not consider his own standing, wishing to mingle with us affluent individuals? Though such thoughts crossed her mind, Sumu refrained from voicing them. Meanwhile, a hint of disdain flickered across Zhou Guore's face. Yifeng truly lacked self-awareness, genuinely believing he could accompany them inside. Well, let him in. This would serve to highlight the disparity between him and her boyfriend. 10 minutes later, in the opulent private room of Jin Sangzi KTV, Zhou Guore selected a song and began to sing softly. Yifeng sat beside her, listening to Su Mu engage in conversation with 3 other wealthy friends. By the way, have you managed to procure the black card from Huamei Bank? Su Mu inquired. Not yet. My assistant has made several trips, but has been unsuccessful, claiming I lack the qualifications. One of the wealthy friends lamented. I am in the same boat. I can't even qualify for the most ordinary black card. As for the limited edition VIP Super Supreme black card, I wouldn't dare to dream of it. Sigh, I've given up on it. We are merely affluent individuals in Donghai City, completely unqualified. The 3 wealthy men sighed in unison. I managed to obtain one, Su Mu declared. Though it's just an ordinary black card, not a limited edition. I am quite content. I had to exhaust all my connections to acquire this black card. It was no easy feat. Brother Su, you're impressive. Indeed, Brother Su, I admire you. As Yifeng listened to the conversation among the 4 affluent men, he took out his wallet and caressed his VIP limited edition Super Supreme black card from Huamei Bank, feeling a swell of pride. A limited edition one is in my possession. Is it truly that difficult to obtain? I merely need to make a wish and speak a few words. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. The nightclub mogul and 10th-ranked billionaire of Donghai, the Northeast Tiger, strode in with a hearty laugh. He bore a visage reminiscent of a tiger, affectionately referred to as Tiger Brother by his wealthy companions. Yifeng had come today specifically to settle scores with him. Tiger Brother. Su Mu and the 3 affluent men hurriedly stood to greet him with utmost respect. After all, the Northeast Tiger was worth 20 billion and ranked 10th on the Donghai wealthy list. Everyone, please take a seat. No need for formality. We are all friends here. Welcome to my Jin Sangzi KTV. The Northeast Tiger, with a perpetual smile, was a true enigma. Instead of gold chains, he wore a string of prayer beads around his neck, embodying the saying, a tiger wearing prayer beads feigns benevolence. So, he is indeed the Northeast Tiger. Yifeng chose not to rise. Once everyone was seated, the Northeast Tiger turned his attention to Yifeng. Brother Su, who is this? He is a classmate of my girlfriend. Since he has yet to secure employment, my girlfriend asked me to help him, so I brought him along, Su Mu introduced. Brother, I am in need of waitstaff at my KTV. How about you come and work for me? On account of Brother Su, I can offer you 4,000 a month. Zhou Guoer, who had been singing softly, ceased and, microphone in hand, addressed Yifeng. Why don't you express your gratitude to Tiger Brother? Meeting him is a privilege. Uft. Yifeng scoffed. Thank him? What nonsense. I am here to settle scores with him. What did you say? Su Mu and the other 3 affluent men, taken aback, collectively inquired, unable to process Yifeng's audacity. Chapter 40. Godly young man, please accept our knees. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng sprang to his feet, seizing the Northeast Tiger's hair with his left hand while his right hand swung out. Slap, slap, slap. His martial prowess was evident as he struck with ferocity. What is happening? The Northeast Tiger yelped in confusion, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The vixen was a woman and the object of admiration for Yifeng's closest friend, so he had chosen to tolerate her. However, the Northeast Tiger was a man he did not know, prompting him to act decisively. What on earth is going on? Su Mu and the other affluent men gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom what they were witnessing. This unemployed young man, had he lost his mind? Did he possess the audacity to strike the Northeast Tiger? The man was worth 20 billion. Should anything happen to him, this impoverished fellow would never be able to repay the debt in 10 lifetimes. Yifeng, do you wish to court death? Stop this at once. Zhou Guo cried, discarding the microphone and rushing to pull him back. The Northeast Tiger, being a wealthy figure and a nightclub mogul, had a cadre of enforcers at his disposal, each a ruthless individual. In all of Donghai, no one dared to provoke him. Yet today, inexplicably, he was assaulted by an unknown youth, an indignity he could hardly bear. Do you dare strike me? Do you know who I am? I am the nightclub mogul, the 10th ranked on the Donghai wealthy list. The Northeast Tiger seethed, furious. With a swift kick, Yifeng sent him crashing to the ground. I am striking you. Blur. Your classmate is utterly uncouth and brazen. Tiger Brother is not someone he can provoke. Quickly, make him apologize to Tiger Brother. The bespectacled Su Mu finally erupted in anger. Indeed, he should apologize to Tiger Brother. Who does this impoverished fool think he is? That foolish young man is simply reckless. How dare he strike Tiger Brother? Such a naive fool. I regret bringing him to this upscale establishment. He is a disgrace to us all. The wealthy men's girlfriends murmured among themselves. Their gazes toward Yifeng filled with contempt. Yifeng, I am giving you one chance. Kneel down and apologize to Tiger Brother. Zhou Guer fumed. At this moment, the Northeast Tiger was livid. This matter could not simply be resolved with an apology. Rising from the floor, he pointed at Yifeng. You are finished. Before he could finish his sentence, Yifeng delivered another kick, sending the Northeast Tiger sprawling once more. The bespectacled Su Mu dashed out of the private room, shouting loudly in the corridor, Tiger Brother has been attacked. In an instant, dozens of enforcers flooded into the private room. Tiger Brother! Tiger Brother! They assisted the Northeast Tiger to his feet. Kill him! The Northeast Tiger shouted, pointing at Yifeng with venomous hatred. A dozen enforcers swarmed forward. Bang! Bang! Slap! Slap! Thud! In the blink of an eye, all the enforcers lay on the ground. Yifeng's strikes were swift, precise, and ruthless, spectacular. The onlookers could only stare in astonishment. You, impoverished fool, have landed yourself in serious trouble. Sumu pointed at Yifeng. Mind your words. Who are you calling an impoverished fool? Yifeng fixed his icy gaze on Sumu. Huh. Sumu chuckled, pushing up his glasses. Every man in this room, save you, is affluent. Are you not an impoverished fool? You, poor people, only know how to resort to violence to solve problems. I look down upon you. I look down upon you as well. Creating a mere ordinary black card poses such difficulties, relying on interpersonal connections and exerting immense effort. Yifeng sneered. Huh. I fear you might not even qualify to apply for one, Sumu retorted. As her words fell, Yifeng abruptly hurled the limited edition VIP Super Supreme Black card at Sumu's face. Behold the limited edition. Sumu was taken aback. Dong Bei, who was astonished. Zhou Guer was flabbergasted. The entire private room fell into a stunned silence, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Everyone gazed at Yifeng in disbelief. It was indeed a limited edition black card. The holder of this card signified an illustrious status among the elite. A titan among titans. This is impossible. The limited edition black card is said to exist only in 5 copies worldwide, and as far as I know, none of the wealthy individuals on the Huaxiao rich list possess the qualifications to own one. Su Mu exclaimed, shaking her head. That must be a fake. Yifeng is merely showing off. Zhou Guer blurted out. No, it is not fake. I have seen the limited edition black card at the Wealthy Exchange Conference. This card is genuine. Dong Beihu asserted. It must be one that Yifeng stumbled upon. Zhou Guer foolishly chimed in. He doesn't even have a job. He couldn't possibly be a tycoon. Are you out of your mind? Dong Beihu just mentioned that there are only 5 in existence worldwide, and the wealthy in Huaxiao have yet to gain the right to possess one. Where could I have found it? Yifeng countered Zhou Guer. Zhou Guer was left speechless. Su Mu and Dong Beihu exchanged knowing glances. In the next moment, they silently understood. They knelt before Yifeng, and they did so in perfect unison. The spacious private room resonated with the sounds of respect from the affluent. Young Master Tycoon, please accept our kneeling. The voices echoed thunderously, reverberating above the private room. Lingering in the air. Chapter 41. Investing 600 billion with pocket money. Zhou Guer witnessed her proud husband's wealthy friends, and those they revered. The nightclub magnate ranked within the top 10 of the rich list, Dong Beihu. These figures who commanded the business world were now all kneeling before Yifeng. They worshipped him. She was so astonished that she could hardly utter a word, struggling to believe her eyes. However, it soon dawned on her. This was the ex-boyfriend she had discarded in her sophomore year of college, deeming him too impoverished, and he turned out to be a hidden gem, a superlative potential. In just 1 year after graduation, he had become a super tycoon. It was utterly inconceivable, mind-boggling, shocking. Zhou Guer's insides twisted with regret. If only she had remained steadfast with him. Then today, she would be the wife of a tycoon. Reflecting upon it now, her current boyfriend, Su Mu, was simply not in the same league as Yifeng. They were worlds apart. Meanwhile, Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked down upon the wealthy individuals kneeling before him, his gaze honing in on Dong Beihu. Pray tell, why did you send your thugs to cause trouble at Erpeng's home? Had I not been present back then, my brother and the woman I cherish would have surely faced dire consequences. I have no grievances with you. Why would you act in such a manner? Dong Beihu suddenly realized. So, this was the reason he had been attacked. The young master tycoon is Qian Wuyo. He told me he had offended a formidable individual, resulting in hospitalization and the theft of his girlfriend. Yet that individual was too powerful for him to confront. So he asked me to assist in taking action against the friend's associates. Indeed, it was Qian Wuyo. In truth, Yifeng had already deduced it. He just lacked confirmation. So, you are the person Qian Xiao referred to. I sincerely apologize for the offense. Dong Bei, who humbly offered his apology. The possessor of a limited edition black card, though absent from the rich list, must not be underestimated. Such invisible tycoons possess unfathomable economic strength. From now on, do not assist Qian Wuyo in any matters. Yi Feng's gaze was piercing. I wouldn't dare. Dong Bei, who felt a chill run down his spine. Very well, you may rise. Yi Feng surveyed the wealthy individuals. After they stood, Su Mu humbly bowed to Yi Feng. Earlier, my words may have been offensive. I beg the young master tycoon to overlook my transgressions. Very well. Yi Feng nodded, deeming it a forgiveness. Your rankings on the Donghai City Rich list are 10, 15, 16, 17, and 18, correct? Yi Feng abruptly changed the subject. Indeed. Our combined net worth amounts to 600 billion. Dong Bei, who replied with a grin. Yi Feng regarded Dong Bei, who, and the others. What businesses are you engaged in? Young master tycoon, my nightclubs are spread across the entirety of Donghai City. KTVs, bars, nightclubs, and dance venues. Dong Bei, who proudly stated. I am in the beverage industry, with my company and factories likewise spread throughout Donghai City. Su Mu proclaimed with pride. The remaining 3 wealthy individuals also shared their respective business sectors, daily chemicals, e-commerce, and large supermarkets. Yi Feng declared, I intend to invest in your businesses. Young master tycoon. Our combined businesses may not even amount to 500 billion. Such an investment seems implausible. Dong Bei, who expressed skepticism regarding Yi Feng's financial capabilities. While he was aware that Yi Feng was a tycoon, 500 billion was indeed a substantial sum. No worries, I'll invest it as pocket money. Yi Feng remarked casually. Pocket money? The wealthy individuals exclaimed in unison. Indeed, I plan to invest 600 billion. 600 billion. Which is equivalent to the total net worth of Dong Bei, who, and the other tycoons. Their worldviews were utterly shattered. Just how much wealth does this young master tycoon possess? It was beyond belief. Regarding the specifics of the investment, let us find a time to discuss it and then sign the contract. Once the contract is finalized, I will transfer the funds immediately. Yi Feng stated. Very well. Very well. Everyone cheered. When financing is involved, it is undoubtedly a good thing. Please, have a seat. I shall step outside for some fresh air. With that, Yi Feng slipped his hands into his pockets and exited the VIP room. Zhou Gui'er followed him out. Yi Feng, I have regretted breaking up with you ever since. Ending our relationship back then was my mistake. I was blind to your worth. But over the years, I have continually thought of you. Can we reconcile? Zhou Gui'er, the former girlfriend, began to ingratiate herself. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Of course, if you wish, you can instantly become my girlfriend. Zhou Gui'er, unaware that Yi Feng was toying with her, took him seriously. Then I shall break up with Su Mu right now. Zhou Gui'er exclaimed excitedly, turning to dash back into the room. 10 minutes later, after Yi Feng had stepped outside for a smoke, he returned to the private room. Zhou Gui'er linked her arm with his. Yi Feng, I have told Su Mu that I am breaking up with him. Yi Feng glanced at Su Mu, whose face was twitching, eyes filled with resentment towards Zhou Gui'er, as if he had seen through her true nature at that moment. A vain and materialistic woman. Remove your hand. I find it disgusting. Yi Feng coldly shook off Zhou Gui'er. Huh. Zhou Gui'er was left bewildered. You are not worthy of being my girlfriend. Yi Feng fixed his gaze on Zhou Gui'er, enunciating each word. Are you deceiving me? Zhou Gui'er suddenly realized. Yi Feng sneered. The affluent young man, Su Mu, discerned the true nature of Zhou Gui'er, declaring that such a woman was unworthy of being his girlfriend. What I said earlier about breaking up was merely a jest. Do not take it to heart, Zhou Gui'er insisted. Yet now she found herself bereft of both boyfriend and allies. Leave, was all Su Mu uttered. A single word that sent Zhou Gui'er's cheeks flushing crimson with shame as she fled in disarray. At that moment, Tiger Brother's assistant entered, announcing, Tiger Brother. The enchantress seeks you out, and she brings along a suitcase. What brings her here? Tiger Brother murmured. Before addressing Yi Feng with utmost respect, please excuse my absence for a moment. After Tiger Brother exited, Yi Feng pondered. So, the enchantress is acquainted with Tiger Brother. She must be seeking his assistance against me. Inside Tiger Brother's office, the enchantress, suitcase in tow, awaited on the sofa. Long time no see. I thought you had forgotten me. 5 minutes later, Tiger Brother appeared before her. The enchantress, feigning distress, wept melodramatically. She understood the art of manipulation. The more pitiful she appeared, the more likely she was to ensnare a man's heart and compel him to act in her favor. What troubles you? Tiger Brother inquired. Oh, Tiger Brother, I have been wronged by someone, my classmate, who merely won a lottery worth 200 million and started a company. How does he compare to you? Whose fortune is 200 billion? To stand before you, he is but a pauper. The enchantress lamented. I beseech you to seek justice for me, Tiger Brother. You must stand by me. Who dares to bully the enchantress? This is a blatant affront to me. Tiger Brother replied sternly. His name is Yi Feng. A fellow university student, she revealed. Earlier, in the private booth, Yi Feng had refrained from disclosing his name. Thus, Tiger Brother was unaware that the Yi Feng in question was the very affluent young man he revered. Yi Feng. Very well. I shall remember him and ensure justice is served, Tiger Brother assured her. During her second year of college, the enchantress had fortuitously met Tiger Brother, who was captivated by her beauty and willing to spend extravagantly to win her affection. However, her standards were lofty. The men she desired had to possess both wealth and charm. Although Tiger Brother was wealthy, he lacked the handsomeness she sought, leading to a lack of mutual interest. Despite her materialistic and vain inclinations, she maintained certain principles. She would not compromise for anyone she did not favor, regardless of their wealth. This was why she remained single to this day. Yet now, her animosity toward Yi Feng had reached its zenith, prompting her to seek Tiger Brother's intervention. Tiger Brother, shall we confront Yi Feng together? He has won 200 million. Let your 200 billion fortune serve as a stark reminder of true wealth. The enchantress was eager to proceed. What do you want with me? Yi Feng appeared at the office door, hands tucked in his pockets, gazing intently at the enchantress. I seek to humiliate you, she retorted, her hatred blinding her to the absurdity of her situation. Tiger Brother, taken aback, inquired, Is this Yi Feng you speak of? Indeed, Tiger Brother, the enchantress said, draping her arm possessively around Tiger Brother's, leading him toward Yi Feng. With a haughty air, she proclaimed, This is my new boyfriend, Tiger Brother. Ranked 10th on the Donghai Rich list, worth 200 billion, a mogul of nightlife. I hear you won 200 million from the lottery? How impressive. But compared to Tiger Brother, you are merely a country bumpkin. Yi Feng sneered. Is this truly how you wish to conduct yourself? How childish. The enchantress, undeterred, lifted her exquisite face, her eyes ablaze with defiance. As long as it brings you down, it amuses me greatly. Do you not feel inferior before Tiger Brother? At that moment, Tiger Brother was drenched in cold sweat, embarrassment etched upon his face. He instinctively reached for a tissue to dab his brow. Yi Feng remained silent, awaiting the inevitable fallout for the enchantress. Unaware of her impending doom, the enchantress continued, What's wrong? Am I not correct? You may have won 200 million. But what does that amount to? Kneel and apologize. Perhaps I shall show mercy and let Tiger Brother spare you. Otherwise, he will ruin you financially and reduce you to the pitiful state from which you came. Are you finished? Yi Feng began to grow impatient. Not quite. One last thing. If you wish to avoid a tragic ending, you should kneel and apologize. The enchantress declared triumphantly. Yi Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Tiger Brother. Apologize to you? Get lost. Tiger Brother suddenly flung the enchantress away. She gasped, barely catching herself against the wall. Tiger Brother, why would you do this? She exclaimed, bewildered. In the next moment, Tiger Brother bowed respectfully to Yi Feng, a pained expression on his face. Brother Feng, I am sorry. I truly did not know you were Yi Feng. I am not the enchantress's boyfriend, nor would I dare oppose you. You have graciously provided us with 600 billion in funding. We are eternally grateful. From this day forth, we shall follow your lead. Tiger Brother's series of apologies left the enchantress utterly speechless, shocked into silence. 600 billion in funding, and that was just pocket change? I thought he only won 200 million from the lottery. What on earth is happening? Are you certain he provided you with 600 billion? The enchantress questioned incredulously. Smack. Tiger Brother delivered a sharp slap to the enchantress. I apologize. This is my first time striking a woman, especially one I once cared for. However, I could no longer contain myself. Enchantress, leave at once. Keep your distance from me from now on. You. The enchantress was rendered speechless, shooting Yi Feng a venomous glare. Do not revel in your triumph. I will not let this go. I shall find someone even more powerful than you and make you regret this. With that vow, the enchantress made it her mission to seek vengeance against Yi Feng. In fact, she had already begun her quest. The following day, using her beauty, she sought out a motivational speaker. Though the speaker was younger and handsome, he lacked Yi Feng's wealth, but he was brimming with knowledge. The enchantress planned to have him compete with Yi Feng in eloquence and motivational prowess. To ensure Yi Feng would be embarrassed, she deliberately invited him to Erpeng's new residence, ready to orchestrate her revenge. What brings me here? Yi Feng inquired, hands in his pockets, as he entered the living room filled with several guests. The enchanting vixen, a dashing master of success, Erpeng, and the little money enthusiast, Yi Feng, had all come to light. Who would have thought you were a god of wealth? Why didn't you reveal it sooner? You are far too modest, my friend. From now on, I shall be your companion. Should I address you as Brother Feng? Upon seeing Yi Feng, the little money enthusiast sprang from the sofa, as if electrified. Circling around him with a beaming smile, Brother Feng, I'm studying accounting. Allow me to be your personal financial assistant. Come here, little money enthusiast. What is so impressive about wealth? He is merely a local tycoon. Look at my new boyfriend, the master of success. He speaks in auditoriums, inspiring millions, helping countless individuals realize their dreams and ascend to the hall of success. The vixen proclaimed with pride. Subsequently, she cast a glance at the master of success, who understood her unspoken words. He rose, striding towards Yi Feng with an air of righteous authority. Greetings, my friend. May I inquire, do you consider yourself a successful person? What is your definition of success? I possess a house, a car, a career, and a woman I admire, along with a staggering 60 billion in disposable income, financing numerous industries. I believe I am a successful individual. Yi Feng replied languidly. No, no, no. You are not a successful person. You are a pauper, impoverished to the point of being left with nothing but money. The master of success exclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor. Wealth is merely a transient possession. One cannot bring it into the world nor carry it beyond the grave. A truly successful individual seeks spiritual fulfillment. Only then does life hold meaning. Are you satisfied in your soul? No, for you are consumed by the mere thought of money. Thus, I assert, you are impoverished to the core. For the next 10 minutes, the master of success spoke with fervent eloquence. Yi Feng sneered, thinking to himself, is this a performance? Watch how I shatter your facade. After the master's speech, Peng and the little money enthusiast were invigorated, passionately raising their fists, proclaiming, I want success. I wish to realize my life's value. They were thoroughly indoctrinated by the master of success. The vixen stood up from the sofa, aligning herself beside the master, facing Yi Feng. After hearing the master's address, do you not feel ashamed, recognizing your own poverty? My new boyfriend is a fountain of knowledge, incomparable to your local tycoon. Knowledge is power. While you are steeped in the stench of money, Yi Feng scoffed, ignoring the vixen, focusing instead on the master of success. You, the master of success, right? I heard your speech earlier where you stated that wealth is merely external, correct? The master of success proclaimed with conviction, indeed, wealth is external. One must not become a slave to money. Brother, learn from me, as I rise from the mud untainted, viewing wealth as mere refuse. Suddenly, a cascade of neatly bundled $100 bills rained down upon the master of success, striking his face and causing a twinge of pain. Yet, in that moment, his eyes sparkled with avarice. The next second, he bent down, frantically collecting the money scattered on the floor like a treasure hunter unearthing a mountain of gold. He gleefully exclaimed, Huh? So much money. Is this a reward from the god of wealth? You are exceedingly generous. Unbeknownst to him, the maid May had appeared at Yi Feng's side, dragging a suitcase. The cash within had already been exhausted. The little money enthusiast, eyes glistening with dollar signs, lamented, Yi Feng, please, rain down upon me as well. Crush me with your generosity. The vixen, utterly disillusioned with the master of success, remained unwilling to concede to Yi Feng. My benefactor rewards you with this cash, merely to pose a question. Who truly is the pauper? Who is the successful one? May inquired, with a beaming smile. The master of success responded, I am the pauper, Brother Feng is the successful one. Thank you for the reward, Brother Feng. The vixen, furious, pointed towards the door, ordering the master of success to leave. Get out. I don't wish to see you for even a second, never again. Pack up that money and leave immediately. The master of success, requesting the suitcase from May, stuffed all the cash inside and scampered away from Peng's new residence. The vixen trembled with rage. You're a maid for Brother Feng? The little money enthusiast suddenly fixed his gaze on May. Your figure and beauty utterly eclipse that of the vixen. Who would have thought a maid in Yi Feng's household could be a goddess among goddesses? The vixen, displeased, retorted, maidens are merely decorative, no matter how beautiful. She probably just graduated from middle school. As soon as the vixen finished her sentence, May began to speak in fluent English, delivering a lengthy discourse that left the vixen and her companions utterly bewildered. Moreover, the vixen's face began to flush, as if she had been slapped. Then, May translated in Mandarin, I graduated from Harvard University and am currently responsible for procurement at Mr. Yi's residence. For this, my benefactor gifted me a Rolls-Royce Phantom as my procurement vehicle. What? Using a Rolls-Royce Phantom as a procurement vehicle? Is this not wasteful? The little money enthusiast exclaimed. Yi Feng, oh no, Brother Feng, you are extraordinarily extravagant. I must align myself with you. Hearing this, the vixen regretted her actions, lamenting her initial opposition to Yi Feng and her disdain for him. Yet, she refused to concede. What is so impressive? Yi Feng, today you may have triumphed. But don't get too pleased with yourself. We shall see. Peng, little money enthusiast, would you like to visit my villa? It boasts a golf course, an outdoor swimming pool, a cinema, and 3 exquisite dining halls, complete with a private chef. Whatever you desire, just say the word. Yes. Peng and the little money enthusiast exclaimed in unison, brimming with excitement. The vixen's face flushed crimson, her fists clenched in secret fury. If only she hadn't fallen out with Yi Feng, perhaps she could join them. Vixen, come along. The little money enthusiast urged, linking arms with her, a cheerful suggestion. Reluctant to go, the vixen feigned, tears welling in her eyes, nearly driven to despair. Fine, then, we shall go. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng, accompanied by a Mei, Air Peng, and the little money enthusiast, drove to his villa, leaving the vixen alone in Air Peng's new home, simmering with anger. Yi Feng, just you wait. I shall successfully slap your face. Air Peng and the little money enthusiast reveled in Yi Feng's villa for an entire day. By evening, they returned home. After dinner, Yi Feng suddenly recalled that he had yet to make a wish today. Thus, he summoned the wishing bottle. Good evening, master. Please proceed with your wish. The wishing bottle floated before Yi Feng. I wish to have unlimited wishes, with no restrictions on the number. Congratulations, master. Your wish is granted. From now on, you can wish at any time, without limit. All right, I wish for another one. I have grown tired of my Bugatti. I desire at least 7 different luxurious supercars in the garage of my villa, changing one each day, ensuring no repetition within a week. Congratulations, master. Your wish is granted. 7 different luxurious supercars have now appeared in your garage. The keys are in your drawer. They include a Rolls-Royce Sweptail, a Mercedes-Benz Maybach Accelero, and a Koenigsegg CCXR Trevita, Lamborghini Veneno, W Motors Lycan Hypersport, Mansory Limited Edition Bugatti Veyron Vivra, Ferrari Pininfarina Sergio. How exhilarating. Merely hearing the names of these vehicles sets Yi Feng's heart racing. If I could make another wish, I would desire to possess the extraordinary musical talent of a master. Adept in various instruments, piano, electric guitar, traditional guitar, pipa, guzheng, and halusi, excelling in all. Congratulations, master, your wish has been granted. Among the avian melodies, one can also find music. Thus, master, you are now proficient in the language of birds. How utterly astonishing. At that moment, a wealth of musical knowledge and an abundance of instrumental experience surged into Yi Feng, merging seamlessly within him. In an instant, Yi Feng transformed into a master of music. His demeanor, enriched by the influence of music, underwent a remarkable elevation. Coincidentally, the following afternoon, the vixen, through her financial savvy accomplice, sent a challenge to Yi Feng. She demanded that he compete against a music professor in piano playing at the music academy. Furthermore, the vixen arrogantly declared, Yi Feng, you are sure to lose this time. I know you cannot play the piano, and I intend to have my new boyfriend, the music professor, deliver a resounding defeat. Chapter 44, The Art Department Girls in the Piano Room. At an art academy in Donghai City, within the sports field, the vixen introduced her new boyfriend, the music professor. The man, around 30, exuded a striking artistic aura, with an air of melancholic sophistication. The financial savvy accomplice, starstruck, exclaimed, Vixen, your boyfriend is incredibly handsome. He possesses a unique charm that is ethereal and transcendent. Indeed, he far surpasses certain individuals reeking of vulgarity. The vixen subconsciously cast a glance at Yi Feng. The financial savvy accomplice, filled with jealousy, muttered, another new boyfriend? It seems you are deliberately opposing Yi Feng. This music professor is nothing extraordinary. Suddenly, she leaned in closer to Yi Feng, whispering, Brother Feng, make sure to strike the vixen and the music professor a solid blow. Yi Feng, brimming with confidence, replied, just watch. Oh dear, Brother Feng, are you not destined to lose? I have never seen you play the piano. The financial savvy accomplice remarked. He is surely doomed. My boyfriend has a grade 10 in piano and previously won 3rd place in an international piano competition. The vixen boasted proudly. Vixen, this is unfair. You are pitting Brother Feng, who has never touched a piano, against a piano master. Is that not an unjust competition? The financial savvy accomplice protested on Yi Feng's behalf. Yet the vixen remained unfazed, provokingly taunting. If Yi Feng is a coward and fears defeat, he is free to withdraw from the competition. I am not forcing him. Now endowed with the talent of a master musician, Yi Feng felt no fear. This was a perfect opportunity to practice against the music professor. Brother Feng, perhaps we should withdraw? Suggested the financial savvy accomplice. Since we are here, let us compete. Winning or losing is inconsequential. Participation is what matters. Yi Feng responded nonchalantly. Brother Feng, can you play the piano? What if you lose? Inquired Air Peng. Losing is not shameful. After all, he is a piano master. Yi Feng feigned humility, though internally he felt defiant. The music professor, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Brother, extend your hands so I may examine them. Yi Feng presented his hands, which bore no calluses, indicating he had never played the piano. If you compete with me, you are certain to lose. The music professor remarked, chuckling. Haha. The vixen laughed triumphantly. If he could play the piano, pigs could fly, and the sun would rise in the west. Can I not learn in a short time? Yi Feng retorted. The music professor, incensed, replied, "Brother, you are utterly delusional. Mastering the piano requires at least 1 to 3 months of practice. How could you possibly learn so quickly? You are not me. How can you presume I cannot learn?" Yifeng shrugged, expressing his disbelief. The music professor, exasperated, thought to himself, "I have never encountered such audacity combined with ignorance. To speak so confidently while knowing nothing is truly foolish. Ah, it appears that a certain wealthy individual is no different. Money cannot buy piano skills." The vixen seized the opportunity to mock Yifeng mercilessly. Yifeng, with a cold smirk, replied, "Professor, if I do not master it in a short time, I shall apologize to the vixen. Let us not delay. Let us hasten to the piano room." "Preposterous. Utterly absurd. I shall not compete with you, nor do I wish to teach you. Playing the piano requires innate talent, and you are certainly incapable." The professor's demeanor was laced with artistic aloofness and sharpness. "Professor, just agree," the vixen urged, charmingly wrapping her arm around the music professor's. Determined to see Yifeng humiliated, she was resolute. The music master, glancing at Yifeng, conceded, "Very well, since I have a new girlfriend, and a beautiful one at that, I am pleased. Let us proceed to the piano room." 10 minutes later, in the Music Academy's piano room, a multitude of art students practicing piano greeted the professor with smiles. "Hello, professor. What brings you to the piano room today?" The practicing girls, elegant and enchanting, radiated an artistic aura. Peng was left dumbfounded. "Oh, there is a young man insisting on competing with me in piano playing, and the key is, he has never played the piano before. He intends to learn on the spot." As the music professor concluded his statement, the practicing girls began to whisper among themselves. "Learning on the spot? How is that possible? Mastering the piano requires foundational skills. How could he possibly learn in such a brief time?" They observed the handsome young man, realizing he was merely an arrogant fool, lacking self-awareness. Even if he learns, can he possibly surpass the professor? He is a piano master, utterly unrealistic. Upon hearing the girls' discussions, the vixen felt immensely proud. "Yifeng, did you hear that? You country bumpkin, do you think learning the piano is easy? Pathetic. Brother Feng, perhaps we should leave. You cannot possibly learn in such a short time." Peng discreetly tugged at Yifeng's sleeve. "Indeed, Brother Feng, withdrawing now would not be disgraceful. After all, he is a piano master," urged the financial savvy accomplice. "Leave? Absolutely not. One word, learn. I assure you, I will master it within half an hour," Yifeng declared with utmost confidence. The practicing girls erupted with laughter, their skepticism evident. This young man is utterly arrogant, and his hubris is irksome. Who does he think he is? The reincarnation of Beethoven? Honestly, I feel an overwhelming urge to slap him. I used to be a quiet girl, but his mindless arrogance has ignited my fury. Chapter 45. The Allure of Melody and Song. Amid the chatter, the music professor had already seated himself at the piano. Yifeng and the others surrounded him, eager to listen as he played and explained. To learn piano, one must first master finger techniques. The dexterity of your fingers is crucial to playing well. Allow me to demonstrate. Observe closely. Spread your fingers, placing them correctly on the corresponding keys, allowing them to hang naturally. Position your fingers on the notes do, re, mi, fa, so, and then begin practicing finger crossings and shifts. What are crossings and shifts? Let me elucidate further. The music professor's introductory lecture on piano fundamentals was met with disdain by Yifeng, who considered himself a master of the art. Nevertheless, he feigned the demeanor of a novice, listening intently. "Wow, when Brother Feng is serious, he truly looks stunning," remarked the little money grubber, her eyes sparkling with admiration. While the professor continued to demonstrate and elaborate, Yifeng's patience began to wane. "I understand. Just let me sit at the piano and play." He turned and approached another grand piano. "How arrogant. I suspect that rustic fool knows nothing and is merely putting on airs." The vixen scoffed. "Learning the piano is exceptionally difficult and requires innate talent, especially with long fingers. How could he possibly grasp everything within half an hour? It's evident he is just pretending. Those who feign understanding while reveling in pretense are indeed detestable." The impression of Yifeng among the female students of the art department was rapidly deteriorating. "Brother Feng, sometimes the more you pretend, the more foolish you appear, ultimately leading to embarrassment. The piano is a refined instrument. Perhaps you should cease your charade?" Peng kindly advised Yifeng. "Huh, did you see that? Even your closest brother, Peng, has begun to doubt you." The vixen gleefully chimed in. In the next moment, Yifeng's actions silenced the crowd. Before everyone's eyes, he took his place at the piano, positioning his hands deftly over the keys. He began to play. His technique was exquisite, fluidly flowing like a stream. His long fingers danced gracefully, akin to butterflies fluttering amidst a blooming garden, conjuring enchanting melodies that resonated throughout the piano room. He performed the piece Silence, a rendition of Jay Cho's cover of Na Ying's song. With his eyes gently closed, Yifeng radiated artistic charisma, reminiscent of a prince of love songs. Lost in the music, he sang, "I cannot help but be a stubborn fish, swimming against the current to the very end. For love, I condemn all beings to solitude, unable to escape. The knot in my brow that cannot be unraveled, the calamity in my fate is you." His piano playing was not only beautiful, but his voice transcended earthly bounds, full of emotion and depth. It was a rendition that surpassed the original, leaving the listeners in awe. The onlookers were astounded. They were left speechless, utterly captivated by the performance. When the music professor finally regained his composure, he pondered, could he truly be possessed by the spirit of a piano master and a prince of ballads? How could he so seamlessly integrate such a challenging and refined art form in such a short span of time, performing at a level befitting a grandmaster? This is truly unfathomable. The vixen, her mouth agape, was momentarily at a loss for words, enraptured by Yifeng's enchanting melodies. Wow! What a marvelous fusion of piano and voice, so harmonious and ethereal, it feels otherworldly, she thought, envisioning herself as an angel soaring among the clouds, surrounded by fluffy white clouds and fragrant air, experiencing a profound spiritual cleansing. The female students of the art department were equally entranced, each experiencing their own emotions. Some wept, others laughed. In any case, they were all moved by Yifeng's music and song. Meanwhile, some passing university students found themselves unable to resist the allure of the performance, unknowingly stepping into the piano room. Before long, the room was filled to capacity. Even the birds soaring above seemed to settle on the roof, chirping as if discussing the spectacle. If translated into their vernacular, it might sound like this. "Oh my, whose voice and piano is that? It's absolutely captivating. Better than the larks by my house. So sharp, so beautiful, it's breathtaking. That kid sings so well it brought me to tears." As the final note faded, the room fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, "Yifeng, Yifeng," cried the little money grubber, waving her fist in excitement. The crowd followed suit, chanting his name in unison, filled with admiration. Even the vixen forgot that Yifeng was now her rival, inexplicably joining in the chorus. Yet, within her heart, fear coursed through her veins as she felt her heart race. What is happening? Am I beginning to like him? No, that cannot be. Realizing this, she quickly ceased her cheers. The music professor, meanwhile, felt a pang of shame. There is no need for a competition, for I have already lost. Your level of piano mastery is that of a grandmaster. I am simply not in your league. Your playing is magnificent. Could you perform another piece? The girls from the art department implored, their cheeks flushed with admiration. You wish to hear more? Yifeng inquired. Oh yes, we long to hear more. Noticing one girl holding an apple, he smiled and said, Might you gift it to me? Her cheeks flushed, heart racing. She gazed at him longingly. This apple symbolizes love, she replied shyly. With a gentle smile, Yifeng accepted the apple and performed an astonishing act that left everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 46. Talent that captivates the entire school. He actually played the piano with the apple, and he did so with such dazzling brilliance. While singing, he seamlessly transitioned between songs. I am still that same youth, unchanged in the slightest. Suddenly, he shifted to another tune. Every time I think of you, I feel a deep void. This sudden alteration in melody and rhythm was incredibly challenging, yet Yifeng executed it with effortless grace and fluidity. My goodness, this charming young man is truly extraordinary. His piano skills easily eclipsed those of our music professor. Indeed, listening to him play and sing was a sheer delight, providing an immersive experience. My heart races wildly. I think I'm in love. Could we take a photo together? The girls from the art department clamored. A photo? But I am not a celebrity. Yifeng, seated at the piano, humbly responded. You may not be a celebrity, but you are a musician. Yes, you are a musician. Let us take a photo together. The girls insisted excitedly. Without waiting for Yifeng's consent, they began to pull out their phones for pictures. One particularly bold girl even kissed him during the snapshot. Yifeng wore a look of bewilderment, observing this scene. The boys in the piano room were filled with envy and jealousy. A long-haired young man with a guitar, especially, felt acute jealousy. He had intended to attract attention while playing across the room, but Yifeng's enchanting performance had instantly stolen all his fans. In a fit of rage, he accidentally broke a guitar string. Handsome, your piano skills are remarkable. May I inquire if you can play the guitar as well? The striking young man, with a guitar slung over his shoulder, cast a challenging gaze. A little. Yifeng responded modestly. A little? So you can't play at all? The handsome young man raised an eyebrow. I suppose that's accurate. Yifeng replied humbly. As a master of music, how could he possibly be unable to play the guitar? It was merely that Yifeng preferred to remain low-key. Haha, the guitar is the king of instruments. It's understandable if you can't play. The vixen remarked with a hint of mockery. You're not a deity. You can't possibly excel at everything. Would you like me to teach you? The handsome young man asked gleefully. Come on, do you really not know how to play the guitar? We don't believe you. The art students chimed in. All right, I'll play a little. Yifeng replied with a casual smile. Are you sure you want to embarrass yourself? If you can't play, don't just strum aimlessly. The handsome young man seemed eager for Yifeng to falter. As he spoke, he removed the guitar from his back and handed it to Yifeng. Upon receiving the guitar, Yifeng noticed it was missing a string. One string missing? Indeed, but I can still produce beautiful melodies. The handsome young man did not finish his sentence. Huh, that's no challenge. The piano room isn't very spacious. I'll step outside to play, Yifeng said nonchalantly. As he carried the guitar out of the piano room, a throng of fans followed closely behind. Some were casual onlookers turned admirers, while others had shifted from critics to fans. The majority were girls, with only a few boys, aside from Peng. The boys were envious of Yifeng's popularity among the girls and wished for his downfall. Yifeng arrived at the playground, where a parallel bar awaited him. He intended to sit atop it to play. However, the bar was nearly half a person's height off the ground. With everyone watching, Yifeng planted his right foot on the ground. Suddenly, he effortlessly leaped onto the bar and sat securely. Yifeng, being quite agile, found this feat trivial. Yet, this casual display sent his female fans into a frenzy. Not only could he play the piano and guitar, but he also possessed some martial prowess. The perfect young man was akin to a prince charming in their eyes. I want to pursue him. I want to be his girlfriend. Play on. I wish to see how you conjure beautiful melodies with a guitar missing a string. The vixen stated, arms crossed, reveling in the drama. Yifeng chose to ignore her and addressed his surrounding female admirers. Shall I play an old song for everyone? TCH, I have no expectations left for you. Old songs are so cliched. The handsome boy replied with a laugh. Once dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the world, witnessing the splendor of life. The youthful heart was somewhat reckless, but now you call the world your home. As Yifeng began to sing, he captivated everyone instantly. A breeze tousled his hair, enhancing his already striking appearance. The handsome boy felt his face flush with heat, while the vixen also felt a warmth creeping up her cheeks. It was yet another moment of being caught off guard. The crowd stood in awe, mouths agape, utterly speechless. Once again, they were entranced by Yifeng's talent, enchanted by his guitar and voice. At that moment, a girl produced a wireless portable microphone and held it up to Yifeng's lips. The microphone came equipped with its own speaker, allowing Yifeng's voice to soar far and wide. In the basketball court, a group of boys playing basketball halted their game upon hearing the melodious voice. They exchanged glances and followed the enchanting sound. Nearby, a couple running a convenience store in the campus was embroiled in a heated argument. Suddenly, they paused, spellbound by the music that filled the air. Even more remarkably, a professor was delivering a lecture. Known for his humor, he was beloved by students, and his classes were always full. Yet at that moment, the students abruptly abandoned their seats, scrambling towards the source of the beautiful singing. Who is singing? It's so captivating, surpassing even the original. They rushed to discover the voice behind the melody. In no time, Yifeng's singing had captured the attention of nearly all 300 students on campus, predominantly females. They flocked to the playground, chanting his name in thunderous unison. Yifeng, Yifeng, Yifeng. The fervent calls echoed across the field. A cacophony resembling thunder crashing or waves crashing against the shore, refusing to settle. Yifeng felt particularly vexed. He had merely wished for a quiet moment to play the guitar and sing a song to put the vixen in her place. Instead, he had inadvertently stirred the entire school into a frenzy. Thus, he decided that discretion was the better part of valor. Hey, your guitar. Yifeng called to its owner as he tossed it back while perched on the parallel bars. He then leaped down and made a concerted effort to weave through the crowd, sprinting towards the school gate, pursued by a horde of girls. Don't run away. We haven't exchanged WeChat yet. 10 minutes later, on a street near the art academy, Yifeng, the vixen, Peng, and the little money grubber strolled along. Haha. The vixen initially aimed to embarrass Brother Feng, but ended up being repeatedly outdone instead. The little money grubber chuckled, nearly doubling over in laughter. Vixen, you should just stop opposing Brother Feng. Not only is he wealthy and accomplished, but he's also exceptionally talented. Apologize to him, and you two can make amends. Peng suggested. TCH, make amends? Dream on. I despise him the most. Just you wait and see. The vixen retorted defiantly before striding away. After her departure, the little money grubber turned to Yifeng. Brother Feng, my current job pays too little. Can you get me a position in your company as an accountant? My company is quite large, with a financial director. You would only be able to work as a financial assistant, but I can offer you a higher salary. Yifeng replied generously. I would be thrilled to join. Thank you, Brother Feng. The little money grubber exclaimed joyfully. All right, go find my assistant, Diana, tomorrow and mention that I referred you. Long live Brother Feng. Brother Feng is auspicious. Brother Feng is brilliant. The little money grubber, astute and emotionally intelligent, excelled at flattery. The next day, he arrived punctually at Yi Feng's company to meet Diana. Meanwhile, Yi Feng received a message from Lu Xian. Yi Feng, please come to Lu Group. I have an urgent matter to discuss. Lu Xian had previously confessed her feelings to Yi Feng twice, but to no avail. She was deeply in love with him and unwilling to relinquish the possibility of their relationship. If Yi Feng would agree to be her boyfriend, she would go to any lengths to be with him. I love you, even if it means going against the world. This was the message Lu Xian longed to convey to Yi Feng. An hour later, Yi Feng arrived at the Lu Group building. After inquiring with the receptionist, he learned that Lu Xiangyan was in a meeting on the third floor. Thus, he proceeded to the third floor to find her. In the conference room on the third floor, a resounding clap echoed as Lu Xiangyan slammed the advertising proposal onto the meeting table. Is this the advertising copy that your planning department has laboriously crafted? Have you truly grasped the client's requirements? I am utterly disappointed. The CEO's fury was palpable, and all the employees in the planning department lowered their heads in silence. Particularly, the department manager had already pulled out a tissue to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension. I will grant you 3 more days. If you fail to produce a satisfactory proposal for the client, everyone, including the manager, will be dismissed. Lu Xiangyan sat there, arms crossed, embodying the image of a cold and domineering CEO. In truth, her management style was decisive and stringent, instilling a sense of apprehension among her colleagues. Consequently, the conference room became charged with anxiety. At that moment, Yi Feng pushed the door open and entered. All eyes in the planning department were fixed upon him. Who is this guy? How dare he intrude upon the conference room? They noted his unfamiliarity. He did not appear to be part of the management team. Was he perhaps a recently hired employee? Did he not see that President Liu was in the midst of a tirade? It seemed he was walking straight into the line of fire. Leave. The planning department manager pointed at Yi Feng, issuing an eviction order. Have you no sense? Can't you see we are in a meeting? The department supervisor assisted the manager in trying to oust Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he took a seat beside Lu Xiangyan. A tumult of emotions surged within Lu Xiangyan. After confessing her feelings to Yi Feng on 2 occasions without success, did his presence today imply that he had finally agreed to be her boyfriend? Hey, who exactly are you to sit next to our president? You have some nerve. The planning department manager was infuriated. Everyone within the Lu Group was aware that Lu Xiangyan was in a relationship with Qian Wuyo, a union that represented the commercial alliance of their 2 families. Yet, they had no inkling that Lu Xiangyan did not even allow Qian Wuyo to hold her hand. Thus, they did not believe Yi Feng had any connection with Lu Xiangyan. If you do not leave, I will call security. The department supervisor threatened angrily. Yi Feng stood up, preparing to leave. However, in the next moment, an astonishing turn of events occurred. Do not go, Lu Xiangyan exclaimed as she embraced Yi Feng from behind. Appearing as delicate and vulnerable as a small bird, the room fell into stunned silence. The typically imperious and frigid Lu Xiangyan was displaying a tender demeanor before this young man. What was happening? Wasn't Lu Xiangyan's boyfriend supposed to be Qian Wuyo? Since you are in a meeting, I will not disturb you. Yi Feng gently pried Lu Xiangyan's delicate hands away from him. You are not disturbing me, Lu Xiangyan insisted. I sent you a WeChat message to tell you that I am about to marry Qian Wuyo. Did you ever have feelings for me? If so, I would unhesitatingly be with you, even if everyone opposed. Xiangyan, please remain calm. Your families are entering into this marriage for mutual business benefits. You cannot alter that. Yi Feng replied coldly. He seemed to possess a profound understanding of matters of the heart. Phrases like I like you or I love you only serve to expose vulnerability. Whoever speaks them first loses. No, I only want to be with you, Lu Xiangyan declared fervently, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. The image of the cold and domineering CEO vanished, replaced by a humble and passionate love, a love that pierced the heart and soul. The employees in the planning department exchanged glances, astonished by Yi Feng's audacity. What methods did he employ to render the imperious Lu Xiangyan so fragile and dependent? Just then, Chairman Lu entered the room, casting an indignant glare at Yi Feng. You are unworthy of being with my daughter. She is destined to marry the son of a billionaire. If you have any sense of self-awareness, you will leave at once. I am leaving, Xiangyan. Yi Feng feigned a farewell to Lu Xiangyan. Do not go. Lu Xiangyan rushed to pursue him, but was seized by her father, Lu Zhengde, who grasped her wrist firmly. As the president of the Lu Group, must you not have a shred of ambition? Look at yourself. That boy is only after our wealth. Do you understand? No, he has never expressed any affection for me. How can he be after our money? Lu Xiangyan retorted. That boy is employing a strategy of feigned indifference. He knows that the more aloof he acts, the deeper you will fall. Lu Zhengde's perception was astute. I love him. I am willing. Lu Xiangyan declared, undeterred. Love truly renders one devoid of rational thought. You need to adjust your mindset and prepare to marry Qian Wuyo next month. With that, Lu Jingde turned and exited the conference room, concerned for his daughter. He feared that the young man from earlier would reappear and disrupt her future. Therefore, he made a decisive choice. Xiaozhong, I need you to assist me with something. Upon completion, I will grant you an additional month's salary. The chairman of the Lu Group contacted his assistant. Understood, Chairman Lu. Please, give your orders. Xiaozhong replied promptly. Here is the plan. This Sunday, as scheduled, Yifeng will drive with his assistant, Diana, to meet with the wealthy tycoons of Donghai City, such as the Northeast Tiger, Su Mu, to sign investment contracts. Yifeng had previously promised to invest 60 billion in their ventures. The signing of the investment contract went smoothly, concluding by 9 a.m. The esteemed tycoons, including the Northeast Tiger, Su Mu, respectfully invited Yifeng to breakfast at the International Hotel's cafe on the first floor. However, Yifeng, having grown weary of extravagant delicacies, yearned for the humble offerings of a street vendor. The roadside breakfast stall near Huanlejiyuan had left a lasting impression on him the previous year. Their youtiao was crispy yet not greasy, and their tofu now was exceptionally flavorful. Thus, Yifeng declined the invitation from the tycoons and, accompanied by Diana, ventured to the street vendor for breakfast. Mr. Yi, I will be accompanying my best friend today, so I want to be joining you for breakfast. All right, since you do not have a car, feel free to take mine. Yifeng generously offered. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Diana swiftly drove away. Meanwhile, Yifeng took the bus to Huanlejiyuan community. An hour later, at the roadside breakfast stall in front of Huanlejiyuan. It was Sunday, and with most people off work, the breakfast crowd was vibrant and full of life. Due to the high demand, the youtiao and tofu now that Yifeng yearned for were sold out. Reluctantly, he had to sit down and wait alongside others. Having breakfast, are we? Xiaozhong, Chairman Lu's assistant, sat down across from Yifeng with an air of significance. Yifeng, unfamiliar with the man, inquired, Who are you? Xiaozhong scrutinized Yifeng with disdain. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is what I am about to tell you. Our Chairman Lu's second daughter, President Lu Xiangyan, is not someone a poor boy like you can aspire to. She is destined to be with the son of a billionaire, Qian Wuyo. If you possess any sense of self-awareness, you should distance yourself from her and cease your entanglement. President Lu is a paragon of beauty and wealth, while Chairman Lu, despite not gracing the lists of the affluent, is far beyond the reach of a mere impoverished youth like yourself, who will likely never surpass his stature. It is essential for one to recognize their own limitations. I advise you to act accordingly. Yifeng scoffed. You urge me to leave her, yet I shall not comply. Assistant Xiao Zhang's expression darkened. You will pay a steep price for your obstinacy. While we indulge in breakfast at five-star hotels, you are relegated to street vendors. We are not even in the same league. Surrounded by many patrons waiting for their breakfast, all ears were tuned to the exchange between Yifeng and Xiao Zhang. Each person cast peculiar glances at Yifeng, murmuring among themselves. This fellow clearly lacks self-awareness. He is just as ordinary as us, yet insists on pursuing the affluent President Lu. Does he not realize he is akin to a toad yearning for a swan? He is wholly unworthy of her. It is futile to hope for any connection between them. I suggest he seek a more suitable partner among his own kind, for even ordinary individuals can possess beauty. Yifeng paid no heed to their whispers. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang seized the opportunity to escalate the situation. Have you heard how they speak of you? A toad longing for a swan. One must possess self-awareness, and you, my friend, lack even that. Truthfully, I look down upon you. With a sudden burst of anger, Yifeng landed 2 punches on Xiao Zhang. You prattle too much. Xiao Zhang instantly transformed into a pando-eyed figure, wincing in pain. As Chairman Lu's assistant, he was hardly skilled in combat, and fear began to creep into his heart. He stood and, with a facade of bravado, pointed at Yifeng. You uncouth pauper. You are unworthy of our esteemed President Lu. I've said what I needed. Should you remain stubborn, you shall bear the consequences. With that, Xiao Zhang turned and fled in disarray. Brother, they speak the truth. A beauty like her is beyond our reach, remarked a young office worker, his eyes glinting with mockery. What do you mean by our kind? Yifeng inquired, locking eyes with him. Our kind, the ordinary folk. We toil tirelessly, eating breakfast from roadside stalls, commuting on public transport. How could you possibly aspire to the likes of President Lu? Yifeng chuckled coldly. Are you not speaking of yourself? Indeed I am, replied the office worker just as a shocking scene unfolded before them. Chapter 49. Indulging in a lavish breakfast. Several vans approached and gradually came to a halt beside the roadside stall. From these vans emerged a cadre of chefs and waitstaff, their uniforms emblazoned with the logo of the Yundi 5-star hotel. After disembarking, they began to set up several folding tables. meticulously arranging them into an expansive banquet table draped in white linens. In mere minutes, this colossal table was adorned with an astonishing array of breakfast items that left onlookers in awe, a fusion of Chinese and Western breakfasts, including exquisite delicacies like coffee from the Emerald Manor in Paris and Earl Grey tea. A dazzling assortment of fruit platters completed this lavish spread. The patrons at the roadside stall and the young office worker beside Yifeng were left utterly bewildered, while passers-by halted in their tracks, drawn to the spectacle. Whispers erupted. Who is this illustrious individual dining here? Such grandeur. The wealthy truly know how to indulge, opting for gourmet chefs to serve them breakfast rather than visiting a star-rated hotel. How outrageous. This breakfast likely costs more than our annual salaries. The office worker beside Yifeng, filled with envy and resentment, remarked, "Friend, do you see the gulf between our kind and theirs? No, it is the chasm between you and me," Yifeng retorted. In truth, Yifeng had surmised the purpose of this extravagant breakfast. It was intended for him. Just then, in full view of the crowd, the head chef and the service manager, flanked by their staff, formed two lines and approached Yifeng. They bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Mr. Yi, please enjoy your breakfast." Their harmonious voices resonated profoundly, captivating the attention of the gathered spectators. The office worker beside Yifeng was the most astonished, nearly tumbling from his seat as he gaped at Yifeng, now regarding him with utmost reverence. "Who exactly are you?" Yifeng humbly smiled. "I am merely an ordinary citizen. Your humility is commendable." The office worker's eyes now brimmed with newfound respect. At that moment, the lobby manager interjected, "Mr. Yi, might I suggest you take your breakfast over there? But I did not make a reservation for your hotel's breakfast." Yifeng countered, looking at the manager. "Oh, the breakfast was reserved for you by the likes of the Northeast Tiger and other affluent patrons. They deemed the street vendors' offerings unsanitary and, knowing you preferred not to dine at a five-star hotel, arranged this instead." Understanding dawned on Yifeng as he stood and made his way to the grand banquet table. As he settled in, the waitstaff and chefs took their positions on either side, awaiting his indulgence. Though the breakfast was lavish and pricey, Yifeng could not possibly consume it all. By the time he had satisfied his hunger, an array of untouched delicacies remained. "Mr. Yi, have you had your fill?" The manager and head chef inquired with beaming smiles. "Yes, thank you for your hard work," Yifeng replied as he rose and departed, heading to the bus stop to await public transport. What a peculiar situation, having savored a sumptuous breakfast, yet now boarding a bus. The mindset of the wealthy is indeed beyond our comprehension. As Yifeng rode the bus past the internet cafe near his alma mater, he was suddenly reminded of the nights spent gaming with his dorm mates, including air pong, during their university days. Though they were broke, they had shared joy. With a newfound determination, Yifeng alighted the bus and made his way to that very internet cafe. Over the years, the establishment had evolved into a gaming center with superior equipment and an enhanced environment, albeit with prices that had soared dramatically. As Yifeng stood at the entrance, ready to step inside, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Yifeng, what a surprise to find you here." Turning around, he was met by his first love, Zhou Guo. The last time they had crossed paths was at the Northeast Tigers KTV, where she had flaunted her relationship with the wealthy Su Mu. Ultimately, her proud boyfriend had shown deference to Yifeng, prompting Zhou Guo to sever ties with him and seek reconciliation with Yifeng, only to be met with his cold rejection. Having lost both her current and former partners, Zhou Guo had taken to frequenting the internet cafe, living day by day. Little did she expect to encounter Yifeng today. "Yifeng, it seems fate has brought us together once more." Zhou Guo approached and entwined her arm around Yifeng's. "Who do you think you are to have any connection with me?" Yifeng furrowed his brow, shaking off Zhou Guo's hand and striding directly towards the internet cafe. Standing at the counter, he produced his identification, requesting the cashier to start up a computer. "Yifeng, I invite you to go online." Zhou Guo sprinted over, presenting 100 yuan to the cashier. "Get lost, I don't need your invitation." Yifeng responded coldly, his heart unyielding. "Yifeng, please don't be like this. It truly saddens me." Zhou Guo feigned vulnerability. Her beauty and attractive figure quickly drew the attention of numerous online patrons, who were quick to judge Yifeng's ungratefulness towards his goddess-like girlfriend. What a scoundrel! He treats such a beauty so poorly, failing to cherish the girlfriend he has won. "Why should I care about your sadness?" Yifeng remained unmoved. "Yifeng, please don't say that. I really like you." Zhou Guo, oblivious to the envious gazes of the onlookers, continued her affections. "I don't like you. Leave me alone, don't disturb my gaming." Yifeng frowned, exhibiting his palpable impatience. The single male patrons in the front row could no longer contain themselves. "Beautiful lady, does such a scoundrel really deserve your devotion? You're all the scoundrels, your whole family is. Besides, what does it matter if my boyfriend is a jerk? I like him anyway." Zhou Guo shouted back at the single men. "Wait, who is your boyfriend?" Yi Feng's expression remained indifferent. Oh, darling, please don't be angry. I'm sorry. I apologize. Zhou Guo tugged at Yi Feng's sleeve, acting coyly. Nearby, a couple was gaming, and the male remarked to his partner, look at her. How kind she is to her boyfriend. Now look at you. What's wrong? Are you planning a rebellion? The female suddenly twisted her partner's ear. I wouldn't dare. He replied, casting an admiring glance at Yi Feng. This guy is incredible. How does he manage to be so cruel, yet have her respond with such gentleness? It's infuriating how some people have it so easy. At the same time, the female cashier had grown weary of Yi Feng's demeanor towards Zhou Guo. Are you going to use the internet or not? She asked impatiently. Yes, start it up, let her pay. The cashier shot Yi Feng an exasperated look, accepted the 100 yuan from Zhou Guo, and set up 2 computers for them. Moments later, Yi Feng and Zhou Guo were seated side by side. But Yi Feng yearned to relive the nostalgic days of playing online games with his classmates. He called Air Pong, asking him to gather some friends for gaming. Unfortunately, Air Pong had important matters to attend to that day. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Yi Feng remembered the female housekeepers in his villa. They were all university students, and several were avid gamers. He posted in their WeChat group, inviting everyone to join him for a gaming session and shared the specific address. After sending the message, Yi Feng found playing alone uninteresting and asked Zhou Guo if she played. She shook her head. Then why are you sitting next to me? Go switch to another computer. And keep your distance. Yi Feng impatiently urged her away. He held no fondness for Zhou Guo, his first love. During their time together, she had constantly belittled him for being poor, and when she finally grew tired, she cast him aside within 6 months. Feeling helpless and a bit wronged, Zhou Guo's eyes became misty. I've invited you to go online and treated you kindly. Please don't treat me this way. All of this is your own doing. Yi Feng replied cryptically. Their bickering was clear to the surrounding patrons, some of whom had even paused their games to observe the unfolding drama. Seriously, is that guy really so charming? Is it just because he is handsome? Does the goddess really need to lower herself to him? I can't take it anymore. My heart aches for her. If she were mine, I would treat her like a queen, ensuring she never faced a moment of discomfort. Zhou Guo did not switch computers, and Yi Feng paid her no heed. Engrossed in his game. Yet, Zhou Guo was determined to win him over. Quietly, she stood up and bought 2 bottles of drinks and numerous snacks, including sunflower seeds. Placing them beside Yi Feng. Darling, have some snacks. I'm not hungry. Yi Feng coldly rejected her. With a sigh, Zhou Guo opened the packet of sunflower seeds, painstakingly shelling them one by one for him. An hour later, the shelled seeds presented a rich aroma. Darling, I've shelled all the seeds for you. Have some. She cooed gently. Her actions did not go unnoticed by the online patrons. What a wonderful goddess. She doesn't exhibit even a hint of entitlement. Such a treasure is rare indeed. Thank you, I appreciate your effort. Yi Feng finally acknowledged Zhou Guo's work with a casual remark. Though it was a mere offhand compliment, it lit up Zhou Guo's eyes, filling her with joy. Thank you for the praise, darling. I shall strive to do even better. She responded sweetly. The wave of affection they shared was palpable, inciting envy, admiration, and resentment among the online audience. This guy's charm is overwhelming. If my girlfriend were a goddess, I would cherish her daily, ensuring she never felt a hint of discomfort. Yet he seems indifferent. Just then, a bold patron could no longer contain himself. He approached Yi Feng and tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, man, a girlfriend is meant to be cherished, appreciated, and cared for. She isn't just a passerby for you to ignore. Yi Feng removed his headset and looked up at the patron. What is it to you? It's not my business, but I can't stand your attitude towards your girlfriend. The patron said, visibly concerned for Zhou Guo. Unbeknownst to him, his good intentions were misplaced. Who are you to comment on my boyfriend? Whether he treats me well is none of your concern. I'm happy to let him treat me this way, so what? Zhou Guo shot the patron a disdainful glance. Forget it. The patron grumbled, storming off in frustration. As the crowd debated Yi Feng's character, 6 beautiful women entered the internet cafe, each radiating youth and charm, instantly captivating everyone's attention. They were the housekeepers from the villa, arriving to join Yi Feng in his gaming endeavors. Amidst a multitude of gazes, Aim and her companions gravitated towards Yi Feng in unison. Hello, Brother Feng. Hello, Brother Feng. The girls, adorned in vibrant attire, greeted him warmly, their smiles blooming like spring flowers as winter's chill dissipated. Observing this scene, the patrons of the internet cafe were consumed by a fiery jealousy, their minds swirling with a myriad of expletives. Their fragile hearts endured countless blows. If looks could kill, Yi Feng would have been reduced to mere fragments. How could such a scoundrel be surrounded by so many women? Where is the justice in that? Is there no sense of fairness left? It is utterly infuriating. What are we, the single souls, to do in the face of such injustice? As the disgruntled thoughts of the netizens brewed, 6 girls had already settled beside Yi Feng, ready to engage in online gaming. In this era where mobile phones suffice for gaming, internet cafes had become a dwindling enterprise, resulting in numerous vacant seats around Yifeng. Zhou Guo inquired, "Who are they?" To evade further entanglement, Yifeng, with a composed demeanor, replied, "They are my girlfriends." 6 of them? Zhou Guo felt a surge of jealousy. Yifeng cast a languid glance her way, nonchalantly stating, "What is wrong with that?" Their dialogue did not escape the ears of the onlookers, delivering yet another blow to their already battered spirits. Zhou Guo's cheeks flushed crimson as she clenched her fists in secret. "Did you see that? That girl is angry, she's jealous, and she can no longer tolerate that scoundrel." Some netizens, envious of Yifeng, reveled in her misfortune. It's about time she retaliated, stay tuned. For a spectacle is about to unfold. However, in the next moment, Zhou Guo declared, "Well, I suppose I count as one too. I can coexist peacefully with them." The netizens were nearly driven to despair. Has that girl sunk to such a level? Little did they know that, including Zhou Guo, none of them were Yifeng's actual girlfriends. Yifeng was not a philanderer. He harbored feelings solely for Lu Xian, though he had yet to voice it. Later, after a day spent gaming with the girls, the evening arrived, and Yifeng, having satisfied his cravings, led everyone out of the internet cafe. Zhou Guo clung to them, unwilling to part. "There can be no future for us, Guo. You must take care of yourself, for I have someone I like," Yifeng said earnestly, understanding her well. He knew that had he not been a wealthy individual, she would have scorned him and mocked him. A woman of such character would not even deserve to be a maid in his villa. Yet, Yifeng wished to avoid further complications. "Guo, we once had a romance. Allow me to offer you a path. Tomorrow, go to the Dihao Entertainment Media Group and seek my assistant, Diana. Have her sign you on. Afterward, you will undergo professional training. My group invests in film and television productions. Your physique and appearance are commendable. Whether you attain fame in the future depends on your talent." It seemed promising. If she were to succeed, she would earn substantial wealth and no longer depend on a man. Zhou Guo expressed her gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Yifeng. Breaking up with you was the greatest mistake of my life, a foolish error." Having finally sent Zhou Guo away, Yifeng returned to his villa with the maids. The night passed in silence. The following morning at 8 o'clock, upon awakening, Yifeng contemplated some new desires. Bottle, bottle. He summoned the wish bottle. "Here I am." The wish bottle materialized before him, floating gently. "Good morning, master. What wish would you like to make?" Yifeng began his wish. "I hope my wealth increases with every expenditure." "Congratulations, master. Your wish is granted. From now on, every time you spend money, regardless of the amount, your bank balance will triple. For instance, if you spend 300,000, your account will swell by 900,000, and so forth." "Wow, incredible. This is truly magnificent." Yifeng exclaimed joyfully. "Let me make another wish. I wish to possess a remarkable talent for retorting." "Wait, master, what do you mean?" The bottle was perplexed. "Oh, my eloquence is lacking. When others hurl words at me, I struggle to respond appropriately." "Understood. Congratulations, master. You have acquired a sharp wit akin to that of a skilled debater. Henceforth, no matter how caustic the remarks directed at you may be, you shall retort with precision, leaving your adversaries powerless." Yea, just as he completed his wishes, Yifeng received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Is this Yifeng? I am Lu Jingde, the father of Lu Xian. My assistant, Xiaozhong, visited you yesterday, correct? Let me reiterate, stay away from my daughter. She is destined to marry the son of a billionaire. You two will never be together." Yifeng pondered how to respond. With his newfound retorting ability, an idea sparked within him, and he knew precisely what to say. "Mr. Lu, if I am not mistaken, your daughter does not harbor affections for Qian Wuyo. Yet, in your pursuit of the Lu Corporation's future, you shamelessly align yourself with the wealthy, offering your daughter without a second thought. From a business perspective, you are a failed entrepreneur, a chairman who lacks the capability to elevate the Lu Corporation without relying on his own daughter is truly pathetic. As a father, you disregard your daughter's happiness, pushing her into a fire pit, thus unworthy of the title of dad." Yifeng's piercing retort struck at Lu Jingde's softest spot, inciting a furious response from him. "Shut your mouth." The irate caller hung up. Yea, Yifeng celebrated with a victorious gesture. After breakfast, he deliberately visited the Lu Corporation. In the office of the president, Lu Xian was working on her computer when she noticed Qian Wuyo barging in. "What are you doing here? Get out. You are not welcome." "Xian, during my hospital stay, you never came to see me or inquired about my leg injury," Qian Wuyo lamented. "But now I'm better." His leg had been broken by Yifeng's kick. "What does your hospitalization have to do with me?" Lu Xian shot him a disdainful look. "You are my girlfriend, my future wife. How can you be indifferent to my well-being?" Qian Wuyo pressed, leaning over the desk in frustration. Lu Xian fixed her gaze on him, enunciating each word. "Our union is for a purpose, one you are painfully aware of. Perhaps in the near future, you may possess me." but you will never earn my love or my heart. I have never liked you, not even a little. Let me remind you once more, the one I love. Oh no, the one I am devoted to is Yi Feng. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but him. Upon hearing this, Qian Wuyo erupted with rage. At a gathering, she had boldly confessed her feelings for Yi Feng, and after Yi Feng had broken his leg, she had never visited him. What does he have that I lack? He fumed, grabbing Lu Xian by her shoulders and shaking her furiously. You are my fiancée, yet you profess your affection for another in my presence? You fall short of Yi Feng in every aspect. Lu Xian retorted in indignation. Let go of me. You are hurting me. Ha ha. Qian Wuyo, in a fit of anger, refused to release her and intensified his grip, demanding, Yet you dare to say you love someone else? I am utterly enamored with Yi Feng. Lu Xian swore fervently. If you cannot endure this, you can certainly annul our engagement. Silence. Qian Wuyo struck Lu Xian sharply across the face. The resounding slap was delivered with such force that she tumbled from her chair to the ground. Rising to her feet, she cupped her bruised cheek and declared, At last, your true nature is revealed. No matter how you strike me, my affection for Yi Feng remains unwavering. I shall strangle you. Qian Wuyu's eyes blazed crimson, radiating an almost demonic fervor. He reached out, hands like a zombie, ready to grasp Lu Xian's throat. He shoved her against the wall, tightening his grip around her delicate neck and demanded, Confess. You despise Yi Feng. Lu Xian's face flushed from the pressure, yet her defiant gaze pierced through to Qian Wuyo as she retorted, I love Yi Feng. Qian Wuyo was rendered speechless in his fury. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Reluctantly, he released Lu Xian. She coughed twice and said, Come in. Yi Feng appeared before them. What brings you here? This is my fiancé's office, and you are not welcome. Qian Wuyo pointed disdainfully at Yi Feng. Although fear of Yi Feng lingered in his mind, hatred overshadowed it. You have been discharged from the hospital? Yi Feng scrutinized Qian Wuyo. Fortune favors me. My fractured right leg has healed. Here is some good news. On the 8th of next month, I shall wed Xian. Qian Wuyo ostentatiously extended his right arm to encircle Lu Xian's waist. In the next instant, crack, Yi Feng swiftly kicked out, striking Qian Wuyu's recently healed right leg with brutal force. Once more, the leg was fractured. Qian Wuyo, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. His cries were akin to a wolf dog having its throat torn asunder. Oh dear, your right leg is broken again, and you'll need to be hospitalized. I suppose the wedding on the 8th of next month is off. My apologies. Yi Feng shrugged, feigning indifference. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the police? Qian Wuyo gasped, drenched in sweat from the pain. Firstly, the CEO's office lacks surveillance cameras, so you have no physical evidence. Secondly, there are only the three of us in this office, hence no witnesses. Yi Feng stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing down at the writhing Qian Wuyo. My fiancé can testify. Qian Wuyo looked at Lu Xian with desperation. I saw nothing. Lu Xian maintained a cold demeanor. You too. Come with me. Yi Feng disregarded Qian Wuyo and firmly grasped Lu Xian's hand. Her previously downcast eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, and a radiant smile blossomed on her lovely face. Yi Feng led Lu Xian out of the CEO's office and down to the first floor of the building via the elevator. Hey, who are you? Let go of my second sister. Lu Jia's third daughter, Lu Tiao, had just entered the building and spotted her sister being led away by a stranger. In an instant, she rushed over to confront Yi Feng. Let go of my sister, or my brother-in-law will not spare you. At 18, Lu Tiao was a feisty and headstrong freshman in college. I am your brother-in-law, Yi Feng declared with authority. What? Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, her happiness arriving so suddenly that she felt as if she were in a dream. Shameless brat, you think you deserve my sister? You're quite handsome. But let me ask you, are you a local of Donghai City? Do you own a house? Do you have a car? Do you have a career? Can you compete with my future brother-in-law, Qian Wuyo? Chapter 53, The Vixen Stirs Trouble. I am not a local of Donghai City. My family is from the countryside. However, I do possess a dilapidated house in Donghai City. Before Yi Feng could finish, Lu Tiao interrupted. Look at you. Is that pitiful house even worth mentioning? How dilapidated is it? Yi Feng smiled slightly. It's not that bad. It's European style, with an outdoor swimming pool, a golf course, a cinema, and 3 restaurants for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The security is comprised of martial arts masters and their disciples. And among the maids are 4 popular actresses who help out with cleaning and gardening when they don't have schedules. You're just boasting. Lu Tiao scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Even Lu Xian seemed doubtful, turning to her younger sister, Tiao. I adore him without any conditions or material basis. I simply wish to be with him. Is that so wrong? Sister, can't you be less selfish? You are the president of the Lu Group and should prioritize the bigger picture. Only by marrying Qian Xiao will Qian Ruhai finance the Lu Group. Why should I sacrifice my happiness to bolster the Lu group? Must the Lu group not rise based on its own merits? Lu Xian retorted angrily. Sister, regardless of anything, I, Lu Tiao, absolutely oppose your union with him. You must marry Qian Wuyu. As she spoke, Lu Tiao pointed at Yifeng. You boastful pauper, you are unworthy of my sister. And you shall not aspire to associate with our Lu family. In my eyes, Qian Xiao is the only one fit to be my brother-in-law. Did you hear that? Are you familiar with Wu Delang? Yifeng suddenly inquired of Lu Tiao heir. What do you mean? Lu Tiao heir appeared confused. If I were to arrange for you to marry Wu Delang, would you be willing? Yifeng wore a mysteriously enigmatic smile. I don't like him. Why would I marry him? The same principle applies. Your sister does not love Qian Wuyu, so why should she marry him? Lu Tiao heir's face flushed, rendered speechless. Xian, let us depart. Yifeng seized Lu Xian's hand, preparing to brush past Lu Tiao heir. Stop. Lu Tiao heir sprinted to catch up, arms outstretched. Sister, as president, you must sacrifice your own happiness. This is the demeanor and resolve expected of a CEO. I will not let you two leave today. Lu Tiao heir attempted to sway Lu Xian's perspective. You should return to the CEO's office and check on Qian Wuyu. He needs you to take him to the hospital. Yifeng addressed Lu Tiao heir. What is wrong with my brother-in-law? Lu Tiao heir suddenly realized something and dashed towards the elevator. Meanwhile, Yifeng led Lu Xian out of the building. Yifeng, where are you taking me? It has been over a year since graduation, and we have yet to have a chance to be alone. Let us take a stroll in the nearby park. 10 minutes later, in the octagonal pavilion opposite the Lu group, Lu Xian leaned against Yifeng's shoulder, sitting side by side with him. Xian, what do you like about me? Yifeng inquired. I did not fall for you at first sight. My affection for you grew over time. Do you remember our university days? Almost all the boys catered to me, yet you treated me with indifference. I found you mysterious, which piqued my curiosity to approach you. Eventually, we became the best of friends. Those boys said you were a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Yet you never seemed to harbor any romantic thoughts towards me. I was indignant. As a campus beauty, was I not even slightly appealing to you? I began to get close to you out of spite, yet you remained unmoved, utterly unyielding. In that process of deliberately getting closer to you, I gradually developed feelings for you. The more aloof you were, the deeper I fell into this infatuation, unable to extricate myself. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yifeng mused to himself. Back then, I lacked the golden touch, having come from a rural background, and felt quite self-conscious in your presence. Hence, I cloaked my inherent insecurities with indifference. Little did I expect, through a twist of fate, to have captured your heart. However, such sentiments shall remain unspoken. I'm heading to the restroom. With that, Yifeng rose and made his way towards the restroom in the park. Just as Yifeng departed, the vixen sauntered towards the octagonal pavilion. Xian, what brings you here? Vixen. Oh, I'm here with Yifeng. Lu Xian replied with a smile. He has gone to the restroom. So you two are together? The vixen inquired, her tone laden with meaning as she seated herself beside Lu Xian. Lu Xian beamed with happiness. He has been deceiving you, didn't he, you know? The vixen began to stir the pot. What has he lied about? Lu Xian clearly did not believe her. He already has a girlfriend. The vixen stated with feigned seriousness. Impossible. Lu Xian dismissed her outright. I am his girlfriend. We live together. If you continue to pursue Yifeng, I shall not treat you kindly. The vixen's demeanor shifted abruptly. Yifeng is not that kind of person. Lu Xian began to harbor disdain for the vixen, resolving to distance herself from her. You shameless woman. We are together, and yet you still wish to intrude? The vixen seized Lu Xian's arm, forcefully tossing her down within the octagonal pavilion. Lu Xian, who had maintained a decent rapport with the vixen, was taken aback by such treachery. Unprepared, she fell victim to the vixen's sudden attack. Coincidentally, Yifeng emerged from the restroom, witnessing the distressing scene from afar. I have never struck a woman before, but it appears you vixen will compel me to make an exception. With determined strides, Yifeng rushed toward the octagonal pavilion. Chapter 54. A love that insists to the bitter end. The vixen, upon seeing Yifeng's hostile approach, audaciously played the victim. Yifeng. Lu Xian is nothing but a scheming harlot. She pretends to like you while actually looking down upon you. Just moments ago, she remarked that you are like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Smack. Yifeng swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Ah! The vixen screamed, her body spinning as she fell to the ground. Rising from the floor, the vixen spat. Yifeng, you are a fool, deceived by Lu Xian. Smack. Another slap. But this time it was Lu Xian's doing. Vixen, I never imagined you to be such a person, disparaging both me and Yifeng simultaneously. What is your true intention? Lu Xian demanded, her voice tinged with indignation. The vixen disregarded Lu Xian, glaring instead at Yifeng. Striking a woman? Do you still consider yourself a man? I hold you in contempt. Yifeng chuckled coldly. If I do not strike you for bullying Xian, then what kind of man am I? The vixen's eyes brimmed with jealousy, her emotions turbulent. Over the course of their skirmishes, especially after witnessing Yi Feng's piano and guitar performances at the university, she realized, to her astonishment, that she had developed feelings for him. Yet, each night, she found herself irresistibly drawn to thoughts of him. Accustomed to being proud and aloof in matters of love, the vixen could not bring herself to lower her defenses. Thus, her affection for Yi Feng manifested in a rather unique manner. She pricked him with her barbs of pride, hoping to evoke his attention and pain. With this realization, her heart ached. Clearly enamored with Yi Feng, yet she persisted in her obstinate demeanor. Perhaps he would never discern the depths of her affection. Vixen, I finally found you. While wandering the park, I nearly lost you. Peng's voice rang out suddenly. Brother Feng? Xian? You're here too. The vixen, spotting Peng, seized the opportunity. She feigned a pitiful display and began to cry. Peng, harboring feelings for the vixen, approached her and asked with concern, Vixen, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Who struck you? The vixen cast a mournful glance at Yi Feng and pointed accusingly. It was Yi Feng. He hit me. Peng, I know you like me. Now that the woman you care for has been harmed, will you remain silent like a turtle? Peng pondered for a moment, clenched his fists, and approached Yi Feng. The vixen, witnessing this, felt a surge of triumph. She had successfully sowed discord between Yi Feng and Peng. Yi Feng, Peng is prepared to confront you for me. Your brotherly bond has been shattered by your own hand. Haha. Peng, you must stand against Yi Feng for my sake. Be resolute. That is what it means to be a man. The two faced each other, tensions palpable. Peng, Yi Feng struck the vixen because I, Lu Xian, did not wish for your brotherhood to dissolve. She attempted to clarify, but was interrupted by Peng. Enough. Well done. Like a true man. The vixen encouraged from the sidelines. In the next moment, Peng bowed deeply to Yi Feng. Brother Feng, I apologize. The vixen can be quite willful. If she has wronged you in any way, I offer my sincerest apologies. Peng understood the dynamics between the vixen and Yi Feng. Had she not challenged Yi Feng's limits, he would never have acted. The vixen trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Peng. You are nothing more than a dog to Yi Feng. I look down upon you. When have you ever regarded me with respect? Peng's eyes flared with indignation as he suddenly shouted at the vixen. In your eyes, I am less than a stranger who is wealthy and handsome. Vixen, I am weary. I no longer wish to pursue you. Is that acceptable? Peng's words left the vixen in shock. Although she did not harbor feelings for Peng, their friendship was significant, and she regarded him as a loyal confidant. Vixen, cease your antics and take heed. I wish you happiness and hope you find a wealthy and handsome man. With that, Peng brushed past the vixen. She stood there, stunned, her heart aching as tears welled in her eyes. Suddenly, she called out to his retreating figure, defiantly declaring, I shall find someone 100 times better than you. Thank you for your kind words. Vixen, a piece of advice. If you do not court disaster, you shall not suffer. Now, with all your friends turned away, it is your own doing. Do you not feel the pain? Yi Feng added, delivering another blow. The vixen, tears streaming down her face, feigned a smile, attempting to remain unfazed, retorting, what do I care? I'd rather see Peng go far away. It's much quieter now. Yi Feng took Lu Xian's hand, flaunting their relationship before the vixen. It's nearly noon. I invite you to a fine dining establishment. No, let me treat you. Lu Xian, unaware of Yi Feng's affluent status, felt reluctant to allow him to spend so lavishly. Watching Yi Feng and Lu Xian walk away, the vixen clenched her fists, her heart aching to the point of suffocation. Unloved before even having entered a relationship, this sensation was akin to 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. Yi Feng, I like you. The vixen collapsed to the ground, her heart in tatters. Though she uttered the words, they fell on deaf ears. Yi Feng intended to take Lu Xian to a 5-star restaurant, but she, concerned about his expenditures, insisted on a modest noodle shop. Yi Feng refused, resolutely guiding her to a lavish hotel. Welcome to Fat Brother's Grand Hotel. The waiter began, but Lu Xian suddenly exclaimed, Lu Tiaoer? What brings you here as a server? The waitress in question is none other than Lu Tiaoer, the youngest sister of Lu Xian, who is currently a freshman in college. Why can't I work as a waitress here? Shouldn't a rich second generation just live off their parents' wealth like a parasite? Lu Tiaoer retorted. In truth, her motive for working as a waitress was to earn enough money to purchase concert tickets. I must say, I didn't expect you to have such spirit. Yi Feng commended Lu Tiaoer. You cling to my sister for money. I can assure you I possess far more integrity than you. Lu Tiaoer shot him a disdainful glance. Yi Feng, having wished for the talent to retort, immediately countered, you may have spirit, but lack capability. You could tutor foreigners in their native languages. Yet you opt for a low-skill part-time job. Quite the irony, isn't it? His words struck home, leaving Lu Tiaoer blushing with indignation. You broke pauper, shut your foul mouth. Is this your idea of service? I am a customer now, Yifeng reminded her. In a flash of inspiration, Lu Tiaoer devised a plan to embarrass Yifeng, determined to highlight the disparity between him and her sister. 2 minutes later, Yifeng and Lu Xian settled into a window-side table. Lu Tiaoer stood before them, casting a sidelong glance at Yifeng. Our restaurant's prices are quite steep. I'm afraid you may not be able to afford it. Tiaoer, silence that foul mouth of yours. Lu Xian scolded her sister. You're not treating him, are you? Lu Tiaoer pressed on, suddenly mocking Yifeng. Isn't it a sign of failure for a man to let a woman foot the bill? A college student taking on low-end part-time jobs is quite the failure too. Yifeng shot back. All right, let's get on with ordering. Lu Xian commanded her sister. Lu Tiaoer, holding the menu, deliberately encouraged Yifeng to order the most expensive dishes and drinks, anticipating that he would be unable to cover the bill, thus providing her with the entertainment she sought. Lu Xian, sensing her sister's ulterior motives, took the menu and began selecting the cheapest vegetarian options, unaware of Yifeng's affluence, and determined to save him money. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tiaoer mocked Yifeng again. Oh dear, how pitiful. A man with no ambition treating his girlfriend to a meal while choosing the cheapest options. If money were no object, he would surely order the most expensive dishes. How do you know I can't afford it? Yifeng replied coolly, then turned his gentle gaze toward Lu Xian. Order the finest dishes and the most exquisite wines. Lu Xian discreetly kicked Yifeng under the table, signaling him to temper his impulses, fearing that he might truly be unable to pay and that her sister would revel in his humiliation. Yet Yifeng remained unfazed, confidently taking the menu from Lu Xian's hands and boldly ordering the priciest items. Lu Tiaoer was filled with glee, picturing the moment Yifeng would be embarrassed for failing to settle the bill. Humph, a poor boy does not deserve to be with my sister, in my eyes. Only Qian Wuyo is worthy of being my brother-in-law. By the way, Tiaoer, how is Qian Wuyo? Lu Xian inquired with concern. I've already had someone take him to the hospital. He told me that Yifeng broke his leg, but I don't believe it. With his skills, how could Yifeng possibly defeat him? As she spoke, Lu Tiaoer cast a clever glance at Yifeng, saying, You are no more than an ant before Qian Wuyo. You cannot contend with him. Yifeng ignored her and continued to order. Roast duck, roast goose, braised pork, abalone, shark fin, bird's nest, large yellow croaker, Australian lobster, and a bottle of 1992 Xiaoying Cabernet Sauvignon. Hey, are you out of your mind? Lu Xian gasped, trying to halt his ordering. Fully aware of the wine's exorbitant price, 500,000, equating to millions in RMB. Not only could Yifeng not afford it, but even she herself could not. And even if she could, she would have to draw from the company funds, which was beyond her means. Sister, why are you stopping him? Let him order. Lu Tiaoer relished the unfolding drama. What are you ordering? Forget it. Lu Xian insisted. That bottle of red wine is off the table. Lu Tiaoer grinned mischievously. But I've already placed the order. It cannot be cancelled. Lu Xian was at a loss for words. Lu Tiaoer stuck out her tongue and sauntered away. Yifeng, how about we make a discreet exit now? It's better than eating and then being unable to pay the bill, Lu Xian suggested. Yifeng smiled serenely, exuding confidence. However, Lu Xian remained anxious, lowering her head to play with her phone, reaching out to friends to gather funds. The impending bill of millions was indeed no trifling matter. A few minutes later, several waitstaff gathered around their table, standing nearby and watching them intently. Lu Tiaoer had informed the manager that Yifeng had ordered the most expensive wine and was undoubtedly a pauper who could not pay. Thus, the manager had dispatched a few staff members to monitor them discreetly while they dined. An hour later, the dishes and drinks began to arrive. Yifeng and Lu Xian started to eat, but Lu Xian appeared somewhat distracted, having failed to gather enough money from her friends. Her only option now was to turn to her father for help. While eating, she sent a WeChat message to her father. Dad, can I borrow 5 million from the company account? It's urgent. What could possibly require that much money? Lu Xian quickly received a reply from her father. I accidentally ordered a bottle of wine worth 500,000 at the Fat Brother Grand Restaurant. Lu Xian texted back. You've always been frugal. Why the sudden change? Oh, I see. Are you with that Yifeng? Send me your exact address, and I'll come pay the bill. In truth, Lu Jingde had no intention of settling the bill. He thought to himself that if Yifeng, the poor boy, wanted to show off, he would have to face the consequences. Chapter 56, The Bill Incident. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Lu Tiaoer could hardly contain her excitement. She approached Yifeng and Lu Xian's table, gleefully asking, Isn't it time for you to settle the bill? I calculated roughly, and it's about 4 million. Hee. Showing off comes at a price. If you can't afford to pursue my sister, you might as well leave. Lu Xian, exasperated, scolded her sister, You little brat. This is all you're doing. Are you trying to drive me mad? Lu Tiaoer smirked. What is that to me? He ordered all the food. Sister, see those waitstaff? They're all watching him. If he can't pay, a few security guards will rush in, beat him up first, and then deal with it. Hee. I can afford the bill. Yifeng stood up, intending to head to the restroom. Lu Tiaoer seized his arm. Trying to run away because you can't pay? She signaled to the waitstaff, and one of them hurried to inform the manager. The manager promptly dispatched several security guards to stand before Yifeng. Sir, please settle the bill before leaving. Although the guards spoke respectfully, there was an unmistakable hint of intimidation in their tone. What's this? I can't even go to the restroom? Yifeng squinted, glaring at the guards, his voice icy. You should settle the bill first before going to the restroom. After all, you're spending over 4 million. What if you try to run? Lu Tiaoer said unabashedly. I am still here, aren't I? He ran away, and you come looking for me. Lu Xian sat on the plush sofa, her arms crossed, glaring at her younger sister. The security guards exchanged glances before stepping aside for Yifeng. While Yifeng was in the restroom, he overheard a conversation between two waiters in the stalls. Have you heard? A poor kid is chasing after a rich beauty and invited her to our restaurant, utterly clueless, and he ordered a bottle of wine worth $500,000. What a fool. I heard Lu Tiaoer mention it, but just wait until it's time to settle the bill. We'll have a good show to watch. The manager has instructed us that under no circumstances should we let that kid escape. Last time, a guy dined and dashed, and he ended up with a mouthful of bruises. It was quite the scene. Overhearing the waiter's conversation, Yifeng sneered, washed his hands, and exited the restroom. Meanwhile, Lu Xian sat quietly as Lu Tiaoer chattered incessantly before her. Sister, that poor kid can't afford the bill. He is definitely going to run away. And now you're in deep trouble. I told you, he is only after your money. But you wouldn't listen. Who says I'm running away? Yifeng approached and took a seat. Upon seeing him, Lu Tiaoer let out a sigh of relief. After all, Lu Xian was her elder sister, and she didn't want her to be implicated. It's time to settle the bill, right? Lu Tiaoer stared at Yifeng, waving at the distant security guards. Consequently, the guards, who had just left, returned to Yifeng, watching him silently. What do you mean? Are you afraid I'll dine and dash? Yifeng squinted, staring at the guards. The guards remained stoic, saying nothing. Lu Tiaoer interjected, sorry. We really are afraid you'll dine and dash because we already know you're just a poor kid. $4 million is an astronomical figure for you. Call your manager over. Yifeng was incensed that he could spend over 4 million on a meal, yet still be ridiculed. Our manager is busy. Lu Tiaoer swung her long legs. Busy, huh? Then I won't be paying. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, the guards swiftly moved closer. They crossed their arms, looking down at Yifeng on the sofa with a threatening glare. It's not that you won't pay. It's that you can't afford it. Lu Tiaoer pointed at Yifeng, mocking him. Can't even afford to take your girlfriend out for a meal. Why pretend to be wealthy? Now you're in trouble. Lu Tiaoer, if you don't stop talking, no one will think you're mute. Lu Xian scolded her younger sister. Sister, do you still not understand? He can't even afford a meal. How can you be happy with him? You're a CEO. You must consider the bigger picture. For the sake of our Lu family, you must marry someone wealthy. Before Lu Tiaoer could finish her sentence, Yifeng stood up and slapped her across the face. This slap is for your sister. She is your own sister. How dare you stand on a moral high ground and force her to marry someone she doesn't love? Lu Tiaoer covered her face, bewildered. How dare this poor kid hit her? She had never even been struck by her father. You dare hit me? Settle the bill. If you can't, the guards will take action. Lu Tiaoer exploded. At that moment, although there weren't many patrons in the hall, everyone gathered to watch the spectacle. Sir, this is your last chance. Will you pay the bill or not? If not, don't blame us for being rude. The lead security guard threatened, pointing at Yifeng. I spent over 4 million on a meal, and this is the service I get? If your manager doesn't come today, I won't be paying. So you can't afford it? The security guard raised an eyebrow. Just then, Lu Xingda's voice was heard. Knowing full well you can't afford the bill, you still ordered such expensive wine. Are you willing to throw away your dignity to pursue my daughter? Chapter 57. The shocked Lu father. Seeing her father arrive to save the day, Lu Xian felt as if she had found a savior. Finally, she could help Yifeng out of this predicament. She stood up, linked her arm with her father's, and quietly pleaded, Dad, Yifeng is a man. Could you please give him some face? I'm begging you. Lu Xingda looked at his daughter with disappointment, and then turned to Yifeng with a serious expression. I can help you settle the bill, but there's a condition. After I help you, please promise not to pursue my daughter any further. I don't need your help. I'll settle the bill myself. Yifeng replied confidently. Are you still pretending? Is this amusing to you? Over 4 million, you'll never earn that much in your lifetime. If you can't afford it, don't be stubborn. As Lu Xingda finished speaking, Yifeng, in front of everyone, pulled out his wallet. He then produced a luxurious, limited edition black card from Huamei Bank and handed it to Lu Tiaoer. Settle the bill. Upon seeing the black card, Lu Xingda was utterly stunned. Shocked. Astonished, he gaped at Yi Feng in disbelief. Who exactly is this poor kid? Perhaps others were unaware of what that limited edition black card represented, but Lu Jingde certainly knew. There were only 5 of those black cards in the world, reserved for only the wealthiest elites. And he, Lu Jingde, didn't he even qualify for a regular black card? What kind of card is that? I've never seen one. It's all black and looks worthless. Does it even have $500 on it? Lu Tiao mumbled. Staring at the black card, Yi Feng sneered and proceeded to the cash register to pay. Lu Tiao hurried after him. It must be insufficient balance. The cashier took the POS machine and accepted the black card. Swiping the card, Yi Feng entered the password. Transaction successful. How is that possible? Lu Tiao exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Xian also stared at Yi Feng in astonishment, thinking to herself, so he is this wealthy? Isn't he from a rural background? What on earth is happening? The crowd murmured among themselves. Now, you security guards and waiters are in trouble. You look down on him. He came here to dine and spend over 4 million, yet you treated him this way. Sir, here is your receipt. At that moment, the cashier respectfully handed the black card along with the receipt to Yi Feng. Subsequently, the cashier shot a glare at the dazed Lu Tiao, quietly scolding. Didn't you say he couldn't afford the bill? The manager listened to you, and now look at how the manager will handle you. Can I afford the bill? Yi Feng folded his arms, glaring at the guards. Can. The guards no longer acted tough, nodding like chicks pecking at rice. Can I afford the bill? Yi Feng turned to Lu Tiao again. Lu Tiao was at a loss for words, her throat seemingly choked, unable to utter a single syllable. Her father, Lu Jingde, bowed his head in silence, feeling quite embarrassed. Xian, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lu Jingde, feeling the pressure, turned and left in a huff. Yi Feng called after his retreating figure, Director Lu, can I afford the bill? Hearing this, Lu Jingde felt a shiver run down his spine, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Yi Feng, what on earth is going on? Where did you get so much money? Lu Xian inquired with concern. It's a long story. You're going to meet a client to sign a contract this afternoon, right? You should go. Don't worry about me. I'll explain it to you when I have time. Yi Feng smiled. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Before departing, Lu Xian kissed Yi Feng gently and then turned to leave. Yi Feng, however, took a seat. Summon your lobby manager. He commanded. Good day, sir. I'm here. The lobby manager appeared uninvited, bearing a smile and incessantly apologizing to Yi Feng. I sincerely apologize. It is our service attitude that has fallen short, causing you distress. Yi Feng pointed at Lu Tiao and addressed the manager. This part-time server exhibits an exceedingly poor attitude. What do you intend to do about it? Sir, could we perhaps overlook this? She is merely a young girl, a university student, striving to support herself through part-time work. The lobby manager, aware of Lu Tiao's identity as the third daughter of the chairman of Lu Group, interceded on her behalf. After all, the lobby manager's mother worked as a cleaner at Lu Group. Overlook it? Absolutely not. She is to be dismissed immediately. Yi Feng declared with resolute coldness. Who are you to fire me? You are not our boss. Lu Tiao retorted defiantly. At that moment, the rotund owner of Fat Brother Restaurant, Xiao Peng, waddled over, his ample belly preceding him. Yi Feng's heart leapt with amusement. Wasn't he this Xiao Peng? A childhood peer from his rural hometown who once mocked him at a village feast? After discovering Yi Feng's true identity, Xiao Peng had since become exceedingly deferential, addressing him as Brother Feng with obsequiousness. Boss, it's like this. The lobby manager began to elaborate, but Xiao Peng's eyes lit up upon seeing Yi Feng. Feng, Brother Feng? Is it truly you? Xiao Peng stammered in excitement. During the new year, I returned to Donghai City, and I've been searching for you. Brother Feng, it's a pleasure to see you. Xiao Peng continued, groveling before Yi Feng. Lu Tiao, as a server, your service attitude is utterly unacceptable. Effective immediately, you are dismissed. And you shall receive not a penny of your wages. Is this how a university student behaves? Manager, I took this part-time job to earn enough for a concert ticket. Please. I beg you to reconsider. Lu Tiao, a devoted fan, pleaded. Despite her affluent background, she was still merely a university student with limited funds, and her father enforced strict financial discipline, providing only for her tuition while expecting her to manage her living expenses. If you wish to remain, then you must plead with the esteemed Brother Feng, the lobby manager suggested. Lu Tiao instinctively glanced at Yi Feng. Chapter 58. Brother Feng, I was wrong. Lu Tiao, lacking any airs of a spoiled princess, approached Yi Feng with a beaming smile, ready to charm him. In an instant, she grasped his hand, shaking it eagerly while sweetly coaxing, Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Yi Feng remained unmoved by her ploys. Lu Tiao's enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief as she devised a new approach. Second brother-in-law, I implore you, forgive me, she pleaded, her hands framing her delicate face. Her eyes wide and innocent. Forgive you? Very well, I shall forgive you. Yifeng replied with a hint of a smirk. Lu Tiao thought to herself, surely no man could resist the allure of my captivating eyes. Just as she reveled in her triumph, Yifeng added, forgiving you does not equate to reinstating you. Xiao Pang, I find her intolerable. Understood, Brother Feng. I shall proceed with her dismissal at once. Xiao Pang complied without hesitation. I have already apologized. What more do you desire? Lu Tiao fumed. Yet Yifeng chose to ignore her. You are dismissed. Leave this place at once. Xiao Pang commanded, his gaze fixed upon Lu Tiao. Ensure I receive my 10 days' wages. Lu Tiao conceded. Huh? With such poor service, you still expect to be paid? Are you dreaming? Yifeng scoffed. Fine. Yifeng, you will regret this. Lu Tiao's face flushed with indignation as she stripped off her work attire and threw it at Xiao Pang before storming away. After Lu Tiao departed, Yifeng prepared to leave as well. Xiao Pang, along with all staff members, front of house, back of house, finance, procurement, and security, gathered at the entrance of the restaurant, bowing in unison to bid farewell to Yifeng. Brother Feng, take care. We look forward to your next visit. On his drive home, Yifeng received a text from the bank, indicating an inexplicable deposit of over 12 million. To him, such an amount was trivial. His curiosity piqued. How had this sum materialized? Only when he parked in the villa's garage did the realization dawn upon him. He had once wished that his money would multiply as he spent. The wish bottle had indicated that every expenditure would yield threefold returns. He had treated Lu Xian to a meal costing over 4 million. 3 times that amount indeed equated to over 12 million. It seemed he ought to indulge in spending more frequently. Perhaps he would rent an entire cinema tomorrow and invite Lu Xian to watch several horror films. The following day, Saturday, at the Lu residence, Lu Xian and her 3 sisters, along with their parents, gathered around the dining table for a meal. I shall return home quite late tonight, Lu Tiao suddenly announced. What, going for another part-time job? The family patriarch, Lu Jingde, inquired of his 3rd daughter. Father, it's all that Yifeng's fault. He caused me to lose my job at the restaurant. Tonight, I will be working at Longsho International Hotel, their SA Grand Banquet for World Tycoons. Lu Tiao, your father encourages you to be self-reliant. You won't hold it against me, will you? Lu Jingde asked with a smile. Not at all. Self-reliance is commendable. I refuse to be a parasitic rich kid living off my parents. Lu Tiao asserted confidently. Huh, my daughter has grown up. Lu Jingde expressed his pride. Just then, the doorbell rang. The housekeeper, Wang Ma, went to answer it. Director, I have uncovered the truth about that Yifeng, said Assistant Zhang, stepping inside. He hails from a rural background. And the reason he could afford a bill of over 4 million is that he won over 5 million in the lottery a few days ago. Furthermore, he revealed, his so-called luxurious, super VIP black card from Huamei Bank is merely counterfeit. Director Lu Jingde had asked Assistant Zhang to investigate Yifeng's background. But Zhang had only discovered his rural origins and fabricated the lottery and counterfeit card story to impress his superior. However, Lu Jingde accepted this information as truth. Having won over 5 million and spending 4 million on a meal for my daughter, after taxes of 1 million, he is just an ordinary person now. Even if he hasn't spent that 5 million, he is unworthy of my daughter. Well done, Assistant Zhang. You may leave now? Certainly, Director. Once Assistant Zhang departed, Lu Jingde turned to his daughter. Now you understand why Yifeng was able to settle that 4 million bill, don't you? No matter how he acts, he will never compare to someone with true wealth. Keep your distance from him. Indeed, second sister, aside from his handsome appearance, Yifeng is utterly lacking in merit. He is nothing but a scoundrel. You must never associate with him. Lu Tiao was attempting to persuade her second sister. Chapter 59. Driving a luxury car while taking a part-time job. Have you had enough? I simply like him and wish to be with him. Is that so wrong? Lu Xian was so indignant that she couldn't even eat. As long as I draw breath, I will not permit the 2 of you to be together. That boy is only interested in our Lu family's wealth. If you weren't the CEO, would he still care for you? Lu Jingde spoke with barely concealed anger. I've had my fill. I'm off to my part-time job. At that moment, Lu Tiao stood up, bouncing towards her bedroom to grab her bag and leave the house. But unfortunately, she twisted her ankle. Ouch, my foot. When she got back on her feet, she realized she could no longer walk. How could I be so careless? The housekeeper, Wang Ma, rushed over to assist her. What should I do? I've twisted my ankle and can't go to my part-time job, but I've already signed up. It's not good to bail. Furthermore, I need to earn money to buy concert tickets. Lu Tiao sat on a chair and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Second sister, please. Would you help me out by taking my part-time job for a day? After all, it's Saturday, and you're not working. I want to do it. Lu Xian firmly refused. What if I support you being with Yifeng? Lu Tiao inquired. Lu Xian's eyes brightened. Do you truly support us being together? Of course. Yifeng is so handsome. You two are a perfect match, a golden couple. Lu Xian laughed. You little brat, Your words are so sweet. Fine. I'll help you with the hotel part-time job. Just then, Lu Xian received a WeChat message from Yifeng. Let us go watch a movie this afternoon. Yifeng. I'm sorry, but I have to help my sister with her part-time job. She twisted her ankle, Lu Xian replied. Soon, Yifeng received a response from Lu Xian. In the past, when he was down on his luck, Yifeng had also worked as a part-time employee at a hotel. Not only was the work long and exhausting, but the attitude of the hotel management towards part-timers was also quite poor. Concerned that Lu Xian might face some indignities, he decided to take her place. Thus, he replied on WeChat, Xian, I'll do it for you. You're a precious gem, the renowned beauty of Lu Corporation. How could I allow my future wife to work part-time? After Yifeng's persuasion, Lu Xian finally agreed, responding on WeChat, how is your English? This afternoon's hotel event is a world wealth exchange, and as a service staff member, you need to know some English. Yifeng confidently replied, my English is excellent. Consequently, Lu Xian sent him the time and location for the part-time job at the hotel. Upon receiving it, Yifeng summoned his wish bottle. Bottle, here. What wish does the master wish to make? A lovely sky blue, rounded bottle floated before Yifeng. I wish to acquire an extraordinary talent for English, enabling me to communicate effortlessly with foreigners, just as I do in Mandarin. Congratulations, master, your wish is granted. As the wish bottle finished speaking, Yifeng felt a torrent of English words, phonetics, grammar, and sentences inundate his mind. In an instant, he spoke English eloquently and effortlessly. Okay, now, to substitute for Xian and work as a hotel part-timer at the wealth exchange event should be a piece of cake. Yifeng smiled contentedly. At 2 p.m., at the subway entrance near Dihao Entertainment Media Group, the meeting point for the hotel part-timers was established. The team leader organized the part-timers to queue at the subway entrance to count heads. Most of those working part-time were university students. Just then, a luxurious Bugatti supercar slowly pulled up to the subway entrance. Upon seeing the sports car, the team leader and the part-timers were captivated, their eyes glued to the magnificent vehicle. One of the knowledgeable part-timers remarked, can you guess how much this luxury car costs? It looks so high-end. It must be worth at least 10 or 20 million, right? 10 or 20 million. How about 100 million? That's a limited edition. The crowd gasped in disbelief. So expensive? The owner must be someone extraordinary. Certainly, they must be either wealthy or noble. Amidst the chatter, the car door opened, and Yifeng stepped out, striding toward the group of part-timers. Who is the team leader? Yifeng scanned the crowd of part-timers. Hello, sir. May I ask what your instructions are? The team leader of the part-timers bowed respectfully to Yifeng, speaking with utmost deference. Oh, I'm here to take someone's place for a part-time job. Am I supposed to check in with you? Yifeng inquired. The crowd immediately became unsettled. Is a wealthy person here to experience life? It's quite incongruous to see someone driving a luxury car for a part-time job. The team leader chuckled. Sir, you should check in with me. Saying this, he pulled out his phone, displaying the group WeChat code for Yifeng to scan and check in. Beep. Yifeng successfully joined the group. Sir, what do you do? Are you a rich second generation? The team leader asked respectfully. I'm not a rich second generation, Yifeng replied. At that moment, 4 or 5 female white-collar workers emerged from the subway entrance and immediately recognized Yifeng. Isn't that our company as chairman? The white-collar workers approached him, bowing respectfully. Hello, Chairman Yi. Chapter 60, The Part-Time Job Turmoil. Yifeng looked at the several beautiful white-collar workers. And you are? We are all employees of Dihao Entertainment Media. The crowd of part-timers erupted in a flurry of excitement. Dihao Entertainment Media is a leader in the film industry, widely known. Many stars have been made famous by Dihao Entertainment Media. Numerous blockbuster films grossing over $1 billion are produced by Dihao Media. Many top-rated TV dramas are also produced by Dihao Media. After the white-collar workers departed, everyone was buzzing with conversation. The chairman of Dihao Media has always been a mystery. Never having appeared before the media, who would have thought today we'd be fortunate enough to witness his presence? And he is just a young and handsome guy. Truly remarkable. He is actually here working part-time? I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Amidst the chatter, the team leader respectfully asked, Chairman Yi, your status is so esteemed. Working part-time seems beneath you. It's all right. I'm just an ordinary person. Yifeng maintained a low profile. You're too humble, Chairman. The team leader smiled humbly. Chairman, may we add you on WeChat? We are all first-year university students working part-time. Several blonde, blue-eyed foreign female students conversed with Yifeng in English. Having just acquired an extraordinary talent for English, he naturally understood and conversed with them in fluent, standard English, exchanging WeChat contacts. Chairman Yi's English is so impressive, better than our professors at the Foreign Languages University. I'm in awe. Not only does Chairman Yi possess wealth, but he is also incredibly talented. My admiration for Chairman Yi flows like an unceasing river. Everyone showered Yi Feng with compliments, some even requesting photos, which he politely declined. Yi Feng repeatedly reminded them not to post anything about him on social media or forums. The crowd complied with his request, behaving obediently. Understood, Chairman. All right. When we start working at the hotel, please don't call me that. Yi Feng instructed. At 3 p.m., it was time to officially begin work. Under the guidance of the team leader, Yi Feng accompanied the group to the Longsho International Hotel. Given the grandeur of today's event, a gala for the world's wealthiest, the hotel was under tight security. Security guards, bodyguards, and even police were all mobilized. Regardless of one's identity, anyone entering the hotel was subjected to stringent security checks, with even lighters prohibited. After passing through security, Yi Feng donned his work attire and commenced his duties. His specific assignment was in the banquet hall on the 3rd floor. As it was still early and the banquet had yet to commence, the affluent guests had not yet arrived. However, flanking the entrance of the expansive banquet hall stood 2 rows of over a dozen advertising billboards. Each billboard featured different portraits, predominantly of foreign men, all seemingly in their 40s or 50s. These individuals depicted on the billboards were affluent individuals from around the globe. The world's richest man, Jeff Bezos, boasted a fortune of 960 billion yuan. A part-time university student, gazing at the billboard, read the accompanying biography aloud. Mr. Yi, how do you compare to him? She inquired curiously, glancing at Yi Feng. Yi Feng possessed an unlimited super VIP black card, a status that rendered him incomparable to the world's richest. Not comparable, he asserted, implying that the world's richest could not be compared to him. However, the university student misunderstood, believing Yi Feng felt he could not measure up to Bezos. It's all right, Mr. Yi, what does the world's richest count for? You shall surpass him one day, she replied with a smile. At that moment, the hotel manager approached. Enough of that. You're here to earn money as part-timers, not to tour and gawk at the world's wealthy. All part-timers, follow me to the banquet hall for a meeting. The hotel manager was a young man clad in a suit. Upon entering the banquet hall, he instructed everyone to line up in 4 rows, 10 individuals per row, standing before them to address the group. This evening's gala is of utmost importance. As you can see, the hotel is under strict surveillance. When the banquet begins, distinguished guests from around the world will be present. So please refrain from using your phones to take pictures. If I catch anyone, I will confiscate their phone, strip them of their uniform, and they will receive no pay. As the manager delivered his reprimand, the university student beside Yi Feng whispered, I often work part-time at this hotel, and the manager loves to act superior, treating us part-time servers very poorly. Yi Feng chuckled softly, just ignore him. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Can't you see I'm speaking? If you don't want to work, take off your uniforms and leave. The hotel manager approached Yi Feng and the university student, adopting an authoritative stance and glaring at them seriously. Perhaps sensing Yi Feng's formidable status, the university student retorted, what does a petty manager like you think you're doing? In front of Mr. Yi, you're insignificant. The hotel manager paused for a moment, confused. Who is Mr. Yi? What are you talking about? If you don't want to work, get out. The university student's face flushed crimson as she instinctively glanced at Yi Feng. The manager, seeming to grasp the situation, scrutinized Yi Feng and smirked. Is this the so-called Mr. Yi? If you're so important, what are you doing working part-time? Stop pretending. Get lost. Both of you, take off your uniforms and leave. Chapter 61. The world's richest man treats me with utmost respect. As a member of hotel management, where is your professionalism? Yi Feng challenged the hotel manager, fixing him with a steely gaze. The manager pointed a finger at Yi Feng's chest. You're just a part-timer earning barely over 100 a day. Who do you think you are pretending to be, Mr. Yi? Don't talk to me about professionalism. You're not worthy. Please show me some respect, or else the male part-timers may not be so courteous to you. Yi Feng had already noticed the male staff glaring at the hotel manager. Were it not for Yi Feng's presence, the students likely would not have dared to challenge the manager, as they were there to earn a living. However, with Yi Feng around, the dynamic shifted. Everyone was aware of Yi Feng's true identity and regarded him as their protector. They had little to fear from the pompous manager. Do you really think you're Mr. Yi? Do you think they will listen to you? The hotel manager pressed his finger into Yi Feng's nose. Take him down. Yi Feng's voice resonated throughout the banquet hall, powerful and commanding. In an instant, the male staff surged forward like wolves, eagerly overpowering the hotel manager and bringing him to the ground. A cacophony of punches and kicks ensued. After a brief yet intense scuffle, the staff returned to their respective positions as if nothing had transpired. The hotel manager, disheveled and defeated, staggered to his feet, only to find everyone still standing in perfect formation, as if the earlier chaos had never occurred. Do you all not wish to work anymore? The hotel manager shouted, scanning the crowd in frustration. What are you yelling about? They are part-timers too. Can you not extend them some respect? The hotel manager admonished from the entrance of the banquet hall. This seemed to humble the hotel manager, who then began assigning tasks. Some were designated to serve dishes, while others were tasked with service. Due to Yi Feng's appealing demeanor, he was assigned to service. The gala for the world's wealthy featured exquisite Western cuisine. Yi Feng, alongside the other servers, meticulously arranged cutlery on the hundreds of round tables within the banquet hall. The placement of forks and knives was of great importance, requiring utmost precision. After some time, Yi Feng decided to visit the restroom but was intercepted by the hotel manager, who unfriendly inquired, "Where do you think you're going?" "To the restroom." "Not yet. Finish setting the cutlery first." The hotel manager was clearly holding a grudge. Yi Feng, however, was undeterred and headed straight for the banquet hall exit, making his way to the guest restroom. Outside the men's restroom stood several tall, burly bodyguards, likely because some VIP was inside. Since Yi Feng was clad in the hotel's service uniform, the bodyguards did not obstruct him. He entered without hesitation. The restroom of a five-star hotel was indeed impressive. Adorned luxuriously and impeccably clean, akin to the restroom in Yi Feng's villa. After finishing, he stood at the sink, washing his hands in front of the mirror. At that moment, the sound of rushing water from a flushing toilet echoed, and a stall door swung open. Out stepped a man in his 40s or 50s, a foreigner. It was none other than the world's richest man, Jeff Bezos. Yi Feng recognized him instantly from his portrait and biography. At that moment, Bezos approached Yi Feng, nodding and smiling in greeting. It was quite remarkable that the world's richest man would take the initiative to greet a hotel service staff member. Unbeknownst to him, this service worker possessed wealth that could eclipse his entire fortune. Yi Feng returned the greeting with a nod and a smile. Just as he was about to exit the restroom, he heard Bezos call from behind, "Sir, you dropped your card." When Yi Feng turned around, he saw Bezos bending down to pick up the card. However, in the next moment, as Bezos realized it was a luxurious bank's super VIP limited edition black card, his mouth fell agape in disbelief, staring incredulously at Yi Feng. He was utterly stunned, shocked, astounded. Even the world's wealthiest individual possesses a limited edition black card of this nature. This Supreme limited edition black card is available in only 5 copies and is categorized into a hierarchical system ranging from 1 to 5 levels. The black card held by the world's richest person is of the 4th level, while the highest tier is the 5th level. At this moment, however, the black card discovered by the world's wealthiest person is indeed of the 5th level. It stands as the sovereign among limited edition black cards, symbolizing an exalted status of immense wealth and prestige. The world's richest individual could scarcely fathom that the monarch of black cards, the pinnacle of exclusivity, would be found in the possession of a mere hotel attendant. "Sir, is this card yours?" he inquired, carefully addressing Yi Feng with the utmost respect by using the formal you. "Yes, it is," Yi Feng replied, extending his hand for the card. The world's wealthiest man returned it with both hands, exuding a demeanor of utmost reverence. Yi Feng nonchalantly pocketed the card. "Thank you. No, it's my pleasure." The world's wealthiest man stammered in his speech. He had been on a quest to locate the holder of the 5th level black card and was astonished to discover it in the restroom of the Longzhou International Hotel. The possessor of the 5th level black card is of unparalleled distinction, a veritable titan among the affluent. "Sir, please allow me to bow before you." The world's richest individual bent at the waist, performing a deep 90-degree bow towards Yi Feng. "Sir, there is danger." The bodyguards at the entrance, noticing the prolonged absence of their employer, felt a surge of vigilance and pushed through the door. They were met with the sight of the world's wealthiest man bowing to a hotel attendant, leading to a grievous misunderstanding. Chapter 62. The wealthiest of Donghai. The bodyguards, towering African men, presented an imposing figure reminiscent of bears. As they charged toward Yi Feng, he felt an illusion of the ground trembling beneath him. Yet, Yi Feng stood unfazed, equipped with superhuman martial prowess acquired through wishes. Bang, bang, bang. The restroom echoed with the sounds of a fierce altercation, a spectacle both thrilling and heart-stirring. After 2 minutes, all the bodyguards lay incapacitated on the floor, howling in defeat. However, one remained standing. Yi Feng had him in a single-handed grip around his throat, hoisting him high above his head, creating a striking visual tableau. Despite Yi Feng's stature, he appeared neither overly tall nor stout, while the bodyguard was a formidable figure, evoking a sense of awe. "Get lost." Yi Feng's gaze was piercing as he effortlessly tossed the bodyguard aside. With a loud crash, the man collided with the wall and then crumpled to the ground. The world's wealthiest man, Jeff Bezos, gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment, his mouth agape. Not only was Yi Feng wealthier than he, but he also possessed extraordinary martial skills. Who was this man? Why was he working as a hotel attendant? "Everyone, please leave. He is my friend. No, my most esteemed individual." The world's wealthiest man addressed his bodyguards in English, prompting them to exchange incredulous glances at Yifeng, who was unmistakably a hotel servant. Why then did their employer show him such profound respect? It was utterly bewildering. As the bodyguards helped each other to their feet and exited the restroom, the world's wealthiest man turned to Yifeng and asked, "If I may be so bold, what exactly is your status?" "Just a regular citizen," Yifeng replied nonchalantly. "You are far too modest." Jeff Bezos chuckled wryly. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Yifeng replied, nonchalantly pocketing his hands and turning to depart. "Sir, please wait." The world's wealthiest man produced a business card and offered it to Yifeng with both hands. "If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." Yifeng, understanding the nuances of social etiquette, accepted the card with equal formality, pretending to scrutinize it. "I shall accept this. Thank you." Jeff Bezos bowed once more towards Yifeng. Later, as Yifeng exited the restroom and approached the entrance to the banquet hall, the hotel's supervisor chastised him. "You took an eternity in the restroom. Did you fall into the toilet? What were you doing in there, chatting with the world's wealthiest man? Do you not find that hard to believe? Why do you boast so? Put your hands out of your pockets. You are a servant now," the supervisor reprimanded. Yifeng ignored him, brushing past as he entered the banquet hall. By this time, several affluent individuals had arrived, both local and foreign, including Qian Ruhai, the wealthiest man of Donghai City. Naturally, he was qualified to attend today's elite gathering. As the wealthy guests settled in, exchanging business cards and engaging in amiable conversation, Qian Ruhai snapped his fingers to summon a servant. He was taken aback upon recognizing Yifeng, having twice caused his son, Qian Wuyo, to be hospitalized. Qian Ruhai harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yifeng. He approached Yifeng, their eyes locking, an unspoken tension filling the air. "Aren't you supposed to be wealthy? Why are you working as a servant? Have you gone bankrupt? I've looked into you. You're merely a rural worker who got lucky and won a lottery of 200 million. To me, 200 million is nothing. Yifeng, do you see? That's the chasm between us. I am eligible to attend a global elite gathering, while you are relegated to serving drinks. If you know what is good for you, cease to provoke my son and steer clear of Lu Xian. She will undoubtedly become the future matriarch of the Qian family." Yifeng scoffed, fixing his gaze on Qian Ruhai. "You will never comprehend the extent of my wealth because, at this moment, you resemble a frog in a well, gazing at the sky through a narrow opening. What are you rambling about? A part-time servant daring to boast in front of Donghai's wealthiest? Who gave you such confidence?" The hotel supervisor seemed to take pleasure in undermining Yifeng, monitoring his every move and overhearing their exchange. "Supervisor, make this servant disappear from my sight. I detest him," Qian Ruhai commanded. "Of course, Mr. Qian, I will have him removed immediately." The hotel supervisor groveled before the wealthiest man of Donghai. "Hey you, go to the kitchen and serve dishes. You're too unsophisticated to be a server, trying to show off in front of Donghai's elite. Don't you feel foolish?" After flattering Qian Ruhai, the supervisor adopted a domineering tone as he addressed Yifeng. Yifeng had no intention of complying with his orders. Had the supervisor approached him with courtesy, perhaps he would have listened. But the man's arrogant demeanor only fueled Yifeng's defiance. "Who, me? Did you not hear? Off to the kitchen with you," the supervisor barked, pointing at Yifeng. "Go to hell," Yifeng retorted angrily. "Are you rebelling? If you refuse to work, you'll receive not a single cent of your pay. Just wait, we shall see who gets kicked out," Yifeng replied cryptically. The hotel supervisor had unwittingly sealed his own fate. Chapter 63. Is 500 enough? Of course, you are the one who should leave. Get out now. The supervisor seized Yifeng's arm with force. "Who are you to decide? You'll pay me not a dime. Get off me." Yifeng executed a swift kick, propelling the supervisor away. Due to Yifeng's martial prowess, he inadvertently struck with a bit too much force. The hotel manager's body collided with a dining table across the room. Bang! The table was overturned. Wow! Blood spurted from the hotel manager's mouth as he collapsed onto the floor, clutching his abdomen, his face contorted in an expression of extreme discomfort, akin to constipation. This scene unfolded in the banquet hall, which was currently filled with affluent individuals from around the globe. Conversations were abruptly interrupted by the unforeseen incident, and the expansive banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were drawn to Yifeng. The hotel manager struggled to rise from the ground, pointing at Yifeng and declaring, "Even if I am dismissed from the hotel today, I will ensure you pay dearly for this." As he spoke, the hotel manager pulled out his phone and began dialing. "Howsy, I've been assaulted in the third-floor banquet hall. Bring 20 of our security brothers to exact my revenge." Howsy was the head of the hotel's security team, commanding a loyal cadre of 20, all of whom had previously been inmates. The hotel manager enjoyed a close relationship with Howsy. "All right, I'll be there shortly. It's been too long since I've had a good fight." After hanging up, Haozi instructed his subordinates working in the underground parking lot to change out of their uniforms and into civilian clothes, making a beeline for the third-floor banquet hall. Think there's a crowd? Let us see. Yifeng also took out his phone to call for help. Disciple, bring your students and come to the third-floor banquet hall of Longzhou International Hotel. The martial arts master, who had once sparred with Yifeng and lost, was now completely convinced of Yifeng's abilities and had taken him as his mentor. Master, what a coincidence. My martial arts academy is right across the hotel. Would 500 students suffice? That might be a bit excessive. 200 will do, but they must arrive within 10 minutes. Yifeng stated with a serious tone. No problem. 5 minutes later. Who dares to bully my friend Haozi? Haozi, accompanied by 20 loyal followers, surged into the hall. Haozi, it's him. The hotel manager pointed at Yifeng, suddenly wearing a look of exhilaration, as if about to revel in his triumph. Haozi grinned, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. I alone can handle him. With that, Haozi lunged towards Yifeng. Martial artist. Yifeng stood his ground, as steady as a mountain, his expression devoid of emotion. Kid, you're in for it today. One punch from me, Haozi, and you'll be done for, boasted the hotel manager, brimming with confidence. Just as the words left his mouth, Haozi's fist collided with Yifeng's abdomen. A scream of despair echoed. Haozi's body was sent flying backward. Thud. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. In that moment, all traces of his arrogance vanished, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. What is happening? I struck him. Yet, I'm the one injured. Before Haozi could rise, Yifeng had already appeared in front of him, raising his foot and aiming for his face. Bang! The entire banquet hall reverberated with Haozi's woeful cries. The hotel manager, frightened, fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. His pride in the martial artist Haozi now seemed utterly misplaced in the face of Yifeng's prowess. Get him! Haozi's 20 loyal followers, fully aware they were no match for Yifeng, nonetheless charged at him like moths to a flame. Yifeng's gaze swept across them, the air thickening with a palpable intensity. What a gaze it was, exuding dominance and lethal intent, causing a shiver to run down the spine of anyone who dared to meet it. The 20 followers stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Fuck! What are you doing? Don't disrupt our banquet. Get out. A 30-something Western man, the head of the event organization, strode into the banquet hall, speaking fluent Chinese. Observing the hotel manager surrounded by so many, he positioned himself in front of Yifeng, poking his finger at his chest, and admonished him sternly. This is not a place for fighting. Get out, go out. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly at the Western man. Fuck. Go. Out. The man repeated emphatically. Just as Yifeng was about to make a move, the voice of the world's richest man echoed through the hall. Mr. James, please allow me. Before he could finish, the martial arts master, accompanied by 200 disciples, flooded into the banquet hall. Master, is that really you? Have you finally forgiven me? Are you here to assist me? Haozi exclaimed, scrambling towards the martial arts master. Haozi, a former disciple, had erred years ago, leveraging his limited skills to commit a crime that resulted in imprisonment, leading the master to sever their ties. Master, this brat is insufferably arrogant. Please, teach him a lesson. Haozi implored respectfully. Kneel. The martial arts master's voice was low yet resonant, filled with authority. Haozi mistakenly believed the command was directed at Yifeng. Feeling a surge of pride, he pointed at Yifeng, exclaiming, Did you hear that? My master commands you to kneel. At that moment, the event organizer, the Western man, also misinterpreted the directive. He fanned the flames, pointing at Yifeng. Fuck, kneel. Chapter 64. A stunning revelation, shocking the crowd. Slap. The martial arts master struck Haozi across the face. Haozi, holding his cheek in astonishment, was bewildered. The hotel manager, aware of the underlying circumstances, was too terrified to speak. Trembling on the ground. Master, why did you hit me? Have you made a mistake? Haozi lamented, feeling wronged. I commanded you to kneel. The martial arts master insisted sternly. Oh. Haozi obediently knelt before his master. Slap. The martial arts master struck Haozi again. Haozi was taken aback. Master, I have already knelt. I meant for you to kneel before your grandmaster. The martial arts master articulated with precision. Who is my grandmaster? Haozi's face fell in confusion. Utterly foolish. The martial arts master scolded, and before the gathered crowd, he respectfully clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Yifeng, saying, Master, I apologize for the trouble caused. Simultaneously, the martial arts master's 200 disciples, in unison, clasped their fists and proclaimed, Greetings, Grandmaster. Their voices resonated powerfully throughout the banquet hall, echoing long after. Haozi, suddenly enlightened, collapsed to the ground, disbelief flooding his mind. This man, clearly a mere part-timer, was, in fact, his master's master? What are you still doing there? Kneel before your grandmaster and seek his forgiveness, commanded the martial arts master. Oh, Haozi knelt before Yi Feng, bowing deeply. Grandmaster, I am truly sorry. Yi Feng remained silent, but cast a meaningful glance at the hotel manager. Haozi understood and rose, rushing towards the hotel manager, who was now completely stunned. Seemingly devoid of thought, trembling and tearful. You've dragged me into this mess. Haozi seized the hotel manager by the collar with his left hand, while his right hand began to rain slaps upon him. Slap, slap. The rhythmic sound of the slaps echoed. The hotel manager was in utter despair. By the way, were you not the one who told me to get out earlier? Yi Feng remarked, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, suddenly fixing his gaze on the event organizer. The Western man. The Western gentleman trembled as he retrieved a tissue from his pocket, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. No. You are the host for today's banquet, correct? Yi Feng inquired. Yes. For heaven's sake, do not hold the banquet. Yi Feng abruptly exclaimed. That is impossible. The attendees today are wealthy individuals from all around the globe. We, as the hosts, cannot afford to offend them. The Western gentleman lamented with a despondent expression. With a snap of his fingers, Yi Feng uttered a single word, smash. His disciples immediately understood the command. Yes, master. They chorused, and chaos ensued. The sound of shattering glass and clattering dishes echoed through the hall. Within 10 minutes, the once elegantly arranged banquet hall lay in utter disarray. Tables toppled and cutlery strewn across the floor. You dare to thwart our banquet? This is a gathering for the elite. The Western gentleman's fear morphed into fury. Mr. Jack Bezos, you are the financial backer of today's event. Please intervene and restore order. The world's richest man approached Yi Feng, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. Simultaneously, other affluent guests followed suit, also accompanied by their protective entourage. Qian Ruhai, the wealthiest man in Donghai, approached Yi Feng with a triumphant air, flanked by several bodyguards. You've really gone too far this time. Qian Ruhai relished the situation. How dare you disrupt the gathering of the elite? Who gave you the audacity and confidence? You shall pay dearly for your actions today. Qian Ruhai stepped forward, locking his gaze on Yi Feng, and whispered, the world's richest is the financial sponsor. Which means you've offended him. Yi Feng merely scoffed. Is that a resigned smile I see? Qian Ruhai queried. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, the world's richest man bowed before Yi Feng. Sir, I apologize for the inconvenience. Well done. The room fell silent, all the wealthy guests aghast. Qian Ruhai's expression morphed into one of disbelief. What on earth is happening? The world's richest man is showing him such deference? Who is he truly? Have I caused you any financial loss? Should I compensate? Yi Feng asked the world's richest. No need. The banquet can simply be cancelled. We will host it again next Saturday, and you are most welcome to join us. The world's richest man responded respectfully. Qian Ruhai's face turned pale as he sensed an ominous turn of events, while the other affluent guests exchanged confused glances, questioning the world's richest man about the situation in various languages. He explained, Huamei Bank, the world's largest private bank, serves the wealthiest individuals globally. Among its exclusive offerings is the ultra-premium VIP limited edition black card, of which only 5 exist. This gentleman possesses the 5th and highest tier card, with an unlimited credit line. At this revelation, a collective shock rippled through the assembly of affluent individuals. Qian Ruhai suddenly collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Who would have thought our master was so wealthy? An unlimited credit line on that black card is truly terrifying. How much is that, I wonder? Surely it cannot be quantified in Arabic numerals. As murmurs filled the air, several police officers entered the banquet hall. Chapter 65. You are not worthy to be the steward of my villa. The hotel manager raised his hand, nervously casting a glance at Yi Feng, and stammered, Why yes. It was I. His fear was palpable. Previously unaware of Yi Feng's true identity, the hotel manager had reported him after witnessing him strike his subordinate. Now, he regretted his actions. Yet, perhaps there was a way to remedy this. Officers, it's all fine now. The hotel manager hurriedly clarified. Officer Zhang surveyed the chaotic banquet hall and the severely injured hotel supervisor. Is everything truly all right? It appears that a few inebriated guests caused a ruckus and vandalized the hall. Our supervisor attempted to mediate but was assaulted in the process, the hotel manager nervously defended. And where are those troublemakers? Officer Zhang inquired. They are guests from our housekeeping department. As you know, the customer is always right. So we prefer not to pursue the matter further. The disruptive guests have already been escorted back to their rooms by our staff. The hotel manager's explanation was seamless. However, Officer Zhang remained skeptical, casting a doubtful glance at the hotel supervisor, who, wounded, nervously glanced at Yi Feng before hastily nodding in agreement with the manager. Then why did you look at him so anxiously? Officer Zhang noted Yi Feng's presence. Xiao Zhang, how goes your training? The martial arts master suddenly interjected. Master, what are you doing here? Xiao Zhang finally spotted his mentor amidst the crowd. The martial arts master did not respond to Xiao Zhang's question, but instead remarked, "It's all settled now. The troublesome guests have been taken care of. I trust your word, master. You are highly esteemed. And I recall when you taught us not only martial arts, but also the principles of being a good person." Xiao Zhang expressed his deep respect for his mentor. "Good disciple, work hard." The martial arts master patted Xiao Zhang on the shoulder. Zhang. In the happy home community, a couple is arguing, and the man is committing domestic violence. Xiao Zhang's radio crackled. "Master, if all is well, we will take our leave." Xiao Zhang and his team hurriedly turned to depart. Yifeng also instructed the martial arts master, "Take your disciples back. Goodbye, master. Farewell, master." The martial arts master led his disciples, including the rat, out of the banquet hall. As today's gathering was a world-class wealthy elite exchange, the contents held a degree of commercial confidentiality, and thus, no media representatives were present. Consequently, Yifeng's earlier altercation remained relatively under wraps. "Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will address this matter with the surveillance footage," the hotel manager assured. "I will remain silent." The hotel supervisor, lying on the floor, appeared exceedingly humble. Yifeng had calmed down and chose to ignore him, letting the matter fade into obscurity. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your forgiveness. I am eternally grateful." The hotel supervisor felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. "Greetings, Mr. Yi. Here is my business card. If you have time, I would love to connect." A myriad of wealthy individuals flocked to Yifeng, eager to shake hands and exchange business cards. "You appear quite youthful, Mr. Yi. Do you have a girlfriend?" The world's richest man chuckled. "My daughter, Lily, is a natural beauty, with golden hair and blue eyes." Half an hour later, tranquility returned as the affluent guests had departed, leaving behind only the part-time workers in the banquet hall. Who would have thought that Mr. Yi, so modest and unassuming, possesses even more wealth than the world's richest? "Mr. Yi, you are my idol. That hotel supervisor constantly bullied us part-time students and even mistreated our female colleagues. Thank you for avenging us," one underprivileged student expressed. "But now, with the banquet cancelled, we've worked in vain and won't receive any wages. The subway fare is quite expensive. We wasted over $10. A less fortunate student lamented. "Come here." Yifeng beckoned to the hotel manager, standing aside. "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, they will not toil in vain. Each shall receive 200. "What do you think?" inquired the hotel manager. "Isn't that a tad miserly?" Yifeng shot him a glance. 500 each. Now that sounds more reasonable. The part-time university students cheered. Even if the banquet had not been cancelled, working from 3 in the afternoon until 10 in the evening would yield only 7 hours of labor, translating to a mere 140 yuan. Now, miraculously, they would be receiving 500. "Thank you, Chairman Yi. Thank you, Chairman Yi." The students expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, the hotel manager, with a mournful expression, thought to himself, "You ought to be thanking me instead. It was I who petitioned the hotel for this wage, not his money." An hour later, everyone had received their 500 yuan salary. After donning their casual attire, Yifeng led them out of the hotel. As they stepped through the revolving door, Yifeng noticed Qian Rohai, the wealthiest man in Donghai, standing there with utmost respect. "You all may leave. I have matters to attend to." Yifeng dismissed the part-time students. "Goodbye, Chairman Yi. Goodbye, Chairman Yi." Once the students had departed, Qian Rohai, wearing a smile, said, "Mr. Yi, I suddenly wish to serve as the steward of your villa. What do you think? Furthermore, I will inform my son Qian Wuyo to dissolve his engagement with Lu Xiyan. How does that sound?" Qian Rohai, having learned of Yifeng's formidable status at the banquet, realized that even the richest man in the world treated him with deference. From this point onward, he would never dare oppose him. "To serve as the steward of my villa? You have already lost the privilege," Yifeng replied coldly. Qian Rohai's face turned awkward. The next moment, he made a shocking move. Chapter 66. The Temptress Incites Qian Wuyo. Qian Rohai, in his 40s, knelt before Yifeng, his legs buckling. "Mr. Yi, I beg your forgiveness. I truly wish to serve as the steward of your villa. Please grant me this opportunity." Guests milling about the hotel paused to witness this scene. Isn't that the city's wealthiest man? How could it be? Would a tycoon kneel before a young man? I would wager he is certainly not a tycoon. Yet, this young man seems quite formidable. "If you wish for my forgiveness, first instruct your son to refrain from provoking me, and also dissolve the engagement with the Lu family." Yifeng spoke sternly. "Oh, I understand. I shall head to the hospital to find my son right away." Qian Rohai rose and made his way to the hotel parking lot. 5 minutes later, he drove off towards the hospital. At a certain hospital in Donghai City, within the orthopedic ward, a temptress sat by Qian Wuyo's bedside, personally feeding him soup. "Thank you, temptress. True affection reveals itself in times of hardship. My leg has fractured again, and since my hospitalization, you have been my constant caregiver. My fiancé has never come to visit me," he lamented, feeling both love and resentment towards Lu Xiyan. "Young Master Qian, Lu Xian is not as innocent as you imagine. She may be the most beautiful woman in our country, but has she not sought after Yi Feng? The temptress whispered. I must marry her, then abuse her thrice a day before ultimately divorcing that wretched woman. Qian Wuyo vowed fiercely. The temptress suddenly feigned deep affection. Young Master Qian, I will wait for you always. Qian Wuyo paused slightly, and as the temptress set down the soup bowl, he seized her hand. Temptress. The temptress pretended to be deeply enamored, closing her eyes while her thoughts were consumed by Yi Feng's image. The deeper the love, the greater the pain, and the deeper the hatred. Regardless, she could never relinquish her pride. Having confessed her feelings to Yi Feng, she realized he would not reciprocate. The man she could not have, no one else would either. She secretly cursed Lu Xian and Yi Feng, wishing they could never be together in this life or the next. Qian Wuyo kissed the temptress' alluring eyes. Just then, Qian Ruhai entered the room. The temptress instantly straightened up, while Qian Ruhai observed with a calculating eye, musing, if my son were to dissolve his engagement with Lu Xian, being with this girl might not be so bad. They seem well matched. Before Qian Ruhai could speak, the temptress interjected. Uncle, I suggest young Master Qian marry Lu Xian immediately. If he delays, she may very well be unfaithful. Father, I was just thinking the same. Qian Wuyo chimed in. Qian Ruhai's gaze shifted to the temptress, his expression fluctuating. The temptress stood from the bedside. Uncle, why hesitate? I have come to offer young Master Qian some advice. We cannot afford to delay any longer. In the next moment, Qian Ruhai pointed toward the door, issuing an eviction order. Leave. The temptress looked bewildered. Uncle, leave. Qian Ruhai bellowed in fury. The temptress scurried away with her tail between her legs. Wuyo, you should dissolve your engagement with Lu Xian. Qian Ruhai's tone was authoritative. Father, what is wrong? I won't let you Feng off so easily. I will fight him to the bitter end, marry Lu Xian, beat her thrice a day, and then divorce her. Slap. Qian Ruhai stormed to the bedside and delivered a resounding slap to his son. You may marry anyone, but not Lu Xian. You may offend anyone, but never Yi Feng. Qian Ruhai's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on his son. Father, what has gotten into you? You seem frightened. Though Yi Feng is wealthy and skilled, I possess my own strategies. Moreover, our family, the Qians, ranks among the top 5 in Donghai's wealthy list. Our uncles and aunts are not to be trifled with. Why should we fear Yi Feng? Qian Ruhai glared at his son. In any case, it is best that you do not provoke Yi Feng. We cannot afford to cross him. Qian Wuyo felt defiant in his heart. In just a few days, it would be Lu Xian's father's birthday. He would employ every tactic to win Lu's father's favor, tricking him into agreeing to hasten their marriage. A week later, the day before Lu Jingde's birthday banquet, at Yi Feng's magnificent mansion, the opulent reception hall was abuzz. Mr. Yi, tomorrow the World Wealth Exchange Gala will be held anew at Longsho International Hotel. We warmly invite you to attend. The world's richest man, Jack Bezos, personally delivered the invitation. 2 bodyguards trailed behind him. I shall not be able to attend tomorrow. Xian has invited me to her father's birthday celebration, and I intend to announce my engagement to her family. Oh, I see. In that case, congratulations in advance, Mr. Yi. The world's wealthiest man had plans of his own. Jack Bezos resolved to suspend the gala and lead 100 affluent individuals to lend their support to Yi Feng's birthday celebration. He wished to surprise Yi Feng, so he feigned regret, saying, It is a pity you will not be attending, Mr. Yi. However, the matter of marriage is of utmost importance. I wish you a swift union with your beloved. Mr. Yi, I shall take my leave. After Jack Bezos departed with his bodyguards, Yi Feng received a call from Lu Xian. Feng, are you prepared for my father's birthday banquet tomorrow? I want to inform you that when you announce our engagement, there will surely be many objections. However, that matters not. As long as I wish to be with you, that is sufficient. I love you. Willing to oppose the world for you. We must overcome all obstacles to be together. The more they oppose us, the deeper our love will grow. Chapter 67. 100 affluent individuals rally for Yi Feng. The next day, Saturday. The Dragon Head International 5-star Hotel, 3rd floor banquet hall. My apologies, everyone. But today's symposium is on hold, as we have a more pressing matter at hand. Proclaimed the world's wealthiest individual, Jack Bezos, from the stage of the banquet hall. An immediate stir erupted among the audience of affluent attendees, murmuring amongst themselves. What was happening? Why the cancellation? Could there be something of greater significance than our conference? Today marks the day Mr. Yi announces his engagement to his girlfriend, and he will do so during his father-in-law's birthday celebration. We must rally to support Mr. Yi and, in turn, extend our wishes to his father-in-law. With Bezos's declaration, the assembly of wealthy individuals suddenly understood, echoing their agreement. We must attend. Although we hail from various corners of the globe, we are but paupers in Mr. Ye's presence, and we shall rely on him to guide us towards prosperity. Very well. Since we are in accord, I shall lead us to the Lu residence, suggested the world's richest man. Yes, yes, let us cheer for Mr. Yi. At the Lu residence, a 3-story European-style villa, in the open-air courtyard of the back garden, the birthday celebration for Lu Jingde, chairman of the Lu Group, was underway. A spacious circular area of approximately 100 square meters was adorned with vibrant flowers, shaded by lush trees, while birds chirped melodiously and the air was fresh. Several dining tables were set up in this area, designated for family, friends, employee representatives, and business partners. The banquet was catered by the hotel, featuring high-end takeout, not delivered by a mere delivery person on an electric bike, but rather by chefs, waitstaff, and logistical personnel from the 5-star establishment, who had brought all necessary cooking equipment to provide an exquisite dining experience. At 9 in the morning, the festivities had yet to commence, but guests were gradually arriving. Qian Wuyo, leaning on a cane and assisted by a charming woman, made his entrance. Uncle and aunt, I have arrived, he called out from a distance, greeting Lu's parents who were attending to guests. Young Master Qian, your leg is still not healed. I must insist that you refrain from coming. I would not hold it against you. Lu Jingde rushed to welcome him. As the son of the richest man in Donghai and the prospective son-in-law, the Lu family naturally wished to curry favor. No, uncle, your birthday is a once-a-year occasion. Even if I must crawl here with my injured legs, I shall. Qian Wuyo's flattery was masterfully executed. Uncle Lu, happy birthday. The charming woman feigned sincerity in her congratulations. Aren't you that classmate of Xian? Lu Jingde recognized her. Uncle has a good memory. Xian and I are the best of friends, she shamelessly replied. Sister-in-law. Upon entering the back garden, Lu Tiaoer instantly spotted Qian Wuyo. Her eyes lit up as she rushed over, pushing the charming woman aside, and took Qian Wuyo's arm. Lu Tiaoer, it has been ages. You've grown taller and even more beautiful. Qian Wuyo complimented insincerely. Thank you, brother-in-law. But I must inform you, today at the birthday banquet is your romantic rival, that impoverished fellow Yi Feng. You must keep a close watch on my second sister and ensure she does not get involved with him. Fear not. Today I shall ensure Yi Feng suffers a resounding defeat. Qian Wuyo replied confidently. How could this be? Seeing us paired together before you, you have already lost. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. It was Yi Feng. Qian Wuyo and his companions turned to see Lu Xian linking arms with Yi Feng, slowly approaching. A perfect match, indeed. Qian Wuyo's expression darkened, his lips trembling. Witnessing the affectionate display between Yi Feng and Lu Xian, the charming woman seethed with jealousy. Yi Feng, I curse you and Lu Xian to never be together in this lifetime. She clenched her fists, her body trembling with resentment. Lu Jingde's expression grew grim, while a flicker of satisfaction crossed Lu's mother's face. A mother knows her daughter best. Seeing her daughter with this young man brought a smile of happiness to Lu's mother's face. She felt content knowing they were in love. In truth, she did not wish for her daughter to marry Qian Wuyo, which would ruin her happiness for a lifetime. However, her husband was the head of the family, and her words held little weight. Second sister, how could you be so shameless? Your fiancé is Qian Wuyo. Let go of Yi Feng's arm at once. Lu Tiaoer rushed toward Yi Feng and Lu Xian. Did you not say you supported my relationship with Yi Feng? Lu Xian questioned her younger sister. I have changed my mind. Is that not permitted? Lu Tiaoer pouted defiantly. Just then, Lu Jingde approached. Yi Feng, if you have any sense, you will leave at once. Today is my birthday banquet, and I wish to avoid anger. Lu Jingde warned, his gaze stern. I shall not only remain, but I also have an announcement to make. Yi Feng replied earnestly. What announcement? That you will withdraw? Lu Tiaoer retorted smugly. I announce that I am engaged to Xian. Chapter 68. Yi Feng claims Lu Tiaoer. I am the first to oppose. Lu Tiaoer immediately declared. Yi Feng smiled cunningly. You will support me. Not only will you support me, but you will also weep bitterly. His words were laden with meaning and suspense, leaving Lu Xian curious about the method he proposed. Yi Feng wore a mysterious smile. Lu Tiaoer, naturally unconvinced, scoffed. You are merely boasting without a script. Qian Wuyo interjected. Lu Tiaoer, he is indeed just boasting. Yi Feng shifted his focus to Qian Wuyo. Do you believe I can make Lu Tiaoer publicly declare you a worthless fool? And she will even strike you. Do not go too far. Qian Wuyo's face turned ashen, torn between fear and resentment toward Yi Feng. Lu Tiaoer, confident in herself, instinctively supported Qian Wuyo, hoping to prove their good relationship. Brother-in-law, I would never do such a thing. Smack. Yi Feng produced a concert ticket for Lu Yihan, slapping it onto the table. A ticket to Lu Yihan's concert? And it's for a box seat. Lu Tiaoer exclaimed, her excitement palpable, eyes gleaming with avarice. She felt a surge of overwhelming emotion, akin to discovering an oasis in the desert. Lu Tiaoer had been working part-time recently to save up enough money to purchase a ticket for Lu Yihan's concert. She was a devoted fan, a member of the frenzied fan club, Lu Yihan's rise to stardom was largely thanks to Yi Feng's Empire Entertainment Media, which had cultivated her talent, from finding musicians to writing songs, managing promotions, and investing in concert tours. In a certain sense, Empire Entertainment Media Group was her home base, with chairman Yi Feng akin to a father figure. Securing concert tickets was a mere trifle. Lu Tiaoer instinctively reached for the concert ticket on the table, but Yi Feng was quicker, snatching it up first. Do you want it? Lu Tiaoer gazed longingly at the ticket, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I want it. Yi Feng wore a mischievous smile, pointing at Qian Wuyo and teasing Lu Tiaoer. Isn't he just a useless fool? Yes, indeed. He is a fool. Lu Tiaoer, led by Yi Feng like a marionette, had lost her own thoughts. Clarify, who is the fool? Yi Feng enunciated each word deliberately. My brother-in-law. Oh no. Qian Wuyo is the fool. At that moment, Lu Tiaoer's eyes were solely focused on the concert tickets, the seats in the stands. How exhilarating. This meant she could have a close encounter with her idol and witness his charm firsthand. Qian Wuyo's face had turned a deep shade of purple from anger. He clenched his fists, his entire body trembling, feeling a surge of rage rising in his throat. Uffed. He coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Young Master Qian. The vixen hurried to support him. I've already declared Qian Wuyo a fool, so hand over the tickets. Lu Tiaoer exclaimed, her voice laced with excitement and a hint of desperation. Do you support my relationship with your second sister? Yi Feng asked loudly on purpose. Yes, I support it. You two are simply a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Lu Tiaoer quickly replied. The tickets are yours. However, as Lu Tiaoer reached out to take them, Yi Feng, in front of her, tore the concert tickets of Lu Yihan into shreds. You, my hand and my tickets. Lu Tiaoer was heartbroken, watching her long-desired tickets disintegrate into mere scraps of paper. I will fight you for this. Give me back my tickets. Lu Tiaoer nearly lost her mind, clawing at Yi Feng. Tickets? I have plenty. Yi Feng pulled out a thick stack from his suit pocket. All Lu Yihan concert tickets. Wow, so many. Lu Tiaoer's eyes sparkled, instantly returning to normalcy. Brother-in-law, Yi Feng, please, can you give me one? Lu Tiaoer couldn't help but start to act cute. I'll be watching your behavior. If I'm pleased, perhaps I might call Lu Yihan over to meet you for an autograph and a photo. Qian Wuyo had already been helped up by the vixen. Lu Tiaoer, don't believe his words. Lu Yihan is a top star. How could he listen to him? Hello. Is this little Lu? Yi Feng had already taken out his phone and called Lu Yihan in front of everyone. Brother Feng? Hello. This is little Lu. How did you think of me? Lu Yihan sounded genuinely excited on the other end of the line. That is indeed Hanan's voice. It is his voice. Lu Tiaoer was ecstatic. Her gaze toward Yi Feng instantly transformed. Brother-in-law, how do you know Hanan? And it seems like Hanan respects you highly. In a moment of realization, Lu Tiaoer looked at Yi Feng with admiration, even changing her address to him as brother-in-law. Yi Feng's surprising revelation left her utterly astonished. Yi Feng did not respond, but instead cast a meaningful glance at the embarrassed Qian Wuyo. Lu Tiaoer understood immediately. The next moment, in front of her parents, her elder sister, her second sister, and the guests who had arrived for the birthday banquet, she walked up to Qian Wuyo. Slap. She delivered a heavy blow to his face. Look at yourself now, limping on one leg. Do you think you deserve my second sister? Just get lost. Lu Tiaoer berated Qian Wuyo. For a fervent fan, her idol reigned supreme above all else. To acquire concert tickets, she would go to any lengths. Lu Tiaoer, how can you act like this? Are you just a fence-sitter? The vixen supported the utterly defeated Qian Wuyo, filled with vexation. I am indeed a fence-sitter. What are you going to do about it? Lu Tiaoer's boldness was her greatest asset. She remained unfazed by others' doubts. Lu Tiaoer, I misjudged you, Qian Wuyo said angrily. However, Lu Tiaoer ignored him, instead linking her arm with Yi Feng's and cheerfully asking, Brother-in-law, can I have the concert tickets now? Let's see how you perform. Yi Feng tossed the stack of concert tickets into his suit pocket. All right, brother-in-law, I will certainly behave well. Lu Tiaoer was as obedient as a fifth-grade schoolgirl in front of Yi Feng. Lu Xian, beside her, felt quite pleased, but was also a bit puzzled. How did Yi Feng know Lu Yihan? Moreover, it seemed that Lu Yihan respected him. Lu Xian began to realize that Yi Feng was not someone ordinary. To secure a concert ticket, you truly have your ways. Lu Jingde reproached his third daughter, frustrated. Oh, let it be. Our Lu Tiaoer is still a child. Lu Mu, Wang Shi, advised her husband. Then, turning to Yi Feng, she said, Young man, I can see that my daughter genuinely likes you. I only have one question for you. Do you like her? I do. This was the first time Yi Feng openly expressed his feelings. This statement was incredibly precious to Lu Xian. Upon hearing it, she felt a wave of joy, rippling through her heart like the first bloom of spring flowers. So sweet and beautiful. A woman in love is indeed at her most enchanting, without a doubt. Young man, I believe in you. Lu Mu, Wang Shi. exuded elegance in her demeanor and speech. "Auntie, what do you mean by that?" The vixen seemed to sense something. "Don't forget, Xian and Qian Wuyo are betrothed." "I don't care about that. I only want my daughter to be happy." Lu Mu, Wang Shi instinctively glanced at her husband. Lu Jingde's expression turned grave. "You believe in Yi Feng's words? Perhaps what he truly desires is our Lu family's wealth." Qian Wuyo and the vixen had already discerned Yi Feng's financial prowess. Yet they chose to remain silent. "My wealth is abundant enough to last a lifetime. Why would I covet your Lu family's money?" Yi Feng scoffed. "Are you still not being honest? My assistant, Xiao Zhang, has already investigated you. You merely won 5 million from the lottery and spent over 4 million treating my daughter to meals. I suppose you are currently financially strained?" Lu Jingde inquired. "Dad, please don't be so materialistic. Even if Yi Feng has no money, I will remain loyal to him." Lu Xian declared earnestly. "How can you not understand?" Lu Jingde's temper flared. All right, today is your birthday, so let's put this matter on hold." Lu Mu, Wang Shi interjected. "Brother-in-law, let us go sit over there." Lu Tiaoer linked her arm with Yi Feng's, leading him to the family table. Lu Xian followed closely behind. Lu Jingde sighed and said to the vixen, "You can sit with young Master Qian. Please take care of him since he is still recovering and has difficulty moving." "Of course, uncle." As time passed, guests continued to arrive for the birthday banquet. Finally, only the Lu family's eldest son-in-law was yet to arrive. "Dad, Chengwang's company is just starting up. He has been quite busy, so he'll be a bit late." Lu Ji explained to her father. No problem. The company is more important. Being busy is quite normal." Lu Jingde was not upset. Lu Ji's husband, Yang Chengwang, owned a small company and could be considered a minor tycoon. "Let us not wait for Chengwang. Let the servers bring out the dishes," Lu Ji suggested. Lu Jingde clapped his hands. "Servers, serve the food." A table full of delectable dishes, rich in aroma, was presented. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Yi Feng and Lu Xian stood up, addressing all the guests. "Greetings, everyone. Today, amidst the joyous celebration of my father's birthday banquet, we are elated to announce our engagement. I, Xian, am filled with immense happiness. Moments ago, we shared this delightful news with our family, and now we extend it to all the esteemed guests present." The instant the words left my lips, a palpable stir swept through the crowd. "What is happening? The second daughter of the Lu family, isn't she betrothed to the heir of the wealthiest family?" And the young man beside her, he doesn't appear to lack in financial resources either. Alas, it seems clear now, money has been forsaken. She dismisses the son of the affluent, opting instead for a seemingly handsome, yet unaccomplished young man. Is this what they call true love? Witnessing their union, I find myself, once again, believing in true love. I wholeheartedly wish them well. Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize. My daughter is merely jesting. Lu Jingde hastily rose to clarify. "Father, I am not jesting." Lu Xian insisted emphatically. Lu Jingde's face flushed with embarrassment, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. "My fiancé is indeed jesting. Once my leg has healed, we shall proceed with our marriage. Thank you all." Qian Wuyo, with the assistance of the vixen, struggled to rise to his feet. He bore the ridicule of being the subject of gossip and the humiliation of being cuckolded with great fortitude. The Qian family would never dissolve their engagement with the Lu family, absolutely not. "Can't you see? My sister has no affection for you. Qian Xiao, spare yourself the self-inflicted humiliation, shall we?" Lu Tiao stood to mock Qian Wuyo. Qian Wuyo's face twitched violently. "My father has also stated that he will not dissolve the engagement with the Qian family. If he does, it would signify that he will no longer provide funding for the Lu Group." Lu Jingde grew anxious upon hearing this. The Lu Group is a modest enterprise. Without substantial financial backing, it would have long since faltered. "Qian Xiao, how could our families possibly dissolve the engagement?" "Haha," Lu Jingde chuckled awkwardly. "Is it merely for the financing of the Lu Group?" The previously silent Yi Feng finally spoke. "You boast rather grandly. Why not demonstrate your ability to secure financing? What audacity for someone so young. Even I would hesitate to claim I could fund the Lu Group." Suddenly, the voice of Lu's elder brother-in-law, Yang Qingguang, resonated from the front. Chapter 70. Is he the chairman of Dihao Media? "Father, I apologize for my tardiness." Yang Qingguang entered, carrying a beautifully crafted handbag that suggested an extraordinary presence. He approached Lu Jingde, bowing in apology. "No worries, your company is just getting off the ground. It is entirely understandable. Please, take a seat." Lu Jingde was quite pleased with his son-in-law. Successful in his career, with a home and car, he could provide happiness to his elder daughter. Yang Qingguang settled beside his wife, retrieving a scroll from the handbag. "Father, this is an authentic piece from the contemporary artist, Master Gu Danlong. Consider it a birthday gift." Lu Jingde's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. He had always admired Master Gu Danlong's inkwash landscapes, but had refrained from purchasing them due to their hefty price. "Excellent, splendid." Lu Jingde accepted the scroll, unfurling it to admire it thoroughly. Brother-in-law, how much did this painting cost? Lu Tiao inquired suddenly. 500,000. Yang Qingguang replied with pride. 500,000. How exorbitant. Lu Tiao exclaimed. No worries, it's a trifling matter. As he spoke, Yang Qingguang cast a deliberate glance at Yifeng. You are the one my second sister fancies? Just now, I heard you mention the financing of the Lu Group. Indeed, I said that. Yifeng responded. May I inquire what your profession is? Yang Qingguang questioned. A hint of disbelief in his eyes, for Yifeng appeared too youthful to possess the capability to finance the Lu Group. Surely, he must be boasting. Like you. I have established a company. Yifeng replied candidly. What kind of company? How much did you borrow to start it? Yang Qingguang pressed, his gaze filled with amusement. He scarcely believed it, merely aiming to unmask Yifeng's supposed deception. Dihao Entertainment Media Group, with no loans. Dihao Media? Is that true? They are a leading force in the film industry. Many stars emerge from there, including my sister Han Hang. Lu Tiao exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, it is not true. I know the chairman of Dihao Media. He is certainly not that person. Yang Qingguang attempted to bait Yifeng, as he truly did not know him and could not reach such heights. Qian Wuyo and the vixen remained silent, fully aware of Yifeng's capabilities but choosing not to speak. Yet, brother-in-law, why do I feel that what Yifeng said seems plausible? He can procure numerous tickets to Lu Yihan's concerts, and Lu Yihan holds him in high regard. Lu Tiao's analysis caused Lu Jingde to pause momentarily, instinctively glancing at Yifeng, suddenly sensing an air of mystery about him, a sense of depth he could not quite grasp. Is Yifeng truly the chairman of Dihao Media? However, my assistant, Xiao Zhang, did not convey this information to me. Who among them is fabricating the truth? Lu Jingde, having formed a preconceived notion, and with Xiao Zhang as his personal aide, ultimately chose to trust Xiao Zhang. As for why Yifeng could obtain concert tickets, and why Lu Yihan respected him so, all remained shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, Lu Jingde found Yifeng difficult to comprehend. This inkwash landscape is merely SOSO. Since Yang Qingguang has initiated a challenge to Yifeng, he too would retaliate. Merely SOSO? This is an authentic piece by Master Gu Danlong, my father-in-law's favorite. Yang Qingguang beamed with pride. Authenticity is not so remarkable. Yifeng scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting? Pray tell, what would be impressive? Would it be to invite Master Gu Danlong to paint on the spot? Do you possess such capability? Yang Qingguang, aware of his father-in-law's disdain for Yifeng, felt emboldened. Inviting Master Gu Danlong over. Is that so difficult? Yifeng asserted with confidence. Haha, Yang Qingguang laughed knowingly. Today's youth boast without bounds. Qingguang, can't you restrain your tongue a bit? Lu Ji subtly advised her husband. Dear, while this young man may be handsome, his character leaves much to be desired. He boasts far too much. Such an unreliable individual. Do you truly believe he can bring happiness to Xiyan? In truth, he is merely a pauper. Poverty is not fearsome. I have been poor too, yet I do not boast. I understand the value of hard work. But he believes his looks can win Xiyan's heart, perhaps coveting our father's fortune. Yang Qingguang, with a narrow-minded perspective, viewed Yifeng as a threat. Should Lu Xiyan marry Qian Wuyo, that threat would dissipate. The son of the wealthiest man would not regard my father-in-law's modest wealth. Yifeng, why don't you invite Master Gu Danlong over and let brother-in-law see? Lu Tiao now held an unwavering belief in Yifeng's words, to the extent of worship. The ability to procure so many concert tickets, to command the respect of a top-tier singer like Lu Yihan. Yifeng is undoubtedly extraordinary. I fear he may strike a blow to brother-in-law's pride. Yifeng deliberately provoked Yang Qingguang. Haha, then why not call him right now? I am eager to see if you can persuade Master Gu Danlong to come and paint live. Yang Qingguang challenged. A young lad ought to be grounded rather than spouting nonsensical boasts. What purpose does it serve? I must visit the restroom. Yifeng stood up. Inviting Master Gu Danlong over is a simple matter. A wish will suffice. Yifeng intended to find a secluded spot to summon the wish bottle. I will also head to the restroom. After Yifeng departed, Lu Tiao followed closely behind, realizing that Yifeng was not actually heading to the restroom. Instead, he stood behind a grand tree in the villa's courtyard, engaging in a mysterious soliloquy. What was he up to? Lu Tiao pondered in confusion. Beneath the tree, a voice emerged from the bottle. Someone is tailing me. Can you handle her? No problem, master. How will you manage it? Yifeng curiously inquired of the wishing bottle, eager to know its method of dealing with Lu Tiao. Chapter 71. The Prank Wish. I wish for a vixen. As Lu Tiao, driven by curiosity, approached Yifeng beneath the tree, she suddenly spotted a large, slithering snake, its tongue flicking towards her. Ah! Startled, Lu Tiao turned and fled. Master, it's done. Okay. Yifeng responded. Now, I shall make my wish. Very well, I am all ears, master. Please proceed. The azure, plump bottle floated before Yifeng. I wish for Master Gu Danlong to personally visit the Lu residence and bring painting tools to create art on site. Congratulations, Master. Your wish has come true. By the way, Master, I have leveled up. From now on, you can make prank wishes, which are wishes that bring misfortune to others. Like making a woman grow a beard or a man become impotent. Hee. However, these wishes have a time limit and last only for a day. Wow, is that even possible? Yifeng exclaimed in disbelief. Master, would you like to give it a try? All right. I wish for the vixen to grow a full beard and her figure to transform into an airport. Congratulations, Master, your wish has come true. The vixen's misfortune will last for 24 hours, after which she will revert to her original form. Okay, good work. You may become invisible now. I'm heading back. Understood. Master. 10 minutes later, upon returning to the garden where the birthday banquet was held, Yifeng found the guests in a frenzy of discussion. This is unbelievable. Have we encountered a ghost? A beautiful woman suddenly covered in a full beard, and her figure transformed into an airport. How terrifying. What sin has she committed? That woman was so frightened she crawled away, weeping openly. I think this is some strange illness. We should take her to the hospital and let the doctors diagnose her. Yifeng realized they were talking about the vixen, for his wish had indeed come to fruition. What on earth happened? Yifeng asked, feigning ignorance as he sat down, only to discover that the vixen was no longer there. She was so frightened that she fainted and was taken to the hospital. It was absolutely hilarious to see her grow a beard and turn into an airport. Lu Tiao laughed heartily. Suddenly, she asked, what were you doing behind that tree? Acting so suspiciously? Oh, while I was on my way to the restroom, I encountered a large snake and wanted to shoo it away. This explanation was flawless. As Lu Tiao had witnessed the same, I thought you were too embarrassed to call Master Gu Danlong and intended to slip away. Yang Qingguang scoffed. I have already called him. He will arrive shortly. Yifeng replied confidently. Feng, do you really have that capability? If you cannot summon him, I fear my brother-in-law will be relentless. Lu Xian expressed her concern. Lu Jingde dismissed it. He could never have such ability. I am a fan of Master Gu Danlong. And to my knowledge, he is reclusive and dislikes socializing. Last year, during Mr. Qian Rahai's birthday, we invited him to paint live, but no matter how much we offered, he refused to come. Indeed, my father was quite helpless and had to give up. Qian Wuyo chimed in. Your father is your father, and I am me. Can he compare to me? Master Gu Danlong will arrive shortly. Yifeng declared coldly. Do you think boasting will draw attention to you? Such behavior is rather juvenile and indicative of psychological insecurity. Yang Qingguang smugly believed he had seen through Yifeng's motives. I hold no expectations. For I know he is just bluffing. Master Gu Danlong will not come. Just as Lu Jingde's words fell, the bearded Master Gu Danlong appeared at the banquet, accompanied by his assistant. Wah! Lu Jingde stammered, utterly astonished. Master Gu Danlong truly came? Did Yifeng invite him? This is unbelievable. Simultaneously, Yang Qingguang was left speechless, feeling heat rise to his cheeks. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Yifeng truly is impressive. He said he would summon Master Gu Danlong, and within half an hour, the master arrived. What is Yifeng's true identity? The onlookers wondered in awe. Did our chairman and his brother-in-law just get slapped in the face by Yifeng? Once Lu Jingde regained his composure, he enthusiastically approached Master Gu Danlong. Master, your presence has truly elevated my birthday banquet. He extended his hands to shake Master Gu Danlong's. However, the master, known for his reclusiveness, ignored him. Lu Jingde's face flushed with embarrassment. In front of everyone, Master Gu Danlong walked towards Yifeng, bowing respectfully. Good day, Mr. Yi. Yifeng remained seated, adopting a commanding tone. You've arrived? Yes, indeed. I dare not disobey your command, Mr. Yi. It was evident that Master Gu Danlong held Yifeng in high regard. At this declaration, the entire room gasped. Command? Daring not to disobey? Master Gu Danlong, proud and solitary, who even disregarded Chairman Lu, was showing such deference to the young Yifeng. This was utterly astonishing. Can I really call Master Gu Danlong here? Yifeng queried, fixing his gaze on Yang Qingguang. Yes, yes, Yang Qingguang replied, his head bowed in embarrassment. Oh, weren't you just brimming with confidence? Why the sudden downturn? Yifeng teased. Yang Qingguang found himself at a loss for words. I feel that the painting you gifted your father-in-law is a counterfeit. Old Gu is so renowned. His paintings could never be worth just 500,000. Perhaps you, a country bumpkin, know nothing and have been deceived. Yifeng's words incited Yang Qingguang's ire. Just because you say it's fake, it is? Master Gu Danlong has said nothing. It is indeed fake. My paintings start at a minimum of 1 million. Master Gu Danlong stated while appraising the inkwash landscape painting received by Lu Jingde. Yang Qingguang fell silent. Unwilling to concede, he suddenly returned to his original point. Clinging to Yifeng's earlier words, didn't you say you were going to finance the Lu Group? Then go ahead, we're all watching. What a shocking scene. At that moment, Lu Tiao, who had been engrossed in her phone, suddenly exclaimed. What shocking scene? Lu Jingde inquired. I saw on a short video platform that 100 world-class luxury cars are racing down the road leading to our location. I have a feeling they are coming here. Lu Tiao seemed to realize something. Dad, your influence is immense. Could they be coming to celebrate your birthday? Come on, I don't have that much influence. Lu Jingde chuckled wryly. These over 100 wealthy individuals from around the globe were there to cheer for Yi Feng and Lu Xiyan. Chapter 72. A gathering of wealthy individuals at the Lu residence. Donghai Satellite TV reports. We interrupt this program for an interesting news update. Today at noon, the World Billionaire Exchange Conference was unexpectedly paused as the world's richest man, Mr. Jeff Bezos, along with over 100 other billionaires, drove towards the lakeside villa area. A procession of over 100 world-class luxury vehicles, resplendent and imposing, captured the curiosity of many onlookers, prompting a flurry of videos shared across the internet. It was said that today marked the birthday celebration of Mr. Lu Jingde, the chairman of the Lu Group. However, Lu Jingde's wealth was not even listed among the affluent of Donghai, let alone the global elite. What merit or capability did he possess to command the reverence of tycoons from around the globe? The host, much like the audience, was utterly perplexed. Lu Tiao allowed everyone to watch a brief video, while Lu Jingde and his entourage remained equally confounded. To think that a mere birthday celebration could attract such a multitude of wealthy individuals from all corners of the world? How could my influence be so grand? I have no associations with them at all. What could possibly be the reason? Father, could it be that there is a concealed heavyweight among the guests at your birthday banquet? Lu Tiao pondered. Yet, what figure could possibly eclipse the likes of the world's wealthiest, Mr. Jeff Bezos? Even he had come. I can assure you that everyone would bow in deference to Mr. Bezos. Lu Jingde remarked. That raises an intriguing question. I am quite eager to discover the reason behind this. Yang Qingguang, Lu's brother-in-law, expressed his anticipation. If indeed such a prominent figure were present at his father-in-law's birthday, he would be compelled to forge a connection. No, not merely a connection, but to humbly pay his respects. Yi Feng appeared to have an inkling of the situation. Musing internally, what a surprise. Jeff Bezos has orchestrated such a grand event without my knowledge. Surely, he comes as a supporter and ally. Yi Feng, do you think those 100-odd billionaires are here to seek you out? Lu Tiao teased. Although she sensed that Yi Feng was not an ordinary individual, she did not believe he was so remarkable as to warrant the attention of the world's richest man accompanied by a throng of billionaires. They must be here to find me. Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Uft. Yang Qingguang burst into laughter. The world's richest man has come to seek you out, and he brings along 100 billionaires? If you believe that, then I have yet to hold you accountable. Yi Feng retorted sharply. What do you intend to hold me accountable for? Yang Qingguang was momentarily taken aback. For spending 500,000 on a counterfeit painting. Yi Feng shot back with precision. Are you insulting your father-in-law's intelligence? Yang Qingguang stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Dad, I truly did not know the painting was fake. Did you genuinely not know? Or are you feigning ignorance? You didn't spend $50 on a painting only to deceive your father-in-law into believing you spent 500,000, did you? Yi Feng's words struck home. Yang Qingguang turned pale, panic rising within him. Dad, please believe me, I didn't. In truth, that counterfeit painting isn't worth $5. Just like your character. Yi Feng remarked, sowing the seeds of truth. That's nonsense. The seller claimed it was worth 30. Suddenly realizing he had let slip a crucial detail, Yang Qingguang's face drained of color. This was the point of no return. So you bought it for 30? Then why did you claim it cost 500,000? Yi Feng's gaze bore down on the tongue-tied Yang Qingguang. Dad, I was wrong. My company is just starting out, and I don't have much liquid capital. Yang Qingguang lamented, his expression woeful, while harboring a deep resentment toward Yi Feng. You've truly disappointed me. I had considered lending you financial support to help your company flourish, but now it seems unnecessary. Lu Jingde fumed. Dad, can't you support our union? Lu Xiyan implored, her anguish evident. I have made my decision. On the 8th of next month, whether your leg has healed or not. You shall marry. Lu Jingde declared with conviction. Xiyan, let us go. No one can prevent us from being together. Yi Feng stood, taking Lu Xiyan's hand, turning to leave. Xiyan, have you truly made your choice? Are you certain you wish to marry this lad? He possesses neither house nor car in Donghai City. And though he won 5 million, he squandered it all. You will not find happiness. If you step out of this house today, you will no longer be the president of Lu Group, nor my daughter. Despite Lu Jingde sensing Yi Feng's extraordinary nature, he had yet to witness any tangible evidence, such as seeing him reside in a villa or drive a luxury car. None of that had been revealed. In the midst of their conversation, the roar of high-performance engines thundered at the entrance of the Lu family villa, creating a cacophony that resonated throughout. A fleet of over 100 world-class luxury cars converged at the Liu family gates, creating a breathtaking spectacle that rendered the Liu residents nearly impenetrable. These 100 or so affluent individuals were of significant stature, prompting Liu Jingde to rise and personally welcome them. At this moment, everyone present at the birthday banquet stood, eager to join in the reception of the illustrious guests. How exhilarating! It's my first time encountering so many billionaires, and on a global scale no less. Liu Tiao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yang Qingguang's heart brimmed with hope. If he could forge even a single connection with a billionaire, then his company would surely embark on a prosperous journey. Liu Jingde was equally elated, never anticipating that his influence could attract such a plethora of wealthy individuals. It felt as though he had burned incense in a past life. Yifeng, stand up quickly. The important figures are arriving. Why are you so composed? Liu Xian attempted to pull Yifeng from his seat to join in welcoming the billionaires. Yet, Yifeng remained unmoved. The 73rd chapter unveils Liu Jingde's reaction. Important figures? No matter how significant they may be, they will bow before me. Yifeng thought, though he kept this sentiment to himself. Hey, could you exercise a bit of decorum? The world's richest man has arrived with over 100 billionaires, and you just sit there? Are you trying to show off? Yang Qingguang could no longer contain his frustration towards Yifeng. Liu Jingde shot Yifeng a glance and said to Yang Qingguang, ignore him. He has likely never encountered such grandeur and is simply awestruck. As the world's richest man led the assembly of over 100 billionaires, they disembarked from their vehicles and made their way toward the Liu family villa, heading towards the garden where the birthday celebration was underway. These 100 billionaires hailed from diverse backgrounds, ethnicities, and languages, yet they shared a singular purpose: to announce the engagement of Yifeng and Liu Xian, offering their enthusiastic support. The sight of them, a vast and formidable congregation, sent flocks of birds scattering in the garden. Liu Jingde's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly led the attendees of the birthday banquet to greet the guests. Seeing Yifeng remain steadfast in his seat, Liu Xian had no choice but to accompany her father and the others to extend their welcome. Individuals engaged in business and trade typically keep abreast of financial news, and Liu Jingde was no exception. Thus, he quickly recognized the world's richest man. Mr. Bezos, welcome. Your presence truly elevates the stature of my humble abode. Liu Jingde's face beamed with joy. Indeed, I am profoundly grateful for you and your esteemed friends to join us at my father-in-law's birthday celebration amidst your busy schedules. Your generosity shall be forever etched in my memory. Yang Qingguang's flattery was rather excessive. Liu Jingde extended his hands, eager to respectfully shake hands with the world's richest man. However, the billionaire paid him no mind. Hello. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Bezos. And today, to meet you in person is truly an honor. Yang Qingguang, much like his father-in-law, also reached out in an attempt to greet the world's wealthiest individual, only to be met with the same dismissal. Yet, this rejection was delivered with remarkable grace. We have urgent matters to attend to. Please understand. It was spoken in relatively fluent Chinese. The billionaire displayed commendable composure. Even in refusal, his words felt as refreshing as a spring breeze. Urgent matters? What could be so pressing? Liu Jingde, Yang Qingguang, and the others were perplexed. Soon, however, they realized that their arrival was not to celebrate Liu Jingde's birthday. An immediate wave of confusion washed over everyone. What, then, was the true purpose of their visit? Under the curious gazes of the assembly, the world's richest man, accompanied by over 100 other affluent individuals, proceeded directly to the banquet hall. Liu Jingde and the others hastily followed. Quickly, go get Yifeng off his chair. The world's richest man is here, and he is still sitting there, pretending. Liu Jingde covertly commanded Yang Qingguang. Yang Qingguang, obeying the order, hurriedly sprinted past the throng of wealthy guests, heading straight for Yifeng. Hurry, get up. A world-class heavyweight has arrived. What are you still doing sitting down? Yang Qingguang hurriedly grasped Yifeng's arm, attempting to pull him from his seat, his urgency palpable. Stop. The world's richest man called out from a distance, inadvertently using English in his moment of haste. How could he not be anxious? The esteemed Yifeng, who commanded such reverence, was not someone a mere Yang Qingguang could casually manhandle. It was a clear display of disrespect towards Mr. Yi. Perhaps Yang Qingguang was too anxious to fully comprehend the billionaire's words, but he sensed the man was displeased. Thus, he quickly donned a smile, saying, Mr. Bezos, please forgive my impetuous friend. This gentleman is Yifeng. He's a bit arrogant and lacks manners. I hope you can overlook his shortcomings. Although aware that the world's richest man would not take any drastic actions against Yifeng, Liu Xian still felt a twinge of anxiety for him, pondering the implications of such wealth. Look at that. This is the man you admire. The world's richest man graces us with his presence, yet he shows no sign of acknowledgement. I'm not sure if he's being arrogant or simply stunned into silence. Either way, I feel embarrassed for him. Lu Jingde whispered to his daughter. Yifeng, you ought to stand up and greet Mr. Bezos at once. What are you waiting for? Just as Yang Qingguang finished speaking. In front the assembled crowd, the world's richest man, flanked by over 100 other affluent figures, bowed deeply, performing a 90-degree bow. Jack Bezos, accompanied by over 100 wealthy gentlemen, pays his respects to Mr. Yi. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned to Yifeng, filled with disbelief. Shock. Oh. The intensity of this unexpected revelation left everyone momentarily speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. What was happening? Had they truly witnessed the world's richest man and a multitude of billionaires bowing in deference to Yifeng? What manner of identity did Yifeng possess that could compel the world's richest man to show such reverence? Lu Jingde could scarcely believe his eyes. Suspecting he was caught in a dream. My dear wife, could you pinch me? I need to know if this is real. Meanwhile, Lu's son-in-law, Yang Qingguang, had already taken it upon himself to pinch his own arm. It hurt. This was no dream. It was an undeniable reality. Yifeng was indeed extraordinary. And the world's richest man bowed before him. Heh, I must claim this brother-in-law for myself. Lu Tiao felt an immense swell of pride. Yet, amidst the jubilant crowd, one individual stood in desolation, his mood visibly dampened. Qian Wuyo. He had presumed Yifeng to be merely a wealthy man, only to discover he was a titan among titans, leagues above his father. What grounds do I have to compete with such a person? Before Yifeng, I am but a pauper. No, I should rather say a beggar. Ah, my good son-in-law. By the time Lu Jingde took a full minute to process what had transpired, he was elated and rushed towards the world's richest man, proudly introducing, "This is Yifeng, our family's second son-in-law." Stop right there. I can't possibly accept the title of your family's second son-in-law. I'm just a poor fellow with no house or car. Qian would never find happiness with me. Yifeng deliberately put Lu Jingde in a difficult position. Who said that? Who made that claim? Lu Jingde, fully aware it was his own words, shamelessly feigned ignorance. Dad, that was you. You seem to have forgotten quite quickly. Lu Tiao chimed in. Oh, what I meant was that Qian and Yifeng together could never be unhappy. Their love is genuine. True love transcends all worldly concerns. Lu Jingde's face flushed as he racked his brain to clarify. That's right, my father-in-law is absolutely right. Brother Feng, you and Qian share true love. You are a perfect match, a couple destined for each other. Lu's son-in-law, Yang Qingguang, bent at the waist, addressing Yifeng as Brother Feng without reservation. Yifeng stood up, surveying the assembly of wealthy individuals, and waved his hand. Everyone, please return. This wedding will not proceed. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingde panicked. Qian, why are you still standing there? Go and persuade him. Yet, instead of intervening, Lu Qian played along with Yifeng's act. Dad, do you really think I could still aspire to someone of Yifeng's stature? Yifeng and Lu Qian shared a tacit understanding, both wishing to challenge Lu Jingde and the others, though they had no genuine intention of canceling their engagement. Lu Jingde, visibly awkward, replied, My dear daughter, you two are truly in love. Such love can transcend all social barriers. There is no issue of status or economic disparity. Indeed, true love is invincible. Yang Qingguang echoed enthusiastically. However, Yifeng chose not to engage further. At that moment, the world's richest man inquired, Mr. Yi, everyone is eager to have your business card. Would you be so kind as to share one with us? Not today, perhaps another time. There are too many of you. And you all shine too brightly. It's best you return home for now. Okay. The world's richest man quickly replied. And what about your engagement? An engagement must be grand. Today is too hasty. Next Saturday, I plan to host an engagement party aboard a yacht. You are all welcome to attend. Absolutely. We will definitely attend. The world's richest man said with a smile. Shall we take our leave now? Yifeng waved his hand. Yes, let us go. Consequently, the world's richest man, accompanied by over 100 affluent individuals, departed from the Lu residence in grand fashion. At the entrance, a throng of reporters had gathered, eager to uncover the details, but they were thwarted by security at the banquet. As the wealthy guests exited, they surged forward with microphones, buzzing with questions and inquiries. Mr. Bezos, as the world's richest man, what prompted you to lead over 100 billionaires to celebrate Lu Jingde's birthday today? As far as we know, Lu Jingde is merely an ordinary businessman, not even listed among the wealthiest in Donghai. The world's wealthiest individual evaded the question. Dear friends of the press, our visit to the Lu family is not to celebrate Lu Jingde's birthday, but to rally support for Mr. Ye's engagement. May I inquire, who exactly is Mr. Ye? What is his true identity? A reporter, unwilling to relent, pressed for the complete truth. How could we dare to ask for his full name? We only know him as Mr. Yi, who is set to host an engagement party with his girlfriend on a yacht next Saturday. The enigmatic Mr. Yi. What could his identity possibly be? To illustrate, we, the assembly of affluent individuals, are but paupers in his presence. Upon uttering this, gasps erupted among the journalists. What is this? Even the world's richest man is a mere pauper before Mr. Yi. Their worldview was shattered. Yet, this information was of paramount importance to the reporters. Thus, they hastily took out their pens to jot down the crucial points. Next Saturday, the mysterious Mr. Yi, yacht, engagement party. The world's wealthiest individual is a pauper before Mr. Yi. Half an hour later, in the parking lot of the Liu family estate, under the gaze of many, Yifeng departed in a luxurious sports car valued at 100 million, leaving the onlookers in awe. Upon returning home, Yifeng summoned his wish bottle. Initially intending to make 2 wishes, the first for a private yacht for the engagement party, the second for a private helicopter. However, he soon reconsidered. With his wealth now limitless, why rely on wishes for a yacht and an aircraft when he could simply purchase them outright and garner respect? Moreover, he had already wished for his money to multiply with every expenditure. Each time he spent, his bank account would swell by 3-fold. It would be far better to buy the yacht and the private plane. Without hesitation, he made a call to summon a few associates to accompany him in the pursuit of acquiring said yacht and aircraft. His companions included the martial arts master, the nightclub tycoon known as Northeast Tiger, and his good friend Airpong. 2 hours later, at the Yuhua Boat Technology Company in the development zone of Donghai City, the direct sales office for private yachts, the sales director personally emerged to greet them. Ah, Northeast Tiger, you are indeed the 10th richest individual in Donghai City. Have you finally decided to purchase a private yacht? Northeast Tiger appeared somewhat embarrassed. What? Are you not the one buying the yacht? The sales director instinctively shifted his gaze to the others. Yet, his attention overlooked Yifeng and Airpong, as he subconsciously deemed them too youthful to possess such financial prowess. Could it be that Master Wu, the martial arts expert, is the one purchasing the yacht? The sales director inquired with a forced smile. Master Wu, equally embarrassed, was about to clarify who the actual buyer was, when Airpong, leveraging Yifeng's authority, interjected with bravado, "Are you blind? It's our brother Feng who is buying the yacht." At last, the sales director's gaze fell upon Yifeng. What? Did you just overlook me because you thought I couldn't afford it? Yifeng's voice, though not loud, carried a commanding weight with every syllable. No, brother Feng. I certainly did not mean to underestimate you. I merely thought you too young, the sales director hastily explained. What of youth? Have you seen the video where the world's wealthiest man was interviewed on a short video platform? Airpong challenged. I have. Of course I have. Mr. Jack Bezos, the world's wealthiest man, explicitly stated that he is a pauper before Mr. Yi. With this revelation, the sales director's eyes widened in realization. He gazed at Yifeng in shock. Could it be that brother Feng is the one referred to as Mr. Yi by the world's wealthiest man? Yifeng smiled and nodded in affirmation. The sales director was taken aback, flustered and stammering. Mr. Yi, I am honored to meet you. I shall call our factory director to come and welcome you. The sales director promptly dialed the factory director. Director Wang, hurry, come out and greet Mr. Yi, the Mr. Yi spoken of by the world's wealthiest man. 10 minutes later, the director arrived with several workshop heads to welcome Yifeng. The sales director, concerned they might mistake him for someone else, introduced, "This is brother Feng, the Mr. Yi in the eyes of the world's wealthiest man." The factory director and the workshop heads were momentarily stunned by Yifeng's youth, but they quickly regained composure. "Welcome, Mr. Yi. Your presence graces our boat factory," they proclaimed, bowing deeply to express their utmost respect. Yifeng addressed them. A private yacht requires customization, from design to production, which likely takes over a year. However, I am to host an engagement party on the yacht next Saturday. Director, do you have any solutions? Money is no object. The director quickly replied, Mr. Yi, might I suggest we discuss this in the VIP room? No need. I am also looking to purchase a private plane. Yifeng responded. Oh, let me think. The director fell into contemplation. A year ago, a celebrity ordered a private yacht that can be ready for production tomorrow. It's high-end and luxurious. If it meets your approval, it can be yours. It shall be mine. I will intercept that celebrity's custom yacht. Yifeng declared with commanding authority. The director, worried about the celebrity's stature, cautioned, that celebrity is no ordinary figure. He is a major star. We typically cannot offend clients. If you wish to intercept his yacht, it would require your direct negotiation with him. Yifeng waved dismissively, too troublesome. No need for discussion. I will simply intercept it. If that celebrity takes issue, have him come directly to me. At that moment, a furious voice interrupted. Who dares to claim they will intercept our Eagle's custom yacht? It was Shaoli, the assistant of the action star, Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying, known by his stage name, had never signed with Dihao Entertainment and was not promoted by them. indicating he had no affiliation with Yi Feng's empire. Nevertheless, one could not deny Zhang Ying's influence and status within the entertainment industry, which emboldened his assistant, Xiao Li. As Xiao Li approached Yi Feng, he declared, "A year ago, our eagle secured a private yacht, and now someone dares to intercept? Do you know the influence and status our eagle holds in the entertainment realm? Do you know who his godfather is? I assure you, it would terrify you, Mr. Jack Bezos. The world's wealthiest man is our eagle's godfather." "Ah, the world's wealthiest man, you say?" Peng retorted dismissively. "Go ask the world's wealthiest man if he dares to oppose Brother Feng." Xiao Li shot Yi Feng a disdainful glance, sneering, "You boast without a shred of evidence." "I swear, our eagle will claim that yacht. Anyone who attempts to intercept will bear the consequences." Xiao Li had come to inquire about the yacht set to be produced for Zhang Ying, but was taken aback to find Yi Feng planning to intercept it. Furious, he initially considered insulting Yi Feng but thought better of it. Recognizing that those who could afford yachts were formidable individuals, he decided to hold his tongue for the moment, intending to report back to Zhang Ying later. With that thought, Xiao Li turned and left. He made his way directly to the opulent villa of the Kung Fu superstar. Eagle, greetings, esteemed godfather. The illustrious martial artist, Eagle, was presently paying his respects to the world's wealthiest individual. At that moment, the billionaire, Mr. Jack Bezos, reclined on the sofa. The Kung Fu icon, Eagle, bowed deeply before him. "Please, have a seat," the billionaire spoke in Mandarin. Eagle sat across from the world's richest man. "Little Eagle, you summoned your godfather today for a reason, I presume?" Mr. Bezos inquired. With utmost reverence, Eagle replied, "You have seen through my intentions, dear godfather. I recently watched a video of your interview, where you mentioned that in front of Mr. Yi, you feel like a pauper. His wealth must indeed be unfathomable." In an instant, Mr. Bezos understood Eagle's purpose. "You wish for me to introduce you to Mr. Yi, correct? Very well, next Saturday, Mr. Yi will host an engagement party aboard his private yacht with his girlfriend. I will ensure your attendance." Eagle, filled with excitement, was about to express his gratitude when suddenly, his assistant, Xiao Zhang, entered the room. After greeting the billionaire, he leaned in and whispered to Eagle, "Brother Eagle, someone is attempting to intercept your yacht order." Upon hearing this, Eagle's expression darkened instantly. A year prior, he had placed an order for the yacht, eagerly awaiting its completion. How could someone dare to hijack it? His anger flared. "My apologies, godfather, but I must attend to an urgent matter." With that, Eagle rose, determined to confront the intruder. Chapter 76. Is this your attitude of apology? Inside the Yuhua Yacht Factory, at the direct sales office, the magnificent Leopard Beauty yacht came into view for Yi Feng. Spanning 100 meters in length, it boasted a staggering price tag of $500 million. Quality inspectors were currently assessing the newly constructed yacht standards, while the sales director elaborated on its features. The exterior design of the Leopard Beauty yacht was crafted by Technomar Centro style, harmoniously blending traditional and contemporary aesthetics. The main guest quarters were located on the lower deck, allowing the main deck to be utilized more for leisure activities. The sun deck was equipped with a luxurious sofa, sunbathing mats, and a shaded bar. The sales director continued to extol the virtues of the Leopard Beauty yacht. "As of now, there is only one yacht freshly off the assembly line. Although I am not entirely satisfied, I have no grounds for complaint. I will take it and make an immediate payment." Yi Feng was about to produce his limited edition black card when an unexpected voice interrupted. "This yacht was custom ordered by our brother Eagle. There is a proper order to these things, is there not? Who do you think you are?" Assistant Xiao Li followed Eagle into the room, leveraging the Kung Fu superstar's reputation to bolster his bravado. "Show some respect to our brother Feng." Peng pointed accusingly at Assistant Xiao Li. Just as Xiao Li prepared to retort, Eagle approached Yi Feng. It was then that he noticed two individuals standing beside Yi Feng, martial arts master Wu Didao and the nightclub mogul, Northeast Tiger. Yet, Eagle was undeterred. He was a luminary, a highly sought-after Kung Fu star engaged in substantial business ventures. While his wealth might not place him on the East Sea's affluent list, it certainly surpassed that of Northeast Tiger, who ranked 10th. In this world, there exists another echelon of wealth, invisible billionaires. Their fortunes are shrouded in mystery, undoubtedly surpassing those on any wealth ranking. For instance, Yi Feng. No, Yi Feng was not merely a billionaire, but a titan among titans, a status that made Eagle's hidden wealth seem inconsequential. At that moment, Eagle faced Yi Feng. "My friend, I am unaware of your identity, nor do I wish to be. However, I must assert that the Leopard Beauty yacht is my custom order from a year ago, and its completion is a significant milestone. By what right do you presume to intercept it? I am set to celebrate my engagement with my girlfriend aboard this yacht next Saturday. I apologize, but I must insist on my claim, and I will offer compensation for your loss." Though Yi Feng's words were courteous, an undeniable air of dominance permeated his tone. Eagle, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. This yacht is mine by right. There are no reporters here. I have no need for restraint. Whoever dares to intercept my yacht will face the consequences. I am the Kung Fu superstar, Eagle. I have portrayed countless superheroes on the silver screen. Do not mistake my skills for mere theatrics. What? Do you wish to fight? Air Peng, much like Assistant Xiao Li, was emboldened by his association. If you dare to intercept, I will not shy away from employing force. This yacht holds great significance for me, as it is a birthday gift for my girlfriend. Eagle explained passionately. Brother Eagle, do not waste your breath on these nouveau riches. If they dare to intercept, we shall ensure they face dire consequences. Assistant Xiao Li shouted from behind Eagle. Who are you calling nouveau riche? Air Peng retorted, pointing at Yi Feng. Allow me to introduce our brother Feng, the Mr. Yi, referenced by the world's richest man, Jack Bezos, a titan among titans. Even the billionaire himself admits to feeling impoverished in the presence of our brother Feng. So what do you think you are? Northeast Tiger interjected. Today, my master has indeed intercepted this order. Anyone wishing to engage in combat should directly confront me. The martial arts master glared defiantly at Eagle. Wait, you are the Mr. Yi mentioned by the world's richest man? Eagle surveyed Yi Feng incredulously from head to toe. Brother Eagle, do not listen to their boastful claims. It is merely a coincidence. We share the same surname. Assistant Xiao Li interjected, attempting to downplay the situation. With a cold smile, Eagle responded, how brazen to impersonate Mr. Yi in an attempt to hijack my yacht. My godfather, the world's richest man, knows Mr. Yi. With just one call, I can summon my godfather, and you will be exposed. Yi Feng smirked in response. Then make the call. Let the world's richest man come forth. Eagle retrieved his phone. Godfather, are you still at my residence? I have left, and will be hosting a billionaire networking event at the hotel tonight. Are you currently busy? Could you please visit the Yuhua Yacht Direct Sales office? It is urgent. Someone is impersonating Mr. Yi and attempting to hijack my custom yacht. Little Eagle, I sincerely apologize. But I am truly swamped. The world's richest man politely declined. Eagle was on speakerphone, and everyone present could hear. So, you cannot come, dear godfather? Very well. I will summon him here. Yi Feng, with a smile, pulled out his phone. Assistant Xiao Li sneered. What nonsense are you spouting? Just a nouveau riche. How could you possibly know the world's richest man? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng dialed the billionaire's number. Jack Bezos, do you know who I am? Of course, you are Mr. Yi. Yi Feng was also on speakerphone, and both Eagle and his assistant could hear. The voice of the billionaire was unmistakable to Eagle. In the next moment, Assistant Xiao Li stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. Flustered, he hurriedly approached Yi Feng and bowed in apology. Mr. Yi, I beg your pardon. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence. Please forgive my ignorance. Yi Feng, now in a position of great prestige, refrained from making any further comments. However, Air Peng, being his close confidant, could not hold back. Smack! Air Peng delivered a sharp slap to Xiao Li's face. Is this how you express your apologies? Chapter 77, A Sensation in the East Sea Wealth Circle. Assistant Xiao Li paused momentarily, seemingly struck by a realization. In the next breath, he bent his legs and knelt before Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, I apologize. Naturally, Yi Feng feigned magnanimity. Please rise, there is no need for such formality. Upon standing, Assistant Xiao Li exhibited a keen sense of propriety. Mr. Yi, I failed to recognize your esteemed status. I beg your forgiveness. The martial arts superstar, Zhang Ying, though not kneeling, performed an elaborate bow, bending at a 90-degree angle. As for this stunning leopard yacht, Yi Feng's sentence trailed off, prompting Zhang Ying to interject. If Mr. Yi has taken a liking to it, it is yours. Isn't it meant as a birthday gift for your girlfriend? Air Peng chimed in with a teasing remark. Zhang Ying's face flushed with embarrassment. The birthday gift can be exchanged for something else. Mr. Ye's engagement banquet is of utmost importance. He felt the heat rising to his cheeks. I do not wish to owe anyone anything. If you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Yi Feng assured Zhang Ying. Mr. Yi, I have a humble request. May I invite some friends from the entertainment industry to attend your engagement banquet? Zhang Ying earnestly sought Yi Feng's approval. Yi Feng found this idea appealing. How could an engagement banquet be devoid of entertainment? However, he pretended to deliberate before responding. Mr. Yi, I implore you. My star friends are all exceptionally talented. Some can sing, others perform skits, and still others can dance. On that day, we can present you with a grand entertainment feast. Zhang Ying spoke with sincere enthusiasm. Very well, next Saturday, in the waters surrounding Ruoyun Island. I welcome you to join my engagement banquet. Zhang Ying was overwhelmed with gratitude. Being able to bring friends from the entertainment circle to the mysterious and affluent Mr. Ye's engagement banquet was indeed a matter of prestige. After bidding farewell to Yi Feng, Zhang Ying eagerly messaged his friends. I know Mr. Yi. The man referred to by the world's richest, Jack Bezos. I am attending his engagement banquet next Saturday. Who wishes to join me? In an instant, The WeChat group erupted with excitement. The star-studded friends were keen to attend. I'm going. This was a chance to boast in the future. Attending the engagement banquet of the illustrious Mr. Yi was an unparalleled honor. Meanwhile, Yi Feng utilized his black card to make a full payment of 500 million yuan in cash at the yacht dealership. This black card bore no spending limit. After completing the transaction, the sales director added, Mr. Yi, rest assured, on Saturday, the Leopard yacht will be punctual at the shore near Ruoyun Island. And we will provide you with a yacht captain. Excellent. Let us take our leave, Yi Feng said, departing the dealership with Air Peng and the others. Upon exiting the factory gates, Air Peng inquired, Brother Feng, shall we move on to purchasing a private jet next? It will likely require customization, which is too troublesome. I shall seek it through wishes instead, Yi Feng decided. An hour later, upon returning home, Yi Feng lay in his bedroom and began to make wishes. Bottle, appear. Immediately, a sky blue, round, and charming wishing bottle floated before him. I wish to possess a private helicopter, which must materialize on Ruoyun Island with a dedicated pilot. Congratulations. Master, your wish has been granted. An S-76 helicopter, produced by Sikorsky Aircraft Corporation, has appeared on Ruoyun Island, valued at over 90 million yuan. And a pilot is on duty. All procedures have been completed, and you may freely enjoy flying in the helicopter over Ruoyun Island. After acquiring the helicopter through his wish, Yi Feng called his parents, who lived in a rural area, to inform them of his engagement, inviting them to Donghai City the next day for the banquet. Naturally, his parents were overjoyed. The following day, Yi Feng arranged for Air Peng to drive to their rural home to pick up his parents. For their safety, he specifically requested a martial arts master to accompany Air Peng with several of his top disciples. After Air Peng and the martial arts master departed Donghai City, Yi Feng went to his company. At the top-floor conference room of Dihao Entertainment Media Group, a meeting for all staff was convened. Yi Feng stood on the stage, addressing the gathered employees. Ladies and gentlemen, I have delightful news to share. Next Saturday, I will hold my engagement banquet with Lu Xian, the president of Lu Group, aboard the yacht at Ruoyun Island. Everyone is welcome to attend. The employees buzzed with excitement. We must go. The chairman and the president of Lu Group are a perfect match, truly a couple made in heaven. Lu Xian was hailed by the media as the most beautiful woman in Huaxia, and our chairman is indeed fortunate. Alas, it seems we have no chance. Some female office workers lamented. News of Yi Feng's engagement banquet swiftly spread throughout Donghai City, even making it to the primetime news on Donghai TV. Breaking news: the mysterious and affluent Mr. Yi, referred to by the world's richest man, Jack Bezos, will hold his engagement banquet next Saturday in the waters near Ruoyun Island, aboard the private yacht, Leopard, reportedly valued at 500 million. Furthermore, most attendees will be heavyweight figures, including martial arts superstar Zhang Ying, music king Zhou Yuhua, crosstalk master Lu Xinghua, and comedy legend Song Xiaoting, among others, and additionally, a heavyweight figure, world's richest Jack Bezos. The news caused an uproar among the wealthy elite of Donghai City. The tycoons on the Donghai City rich list speculated about the identity of Mr. Yi. What did he look like? Meanwhile, the upper crust of Donghai City was abuzz with excitement. Simultaneously, in a bedroom at the Qian family villa, Qian Wuyo sat at his computer, navigating the internet. He was logged onto an international assassin forum that required a VPN. Qian Wuyo posted in the forum, offering a handsome sum to hire mercenaries. Interested parties, please respond swiftly. Fully aware that he could not contend with Yi Feng, he was unwilling to concede defeat and resolved to fight back fiercely. He planned to hire overseas mercenaries to surround the waters of Ruoyun Island on the day of Yi Feng's engagement banquet and unleash chaos. Chapter 78, Qian Wuyo's Machinations. On the eve of the engagement banquet, Ruoyun Island, located over 100 kilometers from Donghai City, boasted vast expanses of lush greenery, vibrant flowers, and was surrounded by the sea. In a forest on the island, Qian Wuyo, leaning on a cane and supported by a vixen, surveyed the assembled 100 or so mercenaries and inquired, "Is all the equipment ready?" The mercenary leader, a burly man clad in American camouflage with a rugged beard, snapped his fingers. "Okay, everything is set." Qian Wuyo, still uneasy, pressed, "What about the snipers specifically trained to deal with Yi Feng? Their marksmanship must be impeccable. I require a headshot. There must be no errors." To reassure Qian Wuyo, the mercenary leader gestured toward a scar-faced man chewing gum and commanded, "Show Mr. Qian your skills." The scar-faced man, with a Western appearance, stepped forward, brandishing a German Blazer R93 sniper rifle, renowned as the European Sniper King. The mercenary leader, James, drew a military knife from his boot and hurled it into an unoccupied area. Whoosh! The knife sliced through the air, spinning as it flew. Bang! The scar-faced man fired a clean shot. A flock of birds took flight in alarm. Mr. Qian, are you at ease now? Inquired the mercenary leader, James. Indeed. Qian Wuyo nodded in satisfaction, giving a thumbs up. Excellent marksmanship. Young Master Qian, you must instruct them to eliminate Lu Xian without fail, suggested the vixen. No. Lu Xian is to remain unharmed. After Yi Feng's demise, I shall savor the pleasure of tormenting her. Qian Wuyo replied bitterly, a wicked smile creeping upon his lips. Mr. Qian, do you have any further demands? As long as you are willing to pay, we can accommodate any request. James, the mercenary leader, stated. Of course I do. My final stipulation is that you must heed my commands. When I instruct you to fire, you shall do so without hesitation, and refrain from acting independently. If you cooperate effectively, I shall reward you with additional funds upon completion. Qian Wuyo proclaimed generously. To confront Yi Feng. The remuneration for the overseas mercenaries has been pilfered from his father, Qian Rahai's private treasury. We shall follow Mr. Qian's directives. James the mercenary leader chuckled. Indeed. Tomorrow promises to be a fierce battle. We must execute it flawlessly. The opposition will undoubtedly have bodyguards, and martial arts masters will also participate. But what are their skills? Our greatest advantage lies in our possession of firearms. At this, Qian Wuyo laughed heartily. Yi Feng, you possess wealth, status, and power. Yet you could never fathom that I would appear at your engagement banquet, leading to your utter downfall and demise. Ha! Tomorrow, victory is assured. Yi Feng, your death is of little consequence. Qian Wuyo closed his eyes, envisioning Yi Feng's tragic end, and the exhilarating scenario of Lu Xian being seized. The vixen silently observed the triumphant Qian Wuyo, her delicate fists clenched in contemplation. If she could not have Yi Feng, then neither would Lu Xian. That which cannot be possessed must be destroyed. Love, at its end, transforms into hatred. Meanwhile, at Yi Feng's villa, he lay on his bed, contemplating whether the arrangements for tomorrow's engagement banquet were in order. At that moment, the voice of the wishing bottle echoed in his ears. Master, master, danger looms tomorrow. Is it Qian Wuyo seeking vengeance, preparing for a desperate last stand? Yi Feng surmised. Indeed, responded the wishing bottle. Fear not. Tomorrow I shall ensure that Qian Wuyo disappears from this world. A fierce glint ignited in Yi Feng's eyes. Chapter 79 Report. Mr. Yi, the bodyguard team is assembled. The following day, Saturday, Yi Feng's engagement banquet. The waters surrounding Royan Island are tranquil. The sky above Royan Island is a brilliant azure. Yet beneath this seemingly serene facade lurks a subtle, undetected menace. For Qian Wuyo, accompanied by the mercenaries he had lavishly hired, lay in ambush within the island's dense foliage, each armed with submachine guns and even rocket launchers. Had it not been an island, tanks would likely have been deployed as well. At 8 o'clock in the morning, numerous bodyguards had already arrived on Royan Island, clad in tailored suits, tall and imposing. They stood in 10 rows, each consisting of 10 men, totaling 100. Their expressions were grave, hands clasped behind their backs, listening intently to their captain. Since our establishment, the loyal bodyguard company has never faltered in safeguarding our clients' lives and properties. Today, at Mr. Ye's engagement banquet, we shall ensure absolute perfection. Do we have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. The resounding chorus echoed throughout the island, stirring the birds into flight. Today's primary task is to maintain order on the island. Pair off into teams of 2 and conduct patrols. At this juncture, Yi Feng appeared before the bodyguards. Good day, Mr. Yi. The captain of the bodyguards saluted, showing utmost respect. Good day, Mr. Yi. The over 100 bodyguards saluted simultaneously. Their voices rang out in unison, powerful and deafening. And to you as well. Yi Feng responded. Report, Mr. Yi. The loyal bodyguard team has assembled. All 100 guards are present, awaiting your instructions. The captain once more saluted, speaking assertively. Fall in. Yi Feng stood there, exuding an air of authority. Yes. The captain turned, stepping back into formation. Say a few words. Yi Feng gestured. And as soon as he finished speaking, the captain led the applause. Excellent. Clap, clap, clap. The thunderous applause resounded, echoing endlessly. Yi Feng was slightly taken aback. Feeling a bit vexed, he had yet to say anything substantial, yet they applauded already? This money is well spent. Today marks my engagement banquet, grand and significant. With many notable figures attending, nearly half of the stars from the entertainment industry are present. Well said. The captain chimed in again. Clap, clap, clap. The applause erupted once more like thunder. What have I said? I haven't even made my main point yet, and they are applauding again? Yi Feng mused, pondering the flattery. These bodyguards were aware that Yi Feng was the Mr. Yi spoken of by the wealthiest man in the realm, who had claimed to be a pauper in his presence. Furthermore, Yi Feng was currently their employer, generous with his spending. Naturally, they would show their employer the utmost respect. And a bit of flattery was only to be expected. Once the applause finally subsided, Yi Feng continued. My expectations of you are quite simple. I do not seek perfection. Merely sincerity in your work and to maintain order on the island. Should you encounter armed assailants, do not engage directly, nor cause alarm. Simply notify your captain. Most importantly, do not venture into the dense woods on the island. We shall heed Mr. Ye's commands. The captain shouted enthusiastically. Thus, over 100 team members echoed in unison. We shall heed Mr. Ye's commands. Well, I have concluded my remarks. Yi Feng turned to leave. Suddenly, the captain earnestly requested. It is said that Mr. Yi is the master of a martial arts grandmaster. Surely your skills are unfathomable, and we all hold great admiration for you. May we take a photograph together? Yi Feng readily agreed, but as he posed with the bodyguards, a scar-faced mercenary clad in camouflage lay in ambush on a tree 600 meters behind them. He was the specialized sniper sent to eliminate Yi Feng. At this moment, the scar-faced sniper perched on the tree branch, aiming his submachine gun at Yi Feng's nape. Chapter 80 Mr. Ye's business card. Master, danger lurks behind you. Do as I say, turn around, and make a shooting gesture towards the woods. The voice of the wishing bottle drifted into Yi Feng's ears. This sound was audible only to Yi Feng. He complied, abruptly turning and mimicking a shooting gesture towards the dense woods behind him. The scar-faced sniper, through his scope, observed this scene, and hastily released his finger from the trigger, startled. How could he have noticed me despite my deep concealment? This is quite extraordinary. After finishing the photograph with the bodyguards, Yi Feng decided to inspect his luxurious private yacht, the Beauty Leopard. The yacht was moored at the island's shore, and it was still early. The guests for the engagement banquet had yet to arrive. Only the hired staff and chefs were aboard the yacht, busily preparing for the banquet. The beverages and delicacies for the event were all crafted from the finest, most luxurious, and organic ingredients. An engagement is a momentous occasion in life, deserving of grandeur. And Yi Feng had no shortage of funds. Every time he spent money, his bank account would swell to threefold. This was a wish Yi Feng had once made. The more money he spent, the more he would accumulate. Yi Feng boarded the yacht, stepping onto the deck. Good day, Mr. Yi. The bustling banquet manager, accompanied by waitstaff, greeted Yi Feng. Ah, hello to you all. Please, continue with your duties. Yi Feng responded, standing at the forefront of the deck, gazing out over the vast expanse of the sea, as if lost in another realm. A year prior, he had been a disheartened university graduate, facing relentless rejections in his job search, reluctantly subsisting on part-time work, until he was taken in by Peng, living under another's roof. Now, he found himself transformed, standing at the pinnacle of high society. Surveying his peers with a sense of triumph akin to standing atop a lofty peak, surveying the diminutive mountains below. It felt as though he were ensconced in a magnificent dream. The ringing of his mobile phone interrupted Yi Feng's reverie. Mr. Yi, I have brought over 100 affluent individuals to Ryun Island. They are earnestly requesting your business card for future contact. Conveyed the world's wealthiest man, Jeff Bezos. Understood. Please have everyone rest on the island for the time being and await my arrival. After ending the call, Yi Feng disembarked from the yacht. On Ryun Island, the illustrious Jeff Bezos, accompanied by over 100 wealthy guests, patiently awaited Yi Feng to distribute his business cards. How exhilarating. After eagerly anticipating, we are finally about to receive Mr. Ye's card. With his card in hand, they could proactively reach out to him, seeking his guidance to further their fortunes. One eager African-American tycoon could hardly contain himself. Mr. Bezos, why hasn't Mr. Yi arrived yet? My excitement is overwhelming. Mr. Yi is quite busy today, so let us await him patiently. As they spoke, the roar of a helicopter resounded above them, a thunderous presence. The wealthy patrons instinctively looked up to see a helicopter circling overhead, its doors flung open. Yi Feng perched at the entrance, surveying the throng of eager individuals below. With a glass of exquisite brandy worth 5,000 pounds in his left hand and a stack of business cards in his right, he called out to the crowd of affluent individuals below. Do you desire my business cards? Yes, yes, yes. The crowd erupted in unison, their eyes fixated on the cards in Yi Feng's hand. Peng, standing behind Yi Feng, shouted to the ground, Our brother Feng cannot hear you. We want them. We want them. The tycoons raised their hands towards the sky, fingers spread wide. Mr. Yi, please, throw down the cards. We await your generosity. With a subtle smile, Yi Feng scattered the cards from his hand, watching as they drifted down like petals from a celestial maiden. The gathered tycoons craned their necks, eyes wide with anticipation, poised to seize the cards within reach. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Feng's cards finally began to descend. Some fortunate tycoons swiftly caught a card, while others had to bend down to retrieve those that fell to the ground. The scene resembled that of ancient, famine-stricken villagers scrambling for grain, an eager, ravenous spectacle. Observing this from the helicopter, Peng couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Feng, the feeling of being a grand tycoon is truly exhilarating. I can feel your joy. Yifeng took a sip of brandy, turning to admonish, do not revel too much. Your primary task today is to accompany the martial arts master and his esteemed disciples, ensuring the safety and well-being of my parents. Should anything happen to them. Before he could finish, Peng interjected, Brother Feng, rest assured. I guarantee I will protect our parents without fail. Otherwise, I shall present my head to you. The familiarity with which Peng referred to their parents was commendable flattery. Yifeng glanced at the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Peng, instruct the pilot to bring the helicopter down. Yes, Brother Feng. Once the helicopter landed, Yifeng, with Peng's assistance, disembarked. The world's wealthiest man, Jeff Bezos, led the group of affluent individuals who had received Yifeng's cards, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your business cards. Do not mention it. Today, we have an exceptionally large gathering for the engagement banquet, but the yacht cannot accommodate everyone. So I kindly ask you to remain on the island. Yifeng gestured towards the grand artificial stage that had been erected. This evening, there will be splendid performances by renowned stars, offering you all an entertainment feast. There are plenty of seats in front of the stage. Please take a seat. There are also waitstaff available. Feel free to request whatever you wish to drink or eat. Peng interjected. They serve coffee worth £325 a cup, caviar priced at £24,000 a tin, £5,000 for a sip of brandy, and handcrafted chocolates at £800 a box. Enjoy yourselves. Very well. We shall proceed. Bezos and the 100 wealthy guests made their way to the chairs before the stage, settling in. Peng, please head to the island entrance and await my parents. The martial arts master and his disciples should be arriving shortly with them. Understood, Brother Feng, I will go now. Peng bid farewell and made his way to the entrance. Wow, the scenery on this island is absolutely stunning, and the air is so fresh. An excited female voice reached Yifeng's ears. Turning around, he found himself face to face with the rising star of the entertainment industry, Xia Feifei. Perhaps buoyed by her newfound fame, she seemed to be displaying a bit of an attitude. Upon seeing Yifeng, she suddenly exclaimed in annoyance, Why is there a fan following me everywhere? Even to the island? How unfortunate. Xia Feifei was a martial arts superstar, known through her association with the renowned Zhang Ying. Her presence at the engagement banquet was solely due to Zhang Ying's invitation. Yifeng had previously promised Zhang Ying to extend the invitation to his friends in the entertainment world, providing them with an evening of entertainment. Hey, come here. Xia Feifei beckoned to Yifeng, yet he remained unmoved. I'm calling you. Didn't you hear? I'll give you an autograph. But you must leave the island immediately and stop following me, okay? Yifeng frowned, thinking to himself, Thank goodness you are not a star cultivated by my company. Your demeanor is abysmal, or you would have long returned home. With this thought, he signaled to 2 patrolling bodyguards. The guards approached, bowing respectfully. Mr. Yi, how may we assist you? Please escort this pretentious little star off Ruiyun Island. Mr. Yi? Xia Feifei was instantly taken aback. Chapter 82. Yifeng meets the stars. The handsome young man she had mistaken for a fan was, in fact, the legendary tycoon, Mr. Yi. Xia Feifei's composure vanished, her face paling. Her ultimate aim for being here was to take a photo with Mr. Yi, so she could boast to friends about her encounter with the world's wealthiest man, thus elevating her own status. But now, as the bodyguards began to escort Xia Feifei away, she finally grasped the situation. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. It was my folly not to recognize your worth. Please don't expel me. She pleaded, struggling and begging. Yifeng waved his hand towards the bodyguards. Remove her. Remove her. Just as Xia Feifei was being expelled from Ruiyun Island, a group of stars from the entertainment industry, led by the martial arts superstar Zhang Ying, approached Yifeng. Ladies and gentlemen, before you stands the legendary Mr. Yi, whom my godfather, the world's wealthiest individual, has remarked feels like a pauper in his presence. Zhang Ying offered a brief introduction. The stars gathered around Yifeng, their eyes filled with reverence, whispering amongst themselves. It is astonishing that the fabled Mr. Yi is so youthful, radiating an aura of gallantry. A media-esteemed heartthrob, the Prince of Serenades, marveled. Mr. Yi is not only young and accomplished, but also strikingly handsome. Alas, I am already unattainably committed, and he too has a girlfriend. The internationally renowned actress lamented inwardly. Mr. Yi, you are truly stunning, exuding a rugged charm that is anything but effeminate, a true embodiment of masculinity. The popular idol, a beautiful starlet, felt her heart race. Although Yifeng was familiar with all the celebrities, he feigned ignorance, saying, Zhang Ying, who are they? Please, introduce yourselves. Yes, Mr. Yi. Zhang Ying addressed the stars. Please heed Mr. Ye's request and introduce yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the comedic king, Song Shouting, rushed forward, extending his hands to shake with Yifeng. Hello. Mr. Yi, I am Song Shouting, a comedian known for my skits during the Spring Festival Gala. After Song Shouting's introduction, the stars followed suit, each presenting themselves to Yi Feng. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the Golden Horse Best Actor. Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am a crosstalk performer. Mr. Yi. I am a director. I am an actor. I am a singer. Once all the stars had introduced themselves, Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, "Thank you all for attending my engagement banquet." Before he could finish, the maid, Ame, called out, "Mr. Yi, your tailored suit has arrived. Would you like to change on the yacht?" "Very well, thank you for your hard work. I shall change immediately," Yi Feng replied. "Ame, please attend to our guests." Ame approached. "Mr. Yi, let me assist you with changing." The Kung Fu superstar Zhang Ying eagerly smiled. "Huh." Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Yi, I wish to help you too," a certain goddess-like star implored. "Ladies, it is unnecessary for you to assist," Yi Feng replied, looking at the Kung Fu superstar Zhang Ying. "You may bring one person with you to change clothes." The comedic king, Song Shouting, volunteered. "Mr. Yi, I'll go." "Okay." Yi Feng snapped his fingers, leading the Kung Fu superstar and the comedic king towards the yacht, leaving maid Ame to entertain the guests. "Hello everyone. I am Ame, the chief maid of Mr. Ye's household, a proud graduate of Harvard University with a degree in finance. My goodness, even Mr. Ye's maid is so refined. Moreover, she is beautiful and possesses an admirable demeanor, truly deserving of her prestigious educational background." Due to Yi Feng's influence, everyone regarded Ame with great respect. "Uft, she's just a maid." Suddenly, a disdainful female voice rang out behind Ame. Chapter 83. It is an honor to assist Mr. Yi with his shoes. The speaker was the vixen, who harbored jealousy towards Lu Xiyin for being with Yi Feng. She envied maid Ame for being able to see Yi Feng every day. Despite having developed feelings for Yi Feng, her pride prevented her from letting go of her princess-like dignity. Deep down, she understood that her relationship with Yi Feng had reached an irreconcilable point. They were like parallel lines, forever unable to converge. Envy and resentment had driven the vixen to madness. "What are you doing here? My master does not welcome you." Ame issued a warning. "Leave the island?" "Huh." The vixen approached maid Ame, crossing her arms defiantly, and said meaningfully, "No one is leaving the island today." The mercenaries hired by Qian Wuyo lay hidden in the island's dense woods, poised to strike once the engagement banquet commenced and the guests became inebriated and lost in revelry. The vixen had come to gather intelligence. "What do you mean?" Ame retorted, furrowing her brows. "You will understand shortly." The vixen replied with a sinister smile. "Bring me 2 bodyguards and throw this woman out," Ame commanded. Just then, Erping and the martial arts master, along with others, escorted Yi Feng's parents over. Yi Feng's parents, humble country folk accustomed to frugality, still wore inexpensive clothes despite their son's newfound wealth. Nevertheless, they remained clean and presentable. Yi Feng had bought them new outfits, but they had refused to wear them, insisting they would save them for their son's wedding day. The vixen noticed Erping and the others and approached them. "Erping, are they Yi Feng's parents?" "Indeed," Erping replied. "Vixen, what brings you here? I advise you to leave. Yi Feng does not welcome you," Erping urged. The vixen ignored him, instead smiling at Yi Feng's parents. "Uncle and Annie, I am a good friend of Yi Feng." Saying this, the vixen felt a pang of sadness. Since she could not attain Yi Feng's affection, she thought it wise to be kind to his parents, as a form of atonement for her past foolishness. "Hello, young lady. Where might we find our Fenger?" Yi mother inquired with a smile. "Uncle and Auntie, Mr. Yi is changing on the yacht," maid Ame informed them. The remaining stars, upon learning of their identities, hurried to greet Yi Feng's parents. The elderly couple, unaccustomed to such grandeur, felt somewhat overwhelmed, especially Yi mother, who recognized a television actress. "Aren't you that one?" "Yes, Auntie, I am indeed that one." Meanwhile, aboard the Miranbeo yacht, in the bedroom, Yi Feng stood before the dressing mirror, arms outstretched like an emperor, allowing the Kung Fu superstar and the comedic king to assist him in donning his suit. The Kung Fu superstar was responsible for tying the tie, while the comedic king handled the buttons. Yi Feng had already managed to put on his trousers himself. 5 minutes later, the tie was secured and the suit was fitted. All that remained were the black leather shoes. Yi Feng sat on the edge of the bed as the Kung Fu superstar crouched down, holding a pair of renowned French brand Baruti shoes, eager to assist Yi Feng. "Zhaning, I can manage it myself." No. It is truly my honor to personally put shoes on Mr. Yi." Zhaning grinned widely. Beside them, Song Shouting mused. "Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, who would believe that the Kung Fu superstar, Zhaning, known for embodying countless heroic figures on the silver screen, would resemble a courtier attending to the emperor in Mr. Ye's presence?" Song Shouting, "Don't just stand there. Quickly capture the moment of me putting shoes on Mr. Yi and send it to me. Thank you." "All right." Song Shouting pulled out his phone, capturing this splendid scene. In Zhang Ying's mind, the ability to personally assist Mr. Yi with his shoes was an achievement worthy of pride. At future gatherings, he would boast, I have even put shoes on Mr. Yi. Surely, his friends would cast envious glances his way. Chapter 84. Qian Wuyo's Fatal Mistake. As Yi Feng slipped on his shoes, Amei entered, informing him, Mr. Yi, your parents have arrived. Very well, I shall join them shortly. You may continue with your duties. After changing into his shoes, Yi Feng descended the yacht with Zhang Ying and Song shouting, making their way to Ryun Island. Coincidentally, members of the Liu family had also arrived. Upon entering, Yi Feng observed Liu Jingde respectfully shaking hands with his father. Greetings, esteemed in-laws. I am Liasheng, the father of Xian, the esteemed brother-in-law of the Liu family. Yang Qingguang eagerly fawned before Madame Yi, saying, Auntie, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Xian's brother-in-law. The two men wore radiant smiles that illuminated their faces. In contrast, Wang Shi, Liu's mother, maintained her composure with grace and dignity, engaging in eloquent conversation with Madame Yi. Liu Xian felt a twinge of distaste at the expressions of her father and brother-in-law, opting to avert her gaze from them. Meanwhile, Liu Tiaoer was animatedly shaking hands with celebrities, eagerly seeking their autographs and photographs. Initially, the stars merely responded with polite smiles towards Liu Tiao. However, upon learning that she was Yi Feng's sister-in-law, their enthusiasm for her seemed to blossom instantaneously. Upon spotting Yi Feng approaching, the vixen's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily fled towards the dense forest on the island. Yet, Yi Feng's eyes fell upon her brother-in-law. Liu Tiaoer was joyously capturing moments with the stars when she suddenly noticed Yi Feng from afar and dashed towards him. Midway, she abruptly froze. Dressed in formal attire, Yi Feng exuded an aura of unparalleled charisma, radiating masculine charm, and even his gait was strikingly impressive. Liu Tiaoer's heart raced. The typically bold girl suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over her. What's the matter? Yi Feng noticed her unusual demeanor. And nothing. Liu Tiaoer could not meet his gaze, lowering her head and stammering. Yi Feng brushed past her, joining Liu Xian. The two exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken connection, and instinctively grasped each other's hands. Ah, my dear son-in-law. Finally, I see you, and you look splendid today. Liu Jingde approached Yi Feng with enthusiasm. Feng Ge, I've missed you dearly. Yang Qingguang, Liu family's brother-in-law, chimed in, even addressing him as brother. However, Yi Feng, disinterested, instructed Erping and the martial arts masters to escort his parents to their cabin on the yacht for some rest. Xian, why don't you and your family take a break on the yacht? The banquet doesn't commence until evening, Yi Feng said gently. After the Liu family departed, a voice from the wishing bottle whispered in Yi Feng's ear. Master, Qian Wuyo intends to harm your father. Yi Feng inquired. May I make a wish for Qian Wuyo to treat his father, Qian Rahai, as my own and eliminate him? Certainly. All right. I now wish for Qian Wuyo to regard his father, Qian Rahai, as my father and dispose of him. Congratulations, Master, your wish has been granted. Just as the wishing bottle finished speaking, Qian Rahai, who was conversing with the world's wealthiest individual, suddenly felt an urgent need. As Ruoyan Island was a pristine, untouched paradise, devoid of any public restrooms, Qian Rahai, lacking Yi Feng's permission, dared not relieve himself aboard the yacht, and thus ventured towards the dense woods. The scar-faced sniper, concealed in the branches of a great tree, observed Qian Rahai approaching and, upon seeing him urinate beneath the tree, swiftly dispatched a message in the temporary WeChat group. Yi Feng's father is in the woods relieving himself. Without hesitation, Qian Wuyo replied, take him out first. Then stuff his body into a sack. I want to infuriate Yi Feng. Understood. The sniper aimed his rifle at the back of Qian Rahai's head. The suppressed rifle emitted a faint sound, and Qian Rahai fell without ever comprehending the situation. The scar-faced man, complying with Qian Wuyo's orders, slid down from the tree and proceeded to encase Qian Rahai's lifeless body in a sack, sealing it tightly. Oblivious, Qian Wuyo believed that Yi Feng's father had been shot dead. Chapter 85. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Master, Qian Rahai is dead. The sniper has packed his body in a sack, but Qian Wuyo remains unaware that it is his own father. He thinks it is your father he is avenging. Yi Feng burst into laughter upon hearing this. If Qian Wuyo were to discover the truth, he would likely be livid to the point of hemorrhage. Let me make another wish. I hope all the mercenaries on the island today find their weapons, including rocket launchers, completely ineffective and devoid of ammunition. Congratulations, Master. Your wish has been granted. Haha. Now the weapons in the mercenaries' hands are rendered useless, and they remain blissfully unaware that a spectacle awaits them. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Yi Feng's engagement banquet began in earnest. The festivities were held in two locations, one aboard the yacht and the other on Ruoyan Island. Guests savored fine wines and delectable hors d'oeuvres, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. Yi Feng and Liu Xian made a grand entrance, announcing their engagement amidst the crowd's admiration. A match made in heaven, drawing forth resounding applause that echoed endlessly. Everyone enjoyed, feasted, and reveled in merriment. Erping took it upon himself to host the guests. Meanwhile, supported by the vixen, Qian Wuyo, leaning on his cane, led a throng of mercenaries out of the thick woods, startling the birds into flight. Unbeknownst to them, their weapons had become entirely ineffective, devoid of ammunition. 2 mercenaries even carried a sack. Inside lay the body of Qian Ruhai, yet Qian Wuyo had not inspected the sack. Believing it contained Yi Feng's father, he sought to provoke Yi Feng. Split into 2 groups. Mr. James, take part of the team to the stage on the island and control those tycoons and celebrities. Confiscate their phones first. Understood. The mercenary leader, James, snapped his fingers and led half the mercenaries toward the stage. The remaining group followed Qian Wuyo to the yacht to confront Yi Feng, intent on killing him face to face and then abducting Lu Xian for further torment. Supported by the vixen, Qian Wuyo marched towards the yacht. Young master, can we spare Yi Feng? The vixen's heart wavered. Despite her hatred for Yi Feng, she still held a flicker of affection for him. Yet her love was laced with thorns. What nonsense are you speaking, vixen? Even if I were to spare everyone today, I would never let Yi Feng off the hook. I intend to kill him and make Lu Xian suffer, so they may become a pair of ghostly spouses. Qian Wuyo's eyes glinted with malice, his demeanor exuding confidence and determination. Haha, Yi Feng, this day next year will mark your death anniversary. Inside the yacht, the banquet thrived with exuberance. Amidst the laughter of the guests, Yi Feng and Lu Xian shared a cup of wine. Lu Xian gazed at Yi Feng with deep affection, through life and death. I vow to be with you. Yi Feng responded. With your hand in mine, I shall grow old with you. Haha, grow old together? Tonight, I shall send you both to the afterlife. Suddenly, Qian Wuyo's arrogant voice thundered throughout the banquet. The guests had yet to process the situation when Qian Wuyo, leaning on his cane and supported by the vixen, made a dramatic entrance into the banquet hall. Behind him followed a horde of mercenaries wielding submachine guns. Among them were 2 mercenaries carrying a sack. Inside lay the body of Qian Wuyo's father, which he mistakenly believed to be Yi Feng's father. Those who are wise, hand over your phones to me, or I shall execute you. Unbeknownst to Qian Wuyo, the mercenaries behind him wielded ineffective submachine guns, devoid of ammunition. Yi Feng, you never imagined this, did you? Take a look at what's in the sack. Haha, I've heard it's your father's corpse. Isn't that agonizing? This is the fate of opposing me. Fenger, what does it mean? Is the corpse in the sack mine? Am I not perfectly fine here? Yi Feng's father appeared completely bewildered. What do you mean? Qian Wuyo suddenly screamed. So, it is not Yi Feng's father's corpse. But whose body is in the sack? Dump the body out of the sack. I want to see who it is. Even if it isn't Yi Feng's father, it must certainly belong to one of his friends. Haha. Chapter 86. Qian Wuyo's Breakdown. Upon receiving the command, the 2 mercenaries untied the sack and poured out the body of Qian Ruhai. Qian Wuyo let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the engagement party. His shout was laced with disbelief, confusion, and a mixture of grief and fury, causing him to stagger backward. The seductive Qian Xiao quickly supported him. Slap me. I can't believe this is real. I must be dreaming, right? Qian Wuyo asked, wearing a sorrowful expression, trying to deceive himself. Young master, it's true. It is indeed your father. The seductive woman affirmed with certainty. Slap me. Qian Wuyo continued to deceive himself, hoping that a slap from her would reveal it to be a dream. She obliged and struck him across the face. It hurts. This is definitely not a dream. You killed my father. Qian Wuyo broke free from her support, seizing the collar of the scar-faced sniper in anger. The sniper, chewing gum, shrugged indifferently. Young master, I only pulled the trigger because you ordered me to. Qian Wuyo lamented, regretting deeply. If only he had used a telescope to confirm whether it was Yi Feng's father before the shot was fired, this tragedy could have been avoided. Simply put, it was his own foolishness and underestimation that led to this calamity. Dad. The next moment, Qian Wuyo collapsed over Qian Ruhai's corpse, weeping uncontrollably. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Qian Wuyo was distraught, trembling all over, his eyes turning bloodshot, filled with a kind of madness. Everyone present today will pay for my father's life. He suddenly stood up, pointing at Yi Feng, especially you. As he spoke, a mercenary approached from behind Qian Wuyo, aiming a submachine gun at the back of Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng, Lu Xian, anxious for him, turned pale and grasped his hand, her beautiful eyes reflecting determination. If we must perish, let us do so together. The road to the underworld shall not be lonely. Please spare my son. Whatever happens, let it be directed at us. Yi Feng's parents attempted to plead with Qian Wuyo, but were restrained by Erping and the martial arts master. Qian Wuyo had become deranged and was exceedingly dangerous. With a mercenary's gun pressed against Yi Feng's head, Qian Wuyo felt emboldened, brazenly approaching Yi Feng. Did you not foresee this day? I intend to torment you thoroughly. Bang! Yi Feng delivered a swift kick to Qian Wuyo's abdomen, striking with precision and ferocity. Ah! A wretched scream escaped Qian Wuyo as his body was sent flying. Thud! As he crashed to the ground, darkness enveloped him, and he could not help but spit a mouthful of blood, agony radiating from his abdomen as if he were being sliced by 1,000 blades. He attempted to rise, only to find himself utterly drained of strength. Shoot him, kill him. Qian Wuyo lay helpless on the ground, frantic. TCH, you think you can kill me? Yi Feng retorted. Do you believe you are invulnerable? One bullet will blow your head off. Qian Wuyo commanded the mercenary. Fire. The mercenary, aiming at the back of Yi Feng's head, pulled the trigger. No response. The submachine gun, utterly unresponsive. What the hell? The mercenary exclaimed in broken Mandarin, utterly bewildered. Before he could comprehend, Yi Feng suddenly turned, extending his right hand, executing a move reminiscent of a divine plucking of peaches. With a fierce grip, it felt as if he had crushed an egg. Oh fuck. Chapter 87. Spare me, Master Feng. Bang bang bang. Just as that mercenary let out a wail, Yi Feng unleashed a flurry of punches to his face. His features became swollen and bruised, blood streaming freely, transforming him into a grotesque visage. Fuck. The scar-faced sniper, witnessing his comrade being beaten, raised his weapon to aim at Yi Feng. He pulled the trigger. His gun, too, met the same fate of silence. Oh my god. The sniper wore a similarly perplexed expression. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries sensed something ominous, all simultaneously raising their guns to aim at Yi Feng, attempting to fire. No bullets. No bullets. They exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the bizarre turn of events. What on earth was happening? What the hell was going on? Softly crumpled on the ground. Qian Wuyo, with a face of despair, could not fathom the situation. They have no bullets. Everyone, attack together. The martial arts master commanded his disciples present. Thus, a fierce struggle commenced, and the party descended into chaos. The sounds of clashing echoed through the air. The attendees scrambled for cover behind Yi Feng, anxiously observing the heart-stopping confrontation. Both mercenaries and martial arts disciples sustained injuries. Amidst the confusion, driven by a primal instinct for survival, Qian Wuyo grasped a cane, summoning all his strength, and finally managed to rise. He limped away in a desperate flight. Ensure everyone's safety. I will pursue Qian Wuyo, Yi Feng instructed. Weaving through the tumultuous crowd, in hot pursuit of Qian Wuyo fled the yacht and ascended to Ryun Island. After only a few steps, he was suddenly paralyzed by fear, retreating hastily. For Yi Feng had already appeared before him. Still wished to run? Yi Feng fixed his gaze upon the retreating Qian Wuyo. The next moment, Qian Wuyo collapsed to his knees, terror evident in his eyes. Brother Feng. Oh no, Master Feng, I was wrong, spare me. Yi Feng remained silent, his eyes ablaze with intensity. He took a step back, raising his foot to aim at Qian Wuyo's face. Bang! With all his might, he delivered the most ferocious kick ever. Ah! Qian Wuyo fell back, wailing in misery, akin to a ghost's lament. His face instantly swelled grotesquely. It was both hot and painful. Yi Feng stepped forward, grinding his foot into Qian Wuyo's face, mercilessly twisting it. Spare me, Master Feng. I swear I will never oppose you again. Qian Wuyo pleaded desperately. There will be no again. Yi Feng withdrew his foot, grasping Qian Wuyo's collar, lifting him entirely. And with a tightly clenched fist, he pounded mercilessly against Qian Wuyo's swollen face. Blood splattered. Qian Wuyo's visage became a grotesque mash of flesh and blood. His nose and eyes unrecognizable. Qian Wuyo lay as if lifeless, devoid of any spirit, no longer crying out. Yi Feng simply discarded him to the ground. Later, when Yi Feng returned to the yacht party, the fighting had ceased. Various injured bodies lay scattered across the ground, both mercenaries and martial arts disciples among them, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Yet Yi Feng noticed the absence of the martial arts master and Erping, as well as his mother. Fenger, you have returned. Yi Feng's father appeared frantic. Dad, where's Mom? Yi Feng inquired. During the chaos, the mercenary leaders suddenly appeared, and Master Wu and Erping fought fiercely to protect your mother and me. However, the leader was tall and robust, a master in the art of boxing. Both the martial arts master and Erping sustained injuries of varying degrees, resulting in the leader abducting your mother while the master and Erping, despite their wounds, pursued him. As soon as the father finished speaking, Yi Feng turned and dashed away, searching the yacht frantically. Inside the yacht's bedroom, the martial arts master and Erping lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, unable to rise. The mercenary leader, James, grasped Ye's mother by the throat with one hand, lifting her high into the air. Ye's mother turned red in the face, coughing violently, on the brink of asphyxiation. Let go of my aunt. If you have the guts, come at me. Erping weakly shouted, summoning all his strength in an attempt to rise. But the mercenary leader had dealt him a heavy blow, rendering him incapable of getting up. Peng cried, "Woo-woo, brother Feng, I'm so sorry." Just then, the bedroom door of the yacht was pushed open. The vixen burst in, brandishing a chair. Bam! She swung the chair down hard on the back of the mercenary leader, James. "Let go of my aunt." Bam! "Let go of my aunt." The chair struck the tall and burly mercenary leader, yet he showed no reaction. Undeterred, the vixen continued to strike him repeatedly. Damn it! The mercenary leader finally exploded with rage, deciding to deal with this bothersome vixen first. He cast Ye's mother to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the vixen lunged forward. She crouched on the floor, clinging tightly to the leader's right leg, shouting to Ye's mother, "Aunt, run. Damn it, let go of my leg." No matter how the mercenary leader tried to shake her off, he could not rid himself of the vixen-esque grip. Ye's mother, not wanting to abandon the vixen, urged, "Aunt, run, or there may not be another chance." The vixen yelled desperately. Damn it! The mercenary leader, Jack, raised his right leg and drew a gleaming, cold dagger from his military boot. "Ah!" the vixen screamed. Chapter 88, A Toxic Love. Though she harbored feelings for Yi Feng, the vixen obstinately opposed him. Her love tinged with venom. Many times, she longed to tell Yi Feng, "I was wrong. Forgive me. I love you." Yet, her haughty disposition akin to that of a princess forbade her from yielding or compromising. Even sending a simple apology via WeChat was beyond her. This love was fraught with hardship and despair. She saw no glimmer of hope, well aware that Yi Feng despised her. When she learned that Qian Wuyo had hired mercenaries to deal with Yi Feng, she felt a twisted sense of joy, relishing the thought of disrupting Yi Feng's engagement and obstructing his love with Lu Xian. The mere thought brought her delight. However, she also feared for Yi Feng's safety against those mercenaries, leading her to decide to accompany Qian Wuyo to Ryun Island. When Yi Feng faced defeat, she would plead with Qian Wuyo to spare him. Even if he were left crippled, she would care for him for life. Yet, fate took a cruel turn. It was Qian Wuyo who faced utter defeat. Now, with Yi Feng's mother in danger, this was the vixen's only chance to apologize to Yi Feng. Perhaps by sacrificing herself to save his mother, he would remember her forever. As it turned out, she truly was on the brink of death. A dagger pierced her back, and blood gushed forth as she opened her mouth. "I'm the one who has brought you trouble," Ye's mother lamented, overwhelmed with guilt. "Aunt, run," the vixen shouted weakly. Lying on the ground, Peng's heart ached as he witnessed the vixen, barely clinging to life. The girl he cherished was dying before him, and he felt utterly powerless. "Let go of my leg." The mercenary leader attempted to shake the vixen off once more. The vixen clung to his right leg with all her might, like a pair of handcuffs, refusing to let go. Ye's mother turned to flee, and at that moment, Yi Feng burst in. "Mom, are you all right? Fenger, hurry and save that girl," Ye's mother cried. Upon seeing the scene before him, Yi Feng was momentarily stunned, not expecting the vixen to be there. In the next instant, he planted his left foot firmly on the ground and leapt into action, propelling himself toward the mercenary leader. At the same time, his right leg bent like a bow. Swift as the wind, forceful as lightning. Bam! His knee struck the mercenary leader's chin. Ah! The mercenary leader fell to the ground, incapacitated. Only then did the vixen release her grip on his leg, collapsing onto the floor, barely alive. Ye's mother rushed to the vixen, kneeling down to lift her upper body. "Dear girl, I am so sorry." Ye's mother wept uncontrollably. The vixen lay half in Ye's mother's embrace, instinctively glancing at Yi Feng, who was engaged in combat with the mercenary leader, trying to speak, but blood flowed from her mouth. "Aunt, I once liked someone, but I have only hurt him. I know he hates me. If I could apologize to him, even if I cannot win his love, perhaps we could at least be friends. What do you think? Woo-woo. How could a girl as good as you not win his love?" Ye's mother sobbed. "Heh, I have never apologized to him. I know he has always despised me. This love is truly despairing, yet I cannot let go of my obsession. Do you think I am foolish? No, dear girl, you are not foolish at all." Bam! Meanwhile, the mercenary leader had been beaten to the ground by Yi Feng, on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Yi Feng finally noticed the vixen. He approached her. Chapter 89, The Vixen's Fragrance Fades. The vixen gazed at Yi Feng with resentful eyes, her heart overflowing with affection, yet she feigned indifference, declaring weakly, "You don't come over here. I hate you." Her prideful defiance, even in the face of death, refused to relinquish her dignity. As she uttered those words, her heart bled. Yet, the depth of her love was matched only by the intensity of her hatred. She despised Yi Feng for his affection toward Lu Xian, ignoring her completely. "Now, I have saved your mother, yet in my final moments, I declare my hatred for you, ensuring you will remember me for a lifetime. Even if you marry Lu Xian afterward, my shadow will linger in your life. Look how cunning I am. See how detestable I can be." Yi Feng finally halted, standing at a distance, quietly observing the vixen. "Master, Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. One cannot grant the wish for another to return from death, nor can one fulfill the wish for another to perish. This is the greatest taboo of the wishing bottle. Remember this well. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. The hidden wishing bottle cautioned Yi Feng in his ear. I understand. Yi Feng sighed, as her eyes began to close. The vixen gazed at the distant Yi Feng, summoning her last ounce of strength to utter her final words. Yi Feng, I hate you. With that, the vixen's head tilted. In Ye's mother's embrace, her life extinguished. Dear girl, guilt and self-reproach tormented Ye's mother's heart as she vaguely sensed the truth. The girl who had given her life to save her loved Yi Feng. Wu vixen. Erpeng was heartbroken. Yi Feng bowed to the vixen, grateful for her saving his mother. The crisis was finally averted. On Ruyan Island, the mercenary leader and his team were bound and kneeling on the ground, each guarded by a disciple of the martial arts master, who held daggers poised at the throats of the mercenaries. Yi Feng issued a command. Proceed. Whoosh. The voices resonated in unison. The scene was blood-curdling. These mercenaries from abroad were indeed desperate rogues, sacrificing their morals in pursuit of wealth, deserving of their grim fate. Qian Wuyo had regained consciousness, yet his visage was a ghastly sight, utterly ravaged. He was pinned to the ground by bodyguards, witnessing the mercenaries being exterminated, paralyzed with terror. Master Feng, spare me. Yi Feng cast a glance at him, commanding 2 bodyguards, take him to the helicopter. I intend to feed him to the sharks. No, Master Feng, I was wrong. Please spare me, I beg you. The 2 bodyguards, bearing the pitifully pleading Qian Wuyo, ascended into the helicopter, binding him tightly. Yi Feng followed suit, instructing the pilot to take off. The roar of the helicopter erupted, stirring fierce winds on the ground. With the cabin door left ajar, Yi Feng surveyed the increasing altitude. Addressing the pilot, fly further out, ideally to the heart of the ocean. Understood, Mr. Yi. What do you intend to do, Master Feng? Qian Wuyo inquired, trembling with trepidation. I shall enact justice and rid the world of you, a thoroughly wicked scion. Yi Feng's tone was merciless. Murder is a crime. Qian Wuyo made one last desperate attempt. Do you have any evidence? Who witnessed it? As he spoke, Yi Feng directed his gaze towards the 2 bodyguards. You too. Enlighten him on how he met his demise. One bodyguard responded. During Mr. Ye's engagement, Qian Wuyo hired foreign mercenaries, intending to unleash a massacre. However, a sniper inadvertently killed his father, resulting in a fallout. The other bodyguard continued. Consequently, the mercenaries eliminated Qian Wuyo, disposing of his body in the sea. The illustrious Mr. Yi, for the safety of the island's inhabitants, bravely engaged the mercenaries, ultimately achieving a resounding victory. Upon hearing this, Qian Wuyo's face drained of color. Yet, his will to survive was overpowering, and he could not refrain from exclaiming, You are distorting the truth. Yi Feng, however, chose to ignore him. After a while, the helicopter reached the ocean's center. Yi Feng, perched at the cabin door, gazed down at the boundless, azure sea, lifting binoculars to discern the faint silhouettes of sharks. Rising to his feet, he stepped inside the cabin, observing the helplessly bound Qian Wuyo on the floor, stating, Remember, in your next life, strive to be a good person. Master Feng, please no. Yi Feng commanded the 2 bodyguards. Yes, Mr. Yi. The 2 bodyguards hoisted Qian Wuyo to the helicopter's doorway. The wind howled fiercely, rustling their clothing. No, please. I was wrong. Master Feng, I beg you. Qian Wuyo shrieked in terror, his voice hoarse. He struggled, but it was futile. 1, 2, 3 heave. The 2 bodyguards released their grip, casting Qian Wuyo into the abyss. His scream faded, diminishing in proximity and intensity until silence enveloped the air. Qian Wuyo's body plummeted from the heights. Plop. He plunged into the sea, engulfed entirely. The surface erupted in ripples. Even if he were not devoured by sharks, he would surely drown. Yet, perhaps fate had other designs. A motorboat happened upon the scene. A young man aboard, upon witnessing the fall, leaped into the water to rescue the floundering figure. 4 hours later, in an abandoned, dilapidated building in Donghai City, the basement was filled with an array of semi-finished robots and an assortment of unidentifiable experimental apparatus, exuding an air of dark technology. A wild-haired scientist with a beard stood before a recently completed robot, arms crossed, chin stroked in satisfaction. The golden-haired, blue-eyed female robot bore a striking resemblance to humans, remarkably sophisticated in appearance. Call me Daddy, the scientist commanded. The robot remained cold and unresponsive. Another failure. What does it matter if it looks human when it cannot speak? Remaining as cold as a machine? The scientist lamented, his enthusiasm waning. Doctor, I have brought you a subject. This person is on the brink of death. You could utilize scientific grafting techniques to transform him into a half-robot. The scientist's eyes lit up. He had long harbored such an ambition, yet lacked a test subject. Such experiments could endanger the subject's life, deterring anyone from volunteering as a guinea pig. Today, his assistant had serendipitously discovered a half-dead individual while swimming in the sea, making him an ideal candidate for experimentation. Truly, fortune favored him. If he could succeed in transforming a living person into a half-robot, this disgraced scientist, overlooked by reputable scientists, would gain acclaim and vindication. He is grievously injured. I must first treat his wounds and allow him to recuperate before proceeding with the experiment, the scientist declared. Yes, doctor. 3 days after Yifeng's engagement with Lu Xian, within Yifeng's villa. Bottle. Present, master. Are you here to make a wish? The wishing bottle appeared, floating before Yifeng. Indeed, during high school, my performance in mathematics, physics, and chemistry was exceptionally poor. I wish to acquire the talent of a science prodigy. Understood, master. Please proceed with your wish. I wish to attain exceptional aptitude in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Congratulations, master, your wish has been granted. As the wishing bottle's voice faded, Yifeng felt an influx of vast knowledge in these subjects flooding his mind, expanding his intellect, and enriching his cognitive capabilities. No sooner had he completed his wish than he received a WeChat message from Lu Xian. The vixen has been cremated. Her father has passed away, and her mother is unemployed, selling barbecue at the night market. She has an older sister who works as a teacher at a high school after graduating from university. Let us pay her sister a visit and offer some financial assistance since the vixen died, saving her mother. All right, Yifeng replied succinctly. 2 hours later, at a high school in Donghai City, in the teacher's office. This math Olympiad problem is beyond the syllabus. Not only can the students not solve it, but even I, a seasoned algebra teacher, find it perplexing. Today's students are exceedingly challenging. An elderly teacher sat at his desk, grappling with the daunting problem. Across from him sat a young, beautiful English teacher, Huyali, the sister of the vixen. The resemblance between the two sisters was striking. Thus, upon their first glance, Yifeng and Lu Xian instantly recognized her as Huyali. However, Huyali wore glasses, which, rather than detracting from her beauty, enhanced her intellectual allure. While one might encounter many beautiful women, finding a teacher of her caliber was exceedingly rare. Stunning scarcely encapsulated Huyali's essence. May I ask who you are? She inquired politely, noting the unfamiliar visitors. May we come in to speak? Lu Xian asked, seeking Huyali's permission. Come in. Lu Xian sat down, addressing Huyali. We are deeply saddened by your sister's passing. We are truly sorry. You may leave. I do not wish to see you. Can a mere apology bring my sister back to life? When Lu Xian spoke, Huyali immediately understood that they were the relatives of the person her sister had saved. Apologetically, Lu Xian produced a check and placed it on Huyali's desk, stating, "This check for 5 million. Before she could finish her sentence, Huyali snatched up the check and tore it to shreds. Is money so impressive? What I want is my sister. Can you bring her back to life? The algebra teacher, sensing the tension, discreetly excused himself, while Yifeng casually took a seat in his chair and inadvertently stumbled upon a challenging algebra problem. Recently endowed with extraordinary academic prowess, Yifeng felt a surge of excitement and could not resist picking up a pen to tackle the problem. It was as if words flowed effortlessly from his pen, akin to writing an elegant essay. In no time, he had deftly solved the intricate problem that had confounded the algebra teacher and even the entire school. As he set down his pen, he marveled at the dense steps of his solution, clearly articulated upon the page. I'm sorry, but once a person is dead, they cannot be resurrected, Ms. Hu. I hope you find solace in your grief. After completing the problem, Yifeng joined Lu Xian in confronting the irate Huyali. In summary, you two should leave at once. I do not wish to see you, understood? Huyali issued her dismissal. Just then, the algebra teacher re-entered. Hey, who has been scribbling here? He asked, somewhat annoyed. However, the next moment, he was astonished. What an impressive solution. The reasoning is clear and methodical. How could I not have thought of this? Excellent work. May I inquire who solved this problem? The algebra teacher looked at Yifeng, Lu Xian, and Huyali, visibly excited. Oh, that would be me. When you stepped out, I saw the challenging problem and felt compelled to solve it. Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Compelled to solve it? The algebra teacher was taken aback, realizing that this young man was, in fact, a mathematical prodigy. Indeed, is there a problem? Yifeng shrugged, hands in his pockets. Huyali suddenly regarded Yifeng with an incredulous gaze. Though she taught English, she was also competent in mathematics and had struggled with this very problem for nearly a week without success. The fact that this young man had solved it in mere minutes was utterly astonishing. Did you truly solve this? Huyali asked Yifeng. Why would I lie to you? Yifeng replied, somewhat irritated. Young man, come have a seat. The algebra teacher gestured for Yifeng to sit. Once seated, the teacher continued, I have a request. Could you please come to my class and explain this to my students? Yifeng stood up. I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy. I am the homeroom teacher of the students, and I kindly ask you to grant Mr. Wang's request. Thank you. Hu Yali seemed to soften her stance toward Yi Feng and Lu Xian. Chapter 92. Mr. Yi teaches Olympiad mathematics. Hu Yali's earlier declaration of not wanting to see Yi Feng and Lu Xian was merely a moment of anger. What truly vexed her was that they had dared to offer money as a solution. What do you take my sister for? A tool to barter with? Thus, she had wished to avoid them. However, Yi Feng's capabilities had shifted her perception. Yi Feng, you should agree to their request. Lu Xian urged. Very well. Yi Feng finally acquiesced. Your surname is Yi, correct? Mr. Yi, my next class is indeed mine, and the algebra teacher speaks of you with great respect. Okay. Yi Feng snapped his fingers. During the algebra class in the 3rd grade of high school, as the algebra teacher escorted Yi Feng to the podium, the entire class erupted in excitement. What a handsome young man, tall and graceful, with sharp brows. Could he be our new teacher? With him teaching, we will pay attention in any subject. Hello, everyone. Today, Mr. Yi will explain an Olympiad problem. After the introduction, the algebra teacher stepped out of the classroom to join Hu Yali, Lu Xian, and the others at the door to listen. As Yi Feng took the chalk and wrote the Olympiad problem on the board, applause erupted from the class. What is happening? Yi Feng felt a bit perplexed. Mr. Yi is not only good-looking, but also has excellent handwriting. Some students murmured beneath their breath. Yi Feng glanced at his writing. It was merely average. With a sigh, he finally completed writing the problem and began his explanation. He noticed a curious phenomenon. All the students were wide-eyed and attentive, hanging on his every word. Hu Yali, standing at the door, was thoroughly puzzled. Was Yi Feng's charm truly this potent? Even the typically mischievous boys, who often disregarded lectures, seemed captivated and engaged. Yi Feng gradually articulated his thought process, explaining with clarity and progression. Does everyone understand? Yes. Just then, a girl appeared to challenge Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, your algebra skills are impressive. How proficient are you in English? Hu Yali quickly stepped onto the podium. Class, Mr. Yi is an algebra teacher. Please do not make things difficult for him, all right? In her mind, Hu Yali believed that boys excelling in math and science often struggled in English, and she aimed to defend Yi Feng. But we are asking Mr. Yi. We would like him to respond. The students insisted. Although Yi Feng had once wished for an aptitude in English, a reflection of his actual proficiency, he humbly replied, it's just average. Average. Then, Mr. Yi, can you converse with me in English? The girl asked with keen interest. Xiao Wei, sit down. I know you are the English class representative and excel in English. But this is an algebra class. Do you understand? Hu Yali admonished. I only wanted to joke with Mr. Yi. It wouldn't matter if he couldn't. Xiao Wei laughed mischievously. Forget it. I want to engage in a verbal exchange. If I win against the students, it would be unmerited. Yi Feng shrugged. Are you implying you wish to converse with our English teacher? Our teacher specializes in English. Xiao Wei continued. Yi Feng, can you? Hu Yali, who had just defended him, suddenly regarded him with skepticism, keen to ascertain the depth of his abilities. Moreover, Yi Feng's prior comments had seemed humble, yet he appeared confident. Lu Xian, understanding Yi Feng's capabilities, interjected to Hu Yali at the podium. Let us not put Yi Feng on the spot. All right, Hu Yali replied, slightly disappointed, believing Yi Feng might indeed struggle with English, thus conceding to Lu Xian's request. Meanwhile, a tinge of sadness crept into her mind. Was it unrealistic to admire a polymath? Hu Yali had a penchant for academic achievers, particularly those excelling across all subjects. In the next moment, to Hu Yali's astonishment, Yi Feng spoke up. Chapter 93. Driving a luxury car to eat barbecue by the roadside. His words were stunning, unparalleled. The delivery was flawlessly authentic, leaving the entire class in awe. It was as if listening to a beautiful melody. Though there were parts they did not grasp, they felt an inexplicable admiration. Hu Yali stood by, watching Yi Feng in shock. His English was, without exaggeration, unmatched. Once he finished speaking, Yi Feng humbly added, if my delivery was lacking, I hope you will forgive me. As soon as the words were spoken, the classroom erupted in applause. The classmate, Xiao Wei, blushed deeply. Teacher Yi, you are simply the best. Yi Feng humbly replied, oh, it's nothing special. Then he turned to Hu Yali and said, it's your turn now. Hu Yali's cheeks suddenly flushed with embarrassment, feeling quite uncomfortable. Forget it. I've already lost, she declared, casting a secretly admiring glance at Yi Feng. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt weak all over, dizzy, her vision darkening, and fainted. Quick as a flash, Yi Feng rushed to support her, resulting in Hu Yali collapsing into his arms. Who? Teacher Hu? The entire class was in an uproar. Xian, quickly, let us take her to the hospital. Yi Feng scooped up Hu Yali and dashed out of the classroom. Given the urgency, there was no need to register. The doctor conducted various examinations, a complete blood count, a brain CT scan, an electrocardiogram, and so on. Finally, the diagnosis was confirmed: congenital heart disease. In the hospital corridor, The patient exhibited complete atrioventricular block, which was compounded by total heart block. The surgery carried certain risks, with a high mortality rate. However, without surgery, while she might not die immediately, her fate was still sealed. Please consider your options, the doctor concluded before turning to leave. How could this happen? Lu Xian stumbled, her eyes reddening as she leaned against the wall in sorrow. The sisters had lost their father early. They had relied solely on their mother since childhood. Now, after the loss of their beloved fox spirit, they faced the imminent danger of losing Hu Yali. Yi Feng, should we go ahead with the surgery? Yi Feng pondered. If they opted against it, she would at least survive for the time being. If they proceeded, there was a chance of success, but also the possibility of failure. This was indeed a profoundly difficult dilemma. Xian, perhaps we should inform her family, Yi Feng suggested. Lu Xian, with tears streaming down her face, responded, we simply cannot bear to deliver such dreadful news to her mother. Yi Feng replied solemnly, nevertheless, we must. We are outsiders, let her family make the decision. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xian silently nodded in agreement. Thus, Yi Feng drove, carrying Lu Xian to Hu Lili's home. By this time, it was already 8 in the evening. The night had fallen, and the lanterns were beginning to glow. This was the farthest suburb of Donghai City, where Hu Lili's home stood, a seemingly ordinary Siyuan, even somewhat dilapidated. The front door was tightly locked, and her mother was not home. I heard she sells barbecue at the night market. We could check there, Lu Xian suggested. Despite the sorrow of losing the fox spirit, life must go on. Hu's mother had incurred substantial debts to support her daughters through college, which remained unpaid. The debt collectors frequently visited, demanding repayment. Thus, although she was devastated by her loss, Hu's mother had no choice but to venture out and earn a living. The sisters each rented a place, with only Sundays available to return home. Hence, they were unaware of their mother's secret regarding her debts and her night market endeavors. How tragic it is for parents. The night market in the suburbs was bustling, with stalls lining the street selling various snacks. Yi Feng slowed the car, while Lu Xian peered through the window in search of Hu's mother's barbecue stall. Passers-by instinctively made way for Yi Feng's sports car, some even taking pictures from a distance. Wow, it's my first time seeing such an expensive sports car. One had quickly checked online and discovered it was worth over 100 million. Most of the night market visitors were migrant workers from nearby factories. Upon seeing such an extravagant vehicle, envy and jealousy swelled among them. Yi Feng, I see her, Lu Xian exclaimed, recalling having met Hu's mother during the cremation of the fox spirit. Yi Feng parked the car in a non-obtrusive spot, and as they exited, they drew a crowd of onlookers. Whispers circulated among the gathering. They had expected the owner of such a car to be a rotund middle-aged tycoon, only to discover it was a peer. They couldn't help but compare themselves, feeling dwarfed by the disparity. His girlfriend is stunning, with a celestial grace. Her beauty surely surpasses that of all the starlets combined. As Yi Feng and Lu Xian walked hand in hand towards Hu's mother's barbecue stall, the crowd continued to admire the car. After they moved on, many approached the vehicle to touch it. What are you doing? If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it. A girl from Sichuan scolded her boyfriend. Yi Feng and Lu Xian settled at a table beside Hu's mother's stall, which appeared to be thriving as other tables were fully occupied. The workers, in groups of 3s and 4s, ordered skewers and beer, sitting down to eat and share stories. Lu Xian glanced at Hu's mother, who was busy grilling. Her eyes were swollen and red, her expression weary, as if she had aged significantly. Excuse me, there are no vacant tables. May we share yours? At that moment, 2 young men, one plump and one slender, approached, both clad in recognizable brand attire, Adidas and Nike. Lu Xian smiled slightly, indicating her consent. Once seated, the 2 men, likely feeling the presence of a goddess at their table, began to boast. Congratulations, bro. You've finally been promoted to assistant factory manager. Such a high salary is truly enviable. You're not doing too shabby either. You've opened a deli near the factory, raking in several thousand a month. As they spoke, they occasionally glanced at Lu Xian. Hey, what do you do? The plump one suddenly asked Yi Feng, radiating confidence. I'm currently unemployed. Yi Feng had barely finished when the plump one interjected. Our factory is in need of many laborers. Here is my business card. Come by to apply. Just mention my name. The plump one was quite enthusiastic, showing no sign of looking down on Yi Feng. He simply felt that, as fellow migrant workers, their camaraderie was worth celebrating. Chapter 94. Are you satisfied with the yacht you purchased last time? The plump one pulled out a business card from his jacket pocket and placed it before Yi Feng. Seeing the sincerity in his expression, Yi Feng picked it up, glanced at it, and smiled slightly. Thank you. Come on, no need for formality. We're all migrant workers here. Even though it looks like we're doing better than most, you have no idea how hard we've worked behind the scenes. The slender one seemed to be trying too hard to impress. You two are probably among the more successful ones in your age group, Lu Xian remarked, smiling brightly. Oh, It's nothing special. The plump one beamed, feigning modesty, clearly flattered by her compliment. Since you don't have a job, you have no income. Today's barbecue is on me. The plump one declared generously. Because of his genuine nature, Yifeng felt no need to respond coldly. All right, thank you, brother. Hey, no need for thanks. He then turned to Hu's mother and called out, Auntie, I'd like 10 of everything on the grill. Auntie, and a case of beer too. The plump one added, boasting of his recent promotion and newfound financial stability. Sure. Although Hu's mother had yet to emerge from the grief of losing her daughter, she remained warm and welcoming to her patrons. Perhaps this was simply the nature of her profession. Half an hour later, all the barbecue ordered by the plump one was served. The four of them enjoyed their meal, drinking and chatting together. As Yifeng and Lu Xian conversed with them, their minds were preoccupied with how to broach the subject of Hu Lily's hospitalization to Hu Mu. By the way, fat brother, is that luxurious supercar over there yours? The thin guy, having indulged a bit too much, jested. Haha, if it's mine, then all is well. Fat brother laughed heartily. The one driving that sports car is the true affluent individual. We cannot compare, right, buddy? He glanced at Yifeng, who nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. We cannot compare. Come, my friend, let us toast. Fat brother lifted a bottle of beer and clinked it with Yifeng's, then gulped it down in one go. My friend, remember, with this business card from Fat brother, go for an interview at the Yuhua Yacht Manufacturing Factory tomorrow. Mention my name, and it will work wonders. The thin guy, slightly tipsy, seemed particularly loyal. Isn't that the place where I bought my private yacht last time? Yifeng mused internally. He looked at Fat brother. Feigning ignorance, your factory specializes in yacht manufacturing, right? Exactly. Fat brother, while skewering a bunch of barbecue, continued, just a few days ago, a super-rich tycoon urgently needed a yacht for an engagement party. And guess what? Yifeng pretended to be unaware. What happened? Fat brother grinned mischievously. The tycoon hijacked the private yacht of the martial arts superstar, Zhang. Zhang didn't dare utter a peep and bowed down to the tycoon. Ha ha. The wealthy are truly impressive. If I had the fortune to befriend that tycoon, it would surely change my life. A mere word from him could alter my destiny. The thin guy dreamt extravagantly. Lu Xian glanced at Yifeng and leaned closer to whisper, what do you think? If they knew you were that tycoon, would they still be so carefree? Yifeng smiled, but remained silent. Lu Xian added, you stay here and chat with them. I'll go assist Annie with the barbecue and let her know about Hu Yali's hospitalization. Yifeng nodded. Lu Xian stood and walked toward the flustered Hu Mu. Buddy, don't be shy, eat up. After we finish, we'll call for more. It's just a few skewers of barbecue. We aren't short on cash. Fat brother warmly insisted. Thank you. Yifeng responded politely. Remember, tomorrow you must take my business card to the HR department of our factory for an interview. If the HR manager dares not hire you, I'll have words with him. Fat brother, recently promoted to assistant factory manager, was in high spirits. Yes, I'll definitely go tomorrow. Yifeng chuckled. Your girlfriend doesn't have a job either, right? You both should go to Fat brother's factory for interviews together, with Fat brother backing you. What is there to fear? The thin guy, a bit tipsy, chimed in. Mr. Yi, what brings you here for barbecue? Just then, Fat brother's direct superior, the factory manager, appeared before Yifeng. The manager wore a face of deference and confusion. The last time Yifeng visited to purchase a yacht, the manager and the sales director personally came out to greet him. Manager, what brings you here? Fat brother immediately stood up, respectfully inquiring. However, the manager was too preoccupied to engage with his assistant. He turned to Yifeng, wearing a smile. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with the private yacht you purchased last time? Chapter 95. Do you know who our boss is? Before Yifeng could respond, Fat brother and the thin guy simultaneously slid off their stools and onto the ground. The thin guy's intoxication seemed to dissipate significantly. They sat on the floor, exchanging awkward smiles filled with embarrassment. This was truly awkward. In their discomfort, they looked up at Yifeng in disbelief. He is the tycoon who hijacked the yacht of martial arts superstar Zhang? How approachable he is. It feels like a dream. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Assistant. So you know Mr. Yi. Why didn't you tell me? The manager exclaimed. Oh dear, I learned this too late. Get up, get up. The manager enthusiastically helped Fat brother to his feet. Fat brother was taken aback. The usually stern and imposing manager was treating him with such warmth. Assistant. You've performed admirably since your promotion. I've decided to give you a raise. As he said this, the manager subconsciously glanced at Yifeng, seemingly trying to curry favor. The manager assumed Fat brother was a friend of Yifeng's, or at the very least, someone close to him. Fat brother understood that the manager's demeanor stemmed entirely from the belief that he knew Yifeng. Thank you for the raise, manager. Fat brother hurriedly expressed his gratitude. What is there to thank? We're all brothers. The manager said this while deliberately putting his arm around Fat brother's shoulders, smiling warmly in front of Yifeng. Ha ha ha. Fat brother, flustered, could only chuckle awkwardly. Assistant, stay here and enjoy a good conversation with Mr. Yi. Don't worry, you can chat until dawn. And tomorrow I'll let you take the day off with pay, the manager said cheerfully. Fat Brother, newly promoted to assistant, was still a busy man. And the manager hadn't even remembered his name yet. Oh, understood, manager. Fat Brother acknowledged. Mr. Yi, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. The manager sought Yi Feng's permission. Go ahead, Yi Feng nodded. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Yi. However, once the manager left, Fat Brother and the thin guy no longer dared to sit and chat with Yi Feng over barbecue. They stood on either side of him, feeling too humble to utter a word. Fat Brother, you both should sit. Yi Feng chuckled. Fat Brother and the thin guy turned pale, their expressions frantic. Mr. Yi, please don't say that. Calling me Fat Brother is truly embarrassing. Yi Feng felt quite frustrated. He had finally encountered two open-hearted friends with whom he could converse freely. Yet his identity had been revealed to them. Mr. Yi, we suddenly remembered we had something to do. May we take our leave? The pressure on them increased in Yi Feng's presence. Moreover, before the manager arrived, they had been so carefree in their chatter. Now, they wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Come, let us sit and chat, Yi Feng said with a smile. No, Mr. Yi. We spoke without thinking earlier. Please forgive us. Fat Brother fished out a tissue, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead incessantly. Yes, please, Mr. Yi, let bygones be bygones. We truly didn't mean any offense, the thin guy nervously explained. Yi Feng surmised they were not the type to curry favor. Otherwise, upon learning his identity, they would surely have been sycophantic. Yet, the current situation had them eager to leave. All right, I see you two are quite uncomfortable standing. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to go, Yi Feng said. In the next moment, Fat Brother and the thin guy awkwardly fled. What did you say? At that moment, Yi Feng heard Hu Mu's startled cry. Presumably, Lu Xian had informed her about Hu Yali's situation. Auntie, please don't worry. The doctor said there's still a good chance for surgery. Lu Xian had to resort to a comforting lie to soothe Hu Mu. Woo-woo. Hu Mu extended her aged hands to cover her face, crouching down and weeping uncontrollably. You old scoundrel, I've finally found you. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. If you still can't pay up today, we brothers will smash your barbecue stall. To make matters worse, a group of debt collectors surged forward, instantly surrounding Hu Mu's barbecue stall. The leader, a young man with an ear stud, was exceedingly arrogant. Our patience has its limits. Today, you must repay the money. Principal and interest included. Do you hear me? Huh? Why are you crying? Trying to elicit sympathy? Let me tell you, it won't work. Today, the aunt is in urgent need of assistance. Can you come tomorrow? Lu Xian gazed at the young man with ear studs. Oh, quite handsome, isn't he? If she cannot repay the debt, will you accompany us, gentlemen? The young man with ear studs laughed recklessly. His laughter was contagious. And soon the gang of ruffians joined in. Smack! Yi Feng swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap to the young man's face. You dare, the young man with ear studs began, but before he could finish, Yi Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Ah! The young man fell to the ground, pointing at Yi Feng and shouting, You dare strike me? Do you even know who I am? I know exactly who you are. Yi Feng lunged forward, landing a kick squarely on his face. Ah! The young man cried out in agony, clutching his face and ordering the other thugs, Get him! Kill him! Initially stunned by Yi Feng's swift and decisive actions, the thugs quickly rallied, surrounding him in an instant. You little brat, you've crossed us. Do you even know who our boss is? Chapter 96. Our boss is the formidable Kunkin. Yi Feng scoffed dismissively. Let them come. The thugs rushed at Yi Feng in waves. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Feng remained calm and collected, effortlessly knocking one down with a kick and pushing another aside with a palm strike. Each blow landed solidly, and those struck crumpled to the ground, wincing in pain and howling. As onlookers gathered to witness the brawl, they marveled at Yi Feng's prowess, watching in awe as he single-handedly took on over a dozen thugs. Reminiscent of an exhilarating martial arts film that stirred the soul, the crowd erupted in applause, for these thugs frequently harassed Aunt Hu's barbecue stall. On one occasion, they had even left her severely injured. In less than 3 minutes, the fight concluded. Every thug, including the young man with ear studs, lay defeated on the ground, none escaping unscathed. Get lost. Yi Feng's gaze swept across the scene, causing the thugs to scramble to their feet and flee in disarray. Aunt, let us head home. Lu Xian supported Aunt Hu as they departed. Yi Feng began tidying up Aunt Hu's barbecue stand. Half an hour later, in the courtyard of the Hu family's modest residence, Aunt Hu welcomed Yi Feng and Lu Xian, serving them tea. Aunt, you must make a decision swiftly. Will you allow the doctors to perform surgery on your daughter? No. Aunt Hu exclaimed, her voice trembling. My dear, you cannot deceive me. If surgery is performed and fails, my daughter could be left in a vegetative state or worse, perish immediately. Without surgery, she might live a while longer. At this point, Aunt Hu broke down in tears. Suddenly, Yi Feng had an epiphany. If he wished to become a miraculous healer, would that not mean he could cure Hu Yali's congenital heart disease? The hidden wish bottle. Sensing Yi Feng's thoughts, cautioned him, Master, congenital heart disease, especially complete atrioventricular block, is beyond the remedy of even the greatest healer. The success of the surgery depends on her fate and divine will. Very well, Yi Feng sighed. As I always say, wealth and fate are intertwined. Life and death lie in the hands of destiny. Nevertheless, Yi Feng insisted, Aunt, the surgery at least offers hope. If you choose not to proceed, your daughter will inevitably depart this world. The thought of losing her beloved Hu Yali overwhelmed Aunt Hu, and she cried out in despair, Smash it! Smash it to smithereens. Just then, a group of individuals wielding steel pipes stormed into the Hu family's courtyard, launching a furious assault on Yi Feng's luxury sports car. Xian, stay inside with Aunt. Yi Feng rushed out of the main room, shutting the door behind him. The sight that met his eyes was his Bugatti being brutally battered. Yi Feng remained indifferent. After all, he had insurance, and now the insurance company would have something to cover. What irked him was the audacity of these debt collectors, who were clearly loan sharks. You dare vandalize my car. It shows you have backing. Who is your boss? Speak. Yi Feng surveyed the group of thugs who had approached him. They weren't the same ruffians from the night market, but undoubtedly allies seeking revenge. Our boss is the formidable Kunkin. Are you scared? One of them taunted. Many wealthy individuals tremble at the mere mention of Kunkin's name. What does he do? Yi Feng inquired. Kunkin operates numerous financial companies, essentially loan sharks. Not only that, but he also owns several jewelry stores. Is that so? Where does Kunkin reside? I shall pay him a visit. Yi Feng replied with a knowing smile. Listen well, kid. Kunkin lives at Villa 48, Linjiang. When you go to visit, don't forget to bring some nice gifts and bow your head in apology. With that, the group of thugs turned and left. Yi Feng promptly called the insurance company to report the incident and request a vehicle assessment. He then returned to the main room and told Lu Xian, take good care of Aunt. The insurance adjusters will arrive shortly. Please attend to them. I am off to meet the legendary Kunkin. I wish to see whether he is a dragon crossing the river or merely a worm. Be careful. Lu Xian expressed her concern for Yi Feng. I'm fine. Yi Feng ruffled Lu Xian's hair affectionately. I'll be on my way. Due to the damage to his car, Yi Feng considered calling Erping to pick him up. But he suddenly remembered that Erping was still recovering from severe injuries inflicted by a mercenary leader and was currently hospitalized. Therefore, Yi Feng decided to call his assistant, Diana. Anna, come pick me up. I'll send you my location via WeChat shortly. Understood, Mr. Yi. An hour later, around 9:30 in the evening, Diana drove Yi Feng to Villa 48, the residence of the formidable Kunkin. Chapter 97. No matter how high the level of Taekwondo, it is still easily defeated. Villa 48. Home of Chen Kuan. In the Taekwondo training room, the young, tall, and handsome Chen Kuan, sporting a stylishly tousled hairstyle and dressed in a training uniform, practiced Taekwondo with several sparring partners. All of you, come at me together. Chen Kuan, a black belt in Taekwondo, exuded confidence, even bordering on arrogance. The sparring partners exchanged glances and charged at him in unison. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Kuan sent one flying with a single kick, counting aloud, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In just 5 seconds, all 5 sparring partners lay defeated on the ground. Kuan, you're amazing. Truly the black belt, leaving us in awe. Kuan is mighty. His Taekwondo makes him invincible. Even martial arts masters must bow before him, as the brothers showered him with compliments. The door to the training room was suddenly kicked open with a thunderous crash. Yi Feng appeared, his gaze piercing. Hey, who are you? Chen Kuan pointed at Yi Feng, demanding, how dare you invade my home? Yi Feng remained silent, his eyes scanning the room until he spotted a sturdy jujube chair. With a swift motion, he seized the chair and hurled it at Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectile. How dare you provoke Kunkin? Kid, you're done for. Kunkin, don't worry about who he is. Just take him down. 5 training companions, each eager to curry favor. It was only natural. The youthful and handsome Chen Kuan tossed his equally stylish hair, brimming with arrogance. In the next moment, he lunged towards Yi Feng, his gaze triumphant as he proclaimed, Kid, watch how brother Kuan defeats you in an instant. He executed a dashing spinning kick, intending to strike Yi Feng's face. However, Yi Feng's fist connected with the sole of his foot. Bang! The bones and tendons beneath Chen Kuan's foot suffered a grievous blow, the impact radiating through his body until it reached his chest. A howl akin to a slaughtered pig erupted from Chen Kuan. Concurrently, his body was propelled backward, crashing against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. He then slid down the wall, collapsing onto the floor. Chen Kuan's previous confidence transformed into sheer terror and disbelief. Attempting to prop himself against the wall, he shockingly realized he was utterly drained of strength. The 5 training companions stood by, dumbfounded, paralyzed by shock. Chunan, seated on the ground and leaning against the wall, pointed at Yifeng, his bravado crumbling as he stammered, "Who exactly are you?" Yifeng approached, hands tucked in his pockets, gazing down at Chunan. He replied cryptically, "A Taekwondo black belt? Defeating invincible foes worldwide. Huh. In my eyes, no matter how high the rank, Taekwondo is but a feeble art. I have no enmity with you." Before Chunan could finish, Yifeng raised his foot and kicked. Bang! Chunkuin's face bore the marks of the encounter. "You had your cronies vandalize my car, and you dare say there's no grudge? How shameless can you be?" Yifeng retorted coldly, "I'm sorry, brother. I was wrong." Chunan hurriedly apologized, terrified. A Taekwondo black belt, who had never encountered defeat, had inexplicably lost to this mysterious figure in a single move. It was unfathomable. Even a martial arts master would need to exchange a few blows before determining the victor. Yet a mere "I'm sorry" sufficed? "What about my car? Worth 100 million. I'll compensate you. How does that sound?" Chunan asked, adopting a negotiating tone. "I'm not short on money. I just want to vent my frustration. Call the ones who smashed my car." Yifeng's tone left no room for refusal. "Oh, I'll call immediately." Chunan, trembling with fear, pulled out his phone and dialed. Half an hour later, the group that had wielded steel pipes to vandalize Yifeng's car arrived at Chunkuin's training room, now empty-handed. "Brother Kuan, Brother Kuan, Brother Kuan." Upon seeing Chunkuin seated against the wall, his usual imposing demeanor vanished, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why did Brother Kuan appear so dejected? Could it be that he had been defeated by these 5 training partners? Surely that was the case. "You lot smashed my car, didn't you?" Yifeng's voice captured their attention. "Damn, you really dare to show up." "Yes, it was us who vandalized your car, under Brother Kuan's orders. What do you want? What can you do?" This group, under the impression that Chunkuin had been bested by his companions, regarded Yifeng with unwarranted bravado. Chapter 98. Welcome, Brother Feng, to the jewel store smash. Silence. Chunkuin, infuriated, barked at them. The group stared at Chunkuin in disbelief. "Kneel before him and apologize," Chunkuin commanded. "Huh." They were momentarily taken aback. "Does what I say not count? Kneel and apologize?" Chunkuin erupted. "Oh." They exchanged bewildered glances, stealing glances at Yifeng, and reluctantly knelt before him. "You two kneel and slap each other's faces 100 times each, until the other's face is swollen," Yifeng decreed. "And don't forget to thank him first. May I ask how to address you, brother?" Chunkuin, still on the ground, asked respectfully. Yifeng. "Oh, so it is Brother Feng." Chunkuin pointed at his companions. "Why aren't you all thanking Brother Feng for the opportunity?" "Thank you, Brother Feng, for the opportunity." The group expressed their gratitude in unison. "Stop dawdling, get to it." In an instant, the Taekwondo training room echoed with the sound of slapping. "You hit me hard? Slap. I'll hit you even harder." Each person refused to back down, creating a vicious cycle. If one used 5% of their strength, the other retaliated with 10. Soon, their faces were bruised and swollen. "Brother Feng, please let us stop. It hurts so much, we can't take it anymore," they pleaded. Yet Yifeng ignored their cries. Turning to Chunkuin, "This can't end like this. My luxury car is worth 100 million. You have numerous jewelry stores, right? Since your friends smashed my car, I'll smash one of your jewelry stores." Chunkuin gulped hard, a sorrowful expression adorning his face. "Brother Feng, the jewelry store is priceless. Can I compensate you with 100 million? I'm not short on money. I'm determined to smash your jewelry store. Is there a problem?" Yifeng glared at Chunkuin, his eyes glinting dangerously. "And no problem," Chunkuin reluctantly agreed. "Okay, I checked before coming. On Happiness Road in the city. You have a jewelry store. Tomorrow, I'll bring people to smash it. It's getting late, and I'm tired. I'm leaving." Yifeng, hands in his pockets, turned and exited the Taekwondo training room, departing from Villa number 48 in Linjiang. Diana was waiting for him in the car at the entrance of the villa. After Yifeng left, Chunkuin leveraged his extensive contacts to investigate Yifeng's background. The following day, results emerged. It turned out that Yifeng was none other than the world's richest man, the renowned magnate referred to by Jack Bezos as Mr. Yi, the super tycoon. He was going to smash the jewelry store. If he didn't, I would have to plead with him to do so. To be associated with Brother Feng was a tremendous honor for Chunkuin. Fully aware of Yifeng's identity, Chunkuin was now entirely willing to comply. After breakfast, he arrived early at the jewelry store on Happiness Road in the city. He summoned the manager and sales staff to the entrance, sternly addressing them. "Today, all employees of the Happiness Road jewelry store will welcome Brother Feng to smash the store." Upon hearing this, the staff exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Is the boss crazy? Welcoming someone to smash the store? This is the strangest thing I've ever heard in my career. At 10 in the morning, Yifeng appeared at the entrance of the jewelry store on Happiness Road. Chen Kuan led the entire staff to bow before Yi Feng. Welcome, Brother Feng, to smash the store. May your smashing be swift, satisfying, and exhilarating. Their synchronized voices suggested prior rehearsal, likely requiring significant effort. Yi Feng observed Chen Kuan, who led the group. I heard there's a street vendor selling barbecued skewers who owes your loan company some money. Before Yi Feng could finish, Chen Kuan quickly interjected. That debt is forgiven. I promise I won't trouble her again, Brother Feng. How does that sound? You're quite perceptive. Yi Feng responded with satisfaction. Then I won't smash your store. No, you must smash my jewelry store. It's evident that Master I beg you, Dan Long held Yi Feng in high regard. Chen Kuan pleaded, his face drawn in despair. Yi Feng smashing his jewelry store was a form of introduction. Perhaps it would pave the way for future relations between them. At that point, Chen Kuan could proudly proclaim, I know Brother Feng, the super tycoon Yi. I'm Brother Feng's subordinate. Chen Kuan, wealthy and indifferent to the fate of the jewelry store, considered its destruction a mere trifle. All right, in light of your earnestness, I shall reluctantly take action. Thank you, Brother Feng, and welcome to the jewel heist. Chapter 99, The Heist Operation. Where are the tools for smashing the jewelry store? Yi Feng fixed his gaze on Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan commanded the store manager, bring forth the tools. It was quite a ceremonious affair, with flattery flowing abundantly. 2 employees appeared, wobbling towards Yi Feng, carrying a steel pipe. At first glance, it seemed rather hefty. Yi Feng felt somewhat disheartened, as if he were witnessing 2 little demons from Journey to the West, struggling to wield a golden staff of immense weight. He grasped the steel pipe and commenced a frenzied assault within the jewelry store. Clang, clang, crash, bang. Go, Brother Feng. Brother Feng is magnificent. Chen Kuan and his employees transformed into Yi Feng's cheerleaders, rallying to support him. Exhausted from the smashing, Yi Feng handed the steel pipe to Chen Kuan. Here, you take over. Chen Kuan eagerly seized the pipe, proclaiming, I am at your service, Brother Feng. Comrades, to please Brother Feng, let us all join Chen Kuan in this endeavor. Charge. With the manager's command, the employees picked up the pre-prepared steel pipes and joined the destruction. In an instant, dozens of steel pipes were flailing about, creating a cacophony of clangs and bangs. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, truly stirring. Bystanders gathered, whispering among themselves. What is happening? The boss is smashing his own jewelry store with his employees. Could this be some peculiar promotional event? If so, this event is rather bizarre, something we ordinary folks cannot comprehend. As they speculated, they pulled out their phones to capture this astonishing spectacle. Some uploaded it online. The view count soared, reaching millions in less than 10 minutes. Some claimed the jewelry store owner had gone mad. Others suggested it was an unconventional advertising stunt. Some remarked that the owner was wealthy and merely seeking attention, having lost his mind. Witnessing Chen Kuan lead his staff in demolishing the jewelry store, Yi Feng finally decided to leave. All right, I must take my leave. With his hands in his pockets, Yi Feng turned to depart. Brother Feng, take care, and we look forward to your next visit. Chen Kuan and his employees bowed in unison to Yi Feng's retreating figure. Subsequently, Chen Kuan discarded the steel pipe and hurried after Yi Feng. Why are you following me? Brother Feng, Chen Kuan wishes to be your assistant. You know, I am a black belt in Taekwondo, though I am but an ant in your presence. To others, I am quite impressive. Should any matters arise in the future, there would be no need for you to intervene personally. Just give the word, and I, Chen Kuan, would brave mountains and seas without hesitation. Yi Feng found some merit in Chen Kuan's words. After contemplating, he replied, that works. Chen Kuan's face lit up. So Brother Feng agrees? Indeed. Thank you, Brother Feng. Chen Kuan suddenly became serious and respectful. At that moment, Yi Feng received a call from Lu Xian. Feng, Annie has agreed to let the doctor perform surgery on Hu Yali, and it's happening this morning. I'm currently at the hospital. Come find me. On my way. After hanging up, Yi Feng commanded Chen Kuan to drive him to the hospital. 1 hour later, a hospital in Donghai City. In the corridor outside the operating room, Lu Xian and Hu's mother sat anxiously awaiting news of the surgery. Hu's mother clasped her hands in prayer, appearing profoundly uneasy. Auntie, do not worry. Yali is blessed, and I believe she will overcome this ordeal. As they spoke, Yi Feng arrived swiftly with Chen Kuan. Feng. Lu Xian stood and approached Yi Feng. Sister Feng, greetings. Chen Kuan grinned as he greeted Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded in acknowledgement. After what felt like an eternity, the doors to the operating room finally swung open. The lead surgeon, clad in a white coat and mask, emerged with 2 assistants and several nurses. Doctor, how is my daughter? Was the surgery successful? Hu's mother rushed towards the lead surgeon. Chapter 100. Only the master can awaken Hu Yali. The lead surgeon removed his mask, looking utterly helpless. I'm sorry. We did our utmost, but the surgery was unsuccessful. While the patient is not deceased, she has become a vegetative state. whose mother was struck dumb, tears streaming down her face. Yali. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the hospital corridor. It was a sound that could shatter the heavens and move spirits. Whose mother fainted to the ground. Auntie. Lu Xian hurried to support her. If only Lily would agree to be my girlfriend. I would immediately summon Dr. Kong to personally treat her and bring her back to life. Just then, a young man accompanied by several lackeys approached Yi Feng and the others. Brother Feng, this is Chu Xiaotian, a major tycoon in China. An invisible magnate whose wealth remains a mystery. However, it is widely believed that he possesses far more money than those listed on the rich list. Furthermore, he is your rival. You own Imperial Media, and he owns Huaxiao Brothers Media, a company that also invests in filming and producing dramas. With numerous stars, he is elevated to fame. After Cheng Kuen's brief introduction, Yi Feng was already aware of the situation. Chu Xiaotian approached Yi Feng. Their eyes met. The bodyguard accompanying Chu Xiaotian, nicknamed Bear, pointed at Yi Feng and said, "Who are you to Yali? Don't tell us, Brother Tian, that you are Yali's boyfriend. If so, you are no longer that. If you are helpless to assist Yali in her illness, you are nothing but a waste. If you know what is good for you, scram now." Cheng Kuen pointed at Bear. "Shut your foul mouth. You foul-mouthed scoundrel." Bear, silence. Chu Xiaotian commanded. "Yes, Mr. Chu." As Bear finished speaking, Yi Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Kuen. Cheng Kuen understood immediately. The next moment, Cheng Kuen picked up a fire extinguisher and hurled it at Chu Xiaotian's lackey, Bear. It was lightning fast. Bear had not anticipated such a sudden attack. Bang! Ah! Bear screamed, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head and rolling about. "How dare you harm my bodyguard so recklessly?" Chu Xiaotian's expression turned fierce. "Likewise. Your bodyguard just insulted me, did he not? Look at him now, paying the hefty price." Yi Feng retorted coldly. Chu Xiaotian frowned and ordered his other lackeys. "Quickly take Bear to the surgical room." After Bear was carried away, Chu Xiaotian seemed to realize that Yi Feng's identity was not ordinary. "Who are you?" "Yi Feng." "Haha, I haven't heard of you." Chu Xiaotian scoffed dismissively. "Our brother Feng is the esteemed Mr. Yi, as referred to by the world's richest man. The richest man once declared that in the presence of our brother Feng, he is but a pauper." Cheng Kuen retorted defiantly at Chu Xiaotian. "Oh, so you are Mr. Yi. However, the richest man in my presence is also a pauper. Mr. Yi, tell me, whose financial strength is greater?" Chu Xiaotian expressed his confidence. Yi Feng chuckled. "What is the point of comparing such things? Is it entertaining? The pressing matter is who Yali's condition. She has become a vegetative state. Do you have a solution?" "I certainly do. Dr. Kong is my private physician. At the mere mention of my words, he will promptly attend to Hu Yali, curing her ailments with miraculous efficacy." Cheng Kuen leaned in close to Yi Feng's ear and whispered, "Brother Feng, this Dr. Kong is no ordinary man. He is hailed as the modern-day Hua Ta, possessing unparalleled skills, capable of healing any affliction." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng turned to Chu Xiaotian and suggested, "Then let us summon Dr. Kong. However, I have a condition. Hu Yali must agree to be my girlfriend. Otherwise, I shall not permit Dr. Kong to intervene." Chu Xiaotian felt a tinge of melancholy as he spoke these words, for he had long pursued Hu Yali, yet his efforts had been in vain. He regarded her as a treasure. Yet, his affection bore a certain possessiveness. If Hu Yali were to awaken and still reject him, what meaning would there be in requesting Dr. Kang's assistance? In his view, a woman who eludes my grasp is better left to her own devices. At that moment, Hu's mother had regained consciousness. "Mr. Chu, if you can assure me that Dr. Kong will awaken my daughter, I will ensure she comes to her senses and agrees to be your girlfriend." Hu's mother knelt before Chu Xiaotian, her eyes brimming with desperation. "Is this true?" Chu Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with hope. "Indeed. I implore you, Mr. Chu, hasten to summon Dr. Kong." Hu's mother wept uncontrollably. "Master, Chu Xiaotian is a false gentleman with tendencies toward domestic violence. His affection for Hu Yali is merely a result of his inability to possess her. If she were to be with him, the outcome would be dire." The hidden wishing bottle murmured in Yi Feng's ear. "What shall we do? Is Dr. Kong the only one capable of awakening Hu Yali?" Yi Feng whispered to the wishing bottle. "If Dr. Kong cannot revive her, only the master can." The wishing bottle replied cryptically. "What do you mean? Did you not say that my wish to acquire the skills of a divine doctor would not suffice to save her?" Yi Feng seemed to grasp something profound. Chapter 101. Yi Feng, a worthy adversary. "Master, you are astute. You have discerned part of the truth. Although your wish to gain the talents of a divine healer cannot awaken Hu Yali, once I level up to version 30, you will be able to wish for extraordinary abilities unbound by reality, such as the Hand of God or the power of invisibility. If you secure the Hand of God, it would be monumental, easily surpassing all divine healers and awakening Hu Yali with ease." Yi Feng could not help but inquire, "How can you level up?" "The method to upgrade to version 30 is perilous, It can only be activated when the master faces a life-threatening situation, a moment of dire urgency. Yi Feng felt a wave of dismay. Will I be in danger? Could I die? Fear not, master. It is merely a precautionary scare. You shall not suffer any harm. The wishing bottle reassured him. What kind of danger might I encounter? The bottle calculated and replied, within 7 days, you shall face a significant peril. Can you guess what it will be? I do not know, but as long as it is a false alarm, I shall patiently await the danger to unleash your full potential. Yi Feng stated. The voice of the wishing bottle was audible only to Yi Feng, while his own murmurs were faint, resembling a chant. Chen Kuan observed Yi Feng with curiosity, noting his solitary musings, unable to discern the content. Lu Xian echoed his concern. Feng, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Please do not frighten me. Yi Feng smiled. I am not ill. I simply believe that I need not rely on Dr. Kong. I can awaken Hu Yali on my own, but I must wait 7 days. In that span, Yi Feng would encounter danger that would unlock the full potential of the wishing bottle, allowing him to wish for the hand of God to save Hu Yali. Young man, are you a doctor? The lead surgeon asked, visibly irritated by Yi Feng's audacity. I am not a doctor. Yi Feng replied candidly. Then you are merely boasting. How could someone with no medical training claim they can awaken a comatose patient in 7 days? Truly outrageous. The voice of Dr. Kong resonated from the end of the corridor. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man approaching slowly. Brother Feng, this is the illustrious Dr. Kong. Often referred to as the modern Hua Tuo, Chen Kuan whispered to Yi Feng. As Dr. Kong reached Chu Xiaotian, he bowed respectfully. Brother Tian, I apologize for my tardiness. The renowned Dr. Kong bowed before Chu Xiaotian, and Yi Feng realized that Chu Xiaotian's stature was indeed formidable, at least a match for his own. This marked Yi Feng's first encounter with a true rival, Chu Xiaotian. Compared to him, Qian Wuyo was utterly insignificant. As my private physician, I permit you to take on private cases. However, please prioritize appropriately. Chu Xiaotian publicly admonished Dr. Kong, demonstrating his authority. See, even the esteemed Dr. Kong is but a subordinate in my presence, he seemed to imply. Understood, Brother Tian, it shall not happen again. Dr. Kong acknowledged before turning to scrutinize Yi Feng with a critical gaze. I do not know who you are, and regardless of your status, I advise you to respect the field of medicine. You, who are not a doctor, dare to claim you can awaken Hu Yali in 7 days. What gives you such confidence? Dr. Kong fixed an accusatory gaze upon Yi Feng. Dr. Kong, I respect you as a healer, but I urge you to treat our brother Feng with due regard. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to confront you. Chen Kuan threatened, pointing at Dr. Kong. Huh. Dr. Kong dismissed the threat. Chen Kuan raised his fist, but whose mother intervened, pleading. Please do not harm Dr. Kong. He is here to save my daughter. Chen Kuan relented. Brother Tian, I, Dr. Kong, am confident in my ability to awaken the patient. Please order that she be transported to your villa, and I shall commence treatment immediately. Dr. Kong addressed Chu Xiaotian. Upon hearing this, whose mother expressed her profound gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, noble benefactor. Once my daughter awakens, even if it costs me my life, I will persuade her to return to you. Chu Xiaotian was pleased, helping whose mother to her feet. Rest assured, Auntie, with Dr. Kang's intervention, your daughter will certainly awaken. Brother Feng, what shall we do? Chen Kuan asked quietly. No worries. Let him try. After all, Dr. Kong will not succeed, and 7 days later, it will be up to me. Yi Feng replied with confidence. Brother Feng, your words are too profound. I cannot comprehend. Chen Kuan looked bewildered. If you do not understand, then you are on the right track. Yi Feng replied enigmatically, leading Lu Xian and Chen Kuan out of the hospital. Dr. Kong watched their retreating figures and scoffed. Do not think that your wealth can solve everything. At least in medicine, you are powerless, a mere charlatan. In truth, Dr. Kong was aware of Yi Feng's identity. Was he not the esteemed Mr. Yi, as referred to by the world's wealthiest? How impressive could he be? To me, he is but a jester. Our brother Tian's prowess is surely not inferior to yours. Dr. Kong spoke ill of Yi Feng behind his back, seeking to curry favor with Chu Xiaotian. Chapter 102. Rebirth, the Strongman. An hour later, in the opulent mansion of the affluent Chao Xiaotian, the esteemed Dr. Kong is in a certain chamber, administering acupuncture to revive Hu Yali. In the lavishly adorned parlor, whose mother and Chao Xiaotian's entourage await, whose mother is restless, acutely aware that despite Kang's renowned skills, her heart remains unsettled until she sees her daughter standing before her. Heaven bless, may Dr. Kang's miraculous hands restore her. She prays, pacing the room. Fear not, Auntie, Chao Xiaotian reassures her. With Dr. Kang's medical prowess, saving Lily is but a trifling task. However, as his words fade, Dr. Kong emerges from the room, his expression despondent. Tiangu, I am sorry, I am powerless. At this, whose mother is engulfed in despair, rushing into the room to see her daughter. Chao Xiaotian glares at Dr. Kong, furrowing his brow. Useless. But fret not. Tian Gu, I shall seek my master immediately. With his guidance, I am confident I can awaken Hu Yali. Dr. Kong hastily responds, You have a master? Who is he? Chao Xiaotian feels a flicker of hope returning. In answer to Tian Gu, my master is an extraordinary sage. His medical skills are unparalleled. In his presence, I am but a mere novice. Then hasten, Chao Xiaotian urges. I shall depart at once and return by nightfall. With that, Dr. Kong exits Chao Xiaotian's villa, driving off to seek his master's counsel. In the outskirts of Donghai City, within a dilapidated building's basement. Haha, the experiment was a success. I have finally utilized the science of grafting to transform a living being into a half-robot. The mad scientist, with a wild hairstyle and a beard, stands before Qian Wuyo, who lies within the experimental apparatus, laughing maniacally. Congratulations, Doctor. The first half-human, half-machine being in human history has been born. Your achievement will reverberate throughout the scientific community. His assistant exclaims jubilantly. From this day forth, I shall hold my head high, earning the respect of those scientists who once dismissed me. The assistant, eager for a demonstration, urges, Doctor, let us see your scientific marvel. Very well. The scientist presses a button on the remote, and the apparatus's glass door glides open. Qian Wuyo slowly rises. The doctor is incredible, transforming a living human into a half-robot. Surely, this robot must possess some extraordinary abilities. Well, he is simply strong. After all, this is the first generation of half-human, half-machine research. Apart from his strength, there are no other remarkable abilities. The scientist clarifies. A strong man? That will suffice. The assistant quickly responds. The scientist commands Qian Wuyo, step out of the apparatus. Qian Wuyo, expressionless yet obedient, emerges. Good, now say Daddy, the scientist orders. Daddy, Qian Wuyo replies playfully. How amusing, he actually listens to us. The assistant exclaims, joining in, call me Daddy. Daddy, good son, go and peel me some fruit. Yes, Daddy. Qian Wuyo walks robotically towards a table laden with a basket of fruit, apples, bananas, and pears. Grabbing a fruit knife, he astonishingly crumples the sharp blade as if it were mere paper. The scientist and his assistant stare in disbelief. Hey, I asked you to peel the fruit, not to destroy the knife. The assistant scolds. Suddenly, Qian Wuyo's eyes blaze with fury as he lifts a massive refrigerator with one hand and hurls it towards the scientist and his assistant. Bang! The basement echoes with their horrified screams. Despite the success of the experiment, Qian Wuyo, now a strong man, does not heed commands. In a sense, the experiment has failed. Yi Feng, your day of reckoning is fast approaching. Qian Wuyo's voice, filled with deep-seated animosity, resonates through the basement. Chapter 103. Qian Wuyo takes Lu Xian hostage. 3 days later. Donghai TV, Morning News. Our station reports that a superhuman criminal has emerged in the city, robbing banks and committing heinous acts. This individual is none other than Qian Wuyo, the son of the city's wealthiest man, Qian Ruhai. He is now an extremely dangerous figure, and the police are currently in pursuit. Citizens are advised to ensure their personal safety. Yi Feng, having risen and finished breakfast, watches this news unfold in the living room. How fortunate he is to have survived. Suddenly, an unsettling realization dawns upon him. Could it be that the danger foretold by the wishing bottle stems from Qian Wuyo? You are correct, Master. Qian Wuyo has been transformed into a half-robot with immense strength. While you have attained master-level martial arts through your wish, your strength cannot match his. This is the peril you must confront. Only when you face life-threatening danger can I unleash my full potential and upgrade to version 30. But fret not. The danger is merely a false alarm. Just then, Yi Feng receives a call from Lu Jingde. My good son-in-law, trouble is upon us. Qian Wuyo has not perished. He has taken my daughter Xian hostage and demands your presence on the rooftop of our company building. Lu Jingde's voice is filled with panic and trepidation. Do not worry. I am on my way. Yi Feng resolves, fully aware of the risks he faces. His motivations are twofold: to rescue Lu Xian and to expedite the upgrade of the wishing bottle, thereby enabling him to attain the hand of God. Half an hour later, atop the Lu Corporation building, Qian Wuyo stands at the edge of the rooftop, gripping one of Lu Xian's arms, swinging her perilously above the ground. As he dangles her, she trembles in fear, acutely aware that a slip would result in her demise. What do you want, Qian Wuyo? Lu Xian inquires, her strength faltering. Haha, isn't Yi Feng fond of you? When he arrives, I will trade his life for yours. I wish to see if he is willing. Qian Wuyo, you are despicable. Lu Xian retorts vehemently. I am now a half-robot, imbued with incredible strength. I can lift a sports car with one hand and kick over a truck. What is there to gain in being human? I aspire to be a robot, to stand atop the pyramid of humanity and look down upon you all. Qian Wuyo cackles triumphantly. You have lost your mind. Lu Xian exclaims in disbelief. Amid their exchange, she faintly hears sirens blaring from below, ambulances and police, all rushing to the scene. Thick air cushions are prepared on the ground. A negotiation expert shouts through a megaphone, Young Master Qian, do not act rashly. Do not harm anyone. You are still young, with a long life ahead of you. Simultaneously, heavily armed SWAT officers prepare to storm the Lu Corporation building, aiming to ascend to the rooftop and rescue Lu Xian. At that moment, Yifeng steps forward. Officers, Qian Wuyo's target is me. Allow me to go up. Absolutely not. It is too perilous up there. You lack professional training. The hostage is my fiancé. I must go up. Trust me, I possess martial arts skills. With the formidable strength of Qian Wuyo, what can one do in the face of such prowess? Trust in my words, for not only shall I rescue my fiancé, but I shall also ensure that Qian Wuyo faces justice. Yifeng vowed resolutely. Once the wish bottle ascends to level 30, Yifeng shall make a wish for the hand of God. With the hand of God, he can vanquish Qian Wuyo in an instant. Chapter 104. The Rooftop Battle with Qian Wuyo. Qian Wuyo possesses immense strength. How can we believe you? Young man, your fervor and bravery are commendable. Yet you must confront reality. The special police captain spoke earnestly. Comrade officer, Yifeng attempted to respond, but the captain's radio crackled with the voice of his superior. Time is of the essence. Qian Wuyo has stated that if he does not see someone named Yifeng within 5 minutes, he will first terminate the hostage, then cast her from a great height. I am Yifeng. The captain patted Yifeng on the shoulder. Very well, young man. Take care and make haste. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yifeng dashed towards the Lu Group building, racing to the elevator. He ascended swiftly to the rooftop, while the special police captain and his team followed closely behind, unaware of Yifeng's true capabilities, and thus felt compelled to offer protection. Had they known, they would have deemed their presence superfluous. 5 minutes later, Yifeng emerged onto the rooftop. Before him stood Qian Wuyo at the edge, gripping Lu Xian's neck with a single hand, holding her aloft. Release her and come for me, Yifeng commanded coldly. Yifeng, you have finally arrived. I have been restless these past few days, yearning for your demise. Qian Wuyo glared at Yifeng, his eyes gleaming with malice and a twisted smile. You sought me out, and now I am here. Let her go. Yifeng's expression was grave as he beheld his fiancée, her face pale with fear. Yifeng's resolve was firm. Once the bottle reached level 30 and he acquired the hand of God, he would ensure that Qian Wuyo met a fate worse than death. Qian Wuyo, a notorious criminal sought by the police, deserved no sympathy. Should he kill him, Yifeng would not only escape imprisonment, but be hailed a hero. Yifeng, if you wish for me to release Lu Xian, then kneel before me. Qian Wuyo bellowed angrily. Seeing Yifeng's silence, he tightened his grip, causing Lu Xian to gasp for air, her face turning red as she struggled to breathe. I kneel. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Yet Lu Xian is his betrothed. Yifeng understood the weight of responsibility that lay upon him. He must ensure her safety. He bent his knees and knelt. Get lost. Qian Wuyo casually tossed Lu Xian onto the rooftop. She scrambled to her feet, wincing in pain, and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng stood up as well. Xian, run. He urged as he noticed Qian Wuyo advancing towards him. No, I want to stay with you. Lu Xian protested, fear etched across her features. I will be fine. You must go. As they spoke, Qian Wuyo lunged at Yifeng, his massive fists cutting through the air with ferocity. Yifeng felt as though a storm cloud loomed above him. Knowing Qian Wuyo's strength, Yifeng understood that a direct confrontation would only lead to his own downfall. Thus, he sidestepped with lightning speed. Whoosh! Qian Wuyo's fist grazed past him. Before Qian Wuyo could retract his arm, Yifeng struck his abdomen with a swift palm. The impact echoed as Qian Wuyo staggered back 2 steps before regaining his balance. In contrast, Yifeng was forced back by the recoil, retreating 6 steps before finally steadying himself. Ha ha, Yifeng, did you ever imagine that I am half a robot? My body is filled with artificial intelligence. When you struck my abdomen, did it sound like a thud instead of a bang? Qian Wuyo remarked, both smug and vexed. Ever since I encountered you, I have faced nothing but defeat. Today, I shall triumph over you one last time, for I intend to end your life. With that, Qian Wuyo charged at Yifeng once more. Yifeng took 2 rapid steps forward, suddenly extending his arms and leaping into the air. Thud, thud, thud. He unleashed a series of kicks aimed at Qian Wuyo's chest, landing 3 strikes in quick succession. Qian Wuyo merely stumbled back 3 steps, quickly regaining his footing. Yifeng, you cannot defeat me. Once you tire and gasp for breath, I shall lift your body and throw you from this rooftop, shattering your bones. Come here. Qian Wuyo boasted triumphantly. Yifeng felt no fear. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing Qian Wuyo. Suddenly, He extended his right hand and gave Qian Wuyo a thumbs up. You will forever be a failure in my presence. Yi Feng taunted deliberately, inciting Qian Wuyo's rage. Qian Wuyo lunged at Yi Feng with ferocity. Yi Feng swiftly dodged. Yet, the next moment, Qian Wuyo executed a bear hug, his arms clamping around Yi Feng like a vice. Yi Feng struggled to break free, but Qian Wuyo's strength was overwhelming. Yi Feng found himself unable to escape as Qian Wuyo seized him by the armpits and hoisted him into the air. Feng! Lu Xian gasped in terror, her eyes darting around desperately for something to use as a weapon against Qian Wuyo. Alas, the rooftop was devoid of any objects. Beep beep beep. The sound of the wish bottle reached Yi Feng's ears. The bottle was upgrading. 20%, 40%, 60%. Chapter 105. The Hand of God, shattering Qian Wuyo. 80%, 100%. Level 30, upgrade successful. At this moment, suspended in the air by Qian Wuyo, Yi Feng, unable to break free, heard the wish bottle announce the successful upgrade. Without hesitation, he wished, I hope to obtain the Hand of God and defeat Qian Wuyo instantly. Congratulations, Master. Your wish has been granted. As soon as the words fell, a golden light emanated from Yi Feng's hands, then returned to normal. Though Qian Wuyo could not hear the wish bottle's words, he could hear Yi Feng's voice and could not help but mock. You think you can defeat me? You are deluded enough to wish for something so childish. I could wish for my father to come back to life. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Qian Wuyo in the face from a distance. Despite the punches not making contact, an overwhelming force surged toward Qian Wuyo, akin to a tempest, a whirlwind of destruction, the weight of a mountain, a fierce gust of wind. Qian Wuyo's agonized cries echoed across the rooftop as he involuntarily released Yi Feng and fell backward onto the ground. Yi Feng instinctively looked at his hands. They appeared no different than before, yet their power was undeniable. With these hands, the Hand of God, Yi Feng could easily obliterate Qian Wuyo with a single strike. However, that would be too merciful. Yi Feng desired to methodically dismantle him, ensuring that Qian Wuyo felt every ounce of suffering. After all, being half a robot meant he could still experience pain. Now sprawled on the ground, Qian Wuyo could not rise, utterly defeated and despondent. With a face full of despair, he lamented, why? What is the meaning of this? By a twist of fate, I inadvertently acquired the strength of a titan, yet I still fell before you. How utterly unjust. How profoundly unfair. Unjust? You are destined to be crushed beneath my might. You should not have survived. Yi Feng approached, gazing down at the woeful and defiant Qian Wuyo, who lay sprawled on the ground. He clenched his fists and, once more, struck at Qian Wuyo's face from afar. The air around them rippled. Bang, bang, bang. Due to the fact that Qian Wuyo's head remained unaltered, the impacts produced a sound of bang rather than thud. Each blow Yi Feng delivered caused Qian Wuyo's agony to seep throughout his body, ultimately amplifying his suffering a millionfold, etching the pain deep into his very core. Bang, 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 until Qian Wuyo's eyes widened in a final gasp, extinguished of life, devoid of any hope of survival. Feng. Lu Xian held on to Yi Feng tightly, her heart still racing with trepidation, yet she felt a swell of pride that he had turned defeat into victory. It's all right, do not fear. At that moment, the SWAT team rushed onto the rooftop, and upon seeing Qian Wuyo lying motionless, the SWAT captain crouched down to inspect, murmuring to himself, he is dead. Just moments ago, Qian Wuyo sought the life of my fiancée, which compelled him to retaliate. This is a case of justifiable self-defense, Lu Xian clarified. The SWAT captain approached Yi Feng. I must admit, I never expected you to triumph over the seemingly invincible Qian Wuyo. I underestimated you before. Qian Wuyo was a monstrous menace, robbing banks, committing murder, and even targeting the elderly and children. Our orders were to eliminate him without mercy. Thank you for helping us rid the world of this scourge. Have you ever considered joining our SWAT team? I see great potential in you. Yi Feng smiled, but offered no reply. Very well, take your fiancé and depart. We must send Qian Wuyo's body to the coroner for examination, to uncover how he possessed such immense strength. Such power contradicts the natural order, the SWAT captain remarked. Yi Feng escorted Lu Xian down from the rooftop. The air cushions on the ground had been removed, and when the paramedics saw that Lu Xian was unscathed, they departed. Lu Jingde and his wife were overwhelmed with gratitude, thankful that he had saved their daughter. Although Lu Xian was unharmed, she had experienced considerable fright. So Yi Feng took her home to provide comfort and care. They arrived at the Jingde mansion, Yi Feng's residence. It was Lu Xian's first visit to Yi Feng's villa, and she was astounded by its opulence and grandeur, which dazzled the senses and invited lingering admiration. The garden, outdoor swimming pool, and golf course were all present. Welcome, Mrs. Yi. Welcome, Mrs. Yi. The villa's staff, servants, security personnel, and gardeners formed two long lines. Bowing in welcome to Yi Feng and Lu Xian. Yi Feng wrapped his arm around Lu Xian's waist as they walked through the lengthy corridor. Everyone, please return to your duties. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Feng led Lu Xian to one of the villa's bedrooms, encouraging her to rest on the bed. He then sat beside her, holding her hands. They gazed into each other's eyes, sharing a silent understanding. Feng, I have a question that has been weighing on my mind. Please ask away. How did you suddenly amass such wealth? Moreover, you have become far more handsome since our school days. And how did you acquire such martial prowess? On the rooftop, I witnessed you never even lay a finger on Qian Wuyo, yet you managed to defeat him. It's utterly incredible. How could he explain it to her? Yi Feng found himself in a quandary. Fortunately, his phone rang, the caller ID revealing it was Chunan, a black belt in Taekwondo. This served as a timely distraction from his predicament, and he answered the call. Brother Feng, Dr. Kong has sought guidance from his master, attempting to awaken Hu Yali. Do not worry, master. Even with his master's advice, Dr. Kong will not be able to save Hu Yali. Only your divine intervention can revive her. Just wait and see. Let Dr. Kong face your wrath. Chapter 106. Healers gather in Donghai. In the lavish villa of the affluent Chao Xiaotian, he reclined on the living room sofa. Smoking a cigar, Dr. Kong stood before him, dejected. Useless. Even after seeking your master's counsel, you still cannot awaken Hu Yali. I thought your medical skills were exceptional. Who would have guessed you could be so helpless? Doctor. Kong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he began to devise strategies for Chao Xiaotian. Brother Tian, please do not be angry. My master is a true medical genius, and I am but a mere novice in his presence. If my master were to personally intervene, he would undoubtedly awaken Hu Yali. Chao Xiaotian took a puff from his cigar, exhaling smoke as his tones softened slightly. Why not have your master come over? Dr. Kong replied, in response to Brother Tian. At this declaration, my master is an eccentric old man who rarely offers his services. The entire room gasped. However, he does have one weakness. He is quite greedy. He demands a substantial fee, anything less, and he will disdain it. Yet, he is also quite hypocritical, valuing his reputation and not wanting others to see through his avarice. I have a plan, Brother Tian. Why not issue a hefty bounty through the media, summoning all healers to your residence to discuss methods for treating Hu Yali? Upon seeing the exorbitant reward, my master will certainly come. At that point, many doctors will also make their way there. This way, my master can feign that he came not for the money, but out of the compassion of a healer. Hearing this, Chao Xiaotian was enlightened. You are right. If I were to individually invite your master with a substantial sum, he would fear the gossip surrounding his greed and would not come without the appearance of a divine healer. Doctor. Kong bowed deeply to Chao Xiaotian. What you say is profoundly true. Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. Is a bounty of 100 million adequate? Chao Xiaotian inquired. That is perfect. My master will certainly come. Dr. Kong seemed to have a deep understanding of his master. Consequently, Chao Xiaotian plastered advertisements across various media outlets nationwide, television, radio, newspapers, and even social media apps. The bounty read as follows. My girlfriend, Hu Yali, is gravely ill and has fallen into a vegetative state, unresponsive to treatment. I, Chao, am heartbroken and unwilling to give up, vowing to remain by her side for life. Thus, I summon all healers to gather at my residence 3 days from now. On Saturday, should anyone possess the miraculous ability to awaken my girlfriend, a generous reward of 100 million awaits. Once this advertisement was released, it sent shockwaves through the medical community. Healers from all corners of the world were eager to respond. In no time, countless medical practitioners flocked to Donghai, this bustling metropolis. Thus, in Donghai City, traffic came to a standstill. Hotel rooms were fully booked. The restaurant industry thrived. Upon seeing this bounty, Yi Feng mused, this Chao Xiaotian is truly extravagant for Hu Yali. Those unaware of the circumstances would be moved by his unwavering devotion. But who knows that he never truly pursued Hu Yali and can hardly claim to be devoted. Furthermore, his motives for saving Hu Yali are contingent upon conditions. After awakening her, she must agree to be his girlfriend, as per his arrangement with Hu's mother. Should Hu's mother refuse, he would abandon Hu Yali, who lay in a vegetative state. Such affection is self-serving. If I cannot have her, let her perish. Such a man, even if Hu Yali is revived and becomes his, will never find happiness. Moreover, the wishing bottle has indicated that Chao Xiaotian is a hypocrite with tendencies toward domestic violence. The vixen sacrificed herself to save Yi Feng's mother. Yi Feng resolved that he could not allow the vixen's sister, Hu Yali, to endure further suffering. He would employ his divine intervention to awaken her. On the Saturday 3 days hence, Yi Feng, accompanied by Lu Xian and Chunan, made their way to the opulent villa of Chu Xiaotian, intent on rescuing Huya Li with the hand of providence. The solitary villa, a venue for the esteemed medical exchange conference, was graced by splendid weather, with the sun shining brightly and not a cloud in sight, prompting the proceedings to be hosted in the villa's open courtyard. Attentive servants were present to cater to the guests. By 9 in the morning, physicians from all corners of the nation began to arrive in a steady stream. However, many found themselves turned away at the threshold. A significant number of these practitioners lacked a reputable standing, leading to their dismissal, while others were devoid of medical licenses, resembling charlatans more than legitimate healers. Such individuals were promptly advised to leave. Those granted entry were esteemed medical professionals of notable repute and exceptional skill. Naturally, Yifeng also faced rejection, as a throng of security personnel barred his and his companions' entry. Lacking even a medical license and appearing so youthful, they were deemed impostors. Brother, 100 million is not easily earned. You should turn back. The villa's steward urged him. Will you let our brother Feng in or not? Chen Kuan snarled, seizing the steward by the collar, his expression menacing and threatening. Release me. The steward, unfazed, responded with a sense of pride. Do you not recognize whose villa this is? How dare you rabid dogs wreak havoc here? A single word from Tian Gu could render you all non-existent in this world. You fools should hastily depart. Get lost. You scoundrel. Chung Kuan forcefully shoved the steward, sending him sprawling to the ground. Security, expel these mad dogs. The steward scrambled to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Yifeng and his companions. Crack. Before the security could react, Chung Kuan swiftly dislocated the steward's arms. Ah! The steward of Chu Shaotian cried out in agony.